208. The Diabolic Man. Linen, diabolic hull. Kneeling in my lavishly decorated room, paid for by my most recent bounty, I sharpen my blade, my devotion, and my determination. Things are heating up, rapidly reaching a boiling point, and if I remain as myself any longer, I will die. I am not enough. Not right now, at least. Not that I have ever been enough. Kai Vincent is dead. Howard Stark is trapped and dying. Edward Dudley has become an angel and slayed Ashley Franklin, while severely wounding Myriad's operations by bringing the man down to just a handful of splits. Sure, Howard has a chance of living and Myriad will recover, but the facts remain. Change is coming. Blackreach is in an uproar, Since Creek is almost entirely lost, and Stark Bluffs is unknown to even be ours or not. All communication has ceased. Valens is holding, but even Marshall can't stop the future. An era of legends is upon us, and I will not, under any circumstances, let myself fall behind. I either die now or rise. Many call me the strongest human. That's not because I'm more powerful or deadly than the Prime or any of the Pillars. It's because they do not count as humans to most. They are angels, beings far above our mortality, even if they age only slightly slower. Powers, virtues, and dominions, gifts of angelhood that are said to be impossible to surmount by mere mortals. The wave of a hand capable of killing hundreds. To most, that is not human. It is something unsurpassable. To all, a sixth sigil slaying an angel is an impossibility, the latter far too above the former. But it is not impossible. 2 men alive have done it. Well, 1 man thought to still be alive at least. Killian Graves and the Prime, whose name not even I have been allowed to know. But no longer. No quarter. No half measures. No regrets. No retreat. I am called diabolic for many reasons. My disregard for safety, my skill of choice, and the form of my blade. A severely chipped and barbed thing that I have carried with me since my very first day as a student to Edmund Dudley. Few of us, his students, are alive. But I blame not the man. It's the opposite. We, his students, were sent to the harshest, the gloomiest, and the least survivable places after the training. Even his own children. The man had no choice over where we went. He could only prepare us for it all. Laura and I believe it was to weed us out. The higher-ups hated that Edmund only trained those he deemed worthy, ignoring the wealthy who wanted his tutelage. As far as I know, only 3 remain among the hundreds. Me, a man on the precipice of angelhood, Edward Dudley, an angel himself, and Laura Sift, one of the 3 claws who guard Gravecross. He taught me the blade just as he taught me ether, even if I was ungifted and slow compared to the others. Many laughed and jeered, saying I was so slow I could never master a single skill, that I was a failure. They said even Edmund couldn't teach me. They said I was a useless son of a poet. But just as I was about to give up, the old man encouraged me to pick up the blade and try again and again. Again, and again. Long nights, long mornings, and long days passed before I learned even a single skill of ether. And the only one I know to this day, besides my sigil skills, of course, but even those are difficult to use despite being melded with me. Adrenaline surge. Not that I still call it that anymore these days. Edmund used to tell me something during those long nights when I stayed up with Laura to train. Her natural gifts just as potent as her resolve. It is not bad to be good at only one thing, Lennon. You have the drive. You may not be like Laura, who can learn something on a single try, or Edward, whose body is almost made for ether, but you want to know something, Lennon? You remind me of the footless dove. Back then, I was foolish and didn't understand what he meant. I got needlessly angry as I thought it was an insult. Foolish. Edmund only ever encouraged. What do you mean? I'm a dove? The old man just laughed and tapped me on the head with a cane, dodging my retaliation with preternatural swiftness. Haha, not like that. The footless dove has no legs, only wings. It has no choice but to go and fly. The second it touches the ground, that means its death. I still didn't understand his meaning and asked for more clarification as I only got frustrated. I was naive and compulsive back then. What? He laughed again and swung his cane at me, using shiver so I wouldn't notice it in time. I was quickly knocked to the ground, Maya slamming into the dirt. It is because you will go and go and go. But Lennon, the moment you stop, the moment you relish in your strength or your accomplishments, you will die. Unlike others who can waste that time reveling in their lives, you cannot. Cursed with incompetence, you must force the world to bow. So, get up. Another round before you go to bed. No quarter, Linen. Do as you can to kill this old man. If you don't always push to the brink, then you will die. It is both a gift and a curse. I can only envy what you may accomplish, Lenin, not your struggles. Only now, as I sharpen this blade with the world going mad, do I truly understand what he meant. I've never slacked a single day following his advice, but it makes sense. I am dull in ether, for it barely responds to me, and my saturation builds up incredibly quickly. My resonance with my sigil, Cutthroat, is abysmal, for even the only sigils I resonated with, Soldier and Rogue, are at the lowest level of resonance, requiring minutes to take in a sigil alone. Even my skill with the blade was always lacking. Laura used to kick my ass with one despite me training with them for 100 times as long. But that has never stopped me, and it won't. I rose from a young man unfit for anything to the premier human in all the lands. There are angels above, but among men, among mortals, I am unrivaled. I was worried that Darkstep would surpass me for a while, but with the recent news, I can't believe I never saw it. A Nahullo, insane. None of that matters, however. I can never let myself dawdle or settle, especially now. A leap must be made, not a step. I have no absolution and no proof despite my age of 36. Some have had it nearly half my age and still don't make it to angelhood, but they have not fought as I have. I will have one chance, one shot, and that is all that I will get. It is all I need, all I ever wanted, just a chance to show who I am. Son of a poet, yes, but so much more. The noise outside my building makes me stop sharpening my blade as I put it on my waist and look out. There, I see Eden Brown, the pillar of Kuhn, the oh-so-lovely hilly region beside lawless lake full of corruption and melees. The dastardly woman strides through the streets to wave people's worries. For years, I have been gathering evidence on this woman. She is truly sinister. The Brown estate sure does pump him out evil. Torture, rape, murder, false imprisonment, and slavery. Those are just a few. Never before have I had the courage to confront her. But today I do. And it's not because I have determined her to be evil. No, that is not the reason. I would be lying if I said that's why I'm doing it. At first, the evidence was for blackmail in case she came after me. The curious face, known for her beguiling and blackmailing charm. Today is the day I face her for myself, not for anyone else, just me. Today is the day a man either dies or an angel rises. I open the window and position myself on the edge of it, peeking out at her. She notices my gaze almost instantly, the curious face, a master of emotions and facial expressions, a conman and abbot mix. Quite the unique combo, I must say. Her expression twists in confusion, her auburn hair flying as she fails to understand why I am here. Yet, despite her stupor, I give her no quarter. My blade comes out with a soothing tang of metal, her eyes widening as I immediately use the only skill I ever learned besides those bestowed to me by my sigil. A reason why I am called diabolic. Niska, the word for a demon coming from the natives deep in the frontier. And what a Comanche native once called me when I found their hidden valley. Ether flies through my body at a rate that chars my flesh and protrudes my veins. Steam comes out of my nose as I breathe, pushing the concept of physical strengthening to the very limit. My eyes turn entirely red, the veins scarcely capable of what they are doing to enrich my vision and dynamic reaction. Eden moves first, waving a hand and a string of words that come to me, but I cut off my ears with focus, the skill given by my time as a rugrat, and turn that sense toward my sight, sharpening my gaze. Dozens of people turn to me, drawing their weapons as they seem compelled and controlled to fight me. I ignore all that and bend my knees, the window cracking from the pressure beneath me. And then, I exert all the strength flooding through my body at once, Niska, giving me the temporary strength that no man should have. The improvement does not yet near that of an angel, however. The bricks crack as I prepare my movement, and when I vault, they shatter into a brilliant shower of stone that follows me. Like an arrow let loose from a bow, only filled with far more malignancy, I fly toward the angel, anticipating her to clash back. And she does. Bullets fly past me in the dozens as I near her, the woman drawing a Colt and claymore to meet mine. Her Colt raises toward me just before I make it to her, but I predict her target and turn my head a bit to the side, causing her to miss and only cut off a portion of my hair. When I get near, I swing my claymore, my blade, my pride, diagonal at her to end her life. But she sidesteps and throws her one blade to catch mine in a deflect. But I twist my blade, breaking her parry. Yet, she is skilled too, preventing my blade from cutting her as she catches it with her Colt's barrel. We meet for a split second in the contest before she is blown backward into the building behind her. Niska doesn't play around, for if it did, I would have died long ago. Landing on the ground, I accelerate toward her as she tries to stand. I have no time to waste. 58 beats remain. Niska, for all the power it gives, has a terrible drawback. It has a single-minute duration, and the moment it ends, I become paralyzed for up to a full day, the length depending on my wounds. The effects of temporary ether saturation rendering me nigh paraplegic. Merely walking becomes a struggle after the minute. But 1 minute is enough. It is fine to ignore what happens afterward, as I will be dead or a new angel. But for 1 minute, as Edmund said when I came up with it, I'd be strong enough to beat anyone. That was the answer I found to Edmund's challenge to each of his students: how to best defeat another. Each student was given the ultimate task of defeating each other's student at least once. Most answered simply by improving themselves enough to do so. Edward and Laura had no problem besting me, but I struggled to find an answer. That was until I did. Mine was to twist my greatest weakness to defeat another's greatest strength. They might always be strong, but life or death happens in but a moment. I swing my blade at her before she even stands, the woman struggling to react in time. Yet I know it is an act. All things she does is, and when my blade gets close to her, the woman's nails grow and catch my sword right before it meets her throat to remove her head. The woman growls as she shouts at me, her words somehow turning into a physical concept, a steam train, albeit a small one more aligned with the size of a carriage and not a house, comes straight from her mouth to crush me. Her power, dashing to the side as I feel aches in my legs from the abrupt movement, the conjured train soars past me into a building behind, likely hurting many. Not that I have time to care. This is about me. I have helped many throughout my life, but this is just reality. It's also the beauty of fate. In this world, everyone is a main character in their poems and a side character in another's story. Even a poet's son can hold the quill for others, just as he does for himself. The woman starts spouting more and more words at me as I read her lips to know what is coming in advance, my ears focused out to not be bewitched. Gatling gun, meteor, tsunami, hurricane. I dashed toward her, rushing past the bullets of the Gatling gun and trying to move faster than she can turn the weapon, but it is supremely difficult. I used toughness from my soldiers several times to take the hit of a bullet, the lead only making it an inch or so into my flesh. The meteor she called is above, a shadow being cast upon me. The object is the size of a house, and I dash toward her even faster as a wave of water carries her away. Just before the meteor crashes to the ground, I jump and angle myself sideways, pushing off the thing of rock with as much force as I can. Instantly, I fly toward her with great speed, but a hurricane is conjured between us, messing up my velocity and throwing me into a brick building. I catch myself with my hands as I fast recover with a twist and dash toward her, the time ticking. 50 seconds. She can do this all day. I can't. Faster, Lennon. Stronger. How else will you take the leap? Gritting my teeth as more and more bullets fly at me, I push Niska even further, veins bulging to their limits as I am sure I look grotesque and demonic to anyone around, the namesake of my title. I can feel the wind against me as I rush toward her, bullets whizzing past. More words come from her mouth. From what I know, she can't conjure anything living with her power, only the non-living. Meteor, sun, moon, zephyr. Another meteor falls. This time, however, it is angled differently, coming diagonally as it falls toward me instead of just vertically, so I have a more challenging time jumping off of it. Additionally, a miniature sun appears above, a ball of flaming gas falling toward me as a freezing one emerges behind me. All the while, a terrible wind is summoned that fights against my speed, slowing me down and making more bullets contest against my toughness from my sigil, something that is soon to break, even with Niska active. More. I need more. Internally, I scream to myself as more and more things appear around me, and as Eden gets further and further away despite my attempts. More and more of my innards fall to the ground as a smile comes onto Eden's. But I don't give up. Even as I am swept by a tsunami, I force myself to move through it, my feet digging into the stone below for friction. The time counting down to 30 seconds left on Niska. What am I missing? Why can't I beat her? I've been preparing for this skill for decades. Is it still not enough? Still not Zil? Still not capable of going toe-to-toe with those great powers? No, I am merely not committed enough. Slowly, I am breaking, my body and mind shattering before the world's weight. That cannot be. I cannot just reach as I fall. I must take the initiative and dive. To defeat an angel, to defeat a demon, to defeat a being far beyond you? What must you become? A monster. That is the only answer. That was Killian's, and that was the Prime's. Become a monster so revered that none dare challenge you of their own accord. Just as I recover and kneel soaking wet on the road of the city of Kent, I make a decision, a mad one that only a monster, a demon, a motherbound would make. One so devoted to a cause they care not for their own safety, another's safety, or even a higher goal. But that is what is needed. For a man to defeat a genius, an angel, a demon, there is only one thing they can do. Become something far, far worse. The monster that scares children, horrifies adults, and leaves even the mighty trembling in their boots. We all have one, every one of us. Demons can be slain, beasts hunted, and gods corrupted. But a monster never fades, even after its death. There is no word for what I must become other than a monster. I can feel the pressure of the world as it is my time. It is now. The mother below is watching, betting, and trying to prevent another from rising. An unfathomable presence is descending upon me. It fills me with pride to know that such a divine figure gives me even a speck of its focus. But too bad. Linen hull gives none quarter. None. Ether explodes through my body as I stop the motions and force it all to go in reverse at the drop of a dime. The damage to my body immediately showing itself from the near-suicidal manipulation. Blood spews from my nose, ears, eyes, and several veins even burst from the contortion of ether. I use the rebounding force of my ether to compress it further, the gaseous ether almost detonating on itself as I nearly lose control. But I do not pause. I give my enemies no quarter, and I give myself no quarter. For most, the mind breaks before the body 1,000 times over. For me, it has always been the opposite. And so, with a roar against the heavens above and the gods below, I slam a foot into the ground and practically make my core explode in ether by letting go of my control as the substance creates a cascading detonation within my body, my entire frame detonating with force just as I fly forwards at a speed so fast. I hear again for a brief moment. A singular bang resounds as I appear in the cabin with no previous sign. Elation fills me as I take a step forward. One part is done. Two remain. My eyes float to the tome before me, something I was unsure I would ever see again. My resonance with ether was so low, and my talent with the substance so abysmal I thought I would never advance again in any way. Decades of pushing myself to the edge every day, killing thousands of monsters more robust than me, and barely surviving the wilds were what it took just to get me to the 6th sigil. For some, it takes them 1/10 of the time, 100th of the murder, and 1,000th of the effort. But in the end, I will prevail. Time is running out, and so I must only squeeze more effort out. Congratulations, Cutthroat. You have displayed an overwhelming pure resonance to the aspect of the Hellion. You have performed an act of absolution in your attempt to overcome your own limits. You brought yourself to your very limit, and then one step further, again and again, until your very body began to collapse. But within that collapse and stress, a diamond emerges from both you and your sigil. And so, may your cutthroat sigil shift into a purer form, for you, the soon-to-be Hellion, have performed the Hellion's absolution. You have prematurely resonated with a future step along your path, and as such, your current sigil shall shift its absolute form to match it just as it shifts to better match you. It will never be the same again, and neither will you, Cutthroat. Like an old blade removed from millennium-old rust, your sigil shall now be more powerful, vibrant, and purer. From the cutthroat you once were, now, You are the Hellenic cutthroat, one who disregards what all others think and strives only for the betterment of himself. A man who goes against what it means to be divine in search of what only he deems true, whether that be diabolic, angelic, or godly. With this new form, your sigil shall grant a new strength, a new aid to you in your long journey, one that is premature yet effective. Your devotion has bore fruit. Your efforts show that you are useless in all yet unequaled in one art. The blade you swing now devotes its whole being to you just as you do to it. From its sheath shall a terror be born, one unlike any other. You must only focus intensely, so profoundly that all turns null, and from there, it shall be shown you have no rival. The blade in your palm the only being worthy of your respect, and the recipient of endless apprehension. The form of your sigil shall now be revealed to you, as it is more pure and effervescent than ever before. I stare at the words and turn my attention to the form of my sigil. What was once a mishmash of blades and daggers organized for bloodletting is now a single blade, one that looks identical to my claymore, with its scratched up and damaged steel. I can feel its single-minded purpose, to cut. A smile is pulled upon my lips as I reach forward, eager to see what lies next. Is it my death or my rise? Will I emerge victorious, a poet becoming a monster capable of rivaling those lofty figures? Or will I fall underneath the tides of fate with an opponent too high above to cross? I am unsure which will come, but nothing excites me more than the prospect of reaching the peak where few have tread to go even further and jump into the sky above. 209. Monster. Linen, monster, hull. My eyes open to the wind screaming past me so fast that I can physically see the barrier of sound break, a wave of air bursting around me just as I've seen it happen to the other two fastest men alive, Howard Strafe and the Prime. It used to be three, but the third fell just a few months ago. The eyes of Eden bulge, her mouth straining to speak once more to stop me in any way, her hands moving to shoot at me, and her body running backward as fast as she can. But I am no mere human. I have crossed the boundary, my toes leaving the hard rock beneath me for a ledge high up on the mountain. Either I jump high enough, or I die. Either I begin the revolution born of a single soul, leaving behind all that was once known, or I fade into nothingness. One single moment is all I asked for, all I bargained for, and all my body can give me. I am weak, and my body never was capable of standing up to Edward's rigid strengths, just as my ether is slow and pitiful compared to Laura's. But while they slept, rested, and enjoyed life, I trained. I trained until I cried, until I bled, until my very body and mind collapsed, and then I continued some more for no other reason than to improve. They wanted to be better, to save others, to fight the enemies of mankind, to enjoy the life they had. I trained for something different, something far more primal, a sensation deep down that is inexplicable yet understandable to me. That need. It made me train until I broke, to fight until nothing remained. Then, even without Edmund to tell me to stand up, I stand once more. Time turns sluggish as I approach Eden, my frame barreling through the air so fast that the passing of bullets inches from me cut into my toughened flesh, and as I get close to her, my hand goes onto my sheath as I struggle to put the blade inside, moving the two to my hip. I close my eyes, my hands laced with blood and sweat gripping the handle and sheath of my blade. A leap like this requires only faith. Faith in oneself. I've proven myself to the world and proven the mother below wrong. She thought I was weak, limited in scope and strength, unable to fight an angel, that I would die here like a whelp. Too bad. Linen hull gives no quarter. For a single moment, I wait. Then, in calmness, I focus, going deep, so deep that everything fades, and I forget that I am even jumping toward my future. But in this depth, I find it, a shining jewel within my hand, one that resembles my blade, and with grand force, I drag it out, unneeding to see the result, the ring of steel all that matters. And a moment later, it is done. My eyes open to the blinding sun above, a female head tossing through the air, and screams all around. I lean back, and my body erupts in a shower of blood and gore as my actions finally catch up to me. Even as the thump of Eden's skull hits the ground, I stare at the sun and feel a poem rise to my mind, just as my father told me they would when I was young. It's in our blood. Words capable of expressing any emotion, hardship, and sentiment emerge as we achieve something. Only his achievement was harvests of crops, and mine are a different kind of harvest. Barely audible words leave my mouth as I feel an ephemeral barrier crumbling. A firm heart as the endless sky, without a ripple upon the surface. To fight, to kill. Was I born only to die? No. To win, to draw, or to lose. I will fly over endless lit corpses to find purchase. Boiling blood, flowing sweat, solidifying will. I refuse to sit down and comply. I have run, leaped, and soared, yet, for now, I am still free. If I am to die, it shall be, as I began, worthless. No quarter given under the heavens, even to me. But if I am to rise, it shall be as I began, giftless. No entity shall aid me. No man shall envy me. The words stop as I feel the momentary barrier, the proof to myself, fully fade like a film upon the skin, sinking away to return again, yet far more substantial. It is done. The dam is broken both to the world and to myself. I can do it. I can become greater than those mighty angels or those cruel demons. For a man, a poet, a simple creature of weakness, to defeat those geniuses, those angels, those demons, those spoon-fed all the riches in the world to succeed? What must they do? What must they become? A monster is the only option. One must crawl over the corpses of the innumerable to prove themselves to all, the blades of the world, sharpening the monster's teeth. Hundreds have fallen to my blade, and thousands more will. Only one final step remains. I have joined the catalog of monsters born from mere men, those few figures I admire. Our flesh and bone are weaker than our ambitions, our wills indomitable forms of might. But in our world, what matters most is not the flesh but the will. I join the ranks of 3 other figures across all of human history, and I shudder at the realization. Killian Graves, Vincent Harvey, and the first. Freaks that bridge the gap no one else can. Monsters that people speak of in hushed voices filled with either respect or fear. To slay an angel as a mortal without an absolution or proof before the fight began. 0 hints of the angelic in our bodies before the battle. I can feel my body breaking down, the flesh falling right off the bone. But before I do anything else, I give thanks. Thanks to my blade. I sheathe the fractured thing as I stumble forward, my legs crumbling in twain. And as I let myself fall toward the body of Eden, hundreds of people running at me, I hear the crack and shatter of my blade within the sheath. It has carried me for decades. Edmund's vault gave me a partner more extraordinary than any other, and I will always be thankful. With eyes full of blood, I nod to the shattered claymore within the sheath. Thank you, friend. May we meet in the Cardinal. I let myself fall onto the body of Eden as I reach inside her body with my mind, searching, grasping, and taking what is mine. Her sigil. Without quarter, I rip a sigil from her. One I'm surprised to see even if it's not entirely unexpected. Rogue. It seems I have gained my 4th rogue, but I wonder, what will I become in the future? My eyes gaze at the insides of a familiar cabin. I was here less than a second ago. No, I know the answer. No matter what others call me, I will always be Lennon Ink Hull, a man who has become more than human yet no angel. A monster, something far more straightforward than what all the others call themselves. Behemoth, Leviathan, Wastelander, Creator, Warmaster. It's all so arrogant, and so that is what my Zil will be named. Monster, in respect for those who lit the path ahead. Now, on to see what my absolution has become, what my power is, and the next step forward. I will go onward, unstopping, unpausing, and unbreaking until I'm either put in the dirt or enter the stars above. I will either rise above or sink below. Long ago, I was told to be wary of the darkness, to not become the monsters that I fight. But those men who told me such things do not know the horrors that lie in the world. They see a bristle of danger and call it a monster. They have not seen what I have, fought what I have, bled as I have. Sometimes, embracing the dark is the only way to find the light at the top of that crescent slope. I've spent my whole life just barely eking out survival under the whims of these monsters, whilst spending every waking moment trying to become more, but no more. The gloom is gathering, and the light is dispersing. Even I, as unperceptive as I am, can feel it. Eli has been rampaging unfettered in the recesses of humanity for far too long. The hindrances unworthy of living, and the prime unsuited for leadership in the coming era. A clean slate is needed for what is to come. If I have to bloody my hands with the bodies of thousands, so be it. It might not be what I proclaimed to Edmund those years ago, but few plans survive battles, and even fewer survive decades. It's about damn time I do some real hunting. And with that devotion, that proclamation to myself and the world, I look upon the line of now comprehensible words on the tome in the darkness of the cabin. Suffering begets experience, experience begets strength, and strength begets truth. And none have suffered as you have. As such, your suffering yields truth. Wyatt Graves. I sit on the log as Johnny merely shakes his head at me. I expected a long, drawn-out lecture about being more careful, but it seems he's finally given up on it. The gunfighter, though, I suppose he now deserves a higher title fitting his sigil, waves at Abraham and Sky Swain. So, as we discussed before you walked in, Wyatt, we are about to enter Tornridge. Virgil did a reconnaissance of it yesterday and spoke of how absolutely filled it was with beasts, outlaws, and even the occasional demon. In just the past month since it was taken, a haven for the depraved has sprouted up, Raystown. Ray Olive, the fortuned son, one of the most powerful outlaws alive, keeps the peace there, as one might say. Johnny then pulls out a map of Tornridge and the surrounding areas, his finger pointing at a town named Elderfield, the nearest place to Edmund's cabin before the outbreak. Raystown is less than 2 hours of travel for someone like Virgil and far less for someone like Ray Olive. So, as we move through the Andrice forest, we need to be mindful not to attract attention. Because if we are beset by outlaws, they will want more than our lives and will be far harder to escape than a pack of shambling plagued. Virgil can only handle reconnaissance in one direction, so we need more people to keep us from danger. Sky Swain nods and volunteers herself. My eyes shift back and forth between the two as the pain in my head ebbs and flows. I can do that. Iron Consul. My wings are the best remaining among my people, and I should be fast enough with my lightning. I'm no sky chaser or blight raven, but I will pull my weight. Her words make sense, but I get hung up on the first part of what she said. Iron Consul? Is that what they're calling Johnny now? Why? He uses guns, not swords, though. I guess most guns are made of steel. Johnny nods to Sky Swain, the Batto who is now the strongest of her race, trying everything she can to keep them valuable and alive. Good. Wyatt, you'll have to lead us to Edmund's cabin. I only know the general area based on what you've told me, but only you can take us there. You up for that? Or do you need some more rest? I shake my head at him despite the pain in my head. I haven't used my ether yet, a feeling deep down warning me of the action, but I don't need it just to lead them to the vault. But I do need to stop by Edmund's grave, though. The final bullet left by my father should be on his corpse. I should be fine. It's only directing you guys, right? I don't think I can use ether or do anything strenuous, but I should be fine in a week or so. It's not my first time with such bad ether saturation. Johnny gives me a glance before continuing, a morsel of good news coming from him. Okay, just stay close to Abraham during our journey there. His mental skills have gotten quite the boost lately as he finally managed Willful Strand, and now he can speak telepathically within 1,000 feet, so he can relay if something goes wrong. Also, most vaults have concoctions and some serums, so you and Blake should be able to recover once we get there. I smile at the news as Johnny stands, pointing to Heath. Check on Wyatt and put him back in the medical wagon. I want to be in Tornridge within the hour. Get the word out. Heath stands, a bit of confusion coming from him as he questions Johnny. Why so fast? What's the hurry, Johnny? Can't we take our time to rest before moving into dangerous territory? Most are already injured, either recovering from Stark Bluffs or hurt from ambushing outlaws and creatures. Give us another day or two. Johnny shakes his head, offering no negotiation as he exits the tent. We don't have the time to spare. War is coming. Heath, should we not be armed before it does, we will die. I don't have a powerful weapon, nor do most of our forces. Only Wyatt does, and that's because the kid stole it from a sentinel. We've been growing faster than our tools because of the circumstances. It's about time we get an upgrade. Sky Swain now pitches in, stopping Johnny from leaving entirely, a spark of soft lightning tapping the Iron Consul on the back. And then, what? Iron Consul? Do we run headstrong into our deaths? What is our goal here? The true one? You say you want to create a home for us to live safely, but where? The man at the brink of the tent pauses, his shoulder twisting back toward us. I have a plan. Just trust me, okay? Then he walks away from us, leaving Sky Swain to grumble and Abraham to step out quietly, even quieter than usual. I'll have to talk with him as he seems pretty troubled. How can I just trust him? So much is on the line. Hearing Sky Swain's rumbling, I place a hand on her shoulder, but she whips around with paranoia and pushes me back. I stumble over the force, almost falling, but I catch myself on the tent. Whoa. Sorry, She jerks her skull and stands, her legs moving her out of the tent as her wings brush against the canvas. I don't need your sympathy, Graves. Whoa, what's up with her? She seems way angrier than usual. I take a step to follow her, but Heath sighs and gains my attention. The doctor looks into his pouch as he opens his mouth. She's been through a lot, Wyatt. Don't be too hard on her. She doesn't mean what she says. Her people are down to less than 20, and the responsibility is on her to keep them alive. The doctor then gets up from his seat and wraps an arm around my shoulder as he walks me to the wagon with bonfire in it. Let's just get you looked at, okay? Can't have you dying for no reason. As we walk, I look at him, thinking back to the lack of anger at how close I came to dying. Yeah, what happened with Johnny? He seemed far less frustrated at that than before. Heath pats my back, helping me into the wagon carriage once we arrive. I think he realized that he can't protect you, Wyatt. No one can. Your safety is all on you. You're a Graves, after all. He's been trying to treat you like he would his daughter, but you and she are different people. Not to mention, he couldn't save her either. I bob my head toward him in understanding as he uses his skills to check my body, but the slight tinges of ether from him make me scrunch up in pain. Ow. Heath breathes deeply and thinks for a moment before speaking. Is it that bad? You got a severe case of ether oversaturation, Wyatt. Anyone else would have died on the spot when all that stuff entered your brain. Looks like you're going to be out of fighting for a little bit, but there is a bright side. When you recover, which I'm sure you will as you are still breathing, you will be far more powerful. The thickness of the ether you put in your head will likely allow you far more leniency with ether, and possibly even make it denser. I'm no expert in this particular field, but I've read enough from Brightford to know the likely result. I sigh with relief as I hear that I will recover, and I smile at the fact that I'll likely come from this more potent than before. But how much so? I ask him how this compares to the last time I had such horrible ether saturation. So, when I was a first sigil, I went through a similar thing but didn't notice all that big of a gap. Why is this time different? Heath points to my heart as he answers with a long explanation. Every successive time someone undergoes acute ether saturation and recovers from it, it both becomes more dangerous to recover from and has more of a substantial effect on their person. Now, studies are few on this because of how difficult it is. Still, from the few that have occurred, mainly from estates trying to create soldiers, the first increases the amount of ether one can take by about 5%, which might sound minuscule but is very much not so, and comes with a 90% mortality rate with medical attention. The second seems to increase ether resistance by about 30% and has a 99% mortality rate. No data has ever been shown for a third trial, as the estates call it. Now, this is all disregarding when a concoction or something similar wipes away all the effects of the condition, which removes the steep penalty and benefit. Heath slides a bit away and checks on Bonfire as he keeps lecturing. The man unfurls bandages before applying medicine and pricking his finger to coat Bonfire's skin with blood. You took a concoction for this one, but I think whatever you did was so damaging that it didn't matter much. I reckon as long as you recover entirely, even with another concoction or serum, your ether will be significantly smoother and more efficient. So, get to treating yourself. You've done it before. You can do it again, Wyatt. I nod at him as my heart beats with anticipation. I've already made it past the most dangerous part of ether saturation and spent most of it asleep, though I can tell by the dark circles under Heath's eyes that there is something he's omitting. My survival is likely owed to him and Johnny. I'll thank him later. For now, I want to push through this trial. It took weeks to recover when I was on the road with Elizabeth, Earl, Leonard, and them. That much time can't be wasted. So, I sit and close my eyes as I take a deep breath, my mind flittering to the old manual on combating ether sickness. I take another deep breath before I take a strand of ether and wrench out the ether stuck within my flesh. In and out. Phew, here goes nothing. Foo dash, 210, 1 in the chamber. Ray Fortune Sun Olive. Scribbling some notes into the paper in front of me, mostly wanting to ignore having to do much work, I sense a strand of fate entering Ray's town. Most fates are but a small candle to a raging fire. Marshall's is a forest fire, one unable to be put out by anything but time and the zephyrs sent by the gods. Meanwhile, a random smuck on the stream is an effortlessly snuffed-out match. This one, however, it's dark. So dark and cold that it is sucking in and devouring everything around it, consuming the future of others to bolster itself. A bottomless pit of permafrost is more fitting than any kind of fire. I stand quickly, the expensive chair I had Autumn retrieve for me being pushed into the wall behind me. Sir, I wave Autumn's worry away. I need to deal with this myself, but something worries me. Why would someone enter this place with such a kind of fate? Surely they could sense mine, even if indirectly. Times like this made me wish I had more than just 2 gamblers among my 7. Nodding to Autumn, I grab the necklace hanging from my neck and hold it as I say a small prayer to the Lord. Give me strength, my Lord. In your name, I retain the balance of life and of death. Give me the strength to triumph over any foe, the speed to arrive at any adversity, and the wisdom to know how to fight. May my actions keep your court red and your balance even. Autumn speaks up once more, her worry deepening. I can feel her concern, my devil's aura, capable of reading her emotions. I rarely pray, only in times of turmoil, but with every step of this person, know this creature, I can feel the disruption build. Sir, what's the matter? Is Olivia here? I shake my head and give her a smallish reply as I grab my coat off the hook on the wall. Then, I reach over and pick up my Colt, Granuled. No, I'll deal with it. Keep working on revenue. Our small haven will grow into a respite for all the world. But for now, I will keep the peace, and you make that happen, okay? Autumn looks up and smiles at me, her cheery cheeks slightly rosy. I smile back and ruffle her hair as I walk out of the room and head toward the door. Good luck, sir. I nod goodbye, stepping out the door and onto the streets of Ray's town, my town. As always, dear, my boots push me through the uneven but growing streets as I move toward the entrance, a wooden gate with spikes of oak surrounding my haven. As I do so, I get hellos and greeting from many people, mostly outlaws, as that's the majority of those this far out into the frontier. Still, a few never walk that life and are refugees from Tornridge. Mrs. Adams is one, yet it doesn't matter where they come from. Here, all are equal and treat each other equally. If not, I intervene. Good morning, Mr. Olive. Beautiful weather today. Huh? I bob to the woman whose family I saved with this town of mine. It is indeed. Tell Joseph to make me a pie for this weekend. I love that man's cooking. She enthusiastically nods as I step past, her brittle fire just barely enough to be noticed. It's small fates like these we protect, Lord. She goes to spark a conversation. But that darkness grows abruptly, the single orb of night turning into 2, albeit the second weaker than the first. How? This fast? What the hell is going on? My feet accelerate as my pace quickens. I heard that Audrey was getting hassled by one of the newer outlaws. I think his name was Porter. Do you think you could check on her for me, sir? I'll have Joey make you 2 pies if you do. I quickly wave Mrs. Adams off as I shut down the conversation, barely listening to her. Instead, I pinpoint this creature with my mind and begin my ether throughout my body. Dynamism flows to life, filling my body with close to an hour of increased strength without any side effects as 2 other skills join its rhythm. Grasp and twist. My left hand is filled with the ether capable of grabbing onto fate, and the right with the ether capable of twisting it. I will, Mrs. Adams. I need to go now, though. Saying a quick goodbye to Mrs. Adams, I grab onto my own fate with my left hand and twist it with my right. The raging fire that exists as I am flung forward at incredible speeds as I keep myself moving, staying above the wooden buildings of Ray's town. As I move forward, even as my pace gets me to the entrance within just a few seconds, I feel that duo of shades grow into a trio. Fuck. Something's bad. Really bad. I should have been faster. I knew it was terrible, but not this dire. Just in case this creature is what I think it is, I rotate the ether for my power, for this threat could be existential. Devil's luck covers me in an invisible sheen of fate, the power coming almost certainly from my devotion to my lord throughout my life. But as I hit the ground and take in the entrance of Raytown, Devil's luck screams of danger so innately ground. I take a shambling step backward. Before my eyes is a battle, one glistening with dark light, the silvery light twisting the being into a false deity as it drops a human dipped in the same terrible substance. I go to raise my gun, but a man appears beside me out of an illusion so deep even I couldn't see through it, a legendary Colt in his hand with the barrel to my temple. My eyes widen as he speaks, and I take in the flowing lilies on the black metal of the Colt. TSK, TSK, TSK. I thought you'd be harder to get, Ray. For an outlaw with your name, you really have bad luck. Now be a good boy and fall, Angel. Let the dark light spread. I twist my eyes, careful not to actually move, as I ask the phantom pain what the fuck he's doing helping a mother bound. What are you doing, Alexos? Are you taken? Alexos chuckles as he shows his face to me, bereft of any tainted light, and as I yell at him again to lower his gun, the motherbound takes steps toward me, the creature cutting me off with a surprising use of words. Lower. Thank you, Phantom. At this rate, your family will be brought back within the year. With shaky eyes and trembling muscles, I stare forward, the endless darkness walking toward me as I realize what I'm looking at. A manipulator. The most dangerous kind of motherbound. Fallen might be more powerful, but only the manipulators can convene with the endless sea of minds that the mother below owns. Intelligent yet shattered of sanity, a genius built only to spread the tainted light. Of course, only a manipulator would have such a gripping fate. Inconspicuously, I try to move my hands by my hips to affect Alexos, but the man catches me almost instantly. No moving, Ray, unless you want to die. Of course. You know this Colt, I'm sure. Nothing will be left if I pull the trigger. I glare at the man through the corner of my eye as I retort. And are you willing to pay the price of devouring an angel? The lily takes its toll, Alexos. It always does, even to Killian. He smiles right back at me, madness swimming in his eyes. Something I first saw when we met for the first time years ago. But this time it's 1,000 times worse. What made him go this crazed? Any price is worth paying, Ray. Doesn't your lord have a saying? If someone is unwilling to buy, the item isn't worth enough. And oh boy, is the reward for helping worth it, Ray? So, I'm sorry, but it's not personal, buddy. Cursing inwardly, I say a small prayer to the Red Judge as I twirl the ether in my body. Devil's luck didn't save me, but I know why. The manipulator, or more specifically, the dark light within it, devours luck and fate. It rips away the potential of those small candles that have not yet plumed into an uproar. Before its grasp, the only thing that matters is raw power. Something I sorely lack despite being an angel. I know I'm strong, much more powerful than any mortal, but among angels, I'm bottom of the barrel. I've been using Devil's luck to set up favorable conditions and bring influential people to me like Alexos, but it seems I've bitten off more than I can chew. But I won't back down. I grit my teeth as I bring my body to its limits, ether cycling with fury. But as I do, an offer reaches me from the manipulator. One that slows down my growing rage. If you give yourself willingly, I will ensure you stay to protect your town. This place will be, as you want, a haven for safety, both for the good and bad of the world. The enraptured Bato raises his claw, offering it up to me. I swear to Mother, I will uphold your values. You must only offer yourself to a new god far more benevolent, beautiful, and bountiful than your last. She will give you power beyond your wildest dreams, and allow you to attain any goal. She will make you a true fortune son, not some knockoff. I hesitate, only because of the barrel to my brain and the claw right in front of me. But if I refuse, I will die. I can sense that. They came here because they must have known my weakness. I can't perceive danger or manipulate luck if it's being dampened by a motherbound. Had I been able to sense what was indeed here, I would have taken who I could and ran for the hills. My mind flashes to Mrs. Adams. It flickers to the hundreds within my small town. I imagine Autumn's smiling face. Then, I foresee what will happen if I refuse. The entirety of Raystown will fall, my life's work crumbling. Everyone inside will die in the most gruesome ways, and I can do nothing to stop it. So, I sigh, reach out slowly, and take the old one's offer. Maybe she will be merciful. I am sorry, Lord. She just counters me too harshly. I could have done nothing but run when I first sensed something off, and I'm not a coward. I hope you can forgive me and one day pull me from this being's clutches. Wyatt Graves. Sparks of pain run down my leg as I step along the messy dirt road next to Abraham. Damn saturation. At least it's getting a bit better. I've tried sparking up conversation lately, but Abraham is pretty unresponsive. The half-Nahullo is more quiet than usual, and that's saying something because he rarely talks in the first place. So I try once more, this time focusing on his rival, Bonfire. So, you and Bonfire? When did this rivalry between you two start? The alabaster-haired man glances at me, his dark blue fetters noiselessly clinking only to me before my sight of chains. Then, finally, he lets out a small laugh, barely audible, as we step in front of the wagon behind us with the man I'm talking about inside. The rivalry is just something he came up with alone. It's entirely one-sided. Bonfire wants someone to push him further, and I don't want anything to do with it. But he's nothing if persistent. I take another step, my ankle twisting a bit from weakness as I try to ignore it and talk to him a bit more now that he's opening up. That one response is more than he's said in the past week. Then why do you play into it? I've seen you yell back at him. Abraham sighs as he puts out an arm to help me walk, and I take it. The ether saturation is still kicking my ass, but I'm trying to walk it off, sometimes literally. Because it's fun? I don't know. Never really had anyone to have a friendly feud with. Back in the north, when I was little, it was always serious. And as the son of a councilman, a half-breed no less, I was beset by many with vendettas for no reason. The man, only a few years older than me, pauses momentarily as his eyes flicker to me. I suppose Bonfire's frank and simultaneous joking attitude made me enjoy a fight for the first time. It was always life or death, pure seriousness filled with scheming back with my father. Until Bonfire first challenged me at a bar. The two of us met on a job long before finding Johnny. I could never face the nightmares left in my mind. He, unconsciously, gave me something to fight against with actual purpose, even if only for a bit of banter. I'm happy he's alive. I nod to him as we keep walking, and seeing that he's finally talking, I try to ask him about his sigil, or more specifically, his power. So, what about your power? And your nightmares? How did you survive all those years before if you could never use the latter? Abraham clenches a fist before talking, the strain evident in his tightened jaw. I fought without the main component of the sigil father built for me. For a long time, it was only the skill I could manage to learn on my own. Those hallucinations I can make are entirely separate from my sigil skills. In fact, I was sent here, to the human lands, to overcome my trauma, and because my father didn't want to see a coward with his blood anymore. Impressed, I whistle at his skill with ether. Damn, that's amazing. Skills like that are tough to make, aren't they? And you didn't mention your power, so what's up with that? The man, tormented by endless nightmares, eyes me warily. Really hounding me for answers, huh? I try to put an arm up and defend myself, as that's not my purpose, but he continues before I speak. I'm just messing with you, Wyatt. We're friends, right? My power, and you know it's not an actual power yet as I'm not an angel, but my absolution skill allows me to summon a being from my nightmares, the depths of my mind. It brings the person or thing to wherever I am at. My eyes go wide. I heard something similar from Virgil when he spoke about what happened to him in Abraham and Stark Bluffs, but I figured it was something special about the stalwart spine, not Abraham. Wow, really? Does that mean you can summon anyone to you regardless of where they are? Abraham raises a hand to calm me down, his pale hair matching his pastel skin. Cool it down a bit, Wyatt. I think I can pull them from wherever, but I'm pretty sure they have to be alive as I focus on their body and presence. But there is quite a restriction. They have to be a part of my nightmares. So, the ability is useless as the only ones who own a spot within that dark recess of my mind are the councilmen of the High Table. I look away, disappointed by the revelation. But maybe that isn't the limit of his skill. Something always lies under, right? But as I look away, I spot a familiar tree, one with bites into it, seemingly by a human. My mind flashes to that hallucinogenic haze I was in after Alexos left me to die. I bit a tree, didn't I? Am I near Edmund's grave? Hey, I think we're close to Edmund's grave because that tree is familiar, so it should be in that direction. You want to come with? I offer to Abraham to come with me, and he quickly nods. Of course, I have to follow you, remember? Laughing, I nod as I pull him in the right direction. It shouldn't be too far, at most an hour or so, and Abraham should be able to find our way back easily. Mentalists have good memories, right? I don't know. I believe they are supposed to. As we walk, I return to that conversation from earlier, mentioning Abraham's newest skill. You know, that thing about your absolution doesn't have to be the end all. I found ways to use mine differently, and so did Johnny. You just have to practice with it. He nods but retorts to me quickly. Yeah, I would practice if it didn't mean summoning a fucking angel, but I see what you mean. So I'll have to find a way to skew what I can conjure with it. I frown at first, but that expression quickly turns to a smile as Abraham admits the chance for growth. The conversation sputters out soon, and we resort to walking for a while. Trees pass by us casually until I start to see very familiar things. First, trees with apparent damage, and after a time, I stumble upon the stump that I was almost executed on by that man with a large sword. We're close. So close. I find it when I take more steps in the right direction, pushing past Abraham's help. The lonely and upturned grave, courtesy of Hura's underlings. I kneel down to the ramshackle headstone made for him and reread it. Here lies Edmund Dudley, the Bloodhound, father of the blood beast, teacher of greats, slayer of the nocturne tribe. May the devil weigh in your favor. Again, I thank him, but I know it will never be enough deep down. Thank you. Abraham settles nearby to just watch me. I give him a curt nod as I move toward the partially compact dirt. Gritting my teeth, I push a smidgen of ether into my hand. But even that is almost enough for me to black out. But I force through with pure will, using that ether to strengthen my hand as I claw at the dirt, slowly reaching Edmund's body. Pounds of dirt disappear in moments as I propel my weary body forward, unearthing my teacher, the only man I'd ever be willing to call a father despite our short time together. And eventually, after almost an hour of digging, I reach his whole form, decomposed and rotting. I plug my nose and send him a quiet sorry in my mind. Then, while searching his pockets, I find what I've wanted to see in his shirt pocket for months now. Crawling backward from the dirty hole, I hold the bullet to the setting sun. An ornate thing of brass and silver with spiraling flowers all over the casing. This bullet can kill an angel without any repercussions for the shooter if it lands. The Lily's last bullet, and I know just who is going to receive it. 211. Bushwhack. Abraham and I return to the groups of wagons, the half-Nahullo taking the lead. Our walk back is silent, and I spend most of my time holding onto the Lily's bullet from Edmund's grave. Finally, after a half hour or so, we return to the wagons, Abraham remembering where they should be by now. But as we do so, I spot a fast-moving shadow running right up to the front wagon, Virgil's voice loud and clear. Abraham pulls me forward as we try to get closer to get a grip on what's happening. Johnny, we got incoming. Group of 8 outlaws. I reach the front wagon just as Johnny bursts out of it, his gun already drawn. The Iron Consul looks at me for a split second before focusing on Virgil, the scout's man, bloodied and wounded. Yet even with his injuries, he keeps his skin covered with other sheets of clothing, the many layers preventing the sun from reaching and burning him. Get Heath to check you out. Silas and I will take care of it. Virgil nods as he walks past, limping past me, and grabs my shoulder. Come on, Wyatt. You don't need to help the fight. Johnny's got it. Abraham agrees with him as I am pulled by the two of them toward the carriage with Heath and Bonfire. I can't resist due to my current weakness, and instead, I watch Johnny step down from the wagon as he bursts forward, moving with fierce alacrity into the forest ahead. Silas follows after him on foot, and surprisingly, so does Sky Swain from above, the Batto flying with sparks coming from her wings. Unable to decide my own positioning, the bloodied Virgil places me on the front of the medical wagon before stepping inside alongside Abraham, the latter likely checking on Bonfire. As he does so, he waves off his younger sister, who drives the wagon and stares at him with concern. I'm fine, just some cuts. Looks worse than it is. Erin, Virgil's healthy twin sister, grumbles beside me as I stare into the forest with rapt attention, trying to see anything of the battle about to occur. This is the first time we've run into outlaws while I've been awake, and I want to see how they fight. Stupid Virgil. He's gonna get himself killed. Wyatt, can you do anything? He listens to you, but never us. I nod and agree to what she's asking without really paying attention, my eyes catching a glimpse of a streak of lightning and an echoing shout. Next to me, Erin shifts, her face staring right into mine as she gets frustrated. You're not listening, Wyatt. Look at me. As she says me, a dozen gunshots resound, making the forest fall silent in response. Seeing that the fight is over and I didn't get to watch any of it, I turn toward her. Yeah, right, sorry. Erin sighs as her dark hair heaves with her frame. You sigiled. All you seem to care about is getting stronger, finding ways to improve, or how to best survive. I get that it's important, but you all never spend time enjoying life. Tell me, Wyatt, when was the last time you did something fun? Went for dinner with friends? Went on a date? Did something not involving ether or sigils? I try to reply with a response, but can't find an answer. I've never gone on a date, and when have I ever gone to dinner with people? The last time I did something not involving ether, I don't know. The Boone twin scoffs as she waves her hand. Then, she reaches out and grabs mine. See? How about this? After this whole vault thing, I show you how to have fun. Of course, it'll have to be in a town or somewhere relatively safe. But still, it'll be thanks for taking care of my brothers. Is she asking me out? I think so. I take a moment to look her over before I agree. Her dark hair cascades down her back in gentle waves, and her face perfectly balances softness and sharpness. The way her eyes reflect mine confidently, almost as if she's sure I'll agree, tells me she is confident and aware. She might not be doing so and instead just trying to do something nice, as she says, but it doesn't hurt either way. I nod, not seeing a reason to refuse. She's a pretty lass, and I have nothing against trying something with her. Though, finding the time to do so is something quite unlikely. Sure, that sounds like it could be fun. She smiles at me, her flowing hair bobbing alongside her head. Great. As she finishes talking, a rumble rocks the ground and shakes the wagon so much that I am flung backward. Erin reacts quickly and darts forward to catch me, keeping me from tumbling off the wagon. I nod at her in thanks as another round of gunfire emerges. Then, seeing that things are not settled yet, I lean inside the wagon, pushing my head through the canvas as I look at Abraham and Virgil. Can you toss me your rifle, Virgil? I think we still have company. I'll stay far away as I shoot, though. Virgil, having Heath wrap bandages across his whole torso littered with deep wounds, groans as he reaches over and tosses a lever-action rifle toward me. Then, he pats Abraham as the pale man jumps in shock. Sure, take care of him, Abraham. You owe me. Abraham heaves his typical sigh and stands up quickly from beside Bonfire's resting body. Of course, I'll keep you hidden, Wyatt, and I'll use a phantom of Mislow to fire arrows. Since I advanced, it's much easier to do so while keeping illusions up as my sixth sigil skill. Multitask lets me do many things at once with my mind. Having a plan sorted, we step back outside the wagon, just to meet a scream from the frontmost wagon. Abraham and I glance at each other as he grabs me and pulls me forward, jumping from our current wagon to the one in front. At this moment, his speed impresses me, but I quickly remember what he told me. He is exceptionally skilled with primary avenues of ether, including things like adrenaline surge, which I'm sure is an already higher form for him. But, unfortunately, all the time I've known him, he's been forced to divert the vast majority of his mental aptitude to the nightmares in his head, each conjuration taking debilitating effort. But no longer, that advancement he got, for right now at least, is far more beneficial than his absolution. Though, I reckon his absolution is probably helping with it all. They increase resonance and, therefore, ease of ether when using one's sigil. Now, he can simultaneously do multiple things without as much strained effort, and as he pulls me onto the top of the front wagon, a councilwoman appears before us. My muscles tighten in instinctual reaction for a split second, but they rapidly loosen as I realize this is just a nightmare of Abraham's, not the true Mislow that killed Skychaser. Before I use my rifle, however, I take a short moment to admire Virgil's weapon. The man truly has some of the best weapons I've ever seen. Although, I suppose that's courtesy of the damned he killed. This Colt, named Tenebra, is a wit lever, a highly accurate lever action made with a scope attached to the top. This third mark Colt made with nidal sigils to be quiet and have no muzzle flash is probably as expensive as a Colt a whole sigil higher in strength singly due to the scope. But as I aim the rifle in my arms toward the fighting in front of us, Johnny is beset by a half-dozen outlaws, and Sky Swain and Silas with half as many for each of the two. I say a few words to Abraham as I line up the shot on one of the outlaws getting behind Silas, as the Iron Consul can handle his own, and I don't know the Battle well enough to save her first. You know, Bonfire is gonna want to kill that council member, right? Abraham nods just as I fire, the bullet grazing right past the outlaw as many more ring out from Johnny at his enemies. And just as a burst of wind comes from beside me, an arrow flies straight at and impales the outlaw I missed with my bullet. Yeah, I know, and I'll help him. Chaser didn't deserve to die. I aim again by squinting my eye to see a trace better through the roughly made scope on the rifle and calming my breathing like Johnny has told me to do while shooting. I wait until I find an opportunity before firing, a figure stilling momentarily. Another bullet leaves my body trembling as it slams into the side of an outlaw that opens himself to my gun. I agree. What about the rest of your people? Are you human or Nahalo? Several more arrows fly, the nightmare lasting far longer since Abraham reached 6th sigil, as the pale man utters just loud enough to tune out the shouts up ahead by the outlaws. I am both and neither, Wyatt. My allegiance is not to the high table. Of that, I am sure. But besides that, I do not know. I just try to do what I feel is right, and from what I've seen over the years, Johnny is one of the few who does the same. I am a vagabond searching for a home in a world that allows none. Others like Bonfire exist for fun and games, Virgil for his family, and you for your revenge. I nod to his reasoning but go quiet as he mentions I live for revenge. Is that what he sees me as? I guess that's what I've been focused on for so long. Is that all I am? I shake my head in indecision as Silas moves to help Sky Swain with her enemies, the female Batto having one outlaw impaled with an outstretched wing of lightning and another held into the air by her claw. But, before Silas even gets close, Sky Swain roars angrily and throws the two at the third outlaw, slamming him against a tree and knocking him unconscious. I thought she was weaker than Sky Chaser? Where did that force come from? Whatever. It doesn't matter all that much right now. I'll ask about it later. My attention stays on the final outlaw she threw as I see him somehow awake and stand, his hands shaky and almost feral. But then, he screams with rage just before my bullet enters his head. What is wrong with these people? With that outlaw dead, I shift my scope to Johnny just to see the half-dozen that were sieging him laying across the dirt of the Andrice forest, blood pooling around him. I smile as I make my way down the wagon to see what happened. The fight should have ended long before the outlaws got anywhere close to the wagons. Abraham follows me down, his nightmare dispersing as he jumps off the wagon with an effortless landing. I do the same if everything didn't hurt so much right now. Fucking ether saturation. I can't wait for it to be over. Leaves crunch underfoot as Abraham and I come to Johnny, the sharpshooter inspecting the dead bodies with a grim expression. I hear shouts from behind as well. The voice of Heath is unmistakable even if I can't listen to what he's saying. It doesn't sound urgent though, so I first talk to Johnny. What happened? Didn't you guys fight them far away? How did they get so close? Pants come from my right as Silas and Sky Swain saunter over, the latter with claws and metallic wings covered in blood. I give her a curious glance as Silas pipes up in Johnny's place, the sharpshooter still focused on the bodies. We did. There were close to 20, which Virgil alluded to. None were above 5th sigil, though, so it wasn't too bad of a fight. But just as we got close to the wagons, a dozen came from nowhere, almost as if hidden in an illusion. The second had a 6th sigil and a few 5 THS, which Johnny took care of. Don't know why they didn't just wait a bit longer to attack the wagons. They weren't that far away. My mind starts spinning the moment Silas mentions illusions, and I meet Johnny's gaze as he stands tall from the bodies. I swarm the forest with my gaze as I momentarily crank Daydream to break illusions, blood coming from my nose and my legs wobbling as I do so from the pain. Abraham catches me before I fall, however. But I don't see him even with the bit of ether used. I don't see Alexos. So I answer Silas' curiosity, an answer of my own, the figure in question almost inevitable. I know why. The person who made them invisible must be Alexos. We are back in Tornridge. After all, he has probably been waiting for us, sitting in that raised town or whatever. Johnny nods at me as air leaves his lungs filled with terrible words. Yeah, we're in for some shit on our way to the vault. Those outlaws? They were corrupted by darklight. They are recent enough not to show it in their movements, though. Look at that one's neck, and you'll see. Another, say, 12 hours, and we'd have some dreadmarked and taintrot to take care of instead of simple outlaws without training. His hand points to a nearby corpse, a bullet placed square into his neck, revealing a small fragment of light tainted with the dark that leaks out. The discovery makes us gasp with shock, my brain working overtime to rationalize what's happening. How? Alexos brought them, right? So how could they be motherbound? And one so recent they haven't even wholly transformed? Is he? A shadow coalesces beside us, a familiar face stepping out from the shaded movement. Virgil finishes my words as the man holds his arm to his chest in a wounded manner. He might be a motherbound, but there is still no guarantee. A manipulator could have escaped alongside us, using Blightraven's fog to leave Stark Bluffs. They are also known for twisting others to work for them. So there is a chance Alexos is still sane or as rational as he can be. Someone like him would probably even become a manipulator or a two-face. Virgil takes a short pause as he looks at us four before leaning in and cupping his mouth so that no one else can hear, ether connecting his hands to our ears. When he does, the world goes silent except for his words. But those outlaws weren't what hurt me. Those were only what chased me. I made it all the way to Raystown without being spotted, and that place is a fucking nightmare. It's safe, cheery, and calm on the surface, but once I got inside and looked deeper, it was horrific. There are churches with people crucified for not listening to the mother below and houses decorated with the bones of heretics that they found. Shit is so wrong. That manipulator either beat us here or was here from before what went down up north. The Nightshade, the name of his newest sigil revealed to me yesterday, finishes as he pulls his ether back to his hands. Silence reigns for several moments as we look at each other in shock. So the town was reduced to that? What about Ray Olive, the hindrance that was said to be the guardian of it and kept the other forces away, like demons and pygmies? Abraham is the one to bring that up, but he does it mentally, his voice entering our minds all at once without prior indication. What about the Fortune Son? Is he dead? How did the manipulator get past him? All that Virgil does is shake his head before motioning toward the wagons. I don't know. I didn't see him, but we best get moving. Raystown isn't far from where Wyatt said the vault should be. Johnny nods to Virgil and motions us all to return to the wagons and get a move on. I agree. Get some rest, everyone, especially you, Sky Swain. Don't run yourself dead to keep up. I know Skychaser's death hit you hard, but the deal stands. Your people will be safe as long as I stand. Okay? But before everyone heads out, Virgil says one last thing. Also, I heard someone talking in Raystown a day ago about a Blackreach quartet fighting against Myriad. The description of a bloody angel, a noxious vixen, and solidified fate sounded a whole lot like Edward Dudley, Primrose, and Earl. I didn't hear anything about Elizabeth, though, but I assume she's the fourth. Johnny and I smile at the news before the sharpshooter waves us to disperse. It's a relief to at least know they are fine. I don't know what they are doing with Edmund's son fighting against an angel, but it must be important. Skyswain's eyes go up and down, the cultural nod of a Bato, before she walks away, an apparent limp in her gait. And as she walks away, I see deep cuts into the steel wings that make up her back. Damn, I didn't know she was going so hard into it all. I turn to talk to Johnny, but Virgil pulls me away with a tight smile and a deadly harsh voice. So, I heard you asked my sister out. Huh, how did he? Oh, I'm dumb. All that blocked us was canvas. Aaron, she knew. I try to sputter out an answer, words stumbling out in a way I didn't think I could even do so. I stare at Virgil as I see his mouth twist upward, a vertical pull on his lips that he can't quite keep down. Then, as if unable to keep the rouse going, Virgil laughs and pats me on the back, severing the tension in one fell swoop. I'm just messing with you, Wyatt. I don't care who Erin dates, plus I doubt it's serious. I'm pretty sure she feels bad for you, kiddo, and wants to show you a good time. His words both calm me down and simultaneously sadden me for some reason. Did I want the date to be serious? Maybe. I've never had one before, but I guess it's probably better that it's not. I have too much to worry about to do that sort of stuff. A single night of fun would be fine, though. But as I turn to reply to Virgil, a gunshot rings out that brings me back to reality. Johnny goes over each of the dead outlaws, putting a bullet in their skulls to ensure they're dead. How grim. Hard to want to date anyone when that's the reality. I don't know how Johnny ever managed to have a kid, let alone my father. I mean, he lived on the frontier his whole life, right? When did he ever have the time to have a relationship, let alone a child? Oh, right, he didn't. That's why he left me with a clone of a demon. 212, Illumination. I feel oddly reminiscent as I step down the creaky steps into the old cellar I shared with Edmund for a few days. Back then, I knew so little. During the days I spent in training and comfort, he ruthlessly fought, keeping the wave of monsters, outlaws, and occasional demons at bay. Back then, this place was so dark, something I could only see through with candles lit or the door open. But with just my altar sight of chains, everything is revealed to me instantly. The rat in the corner, hiding from intruders, is the most obvious, but I do notice something else. A piece of paper was placed on one of the weathered tables in the back. I walk over to it as Johnny steps down into the cellar as well, his eyes taking in the place I told him about just a few hours ago. After just a few seconds of walking, I reach for the paper and grab it, lifting it to my eyes. Should you find this, Killian? Know your son is alive. It has been many years since we saw each other, but I hope you are well. Time does much to the mind, and for one such as you, I'm sure you're a different man from the lackadaisical one I remember. Just don't let the boy wait too long. He needs you, friend. I can see the hidden pain behind his eyes that even he does not yet understand. He's not like you, unable to feel the world's woes. You might be able to brave any foe, but he cannot. However, I will teach him all I can until you find us. A debt owed is always paid, but I do it anyway for you, Killian. This is the last place I'll be able to leave a note or an inscription, so just know he is safe, and I will do everything I can to ensure it is so. I may be old, but I still have some tricks left. Sincerely, Edmund Dudley. My eyes water as I read the words written over 6 months ago, the time spinning from late autumn to late spring. Even Edmund held hope that my father would come, but he never did. Why? Why would he not come? Edmund was willing to die for the debt he owed Killian, but the bastard still hadn't shown himself even half a year later. I guess I learned something new, though. Edmund left behind tracks for Killian to follow, with this one being the last. Taking a deep breath, I fold the paper and put it in my pocket. Yet another thing for me to remember the old man by now that he is truly gone. When I turn around, I meet with Johnny, his eyes looking straight at a ring built out of dirt on the ground of the cellar. I answer him without him even asking. Edmund made that for us to practice with. Of course, he beat my ass quite a lot, but he never went overboard like Virgil's teachers did. Johnny nods sagely as he kneels and touches the dirt. Edmund's training is said to be the best. I wish I could have had even just a bit of it, but unfortunately, as far as I know, only 4 of his students remain, including you, the rest dead from prior wars. I shake my head sadly as we walk toward the exit, the man speaking again. Hopefully one day, we can reunite you with them. I'm sure Edward would love to meet you. I've only met him once, but the man seemed like an exact copy of you, only older. The creak of the stairs of my walking up is my only reply. I'm not sure if I'd want to meet Edward. The whole world thinks I killed Edmund, or at least that portrait of me and my abilities. I can't see that interaction going nicely. Johnny pats my shoulder once we exit the cellar, the man walking back toward the front carriage. I diverge from him and stumble back toward the medical wagon with Heath. My steps are a bit smoother from yesterday, but still weak. I left Abraham in there, and Johnny let it happen as he went into the cellar with me. But as I step toward it, I hear a conversation on the inside, one voice being Abraham's and the other, surprisingly, Sky Swain's. Don't be too loud. He shouldn't wake up yet. I stop my movement as I stand still and listen, curious about the interaction between the half Nahullo and Bado. Sky Swain seems somewhat philosophical as she asks Abraham a question. Bonfire. What was so special about such an odd man? Abraham answers not so briefly, his voice challenging to discern the meaning through the canvas. He is. I don't know. Emmett Knox just seems to gather people around him unintentionally. Johnny does it on purpose for a goal, but others, like Bonfire's small crew, who are always around this wagon, congregate around his personality. His laugh is infectious, and his personality is annoying yet joyful. The child from the slums of Blackreach burns with a fire unlike any other. I've always wondered why he joined with Johnny, as Bonfire is perfectly capable of creating his own crew or squad, but he always kept it cryptic. A low grumble comes from Sky Swain as she responds to Abraham. And it was for that Chaser died? An electric personality? I haven't seen much of that. The pale man sighs, a blunt retort coming as I hear him stand in the wagon. You haven't seen Bonfire during both the happy and stressful times. He can go from grave and murderous to jovial and kind in a minute. It seems psychotic, but it just works to raise spirits with him. Once you get used to it, it can lessen stress in the worst of times and make the best of times even brighter. I hate to admit it, but if he doesn't recover, I'll miss him making me fight and dragging me to a bar afterward. At the end of his talking, the wagons start moving again, so I have to reach up and pull myself inside, my arm trembling from the motion. I peek my head in and act like I didn't hear anything as I sit beside Abraham, a short smile on my face. The two, Abraham and Sky Swain, just shuffle to make comfortable room as the conversation grinds to a halt with my entry. My attention transfers to Bonfire's resting form, his chest projecting up and down with gradual movement. Finally, I try to restart the conversation on my own. How are you doing, Sky Swain? Does it feel good to be out of Stark Bluffs? The Batto gives me a short, murderous glance before shifting to something softer as she realizes the harshness. I am doing fine. I should get back to scouting, though. Good day. I reach out and try to stop her from leaving, but blue sparks cover the steel feathers on her back as she steps out of the wagon and leaps into the air. Once I concede she's not coming back, I turn to Abraham. Hey, why'd she go? A gradual build appears on Abraham's lips as he laughs. She doesn't really like talking, Wyatt. I'm also pretty sure she feels guilty for being so useless to help her mate. I can understand the feeling quite well. I grow silent as my gaze lies heavy on the sleeping Bonfire. It feels so quiet without his constant nagging, the twin duo of Otto and Marion, and the noisy Vernon. I hope at least he gets better. I don't know how much I agree with what Abraham said about Bonfire's personality, but then again, he spent far more time with the pyro than I have. After a few moments, I lean my head back in the wagon, Dakota still sleeping on one of the seats from earlier beside me, and I drift off for a quick nap to pass the time. The faster I get to that damn vault, the better. And we're getting really close. I step off the wagon, the series of wooden carriages Cicate had hidden before entering Stark Bluffs, saving us time and effort. Before my eyes is a remote cabin surrounded by various training gear. Things look damaged and thrown all over, but nothing is completely destroyed, not even Edmund's house. As I stroll closer, Johnny walks along, his eyes taking in the building as the groups of people behind us unload their gear. We plan on staying here for a while to gather everything we can, but as I get nearer to the cabin, Johnny speaks, his feet almost instantly bringing him to the closed door. His hand runs along the wood with a kind of reverence. Incredible. I've heard of people who can leave behind lingering ether, but they are all angels. Even I don't know how to do that yet, but Edmund could as a third sigil. I move up next to Johnny and notice intricate lines of chains built into the wood of Edmund's cabin. An idle power in this would reminds me of the weird effects within the house. Gently, I push Johnny aside as I open the door. Probably best if I do this. I've been in before. After all, who knows what Edmund left behind for intruders? Johnny nods and lets me do so, leaving me with even more admiration for my teacher. I have no idea how inscriptions work. All I know is it requires living strand ether, the same requirement for excavator. For Edmund to achieve such a thing, had the old man been given a chance to become a hunter a decade earlier, in his 20s instead of his mid-30s, I'm sure we'd have another pillar. Had he started even earlier, who knows? I nod with agreement, my adoration for my teacher at a level that could never be toppled. His control of ether was so incredible, he could keep up with those far beyond his sigil. I wonder, though, why is it so hard for the old men to advance? Why is it so much more common for young people to grow than the old? Unable to find a quick answer, I seek on in the cabin. My legs carry me into the place once the door opens. My breath hitches for a second as I look at it all. The chairs, tables, and fireplace. Everything inside appears to be the same as we left it. But I do notice something different. The altar site of my chains allowing me to see glowing ether beneath my feet, rippling with my steps. I don't know the effects, but I'm sure they're powerful. So why didn't we just stay here? This cabin must be a fortress of some kind to have such intricate ether working within it. Maybe he was unconfident about keeping it going against a united force. It would have just been Edmund holding everything running. After all, one mishap, and we'd both be locked in to die. I walk through the small house, Johnny cautiously behind me as we investigate it for any changes. Nothing seems to be different. Even the hallway of rooms is just as trippy as last time, the space stretching to fit more than it should. I laugh as I see the angel gobsmacked at the effect. There is no way Edmund did this. How? What? Seeing him unable to understand what is happening, I pull him toward where I remember the vault's entrance to be. I push aside the carpet in the way and place my hand roughly on the spot by the fireplace that he did, my memory working overtime to be correct. For a second, I worry that I forgot, but after a rumble, the floor slides away to reveal the ladder that goes down into the vault with alcoves of still-lit lanterns illuminating the pit. I climb down first, taking the lead in case of any traps. I do remember Edmund saying something about how difficult it is to break into the vaults. Still, I don't know if it was solely because of their durability or dangerousness. It doesn't hurt to be careful. Rung after rung, I make my way down, Johnny just above me. I can hear people talking and setting our stuff up outside. Everyone excited about what's in the vault, which only thrills me more. When I was here the first time, Edmund only let me near the weaker claymore and colts, not allowing me to step close to the higher flams and marks. And as I reach the end of the ladder, my feet hitting the ground, I can't help but smile as I turn to face the vault. But as I bear a glimpse at it, I'm forced to cover my eyes, the twisting lines of ether in my vision of chains so blinding it hurts. Squinting my eyes as Johnny lands behind me, the sound of his boots on stone, I finally get a peek at the vault after so long. The 12-foot-tall door made entirely of dark steel with a handle made out of a similarly colored and textured wheel meets us. I step toward the vault as Johnny, with an uncharacteristic tremble in his voice, proposes to me a question. Did Edmund ever say which vault this was? Curious at his demeanor, I turn and reply, yeah, I think it was the 7th of the Southwest or something. Why? Johnny's eyes widen at my words, and I can visibly see his hands shake as if grasping for something. Wyatt, vaults were only built in the Southwest. The nightly sentinel, the man who was the prime before the swarming wastelander, started building them in the Southwest, placing them where we were most likely to lose territory. He only stopped because war broke out and he was needed. My mind starts turning, the gears working on remembering something Johnny mentioned long ago. I can't help but smile as the words come to the forefront. The first 10 vaults had legendary weapons placed inside, each made by Prime himself. Each is said to be crafted with at least 7 sigils, something that never occurred before the Nightly Sentinel, as human craftsmanship was not yet up to par with artifacts until then. I mean, it still isn't, but the gap has been massively closed since then. At the time, I thought he meant 7 as in the 7th of this area, not the 7th in all. That means, Johnny steps forward toward the vault door, an excited shout leaving him. Get this thing open, Wyatt. Edmund was guarding a fucking lumen. My heart quickens. A lumen. The name for the absolute greatest works of craftwork from humanity. Pieces that are so brilliant, they illuminate the world. Coined by Arnold Pindler, the Nightly Sentinel. As far as I know, only 11 exist. 10 were made by Arnold, of which only 4 are possessed by humans, the rest scattered or lost, and the other one by Eli Weiss. Each item is just as legendary as an arca, the angelic artifacts. I step forward and place my hand on the wheel of steel as I feel it prick my hand to draw blood, the needed key. But I ignore it as it does so, my mind spinning through the 5 known lumens, each denoted by their power from Arnold, with Eli's at last as it was not made by a former prime. Coiled steam, the 11th lumen, made by Eli Weiss, acts as a suit of coiling armor capable of firing steam jets to kill foes. 30 years ago, it was the first armament before the Pygmies stole the idea and mass-produced them with their craftsmen. Steel Horde, the weakest lumen made by Arnold, the 10th. It is a claymore made to fit onto the wrist and is entirely concealable, able to turn into any weapon imaginable. Park Callahan, the Pillar of Northene, a small territory by Gravescross, owns this lumen. Mind Splitter, the 9th lumen, is a cult capable of piercing flesh and the mind. Laura Crease of Gravecross wields Mind Splitter aptly enough to be the only territory not ruled by a pillar, though she does have help from 2 other forerunners. The following 5 are unknown, either lost or stolen by other races, but I figure since this is the 7th vault, we may get the 7th lumen. The 3rd lumen is Ocean's Tempo, the legendary claymore that gave Maddox Adkins, the Sea's Shadow, his initial fame. Nowadays, it's said it's hard to tell what is the claymore and what is him, the two so perfectly entwined on Lawless Lake, but its power focuses on water, hurricanes, and ice. The second is lost to time, some thinking it never existed to begin with. And finally, the mightiest yet most dangerous lumen, Demon's Bane. This is said to be the pinnacle of human handiwork ever. It is made with 9 sigils, something impossible to even imagine for most. With 0 contention, the blade is meant solely for combat. Even the Hallowed One, Ed Summers, a virtued angel himself of 8 sigils, can only draw the sword when it is allowed to sate itself on blood. When Demon's Bane is unsheathed, it must kill. The Prime gifted the claymore to Ed when he held the invasion of the Nahullo almost 50 years ago. Every time Ed draws the blade, however, his lifespan is said to wane. So he doesn't fight as he used to and is relegated to a weaker pillar. But the swarming Wastelander has no need for weapons. His ether alone suffices for any foe, even those millennia-old demons in the wilds. By the time my thoughts end, the door is already unlocked, the streams of ether converging as I absent-mindedly twist the metal wheel. And before Johnny and my eyes, the vault opens with a loud clank and creak, the door opening inward to reveal the weapons within. And just like last time, I'm amazed by the dozens of weapons within, each possessing at least 1 sigil and radiant with ether. But in a glass case toward the back burns a menacing magenta. The chains of the flintlock revolver are so shining in my vision that it is the only thing I can see. It is made with cherry-tinted wood, the color of the stain fighting against the magenta-colored chains as the 6-cylinder flintlock, obviously made over 100 years ago, sits with air-stilling intent. The barrel seems to be a dark black, one completely unadorned with any flourish or symbols, just an abyssal black that draws in the mind. I glance at Johnny and nod to him. The angel smiles like a child in a candy store. "Get your gun, Johnny." I follow behind him as I read the label on the case holding the weapon inside. The 7th, Fate Sealer. 213, Unknown Cloth. Fate is a collapsing mountain, constantly trying to remove us from this world. It is almost as if we were never meant to exist. Yet, our creations hold us firmly within this reality. So, may the children of tomorrow fight even if all else is destroyed. Crafted, and sigiled, and inscribed by Arnold Pilner. The inscription upon the Fate Sealer's case. I walk in Johnny's steps toward the fateful colt, the cherry wood of its handle beckoning me. I gradually slow as Johnny's hand lays against the glass case. His head turns to me briefly, his eyes red and bloodshot. Shrugging my shoulders, I lean toward the case, touching it with the bloody palm as another prick of pain erupts on my finger. Ow! I rip my finger back as Johnny's head turns from the colt to me. Something wrong? Do we need to leave? My pupils land on my hand, a tiny blob of blood leaking from my index finger. I shake my head, pretty confident that it is a similar phenomenon to how the door opened. Yeah, I think. A wailing cry of glass makes my ears crinkle with discomfort as the glass case interrupts me, the transparent material somehow sliding down into the ground. The moment it opens, Johnny's hand darts toward the colt, the man evidently too excited to control himself. I step back with widened eyes just in case something happens. I flinch in preparation for anything as his fingers meet the wood of the Fate Stealer. Johnny has always been a paragon of self-control to me, but right now, as his hand grips the lumen, I wonder if that is all just an illusion. No, surely not. Guns have always been his vice, something he fiddles with while stressed and fights with to relieve that stress. To him, a gun such as this is more than a weapon. It's a future. And so, with bated breath, I observe the angel's fingers run over the wood. A second passes as he holds the Colt, then 2, then 3, and finally 5 before I breathe out. Is it okay? Johnny nods vigorously, his movements so animated he almost knocks into a nearby weapons shelf. Yes, better than okay. This thing, he is amazing. His wording makes me think of the lily. Another Colt addressed with such a term. Is it sentient? Johnny's head pauses for a second before shaking. Not quite. I think it was at one point, though. From what I can sense with my ether, the Colt seems old, weathered, and tired. Maybe the years did damage to it? I mean, time ruins all, right? I bob my head along with him as a pit is conjured in my stomach of disappointment. It's damaged? After all this? Is the lumen damaged? What about all the others? This one has been in a glass case the whole time. Unlike Maddox's famous lumen, Ocean's Tempo, that bastard sword has been thrown in the ring with him as its owner many times. So, is it broken? Can it still shoot? This time, Johnny is the one to shrug his shoulders, the man still inspecting the Colt with his eyes and ether. I don't think it's broken. I think it was never entirely made. It feels incomplete, almost as if. He goes quiet, his voice fading into obscurity as I'm left here staring at him, staring at the gun. As if what? Johnny looks up at me and finishes his words with a flourish of Fate Sealer, the 6-cylinder centerpiece of the Colt being flung out. Oddly, the chamber size doesn't appear to fit standard rounds, either. I think that Arnold wasn't able to complete the Fate Sealer. It only has one gambler. For something of such grandiosity, I think it was meant for more, just that the previous prime didn't have the time or gambler sigils to elevate it to the level of Demon's Bane. People used to talk about Arnold's ambitions to create 10 weapons, each with the power that could rival a prime. Sadly, not one of them reached that level, not even Demon's Bane. Still frustrated at not having an honest answer, I wave my hands toward him. But Johnny ignores me and returns to the glass case, leaning down and picking up a box. So, does it still work? Or is the 7th lumen a dud? Should we just go find Earl, wherever he is, or... The gun enthusiast raises one hand to shut me up as he opens the box with the other, revealing an ornately decorated wooden frame with at least 24 bullets inside. He enunciates as he loads the revolver-shaped flintlock. It works. It just only has 2 abilities, unlike all the other lumen. The first is that a missed bullet will converge fate. The second is each bullet seals a slice of a target's fate, gradually weakening even the most powerful foe. I can only raise an eyebrow at his cryptic words. I'm no poet. What? Johnny laughs as he closes the cylinder and motions for me to look for something. The not yet formed mind within told me that as if it was tapered to only say those things. So I figure it means missed bullets will curve and hit the intended target, similar to Earl's skills. The other one likely means that each time I hit, even if I don't kill the target, I'll likely drain something from them. Vitality, ether, willpower, or something else I don't quite understand. Now, stop worrying about my things. Go find yourself something. I nod to him and step away through the dimly lit armory, my eyes scanning the dusty shelves for a weapon. That glass case was the fanciest thing here. Everything else is primarily dusty without Edmund to take care of the place. The air is thick with the musty smell of old metal, and I can feel the weight of history pressing down on me from the knowledge that this place was made by a prime and the hope he left inside it. I need to find something quickly, though, something that will give me a fighting chance against whatever foe I may face. My current claymore, the steel brick I left by the wagons, is good, but I want something better. It's heavy and unwieldy, and while I find it fits me quite well, I don't know. I just need something else. Probably a Colt since the intervention was destroyed. And so, my gaze falls upon a collection of old revolvers, their wooden grips polished smooth by years of unuse in preparation for their inevitable servitude. I pick one up and run my fingers over the barrel, feeling the cool metal beneath my touch. It feels heavy and solid in my hand, and I know it will pack a punch. Diving a bit deeper, I glance at the tag where it is sitting. Python, 2nd Mark Colt, Rogue and Freak. leaves behind a poison, and has higher penetrative power than most other cults. Shaking my head, I pull myself from the cult. There is no point in inspecting it further. I merely looked at it out of curiosity. I could just scan the room, looking for the highest color of the rainbow. Still, I don't want to miss something with a fantastic ability implanted into the weapon by its sigils. So, I moved down the row of shelves, my eyes darting from one weapon to the next. I see muskets, the earliest form of Colts, swords, halberds, and even battle axes, weapons more typical of the Nahalo. But none of them have anything special about them. It's all just extra power, speed, flexibility, or some other thing like poison. Nothing with that specialty. Am I asking for too much? I don't want something as cool as Johnny's Colt, but I do want something interesting. I know that it is difficult to make weapons with functional abilities beyond such primary components, but I know it is also possible. The lumen is an example, so I continue to look even as my hope dwindles. Closing my eyes so I am not tempted to walk toward the dark blues of the sixth sigil, I take a deep breath and let my instincts guide me. My steps bring me around as I maneuver with my hand as my directory, telling me what I'm walking past. I feel sharp blades, dull clubs, pointed edges, and smooth barrels, but still, nothing calls to me. The skills bestowed by these weapons aren't anything special enough to be worth using over my current claymore. Every cult is also competing with the eventual blooming lily that I will have. Might as well plan for success, eh? But even after several minutes, I still don't find anything. And at this point, Johnny has gone back to the surface, I'm sure, to practice with his new cult. I'm not jealous. I'm not. Really. I swear. Nah, not at all. Maybe a bit, but I mean, come on. This is my vault now, right, Edmund? Did you leave anything for me? I cannot help but speak to the old man as I sit on one of the tables with weapons laid out for easy pickings, courtesy of Johnny, while I was searching for my own earlier. And as I sit at this table without a response from the dead man, I groan and lie down on the table, pushing aside some weapons. My eyes roam the vault again, but this time upside down from my lying position. As I do so, I notice something in the far corner, a long coat on a coat rack. Why is there a coat in here? That's not Johnny's. It's dark blue, a very dark blue. And that's not even mentioning the light blue chains I'm only now noticing. I sit up almost instantly, the discovery so foreign I struggle to fathom it. Clothing with a sigil? What? Is it an artifact of some kind? The most substantial resentment in a dead sigil can form into items, though incredibly rarely. The demon's heirlooms and the vial made from Edmund's body are exquisite examples. Confused, I weave through the shelves with my eyes locked on the coat as if it will disappear should I look away, which is entirely possible if it is indeed an artifact. The shits are so bizarre. You never know with them, but as I get closer, it doesn't disappear. It just sits still, and when I get within a foot, I notice that it also has a tag similar to all the weapons in the vault. I reach out and gingerly raise the label to read it. Adumbril, 5th Threaded Bulwark, 3x Nidal, 1x Rogue, 1x Prowler. Increases the wearer's speed at night and can turn the wearer into shadow with enough ether injected. The material is tough enough to stop low-caliber bullets and protect against minor injuries. The description on the label wrests away any caution I had as I hefted off the coat rack. Sliding my arms into the sleeves of the supernatural overcoat, I feel the cool, sleek fabric enveloping my body. The coat is a deep, mesmerizing shade of shady blue, reminiscent of the vast expanse of midnight skies. Its surface is rough, while the inside is soft, a strange counterbalance. As I pull the coat over my shoulders, a tingling sensation courses through my skin as if the very essence of shadow seeps into my being. I can feel twinges of ether run along the fabric in small amounts, barely caressing my body. The material clings to me, conforming to my contours like a second skin. It is simultaneously firm and yielding, offering a protective embrace. I can't help but grin with elation. Maybe this will help me get hurt less. Next, I cinch the coat's buttons in front, the action taking only a short instant. Then, almost ignoring the unknown words on the label, I take a moment to savor its ethereal presence. Despite its apparent weightiness, it feels weightless against my body, as if it is composed of whispers and echoes of the night. I run my fingers along the collar, tracing its sharp lines, contours, and marveling at the craftsmanship that went into its creation. I pinch it with my hand before inspecting it with ether, and the coat feels harsh to the touch on the outside despite its surprisingly controlled temperature inside with an odd softness. I can't quite tell if the coolness is from the shadowy nature of the sigils within or an effect of whatever fabric the coat is made with. But I'm not going to complain about any of it, even if I thought sigils couldn't be imbued into such significant works. This coat is so much bigger than a shotgun or rifle, and I thought that was the limitation. And so, with this adumbral on my frame, I walk back to that table with the weapons, giddy about the result and eager to see what turning into a shadow is like. But I wonder, is it like Virgil's rapid pace in the dark? That man seems to move like a bullet if he covers himself with gloaming. To do so, though, I must eliminate this damned ether saturation bugging me these past few weeks. Good thing these vaults come with a few concoctions loaded in, 5 concoctions, and 1 serum for this one. Unfortunately, for the future, both Blake and I are taking 1 each, which is reducing the 5 to 3. Had there been a serum when I passed out trying to save Bonfire, I'd be fine now, but sadly, those are scarce, even among such rarities as a vault. And so, I grab one of the concoctions and sit in a nearby chair. Then, I take a deep breath as I roll up my pant leg and bring the concoction toward my leg. My breath hitches as the needle gets close, the memory of the lava-like liquid etched into my mind. The pain of it makes me squint, unsure if I should relive it. Focus. Think about this unbelievable coat you got. To use it, you need to inject yourself with the concoction. Yeah, I'm fine. It'll be fine. I've already used a bunch before, right? What's another one? With a burgeoning confidence, the needle enters my skin. Then, with a breath siphoned through my mouth, I apply pressure toward the syringe. For a moment, all is swell, and then, a moment later, fire emerges inside my veins, the abyssal liquid of the concoction deceptively searing. Gritting my teeth, I almost fall off the chair from the pulsing sun within my flesh. I feel the heat thumping through my veins, a molten fire threatening to consume me from within. It is almost as if I am a volcano, the burning earth and the scorching sun all at once. My body trembles as the heat surges through me. I struggle to contain the concoction as it boils away the remaining ether within my sickened flesh. I can feel the abyssal sticky liquid coursing through my innards, a fiery torrent that rages unchecked. It sears my flesh and burns away my ailment, leaving only rawness in its wake as I shiver on the ground, the chair long gone. With each passing moment, my control slips further and further away. But just as my vision darkens, I feel the wave of heat recede, allowing me to notice that I've drenched the floor with my tears. With a growing soreness, I stand and wipe away the watery fluid beneath me so that no one else will know. Then, with struggling legs, I reach inside myself and pull a strand of ether, eager to see if everything is better. And it is, the substance reacting faster than ever before, even if my body still feels quite raw. I try to rub the muscles on my arms, but I quickly get off track with the harsh texture of the coat and start to gather ether to use its trait. I still don't know how it works, so it might take a while. But as I look it over and flow ether into it to find its core, I rethink the traits. The trait for sigils 1 to 3, the increased speed, then the trait for sigils 4 to 6, the shadow movement thingy. Most creations by craftsmen, no matter how good, follow the rule that items imbued with sigils are far weaker than a person. The abilities both diluted and limited in number, generally limited to 1 per realm. But in just a minute or so, I find the core, a bundle of 1 metamorphosed sigil and 2 singles within the fabric of the chest pocket. And with the center located, I push ether into it with a large volume, a small spike rising in my head from the recency of my saturation. A complete second passes before my vision abruptly turns wavy and full black and white as if everything is within a photograph. Confused, I raise my arm but see nothing, just a vague blob of darkness. Next, I reach forward toward the candlelight nearby, and the shade becomes more tangible and visible, a massive pull on my ether that I'm forced to maintain. Without a firm grasp on ether manipulation and a robust body for ether, someone would likely only be able to use this shadow thingy for a few seconds before being ripped out. And if they entered the light, it would be an immediate break of the skill. I smile as I push more ether into the heart of the coat, the streams of ether reaching a new high with the recent increase in my level of control from my saturation. But, of course, the difference would be even more prominent if I had time to slowly recover instead of just taking that concoction. So, as my vision darkens further, I grin and move toward the ladder, the movement within the shadowy form surprising me with the speed boost. It feels almost like I'm a cloud of gas, bereft of any weight. Oh, stealthy and fast? I think I'm starting to really like this coat. I should go and surprise someone with it. 214. Coming War. Earl Garner. With shivering hands, I clutch the top of a dynamite strap and put the highly explosive material into the pipe I made only an hour prior, the literal ground shaking as I do so. My eyes flicker up to Primrose and Edward as the two of them fight against Myriad, the war of attrition still ongoing. Even as I light the stick of the bomb with my ether, something a little extra added to the mix inside the pipe. I lament what Primrose got us thrust into. Couldn't she just say no? Elizabeth is beside me, hurriedly packing together different materials the blood beast had some of his followers get for me. Each one is rare and, combined with dynamite, makes something far hotter, brighter, and more, well, earth-shaking. Though, I save my precious Crimfear for coltsmithing for later. Then, channeling ether into my hand, I marionette the bomb right in front of Primrose a few dozen feet away to stop the onslaught of Myriad's madness as I peek out from a disgusting wall of congealed blood. Then, without seeing the result, I duck under the wall, holding onto the blood as Elizabeth shares my frustration. Neither of us wanted to be dragged into this war of Edwards. The siege of Blackreach, for the first time ever, is internal. Usually, outside forces besieged it, but this time, a war wages between two angels, Myriad and Edward. They fight for supremacy and the right to rule how they want, one maddening tyranny and the other resolute peace. And from what information Edmund picked up lately, apparently, another is coming to join the battle, the newly emerged Lennon Hull seeking to kill both the fighters. And so, zero worries for the new sixth, sigiled Primrose thump alongside my heart, as I half wish she gets hurt by the explosion. But no, of course not. The lady becomes an expansive green mist as the detonation rocks the world again, vibrating my vision and ringing my ears. Once the ringing abates, I lean up and over the wall to see that the splits that were near the bomb are all gone, with Primrose pushing forward to finish the remaining near her, noxious fumes coming from her hands and elbows as she dances between the splits. On the other end of the ruined street is a battle I have no right joining. Floods of blood meet surges of flesh, the ether from Edward creating sanguinity to fight against the mad angel's power that allows him nearly infinite duplication. The tumbling of stone and concrete from collapsing buildings tremble the ground just as severely as my explosives, only 10 times more often. Edward says he needs our help as he is still learning his new abilities and can't quite catch up to Myriad's strength, but all that ends up doing is nearly getting us killed. But as I return to behind the wall and reach out for another pipe full of chemicals to use for another bomb, I meet Elizabeth's eyes, and we both laugh. The absurdity of the situation beyond anything we could ever expect. We always thought things were chaotic because of Wyatt. Turns out, that's blatantly not true. The whole world is in shambles right now. Half the territories are reeling from the deaths of Kai, Ashley, and Howard Strafe. 2 territories lost, the demons taking Sinskreek and the Nahullo capturing Stark Bluffs, and another 2 bereft of a pillar, even if the second was exposed as a criminal, is awful. War wages within Blackreach, and I can't even fathom what is happening to Wyatt right now, but I'm sure it's way worse. On the bright side, though, one of Edward's followers, Bert, has taught me how to create cults between the bloody fights with Myriad. Of course, I still need a craftsman sigil to actually do so, but I don't think I'm all that far from advancing with everything that has been happening lately. I still haven't shown my proof, but the constant ether use and practice with manipulation to learn how to make cults has done wonders for my limit of ether use. While I've been learning how to make guns, Elizabeth has been learning to use them and claymores from Edward himself. Despite constantly using blood and shiver, the angel is almost as good with Colts as Johnny and better with claymores than Cicate. Just as I finish my next explosive and lean over the wall to throw it, my inner machinations running as always, I stop my throw with Primrose in front of me. Her lungs heave with effort as she points to her right down the street. Okay, next up, throw a bomb at Edward, then we're getting a move on. Some news just came in, and we must go right now. I wave my hands carefully, perplexed at her new attitude. What changed? She was fighting Myriad, not reading a newspaper. This woman makes me more furious than anything else in this world. What the hell do you mean? You've selfishly made us fight for months here. And now, all of a sudden, we're leaving? Where did you even hear this news? You've been fighting. Primrose snarls, her hand reaching out and yanking my shirt. The woman nearly screams at me with an entire lecture, even through the exhaustion riddling her petite form. Myriad told me that Darkstep was spotted donning steel armor by Eli Weiss through his roots and that she was headed southwest. So I shouldn't have to say anymore. And you've benefited from this too, boy. Where else could you learn from a master craftsman? I don't want to hear any bullshit. We were sent to get a coltsmith, and by the devil, will I return with one. Even if it's your dumbass boy genius. Her scream prompts me to stand tall, my legs shaky from the non-stop explosions. I yell back at her as I light the explosive and ready it toward Edward. We could have left 2 months ago when I got the fucking book and quick rundown from Bert. I don't need my hands held. Unlike you and your boyfriend, who you'd rather die for than the man you owe your life. I toss the bomb toward Edmund with Marionette as a gust of green gas buffets it and brings it to the man almost 200 feet away. The bloodbeast indeed hears my shout, but I don't care. He won't do anything to me. Primrose glares at me, her pupils rotating with gaseous fumes, and right before she does anything, Elizabeth stands and pushes us aside. Stop it, you two. What the fuck? Primrose, are we just going to leave out of nowhere? No goodbye? Primrose turns and nods to Elizabeth, her face red and sweating from the recent fight. Nowhere visible is that pink scarf she typically wears when comfortable. Yes, Edward knew we couldn't stay to help forever. We have our own battles to fight and demons to slay. That one over there is Edward's. I've spoken with Edward, and I'm sure that after we deal with whatever is happening over west, we'll come back here to finish this battle, once and for all. As Myriad is seemingly endless and his true body unknown, Johnny would be quite the counter to the wave of bodies with his downpour should he come to help. Her words eke out a smidge of logic into my mind that burrows beyond the irrational rage. Calm down, Earl. Why does she make you so angry? Is it because she wasted 2 months of your life fighting? No, it's because she did so for her own sake while saying it's not. All I want is an apology. Is that too much to ask? I open my mouth to speak again, wanting to demand an apology for Elizabeth and me, but a hand clamps my lips shut from Elizabeth. The lawman sends me daggers through her eyes, telling me to stop. She finally wakes me up from the rage as I put my hand to my head. I need to just let it go. Roll dice and all that. Yeah, okay, let's just get out of here. I can't wait to see Esther again and those cute foxes. This fucking place is really getting to me. Elizabeth nods approvingly as she agrees with me. Blackreach is entirely unlivable right now, even for us. I don't think any of us has gotten a whole night's sleep in the past month from Myriad's constant attacks. So, Primrose, how do we leave them? The way west is blocked by your ex's fight right now. The poisonous lady smiles as her hand turns into that green mist as it extends and wraps around Elizabeth and me. Then, a split second later, everything turns green, the familiar sensation of going under her skill. But unlike usual, I can hear the roar of the wind as we move, the skill bolstered by her better use of ether since she advanced. I've always been curious about her skill. The ability to turn into gas seems so mystical and unlike an ordinary sigil skill, but it is one. It's not a power or some zill, but just any old sigil skill. However, I've learned over the months with her that it comes at a cost. Almost all of her skills are based on this gaseous form or some type of poison, leaving her little besides it, at least in diversity. And, unfortunately, it also comes with many weaknesses, from water to having to hold her breath and incredible ether consumption, even if a few of them have recently been removed with her new capability to only turn parts of her to this noxious gas. I wouldn't say I'm jealous, but, oh fuck, what's that feeling? Survivalism, the skill that hints toward danger, burns within my skull of impending danger, a sinking feeling gripping my stomach. I try to yell, to warn Primrose, but within the confines of smoke. Nothing comes out from my lungs, the air immobile and unmoving. Instead, this sense only deepens, the doom spreading throughout my whole body, almost like I'm about to die. So next, I try to apply survivalism to Primrose, my ether entering the smoke, but I'm unsure if it works. The creeping rumble from within only grows, and I try to move again. Come on, Primrose. Figure it. Light burns into my retina as I feel a warmth on my leg. Dazed and with bleary eyes, I sit up to check my leg. Did I sleep too long? Primrose, I swear if you dump dog piss on me again. Instead of the rambling of a barely wake mind, I meet a creeping flame just a half-inch from my leg, the fire biting at my flesh. Panicked, I pull my leg back as awareness fills me once more. What the fuck happened? My eyes scan the surroundings only to find myself within the rubble of a burning building. The unconscious forms of Elizabeth and Primrose nearby. I scuttle over to the latter as she seems to be burnt all over, and I kneel beside her as I quickly pull out herbs and medicines to treat the wounds. It's unclear what happened, but the quiet surroundings and severely injured Primrose do not bode well for Elizabeth and me. Plus, I don't really want the lady to die, even if she's a bitch. She can be considerate. Sometimes, once in a full moon, as I spread cream from the root of a myrelem mixed with charcoal, I see the burns rapidly recovering. Again, the instinctual knowledge from shaman is terrific. It's almost like there is a guiding hand to tell me what to do for an effect. Experimenting all the time also helps, though. I even managed to create a skill to enhance the impact of salves and the like with Bert's help, Soothe. The skill only serves to bring Primrose quicker to combat readiness. But despite the disappearance of the worst burns, she doesn't wake up. Not seeing any other wounds, I spin her over and gasp as I see the result. A chunk of flesh removed near her spinal cord, the inside cauterized from whatever hit her. Shit. I don't think I can help that one too much. That looks potentially fatal. We need Heath for this, but he's not here. I'm all she has. I twist around and pull my pack beside me, opening the entirety of the sleeves and pulling everything out. My hands grab and combine, my mortar and pestle working like a sewing machine of medicine as I frantically do what I can to help. First, I apply burn cream, made from myrelem root and enhanced by Soothe. Next, I use a hematizer, a concoction of ingredients that helps blood flow and energizes the body to replenish its stores, also enhanced by Soothe. After that, I hastily brew a rejuvenating paste that I feed her slowly. Then, I continue doing another half-dozen treatments, my mind running through everything I could do to help her recover. Finally, I'm forced to stop after just a few minutes, the headache from overusing Soothe, a complicated and intensive skill. And just as I do, I hear a voice from outside the encroaching fire, something I've been pointed ignoring in favor of Primrose. I can't tell what the person is saying, but it sounds threatening. So, I wrap Primrose's arm around my shoulder and lift her up, sliding her over to Elizabeth, who seems to be in much better shape. I think Primrose's smoke shielded us from whatever the hell hit us. Then, I bring out a small crystalline solid from my pack and wave it over her nose. The woman's eyes opening almost instantly with a shout I muffle with my hand. Moving close, I whisper into her ear as she looks around wide-eyed. Someone's beyond this rubble. Be quiet. Okay? Primrose is hurt, so we need to sneak our way out. Elizabeth nods as she removes my hand from her mouth. Okay, lead the way. Hearing that she is fine and ready to go, the crystal of Hartshorn is perfect for waking people up or improving mental alertness. Devil knows I've been using it a lot to stay up. Elizabeth and I creep through the rubble, trying not to make too much noise. But even with our clumsy steps and Primrose, who we're carrying, the roar of the growing flame overshadows even the footsteps to our own ears. Slowly, we make our way through the ruins, and I peek my head out into the demolished street, my heart stopping at the sight of who lie in the nearby intersection of the road. For men stand in each cardinal direction on a crossroad, each with weapons drawn as their eyes go back and forth. The southern one closest to us holds a hand onto a sword sheath at his hip, the scabbard curved like a saber. I instantly recognize him and the man opposite him, even if they weren't here earlier. The two arrivals are both angels, and the one with a saber is raucous. Look what we have here. A four-way duel, boys. Ah, my bad. It looks like I know one of you. How you been, Edward? You been good? I bet you never anticipated me to show up like this. What do you say we remove the nasty elements from this here town? The man to the right of the swordsman, Edward, sighs as his hands cross and create a dozen daggers of blood in his hands. Sure, Lennon. Just like old times. Lennon Hull, the bladed monster who slew Eden Brown of Kuhn, licks his lips as his hand grips the handle of his blade. An ominous series of words leave his mouth as I try to stay unseen. Sounds wonderful. I could go for some bloodshed today. A few more clipped wings to help me fly. The two men across from Lennon and Edward are myriad, constantly shifting, twisting, and splitting himself as the other two talk, and Joseph Jeremiah, the scalding iron, the pillar of onyx gate, who lives there alongside the prime. Joseph stands silently, his eyes moving back and forth between all three threats as the salt and pepper-haired man draws a fireplace poker from his hip and begins to heat it up. The pillar is known for his ability to increase the heat of anything he touches to insane amounts, even flesh. Each of these four takes a few moments of brief pause to prepare for the coming battle. Edward is breathing heavily, attempting to recover some stamina as he pulls more blood from his system into the outside world. The pillar and myriad are heating and splitting up, respectively. I can feel the confidence radiating from the former and the madness from the latter. Lennon is the oddball, however, as he only does one action before the start of the battle. He merely grips the handle of his blade and slides his right leg back, getting into a stance ready to draw his sword. I've heard Lennon Hull used to be the strongest forerunner just a while ago, despite his ineptitude with ether. The man overcame that and a limited skill set purely with perseverance and constant fighting. His whole life has been spent on one battlefield or another, the most decorated trainee of the Bloodhound. The experience within that man's hand alone could drown me. So, I'm not too surprised with the lack of superfluous movements or motions of ether, but the fact that the man only holds his blade is surprising compared to the other three's activities. And from what I've seen, I'm pretty sure Joseph was the one to knock us from the sky. The creeping fire is a testament to that. But as I feel the tension rise, I realize we need to move right now. And we don't have Primrose to get us out of the battle this time. I glance back at Elizabeth briefly as a tight smile pulls on my lips. We might be fucked. Her eyebrows furrow as she has also heard everything. But before she can reply, I hear the distinct sound of a blade leaving its sheath and, consequently, a sonic boom that knocks us both into the cackling embers with a shockwave as the world is shaking before us. A slight glimpse is all I get, and within that frame of sight searing itself into my memory, I see a 10-story concrete building cut in half, grinding as it collapses. Either the fire behind or the angelic war in front. The choice is clear. As the world convulses from the impacts of steel, blood, and flesh, I take Elizabeth and Primrose and dive into the burning ruins. 215, Devil's Tongue. Wyatt Graves. Exhilaration screams through my body as I fly up the ladder, the shadowy form of a Dumbral sigil diminishing the impact of gravity. The flickering candles that wave from my movement sting a bit and pull even more ether from me. But, still too elated by the feeling of flying, I ignore it and persist upward. The shaded form of my body, a thing of coiled night, spirals and undulates as I move upward like a gaseous ghost. A noiseless laugh comes from my changed frame as I crest over the plunging pit that ushers to the vault. And once I get to the top, I see Johnny standing on the porch outside, talking animatedly to Virgil. Smiling to myself, I get low, the abyssal form turning into a condensed shadow that blends into the corners of Edmund's cabin. I feel like an amorphous blob, one that fills to fit its container. Then, I creep closer and closer as they talk, the noise inaudible due to the effects of my ether intertwined with a Dumbral's sigil. Now this really feels like a sigil in an item. Most Colts and Claymores have dull abilities, except those very high in sigil. But this is what a 5th sigiled should be capable of if they devote everything to stealth. I'm not only faster, I'm quieter, more difficult to see, and it changes the shape of my body. I love it. Now, I can finally get back at Virgil for sneaking up on me all those times. And so, I shift closer, muted and imperceptible, as I blend perfectly into the shrouded segments of the cabin. My head tinges with discomfort, the length of using the skill biting into me, but I hold on. Yet, just as I reach the door, my tenebrous finger pulling me around the doorway, I dart around the entrance to scare the two of them, only to meet their backs as they quickly walk away. Damn it, I was so close. I glance around for anyone else that might wreck my prank, but I don't catch sight of anyone paying attention to the cabin right now. Oddly, everyone is gone. Actually, the tents standing set up are empty, and without the capacity to listen due to a Dumbrel's effect, I can't tell which direction anyone is in but Johnny and Virgil, who are now breaking into a sprint. Something isn't right. I'll just follow them for now like this. I move faster with a Dumbrel's skill active, anyway. Impatiently, I stand and move out from under the porch, hastily creeping for the closest shade of a tree as I track Johnny and Virgil. Real pain bites into my back as the sun burrows radiance through my shadowed form. The pain isn't awful, as it's more like a minor sunburn, but it's definitely not something to be withstood for long periods. Neither is the harsh draw on my ether now that I'm in the sun's light. So, I move from tree to tree instead of directly behind the two to save ether and prevent my head from exploding in overuse. The difference between lightshade and direct sunlight is likely 10 to 1. Even I, with my increased capability with ether, can't endure that. The good thing about this is that not only am I hard to see, even as a shadow in the day, but I also move far faster. Without using any other skills and just focusing on a Dumbrel shadowed, I can keep up with the other two. I don't know how Arnold made this thing. Still, it's almost like all 5 sigils were combined to have a single effect, the variances being removed and harmonized. I'll have to ask Johnny about it. I'm sure he'd know more. Zipping through the forest from tree to tree for half a minute makes me truly inquisitive, however. What's happening? Where did everyone else go? I was down there with Johnny for an hour or so, then without him for half an hour to 1 whole hour at most. I see footprints in front of the duo, many in fact, but why would anyone else just leave the cabin? I'm so lost, but as I pursue after their traces, worry builds and fast overtakes my curiosity. Something must have happened. For only Johnny and Virgil to not be gone says volumes of whatever caused this absence. Virgil was out scouting recently, surveying our surroundings for danger. He probably just got back. At the same time, Johnny was perhaps distracted in the cabin, investigating the rooms that he was so interested in. Or, it's him. But could he affect Johnny's mind, even as an angel? Probably. My sigil is hellbent on perceiving the physical world, piercing through any illusions. It took me until what? 3rd sigil, with everything enhancing me at once, to break through his illusion. And even then, it was momentary, a fading thing. Should he spend time and effort preparing an illusion? I don't think even I can break out of them. Johnny, at most, has his eyes, the organs likely capable of breaking through some illusions on their own. But if the man was in the cabin, then the bastard only has to affect his hearing. Alexos could dangle the usual sounds in his ears, as he lured everyone else away with illusions of his own. It'd be simple, really. Just make it seem to everyone as if they are doing their everyday things. Walking alongside someone else, retrieving firewood, or taking a leak. Anything would work. But that still leaves one question in my mind as I chase after the two. What about Abraham? He could counter the illusions way back when, right? What about now? Did he betray us? No, he wouldn't. Oh, fuck. I forgot. Heath put him to sleep with his medicine. That's why he struck now. I wasn't present, and Abraham was asleep. Why did Johnny not come and get me? All he did was take that concoction for Blake before leaving me alone to do some other shit. Fuck, where are they? As my head burns with sunlight, more trees pass me, but I push on through the light until I find Johnny and Virgil entering a clearing. I skulk behind them, not entirely entering the diminutive field of green as I take in the sight of what lies within. A batto stands upon the top of a broken-down tree, lines of darkness running down the steely wings as they glow with cruel bravura. Its hawking eyes scan the two figures before me, its body sheening with a dark blue. A 6th sigil. But the sight of a motherbound that is likely a manipulator is the lesser worry right now, as beside him stands a dark-skinned man, one bound in the same magenta chains as Johnny. The human stands silently beside the motherbound as the batto waves its arms superfluously, pointing to the crowd of people bundled together, unmoving and unconscious. Hello, friends. I have come to offer you two a deal. I know you seek a peaceful world where you and yours no longer have to fight to eke out a living. And I'm happy to inform you that it's arrived. You need only lay down your weapons and take in the light. I scrutinize the people clustered together and sigh with relief as I notice a lack of dark light around them. I know little about Motherbound, but I am relatively sure that each has a limit on how much dark light they have to use at any given time. The manipulator must be saving it for the battle about to come. I don't know how the dozens of people, including Blake, have been put unconscious like that, but I can guess. Alexos. That means he's somewhere here, too. But I don't see him, just the Batto and the human. The one who must be Ray Olive, the fortune son. As my mind spins to rationalize how an angel fell to such depravity, I realize that Abraham is nowhere to be seen, and neither is Heath or Bonfire. Those three were off far away in the medical wagon. Were they missed? It's possible, but I shouldn't hope for it. Even if they weren't, Heath isn't a fighter, and Bonfire is still healing. Abraham could help for sure, but he's asleep. Though, I suppose that's likely why they were left alone. The insomniac will awake if alerted even minorly. I watch intensely as Johnny steps brazenly forward, drawing Fate's sealer from his holster. Virgil is beside him as he covers himself with a film of darkness, a gun in his left hand and a machete in the right. God worshippers, you're all the same. All that changes is the light you call us to. I've killed enough normal worshippers to know you are no different. Come on then, manipulator. Show me what you have in that light of yours, and I'll show you mine. Johnny finishes as I move near the trees, trying to get better positioning. The gunslinger raises his gun with lightning swiftness and fires before anyone can even move. Yet, the bullet doesn't work like normal. A fiery trail as bright as a night's star screams toward Ray before darting to the side, an invisible hand pulling it. The bullet slams into the dirt with a minor explosion, and the earth rises with a plume similar to a cannon shot as the power of Johnny's Colt is shown. The Batto then speaks once more, a creaking voice leaving his beak as it puts a hand up in feigned hurt. Ah, how rude. You seem rather powerful, gunslinger. I might just have to call back my phantom from meeting his rival to make you fall. But for now, I think what I'm doing is okay. I'm sure Mother won't mind if it takes a few risks. Ray, end him. Safern, Yearn, and Tismal take the shadow. The manipulator waves its right hand forward, a general declaring war. 3 figures rise from behind it, each with a 6th sigil and dark blue chains. That sinking feeling finally proves itself as Ray steps forward and darts into a sprint toward Johnny, a deck of cards sliding down his sleeves into his arms as he follows orders. Yes, Dominus. Meanwhile, Johnny continues to fire bullets, but they just keep darting to the sides or meet a card in the air, the paper causing the shell to detonate. Is Ray the perfect counter to Johnny? Did the manipulator plan this all? Damn it. No. Johnny just needs to get close to mess with that pull Ray has. The 3 other figures, 1 Batto and 2 humans, move toward Virgil with murder in their eyes and dark light on their bodies. Johnny only has to fight someone of his same sigil, yet more experienced. In contrast, Virgil has a much more significant challenge ahead of him. But outnumbered, outclassed, and out of his element, the Nightshade, with his family in his sight and danger, refuses to back down. Virgil flickers, his body phasing into the ground below before appearing beside one of the motherbound, a human with an elongated tongue of fire. Then, without missing a beat, a bullet leaves Vernon's old Colt as the tonguer barely reacts to stop a shot to the head and instead takes one to the arm. Virgil follows with a slash of his machete, almost removing the injured arm. But before he can do anything else, the other 2 attack. A shriek from a Batto sends Virgil into the air as the other pursues the tumbling man with an oversized arm of what looks to be rock. At this point, I act, my shadowed form coming from the trees as I dart right for the back of the shrieking Batto. My speed under the cover of the adumbral is fast enough to get me behind it before anything reacts to the invading shroud of lightless movement. And as I get a foot from it, I let go of the now painful flow of ether as I'm in the light and take a hearty gasp of air. Struggler's gasp fills my lungs with ether as the fire subsides on the tonguer's tongue. The rock crumbles from the dreadmarked's arm, and the sounds cease from the Batto. Ether flows through my body of breakneck and Struggler's defiance as I push myself as far as possible in a second. I can visibly see their chains tighten as mine loosen, and I deliver an instantaneous blast to the back of the Batto's head as it tries to turn around. But the creature tainted by dark light cannot, its head crumpling inward from my strike as it looks deformed and brutal. Still, it refuses to die, twisting to meet me before a machete removes its head from the darkness. Then, the body of one of the last Bado alive falls as a welcoming shout enters the clearing. Well, 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 I thought you to be in that cabin, but, oh, Alexos will not be happy about you escaping, little one. So, come, I have a bargain for you, one that I doubt you will refuse. The manipulator speaks to me, the battles between my two friends and their opponents still raging. I hesitate, unwilling to obey its demands, but Virgil meets my eyes, the man noiselessly speaking to me while dodging lumbering strikes from the dreadmarked and lashes from the tonguer. I'm not good at reading lips, but I'm relatively sure he said to hear it out, and I guess he's probably not wrong. Another sixth sigil joining the fight, especially a manipulator that is known for its intelligence and craftiness, could spell our end. Plus, apparently, Alexos is at the cabin right now, so we will have to worry about him too. Why is he with a motherbound bastard? So, I step away from the fighting toward the motherbound, whom Ray called Dominus, as I quickly breathe out the ether in my lungs. What a pretentious name. Fitting for a god worshipper, I suppose. When I get close, but not too close that it could strike me before I could react, it speaks. I have been waiting for you, young Graves. The mother hums in my sleep of individuals whom she wants in her cathedral. You are near the top of that list. So is that illusionist who so badly wants your life. Well, I suppose I did convince him that if he killed you, I'd revive his family. I put a hand up, not able to follow its words. However, I keep my ether flowing and my body ready to fight. This could all just be a clever rouse to lower my guard. What? Why did you tell me that? Are you? It also cuts me off, the hawk-like eyes of the Bado gazing into my pupils as if it can see my soul. I told you that, to be honest with you. You have a higher potential than that man, though he is still impressive. Of course, the mother wishes for you and him to join her willingly, but we both know the reality of this situation. The only other option in her eyes is death, for she cannot allow angels or anything higher that she disapproves of. You would never join the mother willingly. Not that she can sense your soul anyway, but that's beside the point. And just as you would never follow a god besides the burgeoning resolve within you, Alexos would never wholly kneel before any being, his goal and pride unbreakable. My eyebrows raise at the Bado's explanation, and I try to speak during a slight pause in its speech. But before I even get a word out, the creature takes out what appears to be a human liver as it continues. But I am reasonable and know how to make concessions. One day, all her dissidents will be dead, my hands or my brethren, the maker of such things, but for now, I am too weak. So, instead, I offer you a deal, a win-win for us both. Forgo fighting me, wasting my effort, and instead take this artifact. Within it lies a philosopher's sigil, something that, even with Mother's help, took great effort to find. And with that greater sigil, slay the phantom pain. The manipulator finishes as it holds out the liver, an artifact wrapped in orange chains reminiscent of third sigilled individuals. I barely even know how to react as two battles clash not that far away, both my friends fighting for their lives. Is this a good idea? No way. How could it be? The manipulator says it's a win-win, but I must be missing something. I'm ready to advance. I have been since that cave with Blytraven, but something must be off. Let's see how it acts if I refuse. And what will happen should I refuse? The Bado smiles, skin twisting unnaturally on the edges of its beak. Then you will die, and your friends will join me. So I ask only that you kill someone of equal potential, and you all may walk. I squint at the creature. The confidence is unnerving, but something is still off, my gut telling me to continue prodding. Also, what does it mean of equal potential? Is Alexos that gifted? I don't think I'm all that special, but I think I could take Alexos right now despite being a lower sigil. I remember Johnny was impressed by the man's ether usage, similar to a veteran 7th sigil, but is that really that groundbreaking? From what I remember, illusions were all he had. As long as I can break through them, I win. Now, that's easier said than done, but it stands true. And why don't you just kill Alexos and me? Ray, over there should be capable. Dominus glances over at Ray before continuing. Alexos is shrewd. He's never let me even see his actual body. Did you know he runs an illusion 24/7? I was appalled when I figured it out, for the efficiency of doing so is, frankly, inhuman. Not even mothers chosen can do that. But that's something impressive about your race. Amongst the columns of inept, some geniuses can go toe-to-toe with the other races. And among those geniuses, beyond a plethora of fallen and a horde of lifeless bodies, a monster is sometimes born, one worthy of mother's attention. I believe you are one of those, Wyatt, and Alexos is too. Another exists in the east, but he ascended before we could stop him. I have zero confidence in killing such a phantom. I could wound him, yes, but he will always manage to escape. And yet, you are uniquely suited to do so, the philosopher against the phantom, for he will not run away from you. The slime motherbound finishes as it holds the liver out for me to take once more, the claws digging into the supple organ. The pressure is tenuous, yet no blood is drawn from the organ. I can feel the temptation to take the offer, to advance, but should I? Bullets rage and blades clash just behind me, the battle only growing more decisive. But in front of me is a devil's bargain. The only question is if it's worth it. 216. Running away. Dominus stands, arms outstretched and metal wings relaxed. His beady orbs stare right into my eyes as I return the favor. One aspect still bugs me about this whole thing. Are you doing this just so I leave, and so you can kill these people freely? Dominus' head shakes back and forth, the beak of the Batto almost graceful in movement. Then, finally, he bows his head down as he makes an oath. I would never, I promise you and the mother below, Wyatt Iron Graves, that as you fight Alexos, I will do nothing to these people here. My eyes squint even further, the battle just 100 feet away or so telling me the opposite. I can feel my gut shake at the fact he knows my middle name. How does he know that? And what about those fighting? If I do this, will you stop that fight? The corrupted Batto, twisted into an infuriatingly respectful man, slowly shakes his head in refusal. That is not something I can do. Young Graves, this pact between us is one of gentlemen. A fight will transpire regardless. One can just create some guidelines to smooth out ugliness. And while I wish we could have an entirely fruitful exchange, Mother is insistent, and blood must be shed. Soon, her eyes will bloom from the twins, and if things are not how she wants, we all will wish they were so. His words don't wholly make sense, the bit about the twins enigmatic, but I can grasp what he means. Dominus, twisted by the dark light, still has a personality. Only its reason for existence is the mother below, so concessions can be made, but not entirely. This fight will happen whether I accept or refuse. The only difference will be if I'm strong enough to prevail over Alexos. And so, reluctantly, I reach out my hand. A final question on my lips before I accept this worshipper's plea. And how do you know so much, Dominus? How do you know my name, my sigil, and so many other things? The Batto smiles once more, but this time, not to himself. Instead, he beams upward, his lips creeping backward behind his beak in uncomfortable shivers. Then, his beak opens to answer me as I take the liver in my hand. Mother sees all when the twins above cross the sun, her sight and ears unlimited, of which the eclipse is coming, and soon her eyes will open. But as for your intricacies and those of your friends, the mother hears when her name is said, and as such, I can hear it too should I focus. That eminence remains for a time before fading. I can feel my skin crawl thinking of all the times I've mentioned her name, unknowing that I was drawing attention directly to myself. What kind of being can hear when just their name is spoken? What power allows that? I can't even fathom it. Can she see anyone who says her name? So truly? Is she that fathomless? Dominus nods before stepping back and waving me to the forest behind. Only those who have forged a dominion can hide from her. Well, them and you. Your soul is shrouded to her for some reason, almost as if, we're taking up a lot of time. The phantom should be close. Go, meet him and slay your better. A wave of relief fills me as Dominus says I'm also invisible to her. But if I'm invisible to her, how did I feel that pressure when I gained my absolution? Or do absolutions not come from her? If only I and the people like the Prime who have no more absolutions to commit are invisible to her, then what exactly are they? It's said they are proofs to the world, but what does that mean? I feel a tingling in the back of my mind as if I'm on the verge of some breakthrough, but I push past it and concentrate on the liver in my hand. The resonance is there, a pulling feeling toward the liver from the depths of my mind, my sigil telling me to take it. And with a glance at Dominus, the manipulator's hands up, I do. I take it because, even if I don't want to, the alternative is to fight vastly outclassed against a man skilled beyond his years and sigil, just as I am. Alexos has been on his own fighting, skulking, tricking, and lying for years, yet he has not died. I'm sure thousands have tried to put the bastard down, probably dozens stronger than I am right now. To put the nail in that coffin that is the phantom pain. A man with 2 titles yet not being an angel will be difficult. Many know of him for his tricks, evasiveness, and ability to escape any danger. But not today. Today, for Edmund, he dies. It will be so. My grip tightens as I crush the liver, unknowing even the artifact's name. As my mind reaches in and takes the trio of sigils, tossing aside the 2 that do not resonate with me. Finally, without any tricks, deceit, or treachery, I return to the cabin in a single blink of an eye. Yet, all the while, I watch Dominus, waiting, expecting him to ambush me. But he does not. The shaded walls and low light feel comforting. An escape from the dangers of reality for just a moment. But I don't allow myself to savor the moment of peace. Instead, I take my steps toward the tome, relishing in possibly the last time I may ever arrive here. There are talks about it being destroyed somehow. And if a creation of a fallen god is to be broken, it is likely to happen when the mother opens her eyes, as Dominus put it. My eyes take in the incomprehensible text of the tome as words enter my mind, each hammering home my new strength. The reader of this page now plants their feet steadily onto their 5th step of the stair, the Knave, and for that, I congratulate you. Your 5th sigil towards freedom and toward limitlessness. The forthright escapist. The escapee in a world that prevents release. Able to open their mind to that which may never be. Able to release your mind of its limitations, spiraling your thoughts to eternity's edge where each thought is everlasting. The escapist is still in reality's prison, their minds leaving the bounds of fact to find freedom. Your boundary of conducted ether has prospered further, your mind and body capable of withstanding the eternity of thought you may now possess. Your eyes have grown furthermore. Still, 3 figments, yet their sibylline rises in succor. Even if you can glimpse eternity, pondering should always be an act of caution, not desperation. One added boon exists for my dear forthright escapist. Your absolution is approaching the singularity. Henceforth, when you breathe your gasp, your skin, bones, and viscera shall fortify to be more capable of withstanding your defiance. May your journey, while certainly filled with manipulations, be glorious, long, and worthy of my aid. I finish reading as the words end in my mind, and understanding comes just as quickly as the text enters my consciousness. But I still take a moment to think all the information through. Of course, it's less than last time, but that's expected. After all, this is not a breakthrough like the last time. 3rd to 4th sigil is far more critical than 4th to 5th. So, release now works on my mind? How does that even work? It says my mind can spiral to eternity's edge, but what does that mean? Can I think faster? Activate skills faster? It's not really clear, but I'll figure it out, I guess. I reckon the next bit about my eyes is referencing madness and the metamorphosis that allowed it to occur. So, the effects are now more potent? I wonder how much, as they are already quite mighty. I still have the figments from Stark Bluffs active. My legs' speed and durability enhanced this whole time. Even with the bizarre look, maybe I can try some new things out after this. The final bit is about Struggler's Gasp, the signature skill of my absolution growing even further. The toughening of my bones will be huge as I often break bones in the bloody palm when using it. The goodbye portion is also slightly different, which is usual, but this time, it mentions manipulations. Are these warnings? I think they are. I'll have to be extra careful of Dominus. Perhaps he will even attack me the second I leave. Not that the conclusion makes much sense. So, next, I turn toward the form of my sigil on the page. As I do so, I read the final words underneath. A trio of eyes exists in pivoting motion with fetters, wrapped around 2 while the 3rd fumes with blood. Besides that large sigil, compiled of 3, rests not just 1, but 2 ordinary philosophers, the sigils only slightly different from usual due to their proximity of the others. Still, they make 0 sense. An escapist is able to use their burgeoning mind to find the way to freedom in a manner unknown to any but themselves. But for an escapist to grow further, they must release their soul alongside their mind and body, forming the Trinity. And to be prepared to do so, they must find an answer to the escapist's metaphor. If the soul is trapped in the prison of suffering, what is the path to its freedom? To continue, my forthright escapist, place your mind within the sigil and return to whence you came. Forcing the metaphor into my memory, I place my hand upon the sigil in the tome's pages and leave the cabin. I can't wait even a moment. Who knows if Dominus has some control over this with the Mother Below's help? My eyes open to the same familiar field as if nothing has changed. Dominus stands just before me, unmoving yet smiling as its talons continue to point behind me. A distance away fights Johnny, the man trying to win against another angel. Their fight seems to be one to last a while, for Johnny's eyes have improved substantially from before his advance. From the few seconds for each eye in total, a full minute has bloomed. That means his glitch can be used almost 100 times in each eye before blinding himself. Though, I reckon it is still difficult to use on other angels as he seems to be cautious with it. The difference between a skill from an absolution and the power that they become is massive, an almost insurmountable gap for any one person. I guess there is a reason why it's common knowledge only a few have ever bridged that fathomless depth. The first, the prime, and my father are the only ones I know. More may exist, but I doubt it. The rarity for two to potentially be alive at once is incredible. For three? No way. Humans aren't that gifted. I've learned that over my time as a sigilled, the only way to bridge that fissure is to dogpile and gather many powerful individuals to gradually weaken and kill the angel. The manipulator gazes intensely at me, eliciting a promise from his lips as his talons guide over the semi-distant fighters. The deal is set. I will not partake in this war. I meet his gaze for a moment, considering just attacking him. If I kill him, all the manipulations are over, right? But then, Alexos will likely ambush me, Virgil, or Johnny. Probably me. And he's most liable to do it while I'm still fighting the manipulator. Can I survive a sneak attack from him? I don't think so. The image of his cutting off Hura's head from a single lapse in awareness speaks volumes. I need to fight him up front. If I give Alexos even a chance to turn the tables toward him, I'm dead. So are Johnny and Virgil. That man is too dangerous. And while angels are strong, enough people can pull them to the ground. So, instead of joining Johnny's fight, joining Virgil's, who seems to just be buying time for Johnny, or attacking Dominus, I turn around and sprint for the forest. Alexos will die. My feet carry me with incredible speed, shadowed coming into form with my even smoother ether from the advancement. The boons I gain as a philosopher are massive, but based on what others have told me, a large portion comes from my very early absolution. The earlier you acquire one, the better, as your soul has more time to sync with your sigil, increasing resonance with the sigil, resistance of ether, and form your future power. I'm confident that Johnny will be fine without me there, as what can I really do to join that fight? Bullets are flying every which way, and even if he's landed a few, Ray won't fall. Virgil is also unlikely to die, the man more focused on saving his family than dying with the motherbound. But if I don't do as Dominus asked, stop Alexos, then a much bigger problem will occur when he arrives. The phantom pain will affect Johnny and Virgil's minds, having them feel the unreal and struggle to find him, only to promptly die. The strings of the manipulator are apparent, but it is precisely because they are so obvious we can't help but dance according to them. If Johnny doesn't fight Ray, then Ray can just kill the hostages, same if Virgil doesn't keep the two motherbound occupied. If I don't go fight Alexos, then Johnny and Virgil will likely lose their fights. Only a few parts of this are not yet clear. For example, where are Abraham, Heath, and Bonfire? Did Dominus account for them as well? I can only hope he either didn't see them or ignored them, but I doubt that is the case. Abraham is powerful, even with his issues with his sigil. Bonfire is too, and had the pyro not been injured, I'm confident this situation would be very different. Bonfire could, while healthy, take both of those remaining motherbound and then join Johnny without much issue. In contrast, Virgil is forced to just dodge and prolong the fight using his shadows. Though, I suppose Bonfire is more liable to join the unconscious than clash like that. And so, I run toward Alexos, headfirst into the greatest and most hated opponent of my life. Without worry for my friends. They will be fine. I know they will be, but they won't if I fail. Alexos wants the lantern, yet I struggle to fathom him up and leaving after getting it. Trees pass by as I use them for shade, my speed blitzing me forward as I use breakneck to move even faster. The two figments in my body unchanged but still condensing gaseous ether for me. I can feel it far more accessible for the ether to compact, almost as if the environment of my body is gradually becoming more hospitable for ether. I need to restart the figments for their new potency to be seen. But I push those thoughts aside as I catch wind of movement up ahead and immediately start funneling ether into my eyes. Insight blares with fury, improving my ability to see ether, as I see a body coming out of a shimmering cloud that keeps him from sight. Even with my view of chains, Alexos could still hide from me. I pump my legs, the shadowy form with Adumbral's aid moving eerily toward Alexos. But once I get within 100 feet or so, the man notices that I detect him and pauses his movement to stare at my dim form. He raises the blooming spider lily at my form as I pull myself out of it, cutting the flow of ether to Adumbral. "Hello there, Alexos. Happy to see me?" The man snarls, his face still shifting before my insight as he lowers the legendary Colt, knowing it's useless against me. Apparently, that's still not enough to break through his illusions entirely, but I guess he got better. I'll need to use Daydream as well. "Graves, do you have any idea what I've been through since you betrayed me?" None of that matters. If you give me the lantern, I will let you live, regardless of our woes. I only care for that lantern, so please, give it to me." Alexos seems furious initially, but I grow surprised as he reins it in and pivots into desperation. That control. It's not just ether he has such profound control over. It's his whole existence. I'd already have gone red with rage if I were in his position. Sadly for him, however, his dream of reviving his family is impossible. After all, only I've seen the thing that devours the dead's dead. No can do, Alexos. And even if I did, it wouldn't matter. Your family is gone, entirely gone. I went to the underworld with Johnny, and we saw the truth. It is not what the legends say. An eternal war wages beneath the surface, one that leaves the powerless dead and devoured by a god. Alexos stares at me as I see his face lower. For a moment, I think he'll surrender or give up with his dream crushed, but he just looks back up at me, eyes wild and frenzied. "You are lying. You all lie. All you do is lie. If gods exist, then why can't they come back? Huh? Why not?" The phantom's head shifts to the right as if looking at something before focusing wholly on me. His voice becomes tranquil before rising to a tumultuous crescendo, the world visibly shaking at his proclamations as shimmering illusions intrude on my senses. "No, you just wish to see me suffer, just as your father did. You say these things to break me, but I will not. For years I have struggled, Graves. For years I have walked amongst the worst of the world, slept with the most outstanding demons, and wed even the darkest horror. I will break you. I will tear you from limb, and then I will go and prove you wrong." My eyes widen as the phantom pain, Alexos, disappears entirely from my sight, his illusion overcoming my eyes. Frantically, I turn to find him, Daydream bolstering my sight. But he stays hidden. Trees begin to warp, fires begin to sing, and lightning cracks as pain rolls up my spine. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Alexos is finally getting serious. All this time, he's been either playing coy or careful, never willing to reveal his true hand. But now, he does. And within that hand, are agonies worse than any I've ever met. 217, Battle of Wills. Abraham Ulrin. My eyes open to the veiled light of the lantern beside me, arms shaking and fingers trembling. Again, the same nightmare. It never goes away. I attempt to move, to shift my frail form, but it refuses, my body quavering with such intensity one can only wait out the after effects of my sleep. Fuck, is this all I am? I ask a question aloud, not expecting an answer as beside me rests Bonfire and a sleeping Heath. These shakes typically take several minutes to fade, so I sit still and try to force the images out of my mind. Mother's severed head, her removed fetus, my sister, and my father's horrifying grin. Every council member in that room has the same smile except for two. The first is the War Master, Etern, the wielder of the Pale Cavity, the head of the High Table, and the second is Pitrian, the weakest council member. Pitrian stared at the grotesque sacrifice to nothing but a millennia-old ancestor with horror similar to mine. But that's not because he's kind. No, it's because he'd be next. Like all the others, he may be a seventh sigil, an angel, but he is weak, for he ascended without killing a single demon. Those like him are labeled lepers, those without courage. And in most decatorial ceremonies, the highest leper is sacrificed to feed the Pale Cavity. But that day, Mother replaced Pitrian's spot, and it's coming again soon. The years have passed, yet I doubt there is a leper to replace Pitrian. I wonder, is he as scared as me? I'm thousands of miles away, yet he's only a few feet away from death at all times. But he doesn't run. Why doesn't he run? Why is it so quiet? My thoughts stop rambling the moment my fingers still as I force my body to rear my head out of the wagon, only to see no one, hear no one, and discern not a single mind with elude. Of course, I can feel Heath and Bonfire's minds, both soft ripples of unconsciousness, but no one else's. Not even Wyatt's cracked yet undulating mind or Johnny's shimmering barricade of will. Virgil's tough-to-notice shadow is gone as well. Even Silas is not present. I look back to Bonfire, the man sleeping soundly as Heath has been keeping him asleep to heal faster with his medical aid. Then I glance at Heath. Should I stay? I don't know what's happening, but it can't be good. Maybe everyone went into the vault? No, that doesn't make any sense. I can understand the weaker Bato or Virgil's family as they need to defend themselves. But why would Esther or Dakota go into a vault? Neither can use weapons. Sorry, buddy, I'll be back. I lightly kick Bonfire's foot as I heave myself out of the wagon, my mind scanning for anyone nearby with elude. The skill is simple, originally only meant to mentally talk to those I'm touching. Still, years of resorting to my second sigil skill have forced me to evolve it far beyond what it should be. Like I have with many of my skills. Now, it can differentiate minds within a radius of 1,000 feet, transmit telepathic messages under a certain length, and feel vague emotions from a distance. If I really stretch it, I can even do minor damage to a mind. I practically rely on it for all my scouting and intelligence gathering. It's also how I see through illusions. You can fool my senses, but you can't fool my mind. My recovering legs move me forward through the forest as I catch a lingering will, the newest thing added to elude. A footprint lies in the mud of the forest, a dark intention saturated into the grass. It's faint, almost imperceptible, but it's there, and above it, a shadow forms, one that I disregard as it looks similar to my father. It's merely an aftereffect of my sleep. Sometimes, they bleed into reality. Once I neglect it and focus on the dark intention in the footprint, I rely on another skill to gather more information. For a moment, I override my mind, bolstering its momentum as I think rapidly, for I realize that time is of the essence. There must be a threat. But who? Darkstep? No. She'd come through like an assassin and leave in a bloody tornado. That's just how she is. My father, perhaps? He may have violated the War Master's orders, but I doubt it. He's too clever. At most, he sent an agent to gauge me. Outlaws maybe? But I can't think of any human bandits who could do this, making dozens of powerful people and an angel disappear without a trace. I sleep deeply with my nightmares, but surely I'd wake up if there was a commotion. Perhaps the blinded man could, but he's way up northeast, unable to leave his prison made by the Prime. Other than him, though, no one could, to my knowledge. Alone, that is, guided by a manipulator. However, ingredients become more than their tastes. That must be it. A manipulator has found us. I told Johnny that I found it hard to believe that my father would catch them all. He enjoys his ordered chaos far too much. I'd bet my right arm that he let one escape so that it caused more chaos for him to force order upon. I look up, the sun is high in the sky, and I follow the traces discovered by elude. My legs move faster and faster as I push my ether into the limbs, adrenaline control invigorating my flesh with temporary strength. The come down from this skill is far worse than its predecessor, but without it, I doubt I'll be quick or strong enough. Forest disappears around me as I move, occasionally creating a short nightmare of Sinlo to use his immense fan to give me some extra momentum. The conjurations take a toll on my body, but I can endure it. And so, I follow the remnants left behind, visible only to Elude's delicate sense. That is, until they suddenly disappear, ending out of nowhere in the middle of the forest, even the footprints disappearing. What? There has to be more. Even Virgil can't vanish like this from me. But just as I search for another set of footprints, I hear a gunshot resound in the distance. Multiple, in fact. They are barely audible and far away, but bullets are unmistakable in the woods. So, I run straight toward the noise, Sinlo again appearing to give me a boost, his fan waving to push me forward. I half wish my nightmares were as intense as the originals, but Sinlo would have broken all my bones with his wind if they were. Rapidly, I breach the forest, unstopping and unslowing as I move to help. I owe Virgil my life, and I can't let him or his family die. Not to mention, I don't want to lose this semblance of a home. From what I've gathered, Johnny has plans in motion, and soon we will have a true place to stay. A haven to rest. Anything to have that arrive. He's let it slip many times that he wants to find a teacher for Wyatt, a place for the boy to grow without a blade at his neck, and I can only think of two. Either Ed Summers or Marshall Travis. Maybe even the blinded man. But for now, I just want to keep it all together for at least a tad bit longer. Sure, laughs are rare, times are tough, and bloodshed is common. But this is heaven compared to where I was born. No infighting besides the common bickering with bonfire. I don't have to worry about my throat getting slit at night. I don't have to worry about my father banishing me. I don't have to worry about the War Master deciding I shall fight on the front lines. And so, as I break into an open field, with Virgil fighting a duo of Motherbound and Johnny fighting a foe that keeps even his might at bay, I pause, unsure how to help. But that insecurity fast turns resolute as another figure enters the field, this one cloaked with darkness. A short figure, one only a bit shorter than me, with a face covered in shade, looks right at me, and she recognizes me from our time at the high table. Abram Olrin? I grit my teeth, the molars grinding at the name. Abram, that is not me. I am Abraham. I am not an Olrin. Finally, I reply back to her loud enough for Johnny to realize what is happening. The gunslinger turns for a moment before returning to his fight. I wish I could read the expression of the woman in front of me to gauge what I should do, but even to elude, there is a dark veil shielding her from inspection. She is a spy, after all, so who am I to think I could see through it? Lady Daxter, I see you have been well. Her head twists, the tenebrous veil undulating with her movement. As she does so, I build up a nightmare in my mind, Cern, and his greatsword slowly forming to ambush her. What is the meaning of this? Does the Vice want to recall his bounty? Because even if he does, I'm taking my spoils. That human ruined my cover and your father's plans. So to put him in the grave before he grows any further is ideal. My mind reels with significance as Override blasts once more into action to buy me some thinking time. Does she not know I'm on Johnny's side? I suppose she hadn't seen or heard of me besides when we were back at the high table, and father put a bounty on Johnny? I knew it. He'd send an agent and one already invested in the goal, no less. What a con man. But why would she show up alone like this? Is she confident in beating an angel? I know Johnny hasn't had much time to learn his new gifts. The man still only relies on his power, not on mastery of ether befitting that of an angel, but he is no slouch. Darkstep, or Lady Daxter, daughter of the Viceroy, my father's equal and left hand of the War Master. She was sent years and years ago to be an undercover agent when she was just as young as I am now. Since then, she only returns for the decatorial ceremony to be with her mother. For her to come here, confident of slaying an angel, she must have arrived with preparations, and I highly doubt those motherbound are part of her plan. She'd be exiled for even willingly sparing one enraptured by the mother below. Instead, she must have come with company, and at the very least, she knew a battle here would be happening, or else she would wait for the perfect time to put a dagger in Johnny's back. Too many undercurrents flow for this simple field. I hastily grasp for the unconscious with elude, but a veil bars my entry. It'll take me a few minutes to siege through that. Fuck. Wait, how could she possibly know Johnny was fighting an angel here for her to fish in muddy waters? My eyes shift to the trees, an unthought idea brimming to the top of my reason. The tree. If you can see a tree, the tree can see you. As I conclude she isn't alone, that a human angel must have supplied her info, and that she has come here to kill Johnny during the chaos, the slow-mo of reality that lets me think faster fading. I reply to her, "No, Father only sent me here to guarantee the result. I will only join if I must." She nods to me, and as she steps toward Johnny, looking to end the man even with the threats already besieging him, her legs swoon with shadows. Darkness curls up to her knees as he bends a bit, her body preparing to dash toward him. I cannot let her do it. Until Johnny wins his fight, I will hold her back. But before Lady Daxter takes even one more step, my nightmare of Cern comes to life with a roar of steel. However, the woman known precisely for her speed reacts in time and dodges to the side of my ambush. I curse as her attention turns to me, flickers of the abyss darker than dark in her veiled gaze. Daxter chuckles as daggers cloaked in an abyssal night appear in her hands. "Your father said you're clever, but you can't trick someone who knows the ending. I could use the bounty he put on you as well. The price on both of your heads will give me enough to pay for the War Master's tutelage." Frantically, I draw my sword from my hip, my Colt still out of ammo as I haven't had time to resupply. I planned on entering the vault when I woke up, and it was deemed safe. However, the nightmare of Cern is not yet gone, for the effects of Override are unmissable on the nightmares from my consciousness. And so, I command it with my mind to swing once more at Daxter as I prepare another nightmare. This time, I'm going for a bin. His net and spear are a near-perfect matchup for her speed. I just need to survive long enough to get him out of my mind. But, unfortunately, Daxter doesn't seem accommodating. A marionette-like being forms behind her as the strings fall to meet each of her joints, and as they do, a half-dozen shadows crawl out from under her cloak, each standing up with white faces and the war paint of Nahullo soldiers. "Hold him down, boys. This bounty is mine." Wyatt Graves. Shadows sing, and the world warps before my gaze as I frantically try to invoke Daydream, ether spiraling through my pupils. Still, even with its aid, things only continue to grow worse. The ground waves like the tide, and the sky sinks like a rock. The world confounds me as everything becomes impossible to discern. Pain runs along my spine, similar to someone raking a dagger up the bone. I don't even bother to swing backward. Alexos wouldn't strike yet. Instead, agony blooms from my fingers as an invisible force rips out my nails before my eyes. The pain makes me scream aloud, but I force the whimper down as the nails aren't regenerating. It isn't real. The bloody palm would be healing its domain if it were. But that invisible force grows even further toward a haunting melody of death. Colors twist and meld together, distorting the reality before my eyes. The world becomes a kaleidoscope of shifting shapes and illusions until those shapes gain form. A cloaked figure, one with tattered cloth and visible breath as if in winter, stands before me. A scythe is held in one hand, and a bucket in the other is filled with blood. Its countenance is gaunt, devoid of sustenance, and the mouth opens as if to devour me. My senses become heightened, yet strangely dulled. Sounds echo strangely, distant yet hauntingly clear. The rustling of leaves morphs the inaudible moving limbs of the figure into whispers swirling around me, their meaning illogical and unsettling. "You would not bring death to me. So, I brought her to you." Shadows dance on the corners of my vision, twisting and contorting like sinister apparitions. I try to move, but the second I do, the hands of the death, illusioned by Alexos, grab my arm, holding it still. My eyes go wide at the authentic force. What? How? But I realize what is behind that force as a dagger enters my neck, the blade sinking deep into the flesh. Blood seeps out as I reach up and grab the wound. My consciousness fast wobbling due to the lack of oxygen. This fast? Am I really so weak? No, I'm not. I just advanced. I have to at least use the new ability. No, I need to breathe in. Strugglers gasp. What am I thinking? Is he? Oh. Without allowing another thought to process, I breathe in a massive heave of ether that fetches all the substance nearby straight into my lungs. But just the ether enters my lungs, two blades enter them, being just a tad slow to stop the gasp entirely. The world trembles and shakes before returning to normal. Alexos stands before me, still with that mask of many faces and a dagger in each hand that are deep into my chest. I swipe at him, explosion, on the tip of my index finger in case I make contact, but the agile bastard jumps backward in time. But I am unwilling to let it go. And so, the ether starts to rebound at the tip of my finger, but I force it through, pushing it outward with as much strength as possible. Then, I hear a crack, and alongside that noise is a spurt of pain as the index finger is broken off my hand and shot straight into Alexo's chest. He stumbles backward, a hole only a mere inch below his heart, as he tries to recover from the absurdity. Seeing his face, I laugh, blood spurting up and out of my lungs from the bleeding organs. The pain urges me into action as ether flows with vengeful intent. Struggler's defiance and breakneck enhance me in twain. I attempt to daydream for my senses, but I fast realize it has no effect. Then, I take one step toward Alexo's as the world starts shifting again, the ether in the air reforming to the man's will. Before it does entirely, though, I release my lungs, the chains on the organs fading into obscurity as I realize that the skill can take more, and so I do. Simultaneously, my lungs and hand are released, the chains being removed from two things simultaneously. Organs that do the same thing, like lungs or ears, count as one. So being able to do two things at once is a massive boon, something likely possible due to my new sigil. And with the released lungs, I breathe in once more, the organs overpowering the stab wounds and gasping in another lungful of ether. Struggler's gasp reaves the ether from Alexo's. He is attempting to manipulate back into his illusions as I dash at him, murder on my mind. All the while, my vision shakes, the lethal wound in my neck slowly sapping my strength. Yet, the ocean of raging ether inside my form holds the weakness at bay. Alexo's backs up from me, drawing a Colt and a claymore. He shoots the former at me, and I instinctively use a Dumbrel's shadowed form, the bullet striking me but not entering my flesh with its defenses. Then, as I get near, he brandishes his claymore, a short sword that he swings at me. Already lethally wounded and simply on the clock, I dart into the strike to get an opening, taking a blade into my shoulder as I swing at Alexo's. But unlike all my other foes who have fallen to this mutual destruction trick, Alexo's is, well, Alexo's. He gives up on his claymore and waves it hand at my mind as he jerks to the side. Darkness covers my gaze for a split second as I push it off. I know the attack is only mental, but Alexo's is swinging another dagger at my heel when I can see again. Spinning, I heave toward madness, pleading for a new figment as I remove the current one on my knees. And as I demand the bloody palm's mind for aid, I receive it. A man upon a cross sears an imprint into my mind. A close-up of the nails as a nail of shimmering madness appears in my hand, weightless and brittle. And as Alexo's slices my heel, the tendons splitting with his strike, I fling the nail at him, the object moving with impossible speed due to its lack of weight. The man cannot dodge in time as the nail enters his right eye, blinding him as blood flows down his face. He shifts backward, elusive footwork moving him away from me as I shamble toward him like an undying zombie. But again, unlike any others I've ever fought, Alexo's doesn't even seem fazed by the wound. As we stand opposed, I feel a bit of little respect growing. His will is strong, unbreakable, just as Dominus said, but so is mine. And I've been waiting for this, for far, far too long. Half a year of constant bloodshed and near-death encounters. Should this be my end, I am satisfied as long as this man dies too. 218. Not done yet. Blood swoons from my neck, falling in audible clumps as Alexo's and I pause for a moment of reprieve. I test the weight of the slashed heel as he rips the nail out of his eye with no reluctance, stringy flesh following his movements. His remaining eye stares at me with untold concentration as I retrieve the figment that created the nail, the object fading into obscurity from Alexo's hand. No words are said as we prepare for another round. We spoke once. That was enough. Bolstering my mind with daydream as much as possible to protect against any illusions that may come until I can take another gasp of ether, the current one burning in my lungs, I bolt toward Alexo's, using the non-injured foot to lead. But with my wounds, even with all the ether enhancing me, I am slowed, and Alexo's was already faster before I was slashed. He sidesteps from my charge, and I can see him aim his Colt, preparing to pull the trigger as the ether in the air starts to move once more. So, I delve into madness once again, demanding imagination from the bloody palm. The bricks of a house tumbling downward onto a disfigured child looms rearward over my eyelids as a brick from the walls appears in my hand, ether siphoning to create a figment much more considerable than what they used to be limited to. I suppose that's what the advance did, that or the enhancement to my mind did. Not quite sure, but I don't hang on to the details as I hastily raise the brick toward my head, stopping any bullet that might end me instantly, for my heart is within death's lantern. I placed it back inside on the way here, not seeing a reason not to. Why have a useless heirloom? If I hold it and someone were to take it from me, I would die anyway. If they can manage to steal something so close to me, bolted to my belt, then I'm dead as hell. Might as well make me a bit harder to kill. Alexos fires his Colt, one bullet slamming into the brick as it explodes. The force far too much for my fragile imagination. But in the wake of the figment's destruction, the ether that created it swirls in the air, distorting the weave Alexos is making to affect my senses. A low curse comes from my opponent as I thank the bloody palm internally for the help. I still don't know how he does it, but his skills are beyond anything I've ever seen. So much so that the only way to contain it is to put a full stop to the flow of ether. At this point, defense is impossible. Only preventing him from doing it at all works. Even Kai Vincent's ether was not as complex and incomprehensible. The Rugura Hunter's was powerful and complicated, but not so much so that I have no idea how it works. Alexos' ether is a work of art, one incomprehensible to all but the artist. Alexos once more reverses up as he fires his Colt, but I raise my arm after the figment's breakage and sprint for him with my hobbled foot. Pain spikes as bullets enter the flesh of my arm, the man shooting for my head to end me swiftly. But thankfully, the bolstering of my bones with strugglers' gasp keeps the bullets from going through my arm and instead has them lodging inside the limb. Meanwhile, the bloody palm defends its land, regenerating the flesh of my forearm. As I move, I count the bullets, edging toward the sixth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. My legs push me forward with every bullet that tries to send me back. Yet he is now out of ammo. All 6 rounds are gone from the Colt. So even as feebleness spreads through my limbs, a possible poisonous Colt or something, I move faster, boldened by the moment of opportunity. My arm lowers to reach for him, leash coming into the fold. But the second I thrust my arm forward where I can see Alexos, the man flings the Colt to the ground and pulls 2 daggers from his belt. Frantically, I swing the ether and leash, and I manage to catch onto his right arm with a dagger, the construct of ether wrapping securely around his forearm. Still, his second arm throws the objects, the blade barreling for my eyes, even as I pull him toward me. With sweating dripping from my eyebrows, I twist my whole body, pulling Alexos with me as the blade carves a gouge along my cheek before slamming into the tree behind me. My head swims from ether use and blood loss as I see the blade go entirely into the tree, the force of the throw enough to put the dagger straight through my skull and into my brain. Fuck, how is he so good? I've neutralized his primary skill, the illusions, and still, he's so strong. Things rapidly get worse as the ether in the air swells again. Alexos attempting to remake his illusions. Cursing inwardly, I grasp toward the bloody palm again with madness, hoping to get another object. This time the image in my mind is odd. A wilting tree ripped out of the earth, and the figment is just as bizarre. I get a small sapling, dried, withered, and dead. Just a piece of wood. I can see Alexos' face curl at the sight as he reaches for more daggers, his mind touching the ether in the air. And as he does so, he lifts a strip of paper along with his daggers, the paper screaming into my mind of danger, far more than either of the weapons he pulls with them. The note, the one with ether inside it. It's just like that. I need to break whatever he's trying to do. It probably holds some kind of instant illusion, one he's been saving for right now. And so, despite how much I want to do it right now, I wait to break the delicate figment of madness. A strained second passes as the air warps and the paper is ripped, a half-dozen Alexoses appearing around me. Of course, that's his getaway, ace in his sleeve. He likely wants to use it as a distraction to get his illusion going all the way, or to finish me off. And as if in sync, They all strike at me, many blending into shape with the main one. Yet, I wait a bit longer. I ignore them even as they strike at me, and I feel pain in my side. I wait until they are all close enough to be hit by the disturbance at once. I don't think I'll manage another one, after all. But once they do, I tighten my grip, crushing the fragile sapling as it explodes into a swirl of ether, minorly disrupting his weave of ether as it shimmers into the air. The illusory clones also fade, revealing Alexos as he readies his daggers to end me, one about to be let loose from his fingers. The only reason I'm even able to distort his main illusion at all is that it's already been stopped and is still starting up for his main thing. Meanwhile, the duplicates are some unstable illusion created by an object. His ether is nigh impossible to affect once the illusions are active, but once they are down, they seem just as challenging to restart. And as he throws the dagger toward me again, I yank his one arm with leash as I dive for the ground, the second dagger going over my head. Then, I push with my arm and legs from the ground as I bolt toward him. Pressure is building in my lungs, struggler's gasp nearing its limit, but I still have some time. The skill keeps my body moving despite the very lethal wound to my neck, and I must look like an undying revenant to Alexos. But if that's what I have to be, that's what I'll become. Staggering steps bring me to Alexos as he tries to twist himself out of leash, but the ether is just as resilient as I am, and so, it doesn't budge, allowing me to pull him toward me before I swing toward him. Explosion on the edge of my knuckles. He stumbles forward from my pull as my fist nears his face, threatening to rip his head off with one strike. But the moment before impact, Alexos leans in toward the stumble. Then, like the most remarkable acrobat in the world, he wraps his arms around mine and swings his lower body up and his upper body down, bringing his knee to my face. My vision goes black, and my ears ring as my fist hits the tree that was just behind the man. My explosion leaving my hand from my lapse of control. A moment later, I shake my head, everything swimming with black dots as I try to get up again. But as I do, I notice that the oak tree that was behind Alexos before the strike is ruined. The massive trunk lurched and crashed into the ground a few feet from me. The aftereffect from that knee to my face prevented me from even hearing the trees fall. And bleeding profusely from his right side, the arm that I got with the leash hanging limply, Alexos stands atop the fallen trunk. Ether is once more swirling in the air, sunlight flickering, sounds rattling, and the man's outline fading into a silhouette. He bought himself enough time. Damn it. I try to stand, but blood is all that comes, the liquid seeping from my neck, chest, and foot. Alexos steps down from the log, the illusions finally settling in as everything goes dark, the Reaper of Death reappearing. It strides toward me purposefully, the cloak billowing with false winds, and I push my body upward until I sit on my knees. Then, with flickering eyesight, dots of blood loss tainting my vision, I dye my hand with ether, pushing as much as possible for the coming attack from in front, a strike for a last-ditch effort. But as I do, I realize something. I never used that other skill. The new one. How dumb am I? Alexos simply riles me up too much. I need to take my time to think. Hesitation is a killer, but so is arrogance. Ether swirls in my mind as I follow the instinctual guide of my sigil, and in a fraction of a second, before the death even takes another step, I can sense the chains on my mind fade entirely, and when they do, time stops. Or it seems to. The death, illusioned by Alexos, stops moving. Sounds cease from entering my ears, and the pain of the world pauses. I try to move in this pause, hoping that my skill extends that far, but alas, it does not. My body refuses to move even an inch, just as my pupils are, too. Disallowed movement. What I see now is all that I can see. It seems I am frozen while my mind is released from its chains, able to think in relative peace. So, taking a metaphorical breath of air, I pause, taking in the sight of this death. I also instantly come to the conclusion that Alexos will not attack me from in front. He did it before, and so he will not do it again. The man never follows patterns. Instead, he splits them into a million pieces. But again, that could be a mind game. He must expect me to have a few more tricks, as he's always oddly had the most confidence in my power among all those I've met. Though, I suppose it isn't that odd. He was after my father for a while, and I'm sure he learned a lesson or two about my family. Why else would he come so prepared and spend so long creating skills to specifically counter me? That confidence must come from him meeting my father before. Those who have all encountered him in one way or another see me differently, not as a young man, but as a monster unfolding into this world. Edmund had it, though he was kind about it. Alexos had it before. Iva had it, though it was about my grandmother and not my father. Aniwai also had it, her reverence for the man overflowing into me. So, how is Alexos going to attack me? Will it be from behind? No, that's predictable. We've fought enough that I know his tricks, and he knows I know his tricks. So where? Above? Maybe. Below? He would if he could. The direction is undefendable, but I don't think he can. From within? Yes, that must be it. He's going to attack my mind, hoping to cease whatever last-ditch move I make. But what do I do to defend against that? Daydream and Ironheart will doubtfully be enough. They do little against his illusions now that he's made them specifically for me, and he likely did the same for whatever is about to come. So what remains? My body is nearing the edge of ether saturation, even with my bolstered resources, but he should be similar. All those weaves of ether in the air must be costly, even if they impart disastrous strengths. Maybe insight could work? It might help me defend against whatever attack he is about to do, and I should also be able to see what he's doing from that. I should have thought of it earlier. Though, in my defense, the battle was quite a bit hectic for the skill. It's only when I slow down that insight blooms. As my thoughts continue to fly, almost infinitely fast relative to the speed of reality, the illusion of death has only taken a tenth of a step toward me. Though I can feel a burning sensation building in my head, the release of the chains likely damaging my brain. A little bit won't hurt, but I reckon any more will. I try to push ether toward insight's destination in my pupils, but the substance responds as oppositely to the speed of the world as the death moves. It seems my use of skills is not hindered. Odd. Yet, as I grasp for Alexos, I feel a spike of pain in my mind, my new liberation, warning me of overuse. And so, I release it as I touch upon Alexos' mind. While entering Alexos' mind, the world restarts and pain returns. The death takes another step, getting within 5 feet of me. When I latch onto a mind with insight and don't let go, instantly, another perspective flowers, one of similar pain, but instead of physical, most is mental. Alexos stares at my kneeling form from atop the trunk of wood, several feet away from the illusion, his mind weaving the web of ether made only for me. From his eyes, the world looks normal. The sunlight falls onto my bleeding body from the sky, contrasting the darkness from my eyes and the grievous death staring into my eyes. The man steps down, walking diagonally from me, and I'm careful not to meet his eyes to give anything away. His gait is slurred and limped, but his gaze never leaves my body. I continue to try and stand to not reveal myself, but I don't have to try very hard to fail at it. My limbs are weak, and it's only been a half minute at most since we started fighting. But that wound he left in my neck has been damaging, leaking my lifeblood out of me rapidly, not to mention the blades in my lungs. And yet, giving up has never been something I can do. Maybe it's in my blood, maybe it's just who am I, or perhaps it's even something to do with my tomb, but I don't give up. As I see him reach into his pocket from his eyes, the illusion of death advancing a gaunt and spindly arm with hanging sleeves for me, I prepare my mind, settling myself into a state ready for his strike. I have a suspicion that it will come the second the illusion touches me. And that suspicion comes true as Alexos' gaze tightens, his fist clenches, and his toes curl, ether roaring within his eyes, and pressure, unlike any other, bears down onto me. For a moment, everything goes white, both his sight and mind, as I try to reel myself back in. It feels like someone grabbing my brain through my skull and crushing it with a vice. But I refuse to yield and fakely swipe my arm before me, falling with the feint as I don't put any true force into it. Meanwhile, I grit my teeth and hold on from the strike. The world shakes, each second passing as a man mentally rips apart my mind, every shake of reality resounding within my brain. Blood streams down my eyes, nose, and ears, the blood vessels popping from the strain. My hand strains, blood popping from the veins as my whole body locks up, paralysis arriving from the mental attack. Scraps of time escape from me, shadows move without me noticing, and the grass almost teleports in its waving movement as future seconds replace current ones. Yet, I hold. A tooth breaks as I try to keep myself together. The strike overthrowing Ironheart, Daydream, and my mind. I reach for liberation, but my ether is broken apart by the pain halfway through. Yet as everything crumbles and my vision starts to lose color, I force ether into my mind, bolstering the already present flow of Daydream even further as I do everything I can to survive and not become a mindless husk. The world calms for a second. Then I vaguely sense Alexos tightening his grip around a vial of something, his focus tightening even further. And once he does, the pain in my mind spikes before abruptly disappearing. Once he finishes, the man's hand relaxes as he moves it to grab another dagger nestled in his coat. Then, he strides toward me, slowly and with short steps, as I lay motionless. Blood seeps from my wounds, and my mind reels with agony and trembling damage as I sit still. I fight against the urge to move as he moves closer. The man wants to finish me off himself, the mental strike not being enough, for even if he killed me with it, he wants to make sure I'm dead. At least he's professional about it. Every other time we've met, he's been quipping nonstop. I guess I finally was worth enough of a challenge that he paused in his antics. That or I made him angry enough to cease them. His feet get closer, his non-wounded arm absently moving the dagger as if to test it against the air in preparation for my flesh. My eyes are closed, yet I can still see through his, and as the man gets within 5 feet, I make my move, the distance perfect for a surprise attack. Any closer, and he'd expect it. Any further, and I'd be too slow, even with a dumbrel. And so, ether shrieks within my flesh, heading straight for a dumbrel as my form becomes shadowed, and I burst forward straight for Alexos. A deep breath fills my lungs again, the illusion breaking and my eyes opening as I immediately push that ether toward my wounded hand, the bloody palm silent at the action. I'd already be over the edge without Dominus' gift. Struggler's gasp turns into an explosion as I near Alexos, my fist moving with lethal force right for his chest. At this point, I've learned not to go for the head. He's far too agile to get hit in that way. But at least with this, I'll graze him, and that's all I need. A dumbrel's skill has me move with alacrity unfit for my injured body as I unshadow right in front of Alexos, my fist just an inch from his ribs. But again, for all that I've talked shit about the man, he is good at what he does. Very good. Surviving in the wilds against demons, outlaws, and other races is a feat on its own. To do so alone, it is different altogether. The man twists, bones breaking from his abrupt movement as his head rests toward my hand. An unknown force pushing me to the side as he tries to dodge by pivoting around and angling his injured side toward me. But he's not fast enough, even with the bizarre flick of his mind. My knuckles land upon the side of his torso as he wrenches himself out of the way with such speed I'm unsure if I'll do more damage to him than he did to himself. And so, another detonation occurs, but I forcibly hold myself back, blast coming instead of explosion as it was a glancing blow. A deafening bang pushes us away from each other as Alexos reels backward, a dining plate-sized portion of his torso missing, and his entire right arm is gone. The limb is a dozen feet away, separated from his elbow as he touches the lethal wound with his left hand, pulling back as blood cascades down. He stands still for a moment as I wobble and try to right myself. The man falls first, ending on a knee, heaving as he investigates his condition. His body is not as resilient as mine, and yet I, too, stumble, the injuries catching up. We look at each other, and I see the blaze in his eye, his face finally pausing in its nonstop shifting to break on a final face. It's the same average and boring face from that time in Bone Dunes. But as I realize it really is his true face, that dull face smiles, blood dripping from his teeth as he forces himself into a stand, his legs blundering all the while. Alexos takes almost 5 full seconds simply to reach his feet, his back arched and bent as crimson falls from him onto the lively grass. I echo him, my lungs preaching for air while I refuse to budge. We're not done yet. I haven't even put a bullet in him yet. I simply have to get the lily. Then, everything will be over. I'll be healed, and he'll be dead. 219, Daymare. Abraham Ulrin. The half-dozen oversized shadows, hinged by the sharp threads in the air by the ghostly marionettist above Daxter, stampede toward me. I shuttle backward, pushing my heels into the dirt as I struggle to conjure a bin. My mind reaches into that deep recess and rips out a nightmare for the world to see a moment, using a scoop of ether before one of the shadowed Nahullo cuts me in half with a sword forged of Daxter's ether. Ubin phases into reality from my mind, a spear in the right hand and a net in the left. His nightmare takes the shadow's hit, the blade sinking deep into his phantasmal steel armor as Ubin heaves the spear forward, the point stabbing into the Nahullo's chest. I then command Ubin to yank the net to the side to catch a sprinting shadow, the figure nigh invisible, and he does so, the shadow tripping and tumbling from his unexpected speed. If only I could use their powers. All the while, I can see Daxter behind them, her string puppeteering the Nahullo soldiers like they are her toys to play with. This is her absolution skill, deemed abyssal marionettist by my father when he saw it for the first time. My mind heaves with effort to keep Ubin as he finds her shadows. And even as he is fast overpowered, I go over her skill nearing a power with override, unwilling to miss a single detail. Abyssal marionettist lets her use her ether to control and enhance the bodies of living creatures, both herself and others. The degree of enhancement is massive. Not only does it have to be consensual, but the soldiers under her control also cannot refuse an order, effectively making them damned, the origin of the group she raised. Furthermore, the woman forced each high-level member to accept her order, making each become enslaved to her if needed. That is why 4 of the half-dozen 6th Sigils are human, not Nahullo, the men enslaved to her for eternity. She usually keeps this move hidden, and I planned on telling Johnny about it once I learned she was an enemy we would have to deal with. But unfortunately, I only got the chance during this most recent break in battle. Though, we did spend some time theorizing her weaknesses, and from what we brainstormed after many hours, there was only one conclusion. She has none. Well, not anymore. Abyssal marionettist likely requires a consumption of ether as equally as terrifying as its strength, but Daxter likely can compensate for that with her age. The woman is old, her age benefiting her a vast store of ether as her body is highly resistant to the substance. Years ago, one could likely outlast her and exhaust her over time. But while she is old for humans, she is only middle-aged for a Nahullo, so she is not senile or weakened by that age. Plus, she is swift. For among all non-angels, she is the quickest, said to move quickly enough to catch her shadow. Even the Diabolic is said to be slower in his Minute of Niska. And as for physical strength, Abyssal Marionettist allows her to fight with tremendous muscle strength that goes beyond the threshold of safety for one's body. Even the standard strategy for slaying noteworthy 6th Sigilled Forerunners, throwing enough people at them, doesn't work, for her plethora of marionettes will fight in her stead. So what, then? Do I just hold her off until Johnny wins? In the corner of my eye, I see Johnny up close fighting Ray, the two of them primarily unwounded despite the length they have been battling for. Ray counters Johnny's brand new gun, and Johnny's eyes keep Ray from putting him down, effectively bringing them to a standstill. I also see Virgil battling, but he looks banged up, blood seeping from wounds as the light from the sun burns into his skin. Thankfully, the other one he was fighting is now dead. Perhaps the two of us can stop Daxter? Who am I kidding? She's still going to kick our asses. Damn it. Why does it feel like someone set this up perfectly? Each person is tied up with people who counter and hold them down. I don't see Wyatt among the group of unconscious people either, so I can only assume he is in a similar situation. I don't know who he's fighting, but I can speculate. And if I'm right, he probably isn't coming back. At least, not anytime soon. I find it hard to believe that he would die. Yet, I know that if he were to, he's not going down alone. No man has ever walked away from a lethal battle with a Graves, old or young. So, that means I'm alone here. A battle between me and Daxter, the Golden Spy. Should I run? No, I can't. My mind flickers back to an old memory. An elderly man recalling his life as he harbors me for the night while I escaped my family. The old man never once glanced at me oddly, completely ignoring my paleness. It was a comfort, and he spoke of the peace when he awoke. All he had to do was take care of his crops and sit on his chair with his dogs. All because of Bint, the fortress guarding his ranch in Valence. That life, if sounds nice, but to reach it, I can't do it alone. to create another era of peace like the past 75 years from the Wastelanders' invincible might. I can't do it alone. Looking back now, I wish I told Johnny the truth sooner. But shit happens. I can't blame myself for this, and he already forgave me. Nothing I can do will change what is happening, only what is about to happen. Override ends, the skill giving me nothing but a more painful headache as I backstep further, trying to make any distance from Daxter and her shadows. My focus twists from my nightmares to my main foe to keep my attention on her. But Abin is overwhelmed as I do so, one shadow jumping onto his back, stabbing blades into his neck, and another slicing his throat. I force him to kneel and throw them over his shoulder, slamming them into the floor as he bursts out with a wave of ether. But it's not enough. A dagger from Daxter lands in between his visor. The nightmare fades with a backlash, my vision reeling as I try to summon another. Fuck. I need to micromanage their movements since subconscious fighting isn't suitable for Darkstep. Can't use Ubin until I sleep again and enter it again? Whatever. I'll go for 2 this time if 1 isn't enough. So, trying to breach my typical limit in this time of need, I go for gold. 6 shadows stride at me, each moving in a spiraling and unpredictable pattern as I dig my fingers deep into my mind, once more entering that room in the high table. But this time, instead of standing and pulling only 1 council member, I try to grab 2, Mislo and Cern, bow and sword. Mislo stares at me reproachfully, the hate evident in her eyes. At the same time, Cern merely has his eyes closed with solemn respect. I much prefer Cern's stoicism as opposed to her brutishness. Too bad he's dead. The 2 resist my skill and mind, refusing to leave my mental scape and enter the real world. Then, finally, the shadows get close, all 6 surrounding me as Daxter weaves them in a dangerous play. I grit my teeth as I pull once more, activating Override as I do so with torrents of ether entering my mind. With the speed of Override, the nightmares react unhurriedly to my pull, each succumbing for a moment as blood falls from my nose in a drip. And not a moment too soon, for as the shadows strike toward me, blades raised, guns aimed, and ether primed, Cern appears on my right and Mislo on my left. Cern deflects 1 shadow and sinks his blade into another's chest, reaving them in twain from the shoulder to the hip. I command him to deflect an incoming dagger as my attention shifts to the other nightmare. Mislo gets hit with a stream of bullets as she quickly knocks an arrow and shoots toward the shadow. Sadly, her bow is far weaker from my mind than reality, and the shadow dodges in time. The Lady of Archery, not known for her physical prowess, stumbles back from the lead, slamming against her steel armor. Grunting, I have her catch the other dagger, flicking it with her bow. That leaves me with only the shadow in front and the one in back. For the shadow that had been stabbed just stood right back up. The worst part about Daxter's absolution skill is that no matter how injured the marionette is, she can keep them fighting at full strength, even herself. They don't heal, but they don't feel any pain. I dash forward, swinging at the shadow with the blade in my right as I raise my left, grasping for its arm with force. My mind meets its flesh, and after a short contest, its flesh bends, the shadow's arm moving out of the way as I cut into its neck. Tendrils of shade come from its eyes, seeking mine just as another dozen or so come from its body. But to not get stabbed by endless spikes, I rip my blade and kick the thing away, the head of it coming off almost instantly with the departing edge. But I earn nails of pain up my boot and shin as a half-dozen pitch-black tendrils stab my flesh when I pull back. The tendrils are slight, not affecting my movement, but they hurt like hell. And as I hear footsteps behind me, I twist, cutting off the tendrils with my blade as I dig deeper into my mind for strength I do not possess, force coming at full power as I throw it backward with all I have. My eyes meet the stumbling form of a human, one lined with black strings, as it heaves with an effort against my mind's push. But this time, against a whole body and not just a limb, I succumb first, my mind warping under its energy. But I held it long enough for Cern to turn around with a whistling claymore to remove its head, leaving me to fall to the ground, air barely leaving my tired body as ether eats at my brain. I'm running out of saturation left to spare, and Daxter is moving toward me. Fuck. Cern and Mislo begin to fade, but I grit my teeth and push myself to my feet, Override once more blooming. Blood surges from my nose as I go deeper, pulling out yet another nightmare. If 2 isn't enough, then 3 will have to do. Yet, I have never taken a trio at once before. However, this time, the halls of the high table are far more unlit, with shade in every corner as I walk, the presence of Daxter looming over me even in this nightmare. In this entry, I seek Malu, the hard-to-kill bastard perfect for this scenario. I need someone to hold off the marionettes while I endeavor to kill Daxter, or, at the least, hold her off from antagonizing Johnny. Shifting feet eventually bring me to the door of the ceremony room, a crooked wooden thing polished far beyond any rite it has to be, a commonality within the high table's corridors due to its old age. Gritting my teeth as pain digs into my mind, threatening to leave me a dull husk, I push the door open again, meeting the gazes of the council. Even Mislo, Cern, and Abian are here, but I'm not here for copies. So instead, I'm here for the wretched fellow in the back. Looking away from my mother and the unborn sibling, I stride for Malu, my arm touching his shoulder. But as I do, his gaze tightens. His pupils center directly on mine as he speaks, his visored face's metal shifting into a toothy, malevolent grin. Ah, the coward finally reaches for his due. Tell me, half-breed, do you fear me? I pause, his jaws opening further as all the light vanishes in the room, leaving only the sight of the councilman. But this is my mind. This is not the real him. It can't be. Taking a deep breath, I look at him and try to face my fear for the first time in my life. Usually, I look away, the mere attempt of taking 2 nightmares too much for me to handle. But not this time. If I relent, I die. My father sent Daxter, and that man likely wants me dead for what transpired and how I revealed his plot to the War Master. Yes, I fear you, Malu. Sir Malu, one of the vilest of the council, an already horrid group, beams even vaster, the steel shifting for the teethed grin to go from ear to ear of the metallic helm. Yes, yes, you do. Now, let me take over. I could do so much with that skill of yours. You hold yourself back to the extreme with your fear, Abram. Don't you want to see a master at work? His mouth opens broader, the steel somehow opening like an endless maw as it bites toward me. And despite the shaking in my limbs and the sweat running down my back, I refuse to let him take over. It's one thing to die. It's one thing to be scared. Another to be possessed by a nightmare. And so, as he goes to bite me, I raise an arm and pull, ignoring his actions as I yearn only for his strength, not his mastery. Resistance quickly breaks my stride, but I push forward, the momentum of the moment carrying me along as I feel my knees in reality buckle. My nose gushes with blood as my eyes almost pop out of their sockets from the strain, but I continue to drag. The mental fear strikes me like a hammer, each yank slamming into my brain like a strike from night's unbreakable fist. Each impact almost knocks me out, the fear supplementing my consciousness as shadows lick at my periphery, but I endure and pull. But with that hauling after a sudden jerk, another nightmare forms in reality. Malu leaving my mind and joining the real world. I did it. I finally did it. One nightmare is harrowing but not a big deal after many years. 2 used to be impossible. Yet I slowly overcame that hurdle as the danger of the time pushes the fear aside when I'm highly pressured. 3? I never thought it so. The fear of all 3 council members at once more than capable of shattering my spirit. But I did it. Override ends as time once more meets my mind's speed. So much blood leaving my nose that the world wobbles dangerously. I lean onto Malu's nightmare for a second before he silently shifts his metal as he turns toward 2 shadows, leaving me to face Daxter. The woman laughs as I wipe the blood from my nose. You are a treat, Abram. It's like watching a dog get beat repeatedly yet always standing back up, wagging its tail for more. It's pathetic. I am ashamed to be half Nahalo, just as you are. You share little of our traits besides that hair of yours. Not our skills, not our drive, not our physical might, and absolutely not our courage. Given the greatest bestowment of skills by the Viceroy, the perfect combination of sigils, and yet, you squander them. Daxter steps forward, her hands no longer moving, yet the marionettes still find my nightmares behind us. She never needed to use her hands. She's just been watching to gauge my skills. And the woman proves my thinking as she draws a serrated dagger from her belt, flipping it into her right hand from her left. But don't worry. Once I become an angel, I'll put that body and sigil of yours to good use. I gasp for air as she moves toward me, her speed so blistering that I barely even raise my claymore, halt, in time to meet her swing. And I'm quickly pushed back as her dagger cuts my claymore in half, the blade shattering against her force and the sharpness of whatever skill is placed on her edge. My eyes widen as her blade barely misses my flesh. I stumble backward and try to draw my Colt. Still, the woman just kicks my hand away before throwing a projectile of night into my hand, nailing it into the ground. Shut up. The woman looks down at me, another dagger forming as I command my nightmares save me. But as they move toward me, the remaining shadows jump on their back. In the moment of opportunity, Daxter throws her projectiles into each of their visors. I attempt to make them evade, simply buying time, but between the puppets and Daxter's pinpoint accuracy, I quickly fail. Mislo falls after just one volley, and I endeavor to fight back during the second with the backlash of her death, but a boot slams into my face. I hit the ground with a sickening thud as another lash of pain strikes me, and then another, each threatening to turn my mind to mush. A disgrace. You conjure our council, yet they have not but a fraction of their strength. Your father wanted you to be a walking calamity, one capable of summoning the whole council at a moment. Instead, that responsibility will fall to your sister. But you need not worry. I will not kill you. I will let my strings become your heart, my many puppets turning into one. Your father was right. If you merely listened, you would be a perfect pawn. My mind reels with the backlash from the deaths of my nightmares, but her words shine a light in my mind. True strength. An option still remains even as she lines up her dagger to stab my heart. She must leave my mind, or her skill won't work to steal my greatest assets, regardless if it becomes a power. Some things are strict, like you can't use a skill if its origin is gone, and the origin of my father's and my talents are widely known. She reels back her arm, preparing to end my life as I know it with the dagger as her shadows hold me down. But as she does so, override once more blooms. A torrent of ether enters my mind as I feel the real threat of ether saturation. I'm tiptoeing the edge with my action right now, and I must make it fast. Only because of my sigil can I move this precariously on the edge without falling unconscious, my will bolstered by many mentalists. I'm not unyielding or stalwart of heart compared to some others, but mentalists can bridge that gap with skill alone, using all of our potentials. Wyatt spoke of using my absolution to pull people other than those from the council, those from the nightmare. And if I'm going to do so, then there is no better time than right now. The pressure of the darkness of death has no better motivator. But who? Who do I summon? Wyatt, of course. The tough bastard will make this fight trivial, as long as he can hold long enough for me to conjure some more nightmares. Taking him from whatever fight he's in will only be a good thing, for he'll have some time to recover if he's hurt, and no one heals faster than that bastard. And so, I reach deeply, the ether twirling within my form into my mind for the skill, Daymare, and I reappear within that same corridor, the high table omnipresent within my mind. The lightless halls call for me to walk through them, eerie sounds beckoning me onward. And I do. I'm left with little choice at this point. I tread cautiously through the abyssal corridor, an oppressive dusk enveloping me. Each step forward feels like traversing a void, my senses straining to make sense of the impenetrable blackness. Whispers, faint and indistinct, slither through the air, tugging at the edges of my consciousness. The murmur of voices, like ethereal echoes, resonates in the emptiness. They call out to me, their words a siren's song, urging me onward, deeper into the unknown, each asking me to take them. Their mysterious allure fascinates and unsettles me, as if they hold secrets too profound to ignore. But I neglect them. The shadows of my mind are not worth exploring. Not yet, at least. Maybe when I'm a bit stronger, a bit more willing. One step at a time. With each deliberate stride, the anticipation builds, a mixture of trepidation and curiosity coursing through my veins as I hope that behind the door is Wyatt, the person I am desiring to call. Shadows dance and flicker at the periphery of my vision, hinting at untold horrors lurking in the depths. Yet, I continue to dismiss them and concentrate on the solitary door at the end of the corridor. As I move toward it, A tiny hint of light peeks out, and a voice comes too, but I just can't discern who it is. It must be Wyatt, though. My feet bring me to the door, and I reach for it, pulling the lonely object open, mind full of hope, only to meet despair, the entirety of the council staring at me with derision and hate. It feels as though they are really looking at me, and from what happened in Stark Bluffs, I think they are. Only the War Master doesn't give me such a stare. Instead, his gaze is anticipating, as if he is waiting for me to do something or for something to happen. But nothing does. All that happens is that the dark grows darker. Then, the light, the burning pile of embers that was my mother and unborn sister, fades into ashes. And in that eternal dusk, I hear footsteps, breathing, and threats. "We got you now, Abram. Can't wait to see how your body works." The taste of youth. I'm interested in how this works. How can he reach us from there? And we do not know where he is. I can't wait to dissect him. Disappointed. You had so many opportunities, and you have failed them all. Today, you die, child, and I take back what I gave you. Your burgeoning power is special, exactly what I wanted, yet its vessel is found wanting by the council. Damn, you suck. If I had a spoon like that, I'd be the War Master by now. Shut up, Yulin. You'd be useless, you blockhead. I'd be the War Master. Quiet. We can each take part. A mind such as this will forevermore bolster ours. The final voice is the Viceroy, my father's equal in the council, and the War Master's left hand. She is all about order and discipline, but how she speaks of order in my death is appalling. Footsteps grow closer as a firm hand grabs my arm and keeps it still despite my struggle. I can't die here. Not to them. Not to them. Anyone but them. Please. More arms join and hold me down in the darkness, keeping me entirely still. No. Stop. Please. A chuckle from Malu rings beside my ear as he murmurs to me in the dark. No. Shivers run down my spine as pain abruptly spikes in my shin, the feeling of teeth on my skin making me cringe. No, not like this. Tears fall from my face as more and more sets of teeth embrace me, heaving me toward my final destination. I am to be the sustenance for the very council I hate with all my being. I refuse. If there is one thing I will be, it is not their food. With desperation, I reach out, my ether calling for anyone, anything that will answer. I tug for the War Master, the old Nahullo merely watching the scene, but he ignores me and brushes off the call. Instead, my grasp falls to nothing, and no one answers my yells. No one can hear you scream inside your head. The dark grows darker as the pain becomes all I am. Teeth gouge out my flesh, each chomp making my mind flicker, a part of me lost forever. But as the dark reaches the impossible shade of hell, a light appears, a diminutive flickering flame that answers my call. The room ignites with a dull light as a man stumbles into the room. The only man I've ever honestly opened up to. The only man who cared not for who I was. When Malu revealed I was part Nahullo, he didn't even question me. He didn't even blink. Burned flesh adorns his body even in the nightmare as he looks at me, surrounded by gnawing Nahullo. Though, I suppose Bonfire has always had many burns, some from his childhood, some not. However, these ones are widespread and cover every inch of him except his damn face. A soft laugh comes from his throat as he lifts his arms, fires igniting along his limbs from his fingers to his shoulders, the fires surprisingly tinged with a core of sable. The color of combustion, the very same skill that nearly killed the man. Couldn't you let me sleep just one more hour? I was with a smoking hot lass. Now I got to deal with this bull. 220. Hell on Earth. Abraham Ulrin. I can't help but break into laughter at the absurdity even as the jaws remain around my flesh. But with the burning radiance that is Bonfire within the depths of my mind, the council members turn their attention away from me. Their nightmares, or whatever they genuinely are with my absolution at work, remove their mouths from me as Malu shouts, "What the hell? You can conjure others? And I thought this one was dead." Bonfire steps forward as I lie in my metaphysical blood, the War Master merely watching the events in my mind. He doubtless has no use for whatever meager scraps the death of my mind will give him. But Bonfire grins right back at Malu, the fire burning along his limbs with even more radiance than usual. the heat melding into his flesh with tinges of darkness. Ah, you see, I'm built differently. One as you would die, but I'm a bonfire. I feed off conflict. Kinda my thing. Born with it, actually. Mielu shouts in confusion and disbelief at Bonfire's half-seriousness and half-bullshittery. I can't stop myself from laughing at him, either. As I said to Sky Swain, a bright light in the dark. The fuck do you mean by that? Are you brain damaged? Emmett Knox, the pyro who treats life like a game of craps to be won or a game of poker to deal, spreads his arms wide before jerking them forward, gouts of flame leaving the tips of his fingers toward the council members. I stay low to the floor as the fire goes above me, hitting only the standing Nahullo as I'm shadowed by the blistering heat. Probably. Just fucking with ya. Needed some time to build up. Screams fill my mental ears as the whole room lights up, revealing another door at the end of the ceremony room. One that I don't remember seeing before in this place, but looks remarkably similar to Bonfire's hotel room from Rustbank. Bonfire then steps forward as the Nahullo spread out, flames burning as they soon grow quiet, their nightmares dispersed into dark smoke by the blinding fire. The man reaches down at me, offering a hand. They must be weak in my mind, unable to genuinely bring forth force. That's good to know. I didn't know they could be so easily broken. I was always too scared to truly try. You all right? Sleepy? Or should I go back to bed? Scoffing, I take the hand, mind bloodied and bitten, as I'm pulled to my feet. My legs are wobbly, and my whole body hurts as I stand, retorting the fire user. I've always been jealous of his sigil, but I know it hurts to use, probably as much as mine or more. Yeah, I'm fine. Thanks for the help. Fireplace. Bonfire laughs in the now well-lit room. All the council members turn to ash and swirling smoke. That is, except for the War Master. The flames merely brushed across his form without consequence. Meanwhile, Etern leans on the mantle of the altar, silently watching. The bearer of the pale cavity stares us both down, his gaze more terrifying than anything else that has ever entered this room. The man beside me also notices the gaze as he turns to return the look. Yet, surprisingly, the pyro doesn't say anything stupid. He instead says nothing at all as a moment of tense silence passes. We stare at him, and he stares at us, unblinking and ominous. But as I gaze at him, I can feel the pain in my body grow as it starts to encompass my mind, the wounds sinking deeply enough for my semi-conscious intellect to fully endure. Then, once my vision starts to flicker with my body still frozen in fear, the one being who could just ruin everything with a wave of his hand finally speaks. Well done. Remember, Abram, the council exists for a reason. The power of many is a power of yours, given you can command it. I can sense your mind disassembling, however. The devouring of the council was too much for your young mind. You must be careful of those you call for help from. Not all those who provide aid do so willingly. Yet, I shall give you a modest gift, a bed if you will. Etern steps forward, his large body adorned with many scars shown to the world. The War Master wears only fur pants, for he needs nothing else. The councilmen prefer armor, while the vices want respectable clothes to wear. But the War Master desires for nothing, and my heart spikes as he speaks of another gift, for I will only fall deeper into the pale cavity's debt. He reaches forward as Bonfire, and I stay perfectly still and silent. His mere presence such a pressure we do so. His giant index finger and middle fingers touch upon my forehead, a line running down as he covers my eyes. Heaven's door greets only the most gifted, and I feel you fit even my strict requirements. I will return to you what was taken, a reciprocation for the favor you granted me regarding your father and his schemes. The cavity demands you grow. You will develop until the lighthouses crumble. Then, you will fight Sequester in a duel for who will reach the final obstacle. My champion will only be the best, and you have stoked your fear, igniting it with a terrible flame. May that fire inflame your horror into a cascade that overwhelms the world. Perhaps, your apocalypse will reach even the depths of the one below. But when I call for you, Abram, you must answer. I barely comprehend his words as he pulls his fingers back, the lit room returning to my eyes. I try to muster the courage to ask him a question, but my lips won't even move. His stature hanging over me produces shivers in my flesh. However, Etern ignores any sign I may be showing and turns to Bonfire, his gaze hardening. As he does so, pale lights come from his body, moving toward each of the shadowy smokes hanging in the air. You are not of us of the north, but I like you. Too bad you owe me nothing. Unfortunately, the cavity cannot return the favor as I did for the little one. The War Master, his incredible height almost reaching the ceiling of this room, turns away from us and waves his hand. Then, without any sign of it, he vanishes instantly, his form leaving like a ghost. As I stand there, slack-jawed at what is happening and the growing pain, the pale lights move from the smokes and onto me. Each mote makes the bite wounds fade, the blood flowing back into my body as my flesh returns to me. Bonfire also speaks finally, the man finding his courage. What the hell was that? I never even saw him until he goggled at us. Why the fuck was the War Master in your head? Staring at my hand's webbing that is growing back, I answer. I don't know. My nightmares hold a connection with all the council members, the remnants of my fear guiding my sigil and my answers to my metaphors. The pale cavity's bearer must be able to make that connection two-way. Bonfire just shakes his head incredulously as he points at me. Well then, what about what's all fucked up about you? Why are you in here calling for me? I was sleeping so peacefully and was dragged here. I tisk at him, as even I'm unsure. I do think it was when I was screaming while being eaten. My mental reach must have been asking for anyone, and Bonfire was the only one who answered. And peaceful? He's been in a fucking coma. Dunno. I'm fighting for my life, and I think you're the only one willing to answer. And peaceful? The man's eyebrows raise curiously at me. Just me? What about everyone else? I give him the quick rundown as I feel whatever it turn did to me begin to fade. My headache, coming back in full force from using override, nightmare, and daymare simultaneously. Finally, he nods at my explanation about the current situation and how we are about to fight Darkstep, her real name being Daxter. He takes the news decently, the man seemingly not minding a fight even while injured. Wait, yeah, he is injured? What the hell? How are you all right? You've been unconscious for weeks? Bonfire shrugs at me, his shoulders raising as he points to his burns. Probably not. Burns don't go away. I learned that a long time ago. My pa used to use me as an ashtray before I ran away. But it was either I did what I did, or let Blake die for me being too slow. Without a lengthy, far too prolonged combustion, I wouldn't have been able to bring her to you guys in time. Hell, I probably would have been found before I escape. Burning at both ends is sometimes the only option. I start to ask him another question, but I quickly trail off. He doesn't know about my absolution. Then what about after? He catches my words and questions me. After what? I awkwardly laugh as I explain to him my absolution and its ability to pull those I conjure in my mind. And I invoked him in my mind, intending to pull him to the real world, though I originally went for Wyatt. The only reason he isn't right in front of me is that override is running at max speed, letting a tenth of a second stretch to dozens of minutes. So he reacts about how I'd expect. Fucking fuck. How? Damn it. I fell behind again. At least my guys are okay. Maybe. We can still beat you and your nightmares. Bonfire rambles for a second before slapping his face, focusing on the real issue for once. No, that's not important. Okay, I think I can still help with this fight. I just need you to do something for me. Okay? Can you do that? I wave my hand at him. Yeah, whatever it is. If I don't, we both die, you know? He points at himself, his fingers spiraling in a crazy-like motion. You need to blast me with whatever mind shenanigans you got. Anything you can to wake me up. I nod at him, not fully understanding what he means initially, but he continues. You need to wake me up. I'm injured, but with enough pain, I should wake up. I've slept long enough. So, just make it hurt and then, I burn it all away. Bonfire's words seem suspicious as I narrow my eyes at him. Burn it all away? Emmett Knox nods back at me, his expression serious for once in his entire life. Of course, Abraham. Do you think I can take Darkstep without? I don't respond, the answer to his unfinished question obvious. But then, Bonfire raises his hand, holding it against my shoulder. Shit happens. Sometimes, you just aren't given enough time to heal. I've seen too many guys eat and not have enough time to digest and exit starvation before being killed by older boys. Tell my guys that it was fun. We had laughs and parties that I never thought a sewer rat as I could have. My heart sinks as the man I've spent so many hours arguing, so many hours fighting, and so many hours of anger with so readily accepts his own death, won by immolation, no less. But I suppose that's always how he wanted to go out. After all, he'd never make the skill if he didn't want to use it. I lower my eyes, but his laugh returns again, a spark of fire lighting up in his hands. You can conjure me, right? I nod at him. If I brought him here, I should be able to conjure him like the other nightmares. He continues as his fires run along his body. Then, don't. I've always hated your illusions. Don't let me become one. I nod again, tears building in my eyes for a man not even dead yet. I won't. Bonfire smiles at me once more. Good. Now, let's get this over with. I'd love to return to that dream. One last time. I nod at him as I stop the flow of ether for Dame Air, the construction of my mind fading alongside it. As I do so, I wonder if I could pull more than one person at a time. Maybe another time. I'm too weak as it is now, and so, I return to the field with Darkstep just above me, the dagger unhurriedly moving toward my heart, with Override still hastening my thoughts. But beside me lies a new body, Bonfire, his frame just a foot away or so. He yet sleeps, his body unmoving and peaceful. Can I do this? Strike his mind with mine merely for him to die afterward? He's so injured that combustion, while it will likely give him the strength to fight, will kill him. The burns cover his whole body. Is he really all right with this? I have to. If I don't, we both die anyway, and Johnny can only rewind the living. But that doesn't mean Bonfire is sentenced to death quite yet. I just need to end this fight quickly enough for the burning man to still be breathing, fast enough that Johnny can rewind him with his eyes. Just waiting out Johnny's battle isn't enough. Speed. I need to be swifter than I've ever been. I need to win for this friend. He'd do the same for me, and he's proving it right now. I never thought we were this close, but apparently, he did. I can't let him die. A shiver runs through my body, not dissimilar to how the voices of the councilman affected me. Is this what a turn meant? That my fear is only growing? Will my fear of death, tragedy, and harm strengthen me instead of weakening me like Father always said? He used to try to beat it out of me, only to make things worse. And that Bonfire, this man, is the spark igniting it all at once? I think so. I've never really had something to fight for like this. Not truly. I've battled many times in my life, come close to death dozens, but never before have I felt so raging. I've always gone with the flow, wherever the world takes me. As long as I was away from the table, I was happy. But that's no way to live. I've never felt the fire, only the chill. Yet, now I feel it, the heat. It's consuming. A stand will finally be made. Here and now. I'm sorry, Bonfire, but this is gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt like a motherfucker. Ether swirls in my mind as I slowly spiral it into a nail-shaped construction. Then, I point it toward Bonfire as I braid ether around, condensing the ether with my mind and putting a dot of gaseous ether at the back of the nail. Finally, forcing myself to hold it, my determination more than I've ever felt in my life. I contort my mind, slicing off a part of my will to impart willful strand into the construct so it doesn't lose any potency over distance. Mind Shatter, a skill I've never used before in combat, only tested with Johnny since he has a skill to guard his brain. I came up with it after fighting the councilman. Sometimes my nightmares aren't enough, and I figured I'd lean into my mental prowess. But there is just one problem. It's almost impossible to control. The gaseous ether in the back of the nail, bolstered by the Sigils signature, shakes with power, riddling my mind with agony so deep I almost lose consciousness. But I endure. For my friend. A word I never thought would be directed toward Bonfire. I've had few friends, but most are dead, buried in the north with my past. But this one, I'd rather him not die, even if what I'm doing is counterintuitive to that end. My slowed vision shakes as the ether moves in my mind. Without override, this feat of ether control would, frankly, be impossible. But the inspiration comes from the man I'm trying to save. The flames that allow him to move in bursts igniting this idea. The nail of ether gains substance, the back of it condensing even more gaseous ether as I do all I can to keep it together as the edges begin to frazzle. Just a bit more. I compel ether into the back, condensing the propellant further for the mental strike. The nail breaks down further, edges becoming indistinct. It can't be too damaging. or it'll rend his mind into two, yet it must also hurt so bad that he awakes. At this point, I can only gamble and hope it is adequate. If I wait any longer, it'll backfire and explode on me. And with my current situation, that's not a death sentence. That's an execution. And so, I release the hold on the back of the nail as I simultaneously remove my grasp on the rest of it. The main component of ether, stained by my sigil, is that it ignores physical objects and only strikes mental ones. This truth holds accurate as the gaseous ether nearly detonates and pushes the nail out of my skull with extreme force as it flies right for bonfire. With a mind faltering from all the ether use and high-level thinking, I now have no choice but to remove override as the ether flies through the air. And as time, relative to me, speeds up, the nail of mentally attuned ether enters bonfire's head. Meanwhile, Daxter plunges the dagger into my heart, but the blade only enters the front of my chest, penetrating an inch or so, as a roaring flame emerges, one with enough force to make her evade backward. The woman is unwilling to risk the burn just to finish me off, so she evades and relinquishes the kill on me. Her choice is probably the right one. As a man encompassed by flame shakily stands, the already present burns spreading further. Even with Bonfire's fire resistance, it still hurts him. But Bonfire's ether works best in a fire, and it works even better when starting from one. And his flames rage with an unmatchable heat within his body. A born pyro, that is what he is. From the underside of Blackreach and its vilest corners, a burning pyre was born, one that strayed from raising the world and instead chose to raise the world in his own way. Emmett Knox waves a hand toward me, a gout of flame pushing away the nearby shades from Daxter as the combusting man faces the half-Nahullo. I try to stand, to help, to reach for my Colt, but my vision swims, making it difficult to focus or move. Care for a dance, pretty lady? Daxter scoffs as her arms draw a series of daggers, each showing a poisonous glint. Meanwhile, her shades surround Bonfire. Sure, wait for me in hell. Through the fire burning him alive, Bonfire beams, the radiance growing brighter as he elevates the heat to match her accusation, the flames stark white. Then, in a split second, the blaze encompassing his body ignites into a roaring inferno, the fire turning black and white in equal parts, and the smoke red as his combustion ignites his flesh and evaporates his blood. The skill he saves only for those he truly hates is something rare for such a cheerful man. Of course, hell on earth, coming right up. 221. Virtuous. Wyatt Graves. Spitting out blood from my mouth and a piece of my lung, careful not to use any air and only my mandible. My eyes never leave Alexos. But just as I struggle to survive, my body actively shutting down, and so is Alexos. Streams of deep crimson fall from the hole in his torso and his amputated arm. But at least we're even now. He got me in the chest, and so did I. The whole missing arm thing is just a courtesy. I wish I could do more, but the next strike to land on either of us will likely be the end. We both know it. My vision wobbles with spots of black, so encompassing that I have to constantly turn my head to keep my foe in sight. I hesitate for a moment, thinking of a way to end this without bringing myself closer to death, but I don't think there is one. I have to meet the pale lady head-on if I want to beat this bastard. But I ignore the sense of death encroaching, her pale hands wrapping around my throat. I need to toss him into her embrace. I've spent much of the past few months thinking about carefulness, but there are always exceptions. When a foe is simply better than you in every way, gambles are the only way to win. Yet, as I take a single step toward Alexos, my legs hardly giving me any motion, the man falls to a knee, his remaining arm holding onto the grass. He coughs out a clump of blood as he flinches. Then, he coughs several more times as I try to reach him, each step more excruciating than the last. Is this it? Will he bleed out before I finish him off? No, he won't. There is simply no way. And as if to make my thoughts a reality, the phantom pain speaks for the first time since we started fighting. He pauses several times to cough, but doesn't relent. I have no choice but to let him do so as my movement is gradual, every foot a battle. Impressive. Truly, in another life, we could have been close, perhaps even student and teacher. There is so much for you to learn. This is a battle of bronze versus brains. If only we both weren't restricted in our ways, the motherbound guiding the strings. But alas, the world saw it differently. I've learned much from having you as an opponent and a goal. I'm sure, even in an odd way, you've gained much from me as a goal. That is just how the world works. He breaks into a massive, coughing fit as I force myself to move faster, shambling toward him as I feel my lungs ready to burst. My strugglers gasp, knocking onto the door of its limit. Yet, I refuse to open the door and continue toward my goal, Alexo's death. But just as I get close, Alexos recovers, his remaining eye meeting mine. I am sorry, Graves, for all that has happened and for all that will happen. It is ironic. I've been searching for the key to the underworld for decades, and only upon the brink of death do I realize that my method was wrong all along. I learned the truth from a child half my age. I never needed to go down there. Worry fills my heart, a palpable danger manifesting from the glint in Alexo's eye. I don't know what he's about to do, but I can't let it happen. I raise my arm, the missing or broken fingers of the bloody palm clenching into a fist as I charge it with the last of Strugger's gasp. But as I move my arm toward him, I feel a vibration through the world. Alexo's chain somehow gaining luster despite his wounds. Only I decide what is real and what is fake. What is death and what is life? An outlandish swirl of ether clouds my vision momentarily, one larger than all the ether my strugglers' gasp intakes, but I ignore it and go for the kill. My arm swings for him with all the force I can muster, my body hinging into the attack. And as my arm moves, a wall appears in front of me, a stone structure filled with age and wear. Assuming it is nothing but a last-ditch effort to make me look away, I continue, my fist aiming to disrupt the illusion he somehow weaved so quickly. But my fist doesn't go through it. A deafening crack rings through the air, forcing me to stumble back. Then, confused and alarmed with eyes unfocused from the strike, I look down to the bloody palm to see that the odd noise came from the wrist of my arm breaking, the bones of my forearm sticking out. What? Was there something there all along? Did he hide a tree? No, that's not. Oh no. My eyes refocus, revealing to me a shattered wall and a pale-faced man pushing himself off the dirt of the forest using the bricks that somehow appeared. But as my eyes refocus, my vision lurches, the ground sinking as I fall. Struggler's gasp left me. All I'm left with now is Daydream and Struggler's defiance. As such, I can only fall to the ground. The two skills not enough to dissuade my body from faltering to its wounds. Alexo shambles toward me, a column of wood gradually forming from his hand before slamming into the dirt to help him walk. And as he steps toward me, tight wraps of bandages appear around his open wound alongside a tourniquet on his arm. I was so naive to think I should hinge everything on the path of another. And if what you say is genuine, then my course is the only one. Illusions. You are so gifted at seeing through them, Graves. An almost perfect foil to me. If only I had not made them using the air itself, twisting the light impossibly. Yet, no matter what, you can't see through reality. The man stands before me, pulling out a vial from his pocket as he opens the cork and drinks it. The container is familiar and brings out a boiling rage. The fill I am. Edmund's artifact. Heat comes from my core to battle to coming cold from blood loss as Alexo speaks again. But I barely even listen to him as he draws a blade. A familiar scene repeating itself, where I was almost executed on that tree trunk. I'm not lying down, but my head is bent and my neck open for the end. I never thought the day when I'd have an absolution. I must thank you, Graves, for opening the path forward in my eyes. If you see your father in the underworld you spoke of, tell him I'll be waiting for our rematch. A blade appears in Alexo's hand as the stone bricks behind him disappear, but I don't pay any attention to any of that. No, I rear my head up as Alexos raises the machete to finish me off, his flesh smoldering back into place with inhuman swiftness from the fill I am. I stare directly into his remaining eye as I try to move, but my body refuses. All my wounds are so severe that my body refuses to budge. The slit throat has been draining me of vitality this whole time. The punctured lungs keep me from regaining any strength, and the cut heel keeps me from standing. The explosions from earlier leave my entire body riddled with broken bones, not to mention the decrepit bloody palm. I half expected it to intervene, but no. It is dead set on only helping me should I be mind-controlled. Besides healing my arm, of course. That is its home. After all, I can feel my internal organs, bones, flesh, and muscles try to move but be unable to respond to my desperate urges. I'm just too hurt. Another struggler's gasp will kill me. My body already bordering on the limit, and I doubt it will do enough to keep me from dying anyway with whatever Alexos just did. Death. That is all that remains. But I can't give up that easily. I should have fought smarter. I should have been careful and played for time. I didn't have to kill him alone. Fuck. I'm so stupid. I should have figured out what liberation did before I entered. Fuck. If only no. You can do this thinking later. For now, you need to act, Wyatt. If you don't, you die. If struggler's gasp isn't enough, then I need to reach deeper. Until I reach the peak, distance remains yet. As the blade falls down from my neck, I take the remaining ether in my body and send it into my chains. But instead of using it in the way of struggler's defiance, I manipulate it differently. With a darkening vision, my body dying off before the blade even meets my neck, I twist the ether inside my intangible chains. A reminiscent feeling enters my heart as I edge toward the unknown, my mind drifting to my last execution. And just as Alexos made the unreal real with his mind, I force the chains in the same direction. Our sigils are two sides of the same coin. He creates illusions, and I break them. He is mental. I am physical. If he can make his thoughts tangible, I can make my chains palpable, so concrete that they will be what holds me together. But as the blade falls from my neck, the illusory chains refuse to budge, my ether unable to affect them in any way. I frantically push harder, the split second shattering into a minute due to desperation. But just as I feel the chains twist, a portion of my pain leaving, they stop moving and untangle from an appearing force. And that significance rapidly grows as a pressure descends, one I'm acquainted with before. A fragment of the mother below places a bet on my death, making it even more difficult for my chains to move. Her presence is sweltering, somehow reaching me despite what Dominus said about me being hidden from her. Damn it, I need to get past this. Then, gritting my teeth and disregarding everything, I take a leap. I don't care if you are doing what you can to stop me. I will survive. If Alexos can obtain an absolution, so can I. So what's disobeying a god twice when you've already done it once? Ether swarms from my mind, propelling me off that illusory yet authentic edge of ether saturation. Nevertheless, this gamble is worth taking, even if it is fueled only by spite. The two people I hate most in this world are Alexos and the mother below. Ma once said that spite is the greatest motivator for action. I might have to agree. They both are pushing me toward my end, but I refuse. As a pain I barely register enters the flesh of my neck, ether, more than I've ever used before, meets the mother below's phantasmal and omniscient force inside my body. My ether twists, turns, glows luminous, and evaporates into a gas as I take every lesson I've learned and throw it against this god. All my tricks come out against this god as I rage against its eternity of strength. It feels like I am ramming into an immovable brick wall. The resistance is unshakable, but I know my path is true. If it wasn't, she wouldn't have intervened. So, as pain bites deeper into my neck, I twist with all my might, my very being at risk of death. But as I do, I feel a click, the sound of my ether moving. And just as my ether twists my fetters together, the sight before my eyes change. No longer am I kneeling on the forest floor. I am now upright within the dark walls of the cabin. A slow, faltering breath is released, the first since I started fighting Alexos. However, I quickly suck that breath back in. No resting. Not yet. He is still not dead. Until Alexos is sent to that hellish underworld, I will not rest. But I need to reflect before anything else. This madness needs to end with Alexos. I have to find a better way to fight, one that ends with fewer injuries. Whether I do that by redoing all my skills or copying others, it doesn't matter. I need to do it, and I need to do it soon. That is if I even make it out of this one alive. At the very least, the bastard will also go down with me. Setting my mind for the future, I turn my attention forward. My feet carry me to the table in the center of the cabin, where the tome lies passed down from Gluscab. I gaze at the pages without any hesitation as words fill my mind. It's only been a few minutes since I was last here, my quickest return time, but I'm not complaining. Power is power. Congratulations, my escapist. You have displayed an overwhelming pure resonance to the aspect of the martyr. You have achieved another act of absolution in your attempt to overcome your own limits. But the second is different from the first. To absolve once means you are powerful, and the powerful are worthy. To do it twice means you are virtuous, and the virtuous are honorable. A diamond emerged once from the amalgam of man and sigil. To absolve oneself again is to shatter the diamond and reform the splinters. And so, may you, the forthright escapist, reconstitute as a shimmering gem, one that glows with a never-ending radiance. For you, the soon-to-be martyr, have performed the martyr's absolution. You have prematurely resonated with a future step along your path, and as such, your current sigil shall shift its absolute form to match it, just as it shifts to better match you. It will never be the same again, and neither will you, forthright escapist. From the forthright escapist you once were, now, you are the escapist, the intrepid strife, one who endures any tribulation and holds themselves together with dauntless will. There will never be a foe you cower from, a struggle from which you evade. You face all métiers the same, boundless grit the first response, and the last. With this new form, your sigil shall grant a new strength, a new aid to you in your long journey, one that fills your virtue with significance. You are now virtuous, and your virtue of fortitude holds true under any storm, underneath any struggle, and beneath any fetter. But, for most, their chains act only to impede them, slow them, and otherwise hold them back. But not for you, intrepid strife. For you, even they struggle. On their own, your chains will bear your virtue in minuscule parts. Together, the individual fetters will hold you like a weaver repairing a quilt. Alone they are weak, but under pressure, they tighten. And while one thread is frail, many are indomitable. Though, your form is insufficient for a virtue, and as such, only merit can bloom. Any more, and you will succumb. For a virtue to wholly blossom, a shred of divinity and power is needed to sustain it. The form of your sigil shall now be revealed to you, as it is more pure and effervescent than ever before. My eyes go wide at the knowledge entering my mind. So, that's why the 8th sigiled are called virtues, and the 7th are called powers. I kinda knew that, but seeing it from the cabin cements it. I wonder why there is so much more information in this absolution compared to the other. It's odd, but there isn't anyone I can ask. Perhaps it's because most who gain a virtue are already angels, and as such, they deserve such information. I don't know about that, but I do know this is huge. Really huge. So much of my strength and survivability has come from the skill from my first absolution. Strugglers gasp. The virtue from the second will be tremendous. Or merit, I guess. I think this is the same distinction between a power and what most get for their first absolution. For powers can only appear in angels. What I'm getting must be a dumbed-down rendition that I can handle, but even that will likely change my current situation. It doesn't sound like a skill of any kind. But that fits with most virtues or merits, as from what I've heard, they are predominantly passive traits. Birdie down in the underworld told Johnny a bit about them, and he passed the information to the rest of us. A virtue is an inherent boon in some way, your sigil resonating so closely with your soul that it acts in your favor without request. I suppose mine will be some kind of strengthening or endurance-based. Maybe, it's unclear, but I'm sure I'm about to find it out. The merit is likely just the skill version of a power, the emerging ability not yet whole. I reach for the way out, but not without glancing at the new form of my sigil. As before, there was a trio of eyes, my metamorphosed sigil, and 2 hanging philosophers, but not anymore. Instead, the 2 philosophers sit behind the metamorphosed sigil, making a quintet of eyes, where there is only a slight demarcation between the trio and the duo. For a second, I angle my hand toward the sigil, but I hesitate. Forethought, planning, cunning, all things that Alexos has and I lack. I'm awful at thinking on the fly, but I have some time. No blood, no pain, no hurry, just peace. Stepping back, I fall to the ground. What to do? I need to deal with that blade likely entering my spine. How? My sigil spoke of my form enhancing me, but in what way? Exactly? I think this is a part one simply have to gamble on. I can't do anything but hope this merit deals with it. But after? I can make a plan for after. I need to get Alexos close, so close that he can't run. Taking him to the ground for a wrestling match is ideal. I'll be weak, but so will he. Plus, we are both missing an arm, making it even. I doubt he's been through many tussles like that since he'd probably die if anyone competent took him to the ground. I can do this. I can. He might have that new illusion trick, but he has to be close to or out of ether. I can do this. I have to. I stand, heading back to the sigil, confident in winning. Then, committing the strange sight to memory and my fragile plan to mind, I reach forward. As the tome mentioned, the fragment of Glusgab, I intrepidly face my coming strife. My vision is bright and unblurred but still slightly shaky, which surprises me. The other thing that shocks me is the pain in my neck and the jolt that stops the blade from severing my head. I move my eye to my peripheral to meet the shocked gaze of Alexos, machete lodged into my spine. Inwardly, I can feel a difference as Alexos yanks the blade back to try again. My chains, the light blue fetters that typically grow tighter as one weakens, are constricting. Still, as they do so, they are turning material. My chains no longer only fatigue me. They hold my organs together, tie my muscles tighter, and close open blood vessels. I can even see minuscule shimmers of them turning physical. Perhaps that is what they will become when my virtue blooms. And just as the cabin said, this binding gives me strength. I can still sense the metaphorical chains of the philosopher overlaid with the half-tangible ones that are holding me together, making my body heal faster and endure these grievous wounds. As such, I'm reasonably sure that should I use Struggler's Gasp, the two would overlap. Not that I'm in any situation to do so. My thoughts are forced to turn toward the fight, even with my overwhelming wonder, as Alexos swings that illusioned machete again. I raise my arm to meet it, the bloody palm already reconstituting the broken bone with my merit's help, which I need to name for memory's sake. Now's my chance. He's surprised. Acting on reflex, I need to get him close. And so, my hand, already missing a few fingers, meets the machete. But as the machete impacts my flesh, it digs in deep, eliciting blood to flow. Yet, it does not cut through. Instead, his blade stops in the depth of my palm as I grip the sword tightly and yank myself up to my feet. Alexos tries to bolt backward, but I reach up along the machete's edge, allowing it to cut more profoundly as I grab his wrist. I squeal out a curse as I tear him toward me. Get over here. He tries to twist out of my grip, but my merit gives me strength with more tremendous pressure. And I've never been so close to death yet still standing. A trim child would have more blood in their body than me, and a corpse with fewer wounds. My grip tightens as I haul Alexos toward me, his eye bulging as the second one regrows from the fill I am. His missing arm is also regenerating, but at a much slower pace. I don't bother putting a stop to any of that, and instead, I enact my plan. I simply punch the man square in the face, bones in his face, shattering as I take him back to the ground with me, using my weight for the throw. I need to play this smart, keep him from running. I may be injured, and he may be healing, but we are both out of ether. He'd have made a wall to stop my punch if he wasn't. And so, as we hit the dirt floor of the forest, I punch, and I punch, and I punch, screams leaving my perforated lungs as I expunge my sorrows into his face. He tries to resist, but he is physically weaker than me. He might be fast, but most of that comes from miraculous ether use. And so, he's at the bottom of the barrel regarding raw strength. Plus, he's not used to one arm. With little effort, I force away his arm that is trying to defend himself, a tiny shard of glass appearing in his palm. And then, I continue to strike every hit, feeling like the most fantastic experience in the world. Finally, I hit Alexos even as he stabs that shard of glass into my chest as we begin a battle of endurance. He chose the wrong battle. Even the mother below bowed to my resilience. And so, with complete confidence, I hit and hit him. I batter his face until he stops moving entirely, his skull caved in and busted. But then, I only stop as I grow weary, my burgeoning strength unable to stave off the blood loss. He only managed to stab me once just now, his body faltering to perform a second. Yet, that was enough to overcome my merit with how many injuries I already possess. With a flickering sight, I sink to the side of Alexos, my body facing the sky in the same manner as his. My chest rises and falls slowly, my fetters holding my lungs scarcely together. Blood is all I can taste, smell, and feel as the bright sky above bears down on me. I rub my ruined fingers together, feeling the sensation of slick blood as the warmth rapidly leaves the liquid in me. Seconds pass in silence as my breath begins to slow, the sky darkening despite the sun above being unhindered. Finally, my eyes gradually close, the chirping of faraway birds becoming apparent. I did it, Edmund. I can die now. But just before I do, a shadow enters my vision, and the voice of a recent encounter assails my ringing ears. 2 for 2. Just as the mother wanted. 222 sacrifices. Perfect, perfect. A whoosh stings my fading hearing as Dominus, the manipulator, leans down to both Alexos and me, his coat moving in the air. Yet, strangely, I can acutely hear every little bit of his movement, his breathing, and even his heartbeat. His boots dig into the ground, twisting the dirt and grass as his face comes over mine, his knees hovering over my body from his crouch. I know I said neither of you would be obliged to be adopted by mother, but miracles happen, and they happen most upon that old bitch's grasp. So, what do you say, Graves? Phantom? Either of you wants to live? My vision darkens, the light fading from the sky to the point that the only object in my sight is Dominus, his beak, his teeth, and the shimmering glow within his irises. I can barely stay conscious, but even with this flickering fire in my mind, I force myself to speak, blood leaking out of dozens of wounds. The lungs in my chest refuse to act, but I refuse to let that weakness exist. Ironheart, combined with the taut chains of my dying body from my merit, constrict my punctured lungs and utter an unmarried word carried by blood and viscera. No. I can see Dominus frown, the skin behind his beak shifting negatively, but he quickly turns from me to Alexos, the man I thought dead. And what about you, Phantom? I know you yet live. It'd be a waste to raise your corpse for the mother. Your mind is so irregular, after all. He's alive? No way. I listen for his response, hoping he doesn't have one. And a short moment passes, the manipulator's eyes crazily stretching over Alexos' form, but no reply ever comes. The man stays entirely still, not even breathing, let alone speaking, and this forces Dominus into action. Very well. It appears as though we will do this the hard way. No one is truly immune to her call without a dominion of their own. None can eternally resist Mother's benevolence. Some simply last long enough for us to be done with them. Yet, you two are far too special for failure. And one day, if not today, you two will merrily join her. Dominus leans forward, his claws opening as one is placed around my head, the nails lightly sinking into the flesh of my skull. I can only assume the same is being done for Alexos, as a brief surge of silver is all I see before my vision reaches that same radiant darkness. And along that radiant darkness in my eyes, it flows into my body, the dark light attempting to consume and change me. Typically, I am unafraid of this, rapturous capable of cleansing my body of any malediction. But rapturous does not answer my call. It cannot answer my call, for the dark light is infiltrating my skull and has already wrapped around my core, keeping my ether from creating any skills. Not that I had the ether to spare, anyway. As the silvery black essence of the mother below infiltrates my mind, I feel its presence pulsating within me. It is a paradox of radiance and darkness, an enigmatic force that captivates and petrifies. Its essence swirls and dances like the eternal night sky of shimmering stars. But far away, within each of those stars, within each of the tendrils rotating in my mind, is a presence unfathomable. The dominion creeps through the corridors of my thoughts, intertwining with my consciousness. Its radiant tendrils weave into the core of my sigil, altering my perceptions and distorting my reality. Visions of interminable abysses and celestial phenomena flood my mind, merging in a mesmerizing display. I struggle against the invasion, fighting to retain control over my own thoughts and emotions. But the power is relentless, its grip tightening with each passing moment. It whispers ancient secrets and forbidden knowledge, seducing me with promises of boundless energy and unimaginable depths of understanding. I'm offered endless mysteries, incomprehensible power, and knowledge of the unknowable. All I have to do is join. As the silvery black power consumes me, I become both a vessel and conduit. Its radiant energy courses through my veins, illuminating my being from within yet casting a shadow over my existence. I am caught in a perpetual dance between light and darkness, a fragile balance that teeters on the edge of oblivion. My resistance is faltering already, the damage to my body and the weakening of my mind sapping my defensive energy. With each surge of the power, I feel its weight and magnitude pressing against the boundaries of my being. It is a force beyond comprehension, an enigma that defies explanation. I am both in awe and overwhelmed, caught in the embrace of something that is both beautiful and terrifying. This is entirely different from when I've been infested with dark light. Is it because Dominus is a manipulator, one with a loose connection to the mother? Is he a conduit for her dominion? I do not know. In the depths of this mind-altering invasion, I grapple with my identity, questioning who I am and what I have become. I am Wyatt Graves, son of Mother. No, I am the son of Killian. No, I am Edmund's son. No, I don't know. The silvery black authority shapes and molds me, molding my thoughts and desires to align with its inscrutable agenda. The radiance has to be spread. The world's darkness has no bounds, and it must be corralled. Only in balance is there peace. Only in eternity is there happiness. Yet, even as its influence ensnares me, a flicker of defiance appears, though it is not from me. A wave of red, one so demanding that it turns the white and black crimson for a single moment, invades my thoughts, the defiance of an unliving thing battling that of a god. Mine. The bloody palm surges with force as it fights the one thing it hates. Flickers of red and white and black and red and white and black and red and white and black endlessly twist as a soul frame of a memory interjects into my mind. A human man, covered in blood and surrounded by the bodies of his kind, kneels beneath a figure. The figure, stained with so much gore they might as well be made of blood, smiles as they point a gun to the human's head, an unsaid word on their lips. Obey. And without understanding anything else, I know what I am seeing. A fragment from who the bloody palm used to be. Ether moves with the most extraordinary momentum when its user has the most emotional or willful response. And the artifact is pulling out no stops as reality becomes red for an entire second, giving my mind a lapse of peace. Warmth fills my flesh wholly, muscles contorting back into shape as bones graft themselves together and organs reconstitute. The progress is diminutive, but not negligible. And just as that short lapse of peace ends, the red washing away to shining malediction, I feel a weight beside my hand. Something just landed in the dirt. I don't know what it is, but as the dark light returns to my mind, attempting to eat away my sanity, I force my hand to move. But, unfortunately, my arm is lacerated to no end, with cuts, stabs, and broken bones everywhere from Alexo's final crazed assault. So, I can't just move my arm. Instead, I use the fingers of the bloody palm to pull my hand toward the object. But after merely a second of progress, the light becomes all I know, my hand disappearing from my senses. I don't know what fell beside me, but any gamble is worth taking if my ether won't respond to me. I simply need to push the dark light back again. The presence of the mother below seeps into every corner of my consciousness, like tendrils of gloaming entwining my thoughts. It wraps around my mind, coiling tighter and tighter, suffocating my sense of self. Murmurs constantly attempt to shift my allegiance from me to a god. It's entirely unlike the bloody palm's attempts on my sanity. The artifact tried its best to infiltrate my mind and take it, making some changes here or there, but it never did something like this. The once familiar landscape of the region behind my closed eyes, the peaceful serenity of shade, is now shrouded in a surreal haze, as if I am trapped in a twisted dreamscape. Thousands, possibly millions, of figures move within this haze, a thin string of something I can't quite discern that tethers them to a point beyond the mist above. Each of these figures shambles toward me, the endless legions of those controlled by the mother below gathering to assault my mind. But, unlike the bloody palm, Dominus has innumerable allies to help siege my mind. Not to mention a god, should she see fit to ruin my resistance. But she doesn't. The god leaves all to her servant. The legions in the fog rush at me, and I cannot move. I am hoisted upon an imaginary cross, each limb stretched out and nailed to the structure. All of this might only be taking place behind my eyelids, but from how the whispers only grow louder as the horde nears, it's safe to say it's not all foe. I can feel each sensation as if it were real. The pain, the sweat, the blood, the anger, the hate, the devotion. It's all so lifelike. The myriad of corrupted minds approaches me. Dominus is somehow a conduit for their consciousness, as I'm instantly overwhelmed by a bellow from the masses. Everything trembles as I feel dark light entering my sigil, the deepest part of me being infiltrated by the vile authority of the mother below. My heart quakes for a moment with the idea that she'll somehow affect my sigil, and the masses taken advantage of that. They get even closer, the fog-expelling figures increasingly into the vicinity as the endless never stops. Each step of the innumerable strikes my faltering mind, shaking the tumultuous cross, even as I do all I can to hold on. But as they near, it gets harder and harder to resist. Soon, I will crack. It is only a matter of seconds. How did Dominus think I'd resist this? How can anyone resist this? One versus an eternity of beings. How? There isn't any way for me to survive even for another minute. The numbers just don't add up. No matter how powerful my mind is or how vehemently I defy the dominion. Even if I can resist 10 or 100, what about 10,000? A million? A billion? It's not a matter of being unwilling. It's just the pointlessness. To defy her is pointless. I might as well just give up, right? No, that's what they want me to think. But against sufficient will, anything is possible. The Wastelander exists. After all, if numbers stood practical against him, then he would have died long before he reached his centennial. Legions fall to the peak, as along the road, it narrows to a bitter edge. I may not be the prime, but neither are these figures angels. The oldest man alive, his life lengthened by his power, cleaves through angels as if they are nothing, only dominions capable of even slowing his approach. Only two in existence other than gods give him pause, Leviathan and Behemoth. Those millennial-old demons have existed far longer than the written history of the first, and yet they can only wait out the Wastelander, unwilling to face him, instead buying time until his body wastes away to endless time. I want to be like that, so powerful that people would rather wait for me to die of old age than ever try me, to wash away masses of foes with a wave of my hand, just as the prime is said to conjure unlivable wastes with a thought. But to do that, I need to survive against this horde, the endless minds under the control of the mother below. I need to hold on long enough to escape this. The bloody palm will unquestionably aid me again, its hate for authority ingrained. I must only wait for it to do so. And so, even as the boundless approach, I focus on that image, that dominating and indomitable image of power. Even as the rumble of the countless batter my soul, I concentrate on that future. Even as the ceaseless reach me, ripping me from that imaginary cross and biting into me, I keep my sight beyond them. And when the first set of teeth enter my flesh, blood seeps through into this imaginary dreamscape. The blood is no ordinary blood, either. From one drop, it becomes 2, then 4, then 8, until it continually and instantly grows into a tsunami of crimson that washes everything red. Then, momentarily, peace enters my mind. The whispers stop and the battering ceases. Instead, all that remains is a comfortable red. The feeling returns in my hand as I move it over and finally feel the object. It is a hand and a gun. I recognize it effortlessly due to the missing fingers, the blood, and the unmistakable cool sensation that flows into my flesh from the steel of the Colt's barrel. The lily. Alexos dropped her next to me? Why? How? Wait. Does he know? How? I don't know. I don't care. But I know I can't shoot it without the bullet in my pocket. If I did, my vitality would be ripped out to sustain the shot. But I don't have any to spare. As such, I die before the rejuvenating river hit me. So, in the most tremendous hurry of my life, I shamble my fingers toward my pocket, dashing the digits for the bullet. I can only hope Dominus is too distracted with the bloody palm to notice me, for I have no choice but this. My fingers enter my pocket, the fabric soaked and soggy of blood, but I disregard that and push them inside, searching for the last bullet of the lily. And I find it after less than a moment of searching, the steel casing near the entrance of the pocket. I try to smile at finding it, but pain spikes at my lips just from the short movement as I hold onto the bullet with my thumb and push my hand toward the Colt with as much force as possible, desperately choosing this course of action. But precisely when my hand touches the Colt, the red begins to fade. The bloody palm's flood of blood pushed back by the innumerable. And as the silvery darkness threatens to pull me back, I grit my wavering teeth and open the cylinder of the lily. I use every minimality of my soul to hold on with a mental suction force so strong that my fingers are pulled toward my skull. Even still, I continue shambling to put the casing into the cylinder. Then, finally, a bullet enters the chamber, and I slide it shut with one hand. Then, I pull the gun from Alexo's unmoving hand and angle the Colt at Dominus' leg. I can't raise it any further than this, but the blooming spider lily doesn't require a critical target. All impacts are fatal, from what I've seen. My vision returns to me for a split second as the red secedes entirely and the dark light pauses, almost as if Dominus had been warned of fatal danger by an unknowable being. His eyes open wide from his concentrating trance. A noiseless shout rings out as he clenches his talons around my skull, immediately going for the kill, giving up on converting me. As his talons pierce into my flesh, crack my skull, and penetrate for my brain, my finger squeezes the trigger of the blooming spider lily. Silence is all that reigns as a red projectile. My eyes now advanced enough to see the lily's movement, enters Dominus' leg. His eyes go wide as his beak opens entirely. An abyssal river stretches out between the two of us, one filled with a homely darkness compared to the Mother Below's commanding night. And as the river stretches, a warmth enters my body as it leaves the Badow's withering form. I can hear my bones crack into position and the returning sound of a rhythmic heart as strength rapidly returns to me. The warmth even goes so far as to cleanse me of the darkness left by Dominus, just as rapturous would. Finally, I sit up with a delicious gasp of air right as Dominus' body crumples to the ground, a desiccated corpse. I'm never going to be able to pull that off again. The Mother Below will likely fully give up on converting me from now on. I don't know how I feel about that. A childlike voice enters my mind when the river of darkness, born of the cardinal, fades. Thank you. I knew you'd be back. A tiny grin stretches on my face as I look at the lily. Finally, I got her back. It's been over 6 long months of fighting, struggling, and training, but I finally did it. Though, I am out of bullets for her, and it will be years before she creates any more. Yet I feel hollow as I sit here, looking at the gun. I started going for the lily because of Ma. I didn't want to let her or my father down, but now, I don't care. Edmund's killer is beside me, ripe for the killing, yet even though I still want him dead at this juncture, it feels like a shitty victory. Sighing, I move over to Alexo's, pulling one of his daggers from my chest as the wound closes in less than a second. Lily's assistance still running through my body. I kneel down to conclude the battle, but as I do, the man somehow sits up, his eye glazed over with shimmering dawn tinged with twilight. Oh fuck, you have got to be kidding me. I raise the dagger to stab into his face as fast as possible to end him before the mother-bound version of the phantom pain can attack me. But I pause as he speaks, the man's words opposite my expectations. Kill me. I can't help but question him, my dagger trembling in a mix of rage and confusion. What? Alexo's body shakes, a tremor running through his whole body as he flinches, half his face distorting in pain and the other in a smile. Kill me now. If you wait any longer, you will have a greater foe, one that neither of us wishes to exist. No half measures, no mercy. Do it. He's only partially turned? Is that possible? Kill me now. The force of his shout stops my thinking and begins my action. Tendrils of light start to come out of his eye, and I follow his orders without hesitation, sinking the dagger into his brain. Then again, and again until there is nothing but open skull and strewn brain. Breathing heavily, I fall backward onto my ass, my gaze stuck on the deceased Alexos. I can't help but feel respect for the man, even after all we've been through. Alone, he escaped the hands of hunters into the wilds. Alone, he survived in the wilds with countless enemies after him. Alone, he held against the legion of the Mother. He didn't have the bloody palm to give him release, nor did he have hope of using the lily to save himself. All he had was himself. All he ever had was himself. Alexos might have been corrupted in the end, but even then, it was not fully. He did it all with a single purpose in mind, to revive his family. Had the bloody palm not been there for me, I don't know how long I could have held. A part of me tells me that it would be far less than he. I close my eyes, and as I do, I realize something. He gave me the lily just now, likely after he realized he would be corrupted as the mother below seemed to personally come after us. He probably could even have moved after I shot Dominus, but he didn't. He let me take the gun and shoot it without fighting for it back. He'd rather me, his enemy, live than for him to become a monster. The thought makes it harder to hate him now and easier to see that alternate world he spoke of. His death wasn't too different from Edmund's, caught in the crossfire between an enemy and me. Would I do that? Would I give up my life if it meant living a miserable existence? Is there a distance I wouldn't go to survive? I don't know. 2:23, buying time. I heave myself up from the dirt of the forest in an attempt to stand, but the instant I get more than a few feet off the ground, my head starts swimming, and with that dizziness, I stumble forward. My legs instinctively try to catch themselves, but everything fails to save me as I fall face first into the ground. I slam into the grassy dirt, and my head runs blank. Again, I try to stand, but every time I move, my vision swims. I can't move without nausea and vertigo strong-arming me. The lily healed me, but she didn't remove my exhaustion, the weariness of bone and mind. So, without being able to walk, I roll onto my back and stare at the sun cowering behind the clouds above. Chirps of distant birds and echoing gunshots caress my ears as I quickly fade into darkness. My eyes flutter open as if only a moment passed, and for a second, I wonder why it's so dark. But as I glance around, noticing the red lilies and the abyssal river, I realize why. I'm in the lily's mindscape, or whatever she called it. I sit up, my hands pushing against the soft dirt, as I hear a fragile hum. The delicate and peaceful song consists of only a few notes. Still, I follow the strange melody along the river until I find her. The spirit within the blooming spider lily perches on the river's edge, two bright red and blooming lilies in her hand. When I get close, she turns to me and grins. Her face looks so innocent and childlike for the mind of one of the deadliest weapons in the world. "Hi, I'm surprised you managed all that. You're awesome." I wave and sit beside her as she admires the two flowers, joining her for a moment. The face of Alexos and that dead Bato, Dominus, which I doubt is his proper name, appear in the petals of the flowers as she spins them in her hand. Lily bursts out again as she holds them to me. "Do you want these?" What does she mean by that? I can have the lilies? What does that do? She seems to notice my scrunched up face and tries to explain. "Oh, it doesn't do anything special. I was just offering if you wanted to hold them." The peaceful face of an illusory Alexos in the flower's petals gives me pause. Finally, however, after a short moment of uncertainty, I nod. She then hands the delicate flowers to me, and I gingerly take them not to damage them. They might have been enemies in life, but the dead deserve at least a modicum of respect, especially Alexos. As I look at his face frozen for eternity in the confines of the blooming spider lily, I realize what the man said is likely accurate. Had we met in another life, at a different time, and under other circumstances, we likely would have been allies. He was not an evil man or outright wanting of my death. He had moments of anger, as all do, yet he returned from them unlike some, and in the end, he had the mind to save my life as his final act. Gazing at his dead face now makes me hollow. Killing him was futile. He was not the one that killed Edmund. He might have attributed to his death, but he neither pulled the trigger nor orchestrated the event. Alexos was doing his best to survive and bring back his family, delving into the abyss, dealing with demons, and tricking gods in any chance at all to save them. He didn't have to die. So little of what he said was truthful, but I am confident he didn't lie to me this time we met. I can feel it. This was his honest self. Alexos came for a fight to retrieve the lantern, but he, even with his illusions, was more genuine than I. I wanted to kill him so badly, get revenge for Edmund, and get back the Phil I am. But besides the last one, it all feels so futile. I had this image of a madman willing to do anything for his insane dream of reviving his family. While I'm not entirely wrong, He's pushed to such an extreme because of me. Had I upheld my end of the bargain in Rustbank, giving him the lantern he wanted, he probably would have given me both the lily and the fill I am. Of course, I can't be certain he'd do that, but I'd take it 9 out of 10 times. He might have been a part of Edmund's death, but I was just too angry to see that it was my fault, not his. However, in retrospect, he actively did what he could to keep me alive. He had limits in that forest, things he had to do so that his cover wouldn't be blown. But in the end, I survived, right? Everyone survived besides the person I killed. We betrayed him first. I betrayed him, and still, he chose to save my life. Lily, I ask for the little last attention while my eyes are glued to the petals. Yeah. Can you release Alexo's soul, like you did before? Lily nods, but her tiny eyebrows are raised at me. Why? I thought he was your enemy? All he did was lie, cheat, and kill people while I was with him. Doesn't really seem like a nice guy. I nod at her, my focus leaving Alexo's face as I realize he has more wrinkles than the other time I saw his true face. He wasn't, but I forgive him. He's not all bad. Killing him is enough. Let's let him look for his family in the underworld. Perhaps a miracle will happen, and he'll either find or remake them with his skills. Lily leans forward, her dark dress tinged with hints of red here or there, shifting as she takes the lily with Alexo's face hovering above it. Sure, if that's what you want. I'll get plenty more souls soon. So I'll let this one slide even if he did manipulate me several times. Did you know he's the only one who ever fired the gun without hesitation? Even Killian sometimes wavered. But he didn't. I smile as she agrees, a twinge of relief flowing through me. Not all is bad. He's still got to go to the underworld. Wait, he's corrupted, isn't he? Lily raises her hand to release the soul, and I grasp outward and hold onto her arm. Wait, he got corrupted, didn't he? She turns her head toward me, her neck moving unnaturally with a crack as she nods. Yeah, but you killed him before it went all the way. When his soul left the body, the dark light fell off it. It was kinda like a parasite that I yanked out of his head before its damage set in. I only want that nasty stuff if it can't fall off and mess with me, like the Batto here. I confirm with her one last time before she continues. So, it's fine? And what about the wrinkles on his face? Does that have to do with the corruption? She nods, then shakes her head of hair bobbing like a bouquet of flowers. It should be fine. Worst case, they can deal with it down there, but I don't sense anything wrong. And his age is from using me. Each bullet shot takes 5 years of life, something you will never get back. I wave to Lily to release his soul for it to drift to the underworld. Then, I ask her another question. What about me? Would you still take those years from me? She bobs her head again, her feet splashing into the river of black as she does so. Yup, can't help it. I siphon ether and vigor gradually from the cardinal. Unfortunately, it's so far away, and I'm not strong enough to pull it to satisfy the needs of a single bullet more than once every few years. Good news, though, you'll still be healed if you kill something with the shot. It's just that lifespan won't ever return. So, if you want to use me in the next 2 years, you must shave off years of vitality. Lily's cheerfulness directly opposes the morbid words coming from her mouth. I can only sigh as I lie back on the grassy knoll of lilies leading down to the river. Once on my back, I gaze upward at the moonless night of pitch black, the eternal scenery of Lily's inner world. As I do so, however, Lily sparks up again, her words shocking me. You know, I wouldn't mind having another friend. The fellow attached to you is not far from sentience. Maybe another 2 sigils? Yeah, I think it'll be sentient by the 7th with all it's been through. The lingering resentment is robust, one of the most extreme I've ever felt, in fact, and that includes the Archakillian and I came across. I consider her words and nod. At this point, I can safely fend off the bloody palm without much issue. It shouldn't be able to overpower me if I advance it again, but it'll be even stronger. Maybe one day, it'll be sentient enough to speak and make a deal. How though? There isn't anything I can use, right? Lily laughs, her hand pointing to the remaining lily in my hand. That one's corpse. It had an abbot, same as your palm. Then, Lily turns to face me, her tiny hand clenching into a fist. And if he tries to take you over, I can beat him into submission. Really? Shocked, I can't help but ask to be sure. Lily blushes a tad before nodding. Well, if you hold me with it, yeah. Other than that, no. I have little control over anything besides souls if they do not directly touch me. I shake my head with some disappointment as I continue to watch the sky. But a little bit of help is better than nothing at all, I suppose. Minutes pass in utter silence, other than Lily occasionally tapping the water's edge. She must not know how to talk since she's always alone, so she doesn't find the silence odd. But finally, after many minutes of tranquility, I'm the one to break the silence as I ask why I'm here. I'm not dead, am I? Lily giggles, her hand covering her mouth. No, of course not. You just passed out from mental exhaustion. I pulled you in here because you're still holding on to me, right? Well, can you let me out? I need to get that sigil, right? I don't have much time before it dissipates. I'll visit you when I fall asleep. How about that? Carefully, I ask her if I can leave, but try to be kind. I know she hates being here alone, so I offer to see her later. She looks at me, a tremble in her lip, but she nods. Yeah, I can. She genuinely hates to be alone. Huh? It hurts to see her like this, so I hold out my hand to her as I sit up, offering a promise. I'll visit you whenever I sleep. Okay? We'll shake on it. She also puts her hand out, and I take it, shaking her hand, wrist, and arm as she is so fragile. The strength in Lily's arm is almost non-existent, but the cold is very much so real. The artificial sentience that is the blooming spider Lily nods happily toward me, the world going black almost instantly afterward. Abraham Ulrin. Sputtering out dirt and blood, I push myself to my feet. The burning crusade that is Bonfire is facing toe-to-toe with Daxter and several of her puppets a mere few feet from me. I was tossed aside like an unwanted toy, just as Virgil was. For some reason, the motherbound he was fighting up and died, its corpse falling over without any prior sign. So, the man came to help us fight, for the battle beyond with the two angels is far too dangerous to join. Over there, ether floods like the rainy season in Sinskreek, and bullets fall as if it was raining. I can't do much to help, but I try anyway. And Virgil is pretty heavily wounded. Not to mention that he and Bonfire's abilities match terribly. Simply getting close rips him from mask. So, scrambling to my feet and drawing my weak Colt, a measly second mark with some extra firepower, I see Bonfire be faithful to his self-named nickname. Amidst several foes exists a roaring bonfire. I take aim and shoot at one of the puppets, trying to remove their head. Meanwhile, I dive deep, attempting to spare any ether to conjure another nightmare. Perhaps Yusef or Fjorn could do the trick, but regardless, they need to be able to survive Bonfire's skill, combustion, his most recent creation of pyromania. The fight with the Demon of Storms gave him only a single day to prepare after advancing, so he was only a slightly more durable fourth sigil during that battle. But since then, he's proven his unique connection to the flame, creating a skill that merges him and his love. He has revealed to me that it has a limit. The skill burns him to ash over time, even as it hastens and empowers every aspect of his being. Like a brilliant flame, one unable to be touched, he seethes. I thought his joke years ago about being a candle lit at both ends was nothing but dark humor about his coming death. Now, I see it was a blooming idea. Virgil dashes back into the fight as I shoot, and miss the unnaturally moving puppet. The man of darkness cloaks himself and dodges a few attacks as he grapples two separate marionettes and rips them away from the fight with tendrils of shadow. The radiance of Emmett Knox keeps Virgil from going all out with his ether. And that's not to mention that the man just finished a 2-on-1 fight where he couldn't get hit once or risk contamination. The last bullet of my cylinder finally slams into one of the puppets, throwing it off balance. So, I take advantage of this weakness and compel the nightmare of Fjorn into existence. Then, right behind the marionette of Daxter appears Fjorn and his deadly scythe as the nightmare tears the enslaved's head off in a clean motion. But as it does so, my mind swims with exhaustion and my body with weakness. Too much ether, too many nightmares. My legs turn into paper as I fall to the ground, barely managing to order Fjorn to fight as a puppet befalls him. The nightmare backsteps to dodge a spit of acid as he swings the scythe to deflect a dagger that explodes and sends him reeling. Nightmares are durable, though, and I compel mine to try and slay one or both of these people enslaved by Daxter. I want to see how Bonfire's doing, Yet my fatigued mind can hardly do one thing at a time. But finally, I manage to split my attention and watch Bonfire battle Daxter and another marionette after several seconds. A silhouette within a column of fire is all he is at this point, and deep inside that heat, I see flakes of skin wafting and sublimating into the air. Daxter moves around him with blinding speed, her motions leaving behind afterimages that Bonfire tries to strike at with fire, but he can never catch up to her, no matter how hot he burns. All she is doing is tiring him out. She is waiting for his candle to fizzle out. Even the marionette she fights him with is the most evasive of them all, turning into wisps of gray smoke here or there to dodge the black flame that roars from Bonfire. I try to crawl forward and get closer for a better shot, but there isn't much I can do. Powdered isn't a powerful Colt, and it will likely do little against Daxter even if I hit her with it. Damn it, where are you, Wyatt? You're the only one not here. No, I can't deflect. I need to focus. A minuscule gap remains until ether saturation breaches its limit. At most, I can use force a single time. The movement must be minimal due to the distance and how little ether I can spare. At the right time, however, an inch is worth a mile. The dark flames on Bonfire bellow wilder as he screams with his scorching lungs. Yet unlike the shouts of pain one would expect from a man burning alive, the lover of fire possesses no such things. Stop running, you whore. Daxter doesn't reply verbally, but she does retort with a flash of green-tipped daggers that heat up in the fire before sinking into Bonfire's flesh. I also catch her eyes flicker carefully to Johnny. She can't wait him out. She's in a hurry too. They're both fighting against time. Ugh, this dumbass. This is why I've always told him to carry a Colt or Claymore, but he always argued that they can't handle the heat, like an idiot. He could hit the speedy opponents if he had a gun right now, for his fire, while all-encompassing him, is slow to reach others. He really needs to deal with that weakness. His vault only works upward, the gout of flame sending him vertically. The man has almost nothing for close-quarters speed. Bonfire groans in pain and doubles over as the marionette behind him lunges for him, diving into the fire for the kill. It has a dagger in one hand and a shard of some black substance in its right. I panic for a moment over which to force to the side, but I quickly make my choice as the dagger flies for Bonfire's throat. With an outstretched arm, I clutch my fingers together, a mnemonic that helps force activate faster. A scream of ether in my mind bursts from my temples and jumps off my hand before heading straight for the dagger, pushing it from Bonfire's neck to his shoulder. The other thing in the marionette's hands, the black thing, smears across Bonfire's body, but I swell with pride as instead of falling from the pain, Bonfire howls as he turns around and wraps a flaming hand around the marionette's neck. Then, almost instantly, the other being is ignited with the same dark fire that screens Bonfire from sight as red smoke evaporates from them. Neither scream as the marionette dies, but Daxter throws more daggers. Bonfire reacts with a whirl, having the flaming corpse in his hands take the daggers into its body before throwing it to the ground. But as the corpse bounces off the ground, his fire sputters out, the spurts of conflagration turning to licks of fire in just a second. The man's body is revealed as his fires die out, leaving a body scorched so badly that the owner is unrecognizable. What's happened? Good. I thought sealant would work on you. Could have been real bad if those fires were only internal. Now what was that about hell on earth, dearie? Sealant? What is that? Is that some new estate-based gear? Rich fucker. Bonfire steps a few times forward as his body stumbles, flakes of charcoal flaking off his body. I can't help but grind my teeth at the state of his body. It's one thing to be resistant to fire, but for it to also prolong your life while bearing endless pain is torture I can't even imagine. Yet, despite the burns, he refuses to fall as he shambles toward Daxter. Emmett Knox raises his hand toward Daxter as he draws a short knife and cuts through his charred palm, a stream of red blaze replacing the crimson blood that should fall out. One word sputters out of his collapsing lungs as fire reappears, Bonfire finding a way around sealant in only a moment, his eyes staring at the radiance of his blood as if it were his wife. Clever, as he always is when the cards are down. Fire. My heart sinks as Daxter laughs, dodging around the light blaze with ease. I need to keep him alive until Johnny can help, or anyone else. Just a bit longer. Gritting my teeth with a noiseless scream, I push my wobbling body to a stand. I might not be able to use ether right now, Fjorn, fighting with the ether I gave him, but I can still help. My eyes catch onto the satchel the marionette had that Fjorn decapitated. I'm out of ammo. My last only now being used. Whatever is in there must be helpful. And so, I, a scrawny half-breed, wearily dash for the satchel as my closest friend burns himself alive from within against a terrible foe. 224, time will tell. Abraham Ulrin. I dive for the satchel as Virgil is thrown beside me, the man tumbling as he catches himself. We see eyes for a moment, and he nods as lashes of shadow come from him and propel himself back at the other two marionettes he was fighting a moment ago. The bag is ripped open as I tear into it, looking for anything that may help as my nightmare fights only a few feet from me. It pulls, rips, and does everything within its power to keep Daxter's marionettes from me. Meanwhile, I cringe as I hear another groan of pain from Bonfire. His knees hitting the floor from Daxter's strike now that he is not cloaked in fire anymore. I try to ignore him as he fights for his life as I scramble for anything in this bag. Finally, tossing aside daggers, blow darts, and garrotes, I find a small derringer already loaded. Without any other option, I turn and aim the pistol at Daxter right as her hand is cloaked in that famous shadow of hers, plummeting for Bonfire's heart. Squeezing the trigger, I see her hand enter his chest like a knife into bread. No, the bullet flies the instant her hand pierces his heart. But the lead of the derringer isn't the first thing to hit her. No, Bonfire had one last trick up his sleeve. An inferno is birthed from the man's chest, all the fire from his veins banished immediately. A column of black conflagration engulfs Daxter, the woman also getting struck with the shell from my derringer. A howl comes from her as the woman's hood and clothes are lit ablaze, her face no exception. Her body tumbles backward from the eruption as she flips and lands on her hands and knees. She turns toward me, and beneath the dark fire, I see her face for the first time ever. With her skin melting and burning, I notice she doesn't look all that much different from me. Pale, skinny, and gaunt. The latter two opposites of the race we are supposed to belong to. But the woman only seems to be spurred onward by the fire burning her alive as strings from her floating marionettist wrap around each of her limbs as she foots toward me. Somehow, the threads are immune to Bonfire's blaze, and each thump of her burning legs against the scorched dirt causes my heart to skip. Another nightmare in the making. My eyes flutter over to Johnny, the man finally gaining an advantage over Ray as the latter seems to be trying to escape, slowly gaining more and more distance. I then look over to Virgil, locked in combat. But, unfortunately, even my nightmare is blocked from saving me as Darkstep, the terrifying spy, approaches me. Each step she forces with her threads makes her movements smoother as if it takes time to use the skill correctly. Finally, she stands just a foot from me, her hand once more covered in darkness even under the fire as her motions eventually turn normal, her control over her skill becoming perfect. The woman doesn't speak any words of mocking or vile intent. At this point, it is all professional, with no hints of personality left, just like her puppets. Daxter crashes her hand toward me, seeking to splinter my heart with her darkness. Seeing my life come to an end, there is nothing else I can do but eke out a short override, extending what remains of my life. I tried my best, but it just wasn't good enough. Even in a 3 versus 1, with Bonfire combusting himself, she destroys us. Just never enough. Johnny Caldwell, a second prior. Sweat pours down my face as I stare at Ray, the fortune son, fallen by the manipulator. He has done everything possible to make this fight take longer, as if he is only here to distract me. And whenever I try to escape the conflict, he yanks me back into the battle with any means necessary. Anytime I even try to look away to help with Glitch, Ray comes for my life as if he was expecting it. The frustration of Fate Sealer being unable to strike him other than just a few times is palpable. But the rage at seeing others get injured and approach death is even more physical. However, it seems that Ray is finally backing away. I don't know why, but it appears that the man immune to harm wants to escape. And I let him do so, turning my attention to Abraham, Bonfire, and Darkstep as I lower my Colt from Ray. That manipulator had to have brought him just to distract me. Darkstep is going to kill Abraham, so I need to help. My eyes immediately turn gold as I go for it all to continuously glitch Abraham and Darkstep, keeping the two effectively frozen in time as Accelerate bursts me with movement toward them. I can't afford Abraham somehow messing this up. I would have done the same to Ray, but Glitch doesn't work on him unless I use increments of 10 seconds, each only attributing a short lapse in the man's time. But I only take 2 steps toward them, almost a dozen feet disappearing from my speed as Ray tackles me to the ground. Shock fills me as I see his crazed eyes, bloodshot whites now red. What the hell? I try to push him off me, aiming Fate's Sealer at his skull, but the man draws a dagger and thrusts it for my heart. Twisting my wrist, I catch the blade with Fate Sealer's trigger guard and yank it to the side. Ray then jumps backward and draws his own gun, shooting it at me. Knowing that dodging is useless, multiple bullets buried in my flesh from doing so earlier, I try to match his shots with mine. Fate's Sealer guides my hand to be faster as my 6 shells strike his, tertiary bangs resounding from our initial shots. What are you doing, Ray? I thought you wanted to leave. The Fallen glares at me, speaking succinctly before darting back at me. The plan is ruined, so I'll kill at least you. Not understanding his words, I let him come close to me before I glitch myself, the power fully realized as an angel now affecting anything on my person. And as such, the cylinder of Fate Sealer is reloaded. I haven't done this before, for it's one hell of a trump card. And so, he bursts at me once more, his speed befitting that of an angel as we fight up close. I use my revolver to deflect, parry, and strike Ray physically as he tries to kill me with his daggers. He's fast, very much so, and quite similar to me. We both specialize in guns, his skills allowing him to hit any target just as my aptitude with firearms does the same. One by ether, the other through practice. He is also, in contrast, immune to almost any ranged or projectile attacks, the Fortune's son capable of diverting it all. But that is only at a distance. If I get close enough, I can end it all. He doesn't know my gun is loaded, as every other time I've shot it. It has taken a while to reload due to its old-fashioned model, but time is running out. Darkstep is attempting to pull out the marionette of the bleeding-out Abraham. If I wait any longer, I won't be able to save him. Time for a gamble. Where are you, Earl? I could really use your expertise. Instead of letting Ray take the lead, I press on him, straining to take the man to the ground. The only problem is that he's strong, very strong. His time as an angel has given him many more opportunities to hone his ether. All I have on my side is my speed with my hands. So, we go back and forth, and he gets a strike on my gut, knocking the air out of my lungs. I let his force compel me backward into the ground, but as we fall, I move the Colt and place it against his gut. Now that the man is finally willing to tussle, I can end it all. He smiles as I go to pull the trigger, his fist heading straight for my face, likely to smash it entirely. His voice is gloating, fragments of dark light spiraling out of his mouth. You're out of ammo. I only return the grin and unload the cylinder into his gut, chest, and midsection, blood spewing out his back in a fountain from the sextuplet of rounds. He spits blood, and his hand hits my face but lacks any power. Pushing him off me, I draw a dagger from my hip and slice his throat before he recovers. Once I was. Ray, the Fortune's son, a fallen, quickly bleeds out from the 6 fist-sized holes in his chest and the Cheshire grin I embezzled into his throat. Yet, I make sure to finish him, using another glitch to reload and promptly unload all several rounds once more into his head, removing it from existence. I don't waste any more time and run for Abraham, restarting the glitch between him and her. After all, I don't want him to bleed out before I get there. Simultaneously, I brush my hand against the steel of Fate Sealer, using Clad, my newest sigil skill, to imbue my flesh with the properties of steel. It may not turn my skin to steel, but it vastly strengthens me for a few minutes based on the object touched. And Fate Sealer's steel makes me more agile with faster reactions, my legs bringing me right beside Darkstep, but I don't get too close in case of the flame wafting off her. I don't wait even a moment before pulling the trigger of the Colt against her skull. My left eye reaches blindness and goes dark from the constant use of my power, as her body sinks to the floor with most of her skull missing. It'll be a while until that eye comes back. I share a glance with the knocked-over Abraham as he shouts at me. Bonfire. Shit, I forgot. I spin around as fast as I can, ether swirling in my right eye and flakes of gold drifting about in my vision as I focus on Bonfire. I feel a fragile connection as I lock onto his form. The man lies barely alive, even with his collapsed heart. The only thing keeping him in this plane is the fire inside, the embers of his skill giving him energy while simultaneously killing him. Time is ticking, but good thing I can reverse it. And I do so, using the entirety of the remnants of Golden Eye to pull Bonfire back from his death. I can sense the river of gold within my eyes rip him almost a full minute backward, all the way to before he even ignited himself at all. I try to push it a bit further, sending him back to the wagon with Heath, but I hit a block that keeps me from doing so. It must be my power straining against Abraham's burgeoning one. Had I not been so tired, I could overpower it, but it's probably fine how it is. Bonfire is alive and well. A sigh of relief comes from behind me as I pause. Another sound joins Abraham's sigh, Virgil and Abraham's nightmare still fighting. Wait, I whirl toward Darkstep's body, a bullet already leaving the barrel of Fate's Sealer, but I hear no impact of flesh. No, 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 she was dead. Frantically, fear entering my heart, I temper my hearing. Rough landscape taking shape from my hearing as I fail to sense Darkstep. Where did she? Damn it, I should have used glitch to make sure. Pain erupts in my left calf as I whip around, shooting it where she must have been, but nothing is there. Another flash of pain stings my side, and I put my hand against it to feel a sharp blade slick with my blood and some other sticky substance. A voice comes from one of the puppets I recognize as being close to Virgil from before I went blind. Not so tough without your eyes, huh? Took me a while to work out how you did what you did, but in the end, you're all the same. Overconfident and easily tricked. If I open myself up and play dead, even you, with how much preparation you love to do, would lower your guard. That wound you left me will likely kill me once my ether runs out. But, of course, that is if I don't advance after killing you. So, Johnny, how's one last dance sound? I remember you turning me down at the ball a year ago, but I don't think you can refuse this time. I ignore her speaking through her puppet as I yell to Abraham. Where is she? Abraham, guide me. I can't see her. The man doesn't reply to me verbally. Instead, he inputs a short phrase into my mind with ether before abruptly cutting off. 9 o'clock, 50 feet away, 9 feet up in a tree. I'm a boo-daff. His allude ends as I hear his head tap against the dirt. He must have finally passed out. The stress, ether, and everything were too much for him. But even as he faints, I follow through with his call-out. Shooting toward his direction, I hear a duo behind me. The two marionettes that were previously fighting Abraham's now faded nightmare. The last bullet of Fate's Sealer rings with a melodious hum as I instinctively know it did its job. Just not good enough. I twist to meet them, the two closer targets much easier to field with my hearing than the distant Darkstep. I reload Fate's Sealer as quickly as its old design allows, backing up from the puppets rushing me. A whooshing of the air behind me has me dodging as another dagger lands beside me. Darkstep's absolution skill seems to make her as invulnerable as her puppets, requiring a decapitation or otherwise total body mutilation to end her. If that wasn't the case, the final bullet should have killed her. When all 6 rounds re-enter Fate's Sealer, I unload the lead into the foremost of the 2 puppets. After emptying the cylinder, only one remains, as the other is missing its entire head. Not even Darkstep can keep that thing moving, and so, I rush in to meet it, using Fate's Sealer to block its daggers. I move back and forth with the puppet, taking my time to load one bullet at a time while in the back of my mind worrying about Darkstep's actions. Where is she? That last bullet I sent must have done severe damage, even to her current form, but these marionettes still move. And from here, I can sense Virgil nearing his limit. He spent most of this period buying time and dodging attacks, but he also recently returned from scouting, so he's about to collapse, which means I'm soon to be the only one left standing. And that bit about the manipulator slipping away some time ago only exacerbates my worries. Where are they going? Are they going to Wyatt? No way they need the manipulator and Alexos to fight him, right? That's overkill. I push the thoughts aside and focus on the now as I leverage my strength and drive back the puppet. It's got some acid and poison on me, likely mixing with whatever was on those daggers of Darkstep's, but I force myself through the growing haze. But once I'm done, Fate Sealer levels at the puppet's head while my other arm holds it still, and after several squeezes, the enslaved human stops moving. Blood and brain matter covers me, and I yell for Darkstep. Come on, where are you? Fight me. Nothing but rings of steel from Virgil, and his puppets greet me in response. Somewhere, Darkstep is hiding, but today, I end this rivalry. I walk around, craning my ears to find her, but no signs show themselves. Instead, I hear groans from the many unconscious people as they awaken. I pause in surprise as I hear Blake yell, the woman moving the instant she wakes up. What the, Johnny? I hold my hand out to her, yelling back, stay away. You can't fight yet. Frank, Silas, come help. Darkstep is here. With my enhanced hearing, I detect Blake's grumble, but she backs up into the safety of the group as Frank and Silas approach. I also notice that Sky Swain isn't anywhere in the group. She must still be out scouting throughout all this. That won't make her happy when she comes back. Not at all. Frank's lumbering form gets next to me as the metallic jingle of Silas' pockets let me know he's here too. Frank, go help Virgil. Silas, help me deal with Darkstep. The former agrees without words, the big man not even wondering what happened. He must think he fell asleep or something, but Silas' curiosity is explicit. I listen to the undead as Frank jumps into the ground, the man swimming through the earth toward Virgil to support him. Sure, what happened? 1 second. I'm peeling fruit for little Esther, and the next, I'm here. I try to explain but hurry it along in fear of Darkstep, Alexos, the manipulator, and other things. For now, just know that Alexos should be dead or gone, and Darkstep is here, injured, but here nonetheless. Silas hums in understanding as he flicks a coin at me. Weightless lands on me before evaporating the tossed coin into ether as I feel, well, weightless. Another of his skills hits me as another coin taps against me from his pocket. Sensational, livens the world around me through my ears as things gain a bit more granularity. We look for her together, but there is simply no sign of her. It's almost like she just left, which is impossible. If she left, she'd die the second her ether ran out. Those wounds I delivered her are capable of killing anyone, and she's only moving because of her skill that lets her puppet her own body. She's old, so it might take a while. Hell, she might even be able to withstand more ether than me, but it will happen eventually. Unless she didn't come alone. Eli Weiss orchestrated the takeover of Stark Bluffs, and he just so happens to be the premier doctor among his many other professions in the frontier. Could the Viceroy have? No, he's not that antagonistic against his son, right? Just, where is she? The battle between Virgil, Frank, and the puppets is over, and the Man of Shadows collapses from exhaustion when he sees his family is safe. But I cannot. The others are hugging each other, happy to see the other is breathing, relieved in fact, but I cannot join them. The burden of the leader is weighted, so much so that it hangs my head at all times. Yet, it is I who signed up for this. I would rather be nowhere else but in the middle of this field, watching over my people. How it sounds to me right now is that everyone is alive. Bonfire and Abraham scraped by narrowly, the virtue of their combined might. Virgil held on long enough for backup, and I finished off Ray. There are just 2 things that keep me from falling myself and resting. Wyatt is missing, and Darkstep is somewhere, her time ticking. And that constant ticking bites at me, a constant nagging in the back of my mind as I hear the celebration around once they see Ray's dead body. She's watching. I know she is. How long can she last? Seconds? Minutes? Hours? Days? When will she strike? I doubt she fully understood my power when she arrived. However, Darkstep likely got some information and compiled it with her own to make a vague guess about my rare ability. But when it comes to things like this, information is the most important thing. And even with her incorrect data, she almost got me. Had she known about Fate Sealer and the power of its final round, I may not still be standing here worrying about this possibility. Because if I discount my eyes, Darkstep, even with her wounds, has a high chance of ending me. I've just not been an angel long enough to develop the skills fitting one. Sure, I killed Ray, but he basically delivered himself to me for some reason. He's all about escape, redirection, and survival, not combat. It's well known that he got his absolution during a game of dice, not in combat. I don't know why he did such a thing, but as I look at his body, I do wonder, what made a fallen go so mad? 225. An unlikely ally. Wyatt Graves. Light pries open my eyes, the setting sun stabbing into the gap between my eyelids. Physically fine but mentally drained. I force myself to my knees and give the two corpses a gander, the dead manipulator and Alexos. Part of me wishes I was more forgiving. The other wishes I was more ruthless. I wonder which deserves my focus. We should have given Alexos the lantern way back when, but only I found even a modicum of trustworthiness in Alexos. It made sense the choice Johnny made, keeping Death's lantern from the phantom pain. Who knows the tragedies he could inflict with that? The Death's lantern requires permission to put one's heart in, but Alexos could simply fake that and possess anyone's heart to force them to do his bidding. But I wish Johnny hadn't. It would have been one less enemy and more tools at our disposal. Sighing, I move over Alexos' body and take the fill-I-am from his pocket, the empty vial already refilling with blood. Barely 5 drops have regenerated, but those 5 drops, from a 6th sigiled artifact, are likely to heal any minor wound and aid major ones. I'll wait until it refills all the way to try and get my arm back. Not that I have much hope in that regard. If Heath can't, for one, because of the time since I lost it, and secondly, because of how it was scorched shut, I figure this thing probably can't. An angel like Birdie is probably needed as it has been gone for so long. In truth, this artifact will probably be used to heal others more than me. Poor Heath, he might just be put out of a job. I can't help but speak aloud as the stillness is deafening and uncomfortable. Yet I get no reply from my surroundings, the forest preferring to echo my voice back to me than to speak. This fight left some lasting wounds, not on my body but on my soul. Some things don't feel right internally, and I'm unsure if that's from the siege of the Darklight or Alexo's death. But at least I finally got what Edmund left behind. I rubbed the glass with my thumb before pocketing the vial and proceeding over to Dominus' body. The Batto, despite being able to transform and take over other forms, never did. He preferred to stay in his Birdman build, even if it was ill-suited for the woods. His want for the survival of his race must have persisted even after his corruption. Another Batto is gone, I suppose. Their numbers only continue to wilt. My eyes move to the bloody palm after the thought, Lily's words coming to mind. The palm did save me, even if it was only because of its innate hatred for mind control and all the associated things. I can't not acknowledge it. I have to give credit where it is due. Thank you, Bloody Palm. I know you aren't sentient, but even beasts understand gratitude, and so do humans. I have a gift for you, a peace treaty if you will. Perhaps, in the future, we can set aside our grudges and become allies. A humming purr that radiates from my wrist is my response, like that of a dangerous beast. The sensation is odd, but not unpleasant. I smile back at the palm as I bring my hand to Dominus' body, and with a short insight, I find his ether's origin almost entirely dissipated. Then, without waiting a moment, I surge forward and shove the bloody palm through Dominus' fragile remains, allowing the artifact to take what it wants without any interference. Go on. Another purr roars as a tendril of flesh protrudes from my index finger and wraps around the sigil. Then, without any indication, my vision distorts and shifts into a wholly different scene. A familiar cathedral fills my eyes, ears, and nose. Tapping sounds surround me, dozens of inhuman and grotesque creatures roving around me. Distant howls and shrieks lightly caress the air as a monstrous spider lies upon a similarly sized church organ at the end of the aisle. I stand amongst the pews of the Cathedral of Unseen Horrors, clamping down on any movement and sound not to alert anything. I realize that my right arm is missing, and my left is replaced by a constantly shifting mound of flesh. I sense a waking will from my left arm as I realize the bloody palm brought me here. I was unaware this was possible, but some rules are tossed out the window regarding the mother below. As I attempt to rationalize and plan, dark light striking the church's stained glass outside like lightning is the only light in the building. The scene is ominous and threatening, creatures constantly shifting in the shadows around me as my own arm refuses to be an arm. You need to think, Wyatt. Ignore the abnormal shit with your arm. The last time I was here, I made a bunch of noise and got every creature here after me. I can't afford to do that again as I have no help. There is no one to save me. Perhaps the bloody palm can help, but ether doesn't work here. I'm lost as to how the flesh is even shifting without being able to use ether. So, I must be subdued and noiseless as I make my way to the tome. No straying off the path or getting distracted. This is all about stealth. I can't fight my way out of this. Slowly breathing in a lungful of air, I get low, careful not to touch anything. And once I get into a crouch, I lower further, placing my body on the cathedral floor. Then on the floor, I delicately creep along the aisle, doing my best to not make even a single sound. Every second I move, my ears are primed, listening for anything that might get close. Several times, I pause and wait for something to cross or step over me so I'm not revealed. After almost 10 full minutes of crawling, I reach the end of the aisle, the giant spider with eyes on the tips of each of its legs directly above me. I waver, the echo of its noticeably labored breathing warning me. Then, unsure, I glance up at it to see if it notices me, but it doesn't react to my gaze. And so, I gaze at the door, the thing of wood wholly repaired from whatever happened the last time. Odd, but it doesn't matter. I could try to drag myself to the door, yet something tells me the spider will notice me, so I'll just have to get as close as I can before sprinting for it. And so, I silently kick myself forward. Every inch of movement fought to be void of sound, but as I get 5 feet from the door, rumble comes from behind me, and without even peeking back, I dash for the door. Once I get to it, though, I have a dilemma that makes me pause at the door. The bloody palm doesn't have fingers to pull the handle. Oh, never mind. Now it doesn't matter. The flesh of my hand shifts to fit the door handle, and without skipping a beat, I twist the door open. A crash resounds behind me as I slip into the door and close it. I move back from the door into the hallway before retracing my steps to the chamber with the tome. Now that far less is chasing me, this trip is almost peaceful as I walk through the halls and corridors of the cathedral. Without any turmoil, utterly opposed to the last time, I traverse the halls, returning to the passageway with the tome. I step through the room where that odd humanoid thing was last time, his presence missing. I continue, reaching the spiraling staircase in no time, and creep down it while watching out for threats. Simply because nothing has shown itself yet does not mean nothing will. But after minutes of mindful movement, I reach that door that held the tome behind it and gingerly push it open. Contrary to before, because of my hurried pace, I hear it creak as it opens, and as it does, I go still, eyes sprawling over the whole room that bears the tome upon the pedestal. Yet, nothing emerges to rid me of life. My shoulders relax only as I step up to the pedestal and look at the incomprehensible words on the page. I half expect to see information about the bloody palm, but the paper refuses to impart the knowledge to me. However, as I stand at the pedestal, the bloody palm shifts and pulls me forward as it attaches to the tome. The bizarre limb of flesh expands like a film of canvas to cover the whole book before my vision distorts again, returning me to the forest. A bit nauseous and lightheaded, I stumble before I regain my composure. My vision swims as the bloody palm transitions from that expanded flesh into a hand. Flexing my fingers, it feels back to normal, except for one thing. As I look at the bloody palm with a dose of insight, I sense another occultist within its confines. And with that comes an odd sensation of my blood flowing faster, my heart speeding up unconsciously to meet the pace. What the artifact is doing is weird, but I sense no malice. On the contrary, a fragile truce has been made. My hand feels more responsive than ever, clenching and moving with strength I never thought possible. A smile appears on my lips as I talk to the artifact, acknowledging it. You know, together, nothing can stop us. A low hum from my flesh is my only reply as I feel better than ever. Then, giving the two bodies beside me a glance, I tread away. That fight is likely over, but maybe not. Let's go see if we can help. How about that? Another hum, this one approving. I think the bloody palm likes being asked for permission. Makes sense with how much it hates control. I wish I could know more about it besides the brief glimpses I've been granted. But that's all right. I'll learn over time. The shadow looming over me is gone. Now, I can unwind. Daxter Darkstep Yorn. It's all hazy. As I shamble through the forest, my thoughts are interlaced with pangs of mind-numbing pain. I can only see through the 7th marionette I keep, a small bird that hovers above. And even with my training, I can't help but feel morose at my condition. I planned it all out. It was to be the perfect assassination. I've stalked this damned sharpshooter and his group for days, finding the ideal time to strike while I observed, learned, and prepared. The attack of a manipulator was unexpected, yet a perfect opportunity. Of course, Johnny might be an angel while I am only a sixth sigil, but still, I am a Yorn, birthed by the Viceroy and a powerful human that was captured. The only Nahullo given more responsibility and training than me is Sequester, the nascent War Master. With my training, the distractions, and the wounds, I could kill him. Earn my place upon that table, finally. But no. But then, I got distracted by the taste of an even loftier prize, a damned half-breed slowing me down. So the plan formed to fit killing both as the Vice asked, and that was my hubris, my downfall. If only I turned down that reward. But who could? Who doesn't want a lumen? Yet it is over, for should I strike at my current strength without my puppets, I'd only be put down like a dog. I was so close. Everything was so perfect. If only that damned pyromaniac hadn't come out of nowhere. No, I handled that just fine. Thinking on your feet is an essential part of being a spy. It was that gun, that Colt that Johnny had. Where did he get it? What was it? If he had that in Rust Bank, why didn't he use it? I could have taken a shot to the head and recovered if it hadn't also messed with my ether flow. I suppose I'm just going to die now. Lucky bastard. I'm ruined. My head is nothing but an eighth of my skull, and most of my brain and spine are missing. My body is gradually building toward ether saturation as I use my soul to tether myself with Soul Thread, an offshoot of Abyssal Marionettist. My body, or more accurately, my still-moving corpse, has built up a hefty resistance to the substance over the many years, but no one is immune. Perhaps the lords are, as the two demons are more aged than any architecture or system in the known world. All that time should give them the power to crush any foe, yet they cower before humanity's eldest man. Pathetic. I can help but grind my teeth at the thought of him. As a child, I was trained at the table for a sole purpose: get close to the prime, keep tabs on him, and kill his apprentice should he have one. Only one problem. After decades as a renowned hunter, I've never seen the man, let alone an apprentice. He comes and goes as he pleases, and not a soul but those he wills knows of his location. All I've learned over these years is his name, the whispers of Vincent Harvey impossible to ignore among the oh-so-noble estates. Most primes appear at their height out of nowhere, secretly trained either by the former one or the wielder of Demon's Bane. Sometimes it's one and the same, sometimes it's not. Yet none of it matters anymore. I will die, and all my grand ambitions will fade along with them. Nothing will save me. I am to die in the woods alone. I don't stop walking, however. Movement, whether running, jumping, fighting, or walking, has always been a natural piece of me. None soothes me as feeling the wind brush past me, or the surprised faces of those who can't even grace my speed with their eyes. It has always been so perfect, and if I'm to die, I will do so running, moving with the wind, and attempting to do what all those rumors I can do. One last time, I would like to try to catch my shadow. From the bird's eye view from above, I move, my ether forcing my body to move beyond its limitations. Muscles strain and break as I burst through the forest, the setting sun bathing me in its shadows. Yet, I welcome them and move even quicker, rapidly looming onto the edge of my ether. Only seconds remain if I act like this, but it feels so freeing. The responsibilities are gone. The pressure of endless expectations is gone. The omnipresent weight of the coming future is gone. Even the threat of death is gone, for it's already guaranteed. It feels lovely, even as I come across two cooled and disfigured corpses, and as I collapse beside them, my body refuses to intake any ether. Soul Thread begins to unravel as my mind slows. But as it does, one of the corpses beside me shimmers with a dull light. It stretches bizarrely out as my raven perches on a tree and peers down at me. The light is tinged with dark motes while it waves in the air, as if searching for something. Pushing my body to its limit, my ether breaking down my flesh as I move, I lift a finger to the curious light. What's going on? Is it? Oh, I know what it is. The instant my finger touches the light, I'm greeted by a warm presence that isolates me from the horrors of the world. No words are said. They don't have to be. The embrace is otherworldly and irresistible. It promises happiness, joy, and eternity without a lie spoken while delivering heaven. If I had known it was so relaxing, I would have given up long ago. The Mother Below's adoption is paradise on land. So why would anyone fight this? 1,000? No. An innumerable number of minds connect to mine. It might not be her voice directly speaking to me, but the others, the many, the legion, give me strength. Perfection flows through my veins as from the bird above my skull, brain, and head reform. The sensation is immaculate, wrestling a moan for me the moment my vocal cords return, and when I'm fully recovered, lying in the gore in the grass, a distant voice reaches me. Another sibling. I welcome you to our legion. What would you like to be called, dear? I take a moment to think before sputtering out an answer. The thing I wish was my given name. Darkstep. A rumbling laughter reaches my ears from some faraway beyond. Perfect, perfect. You are Darkstep. I am eldest, birthed before there were moons in the sky or vitality in the land. The mother is indisposed. For now, her slumber gradually ceasing. But for now, your task is rudimentary, Darkstep. Spread her light, manipulate, contort, and compel the world to obey her. As you do so, the light within you will grow, bestowing gifts as a sigil would, allowing you to further your assignment. For one day, the mother will rouse, and we don't desire her choleric, do we? I roll over and push myself to my knees as childlike giggles rend their way from my throat to the outside. Mothers should always be happy, but unfortunately, people refuse her embrace because they are either ignorant, unworthy, or stubborn. The first can be fixed simply, and the second with enough penance. The third? Those are rare, but even they, too, shift over time. Only when the whole world bows to her will her willpower be satiated upon her next awakening. No, no, we don't want Mother angry. A final phrase reaches my mind from the beyond before I feel the powerful soul divorce from mine, returning to whatever realm it is from after giving me aid. Indeed, Manipulator. 226, Landing. Wyatt Graves. When I stumble into the clearing from before, expecting some sign of combat or lingering restlessness, I'm surprised to see everyone up and awake. But before anyone speaks or even looks at me, a ball of fur comes barreling for me, almost knocking me over as it starts whining into my arm. Good boy. I'm glad you're safe, Dakota. Even Bonfire is conscious, the scarred man talking to Heath. In the back of my mind, I question how he's here as he wasn't a part of the group, and neither was Heath, but another man calls out to me. Wyatt. Great. Skyswain and Virgil were out looking for you. Come here. Silas, the fires in his eyes sprouting, waves me over to him as he sits beside Johnny and Abraham. Bandages and bruises cover the pale man as he sits with a hand over his head, his headache evident. I follow his motions and join the ongoing conversation with Johnny as the current speaker. She's somewhere. I don't know where, but I can just feel it. So we best loot the vault and go. The undead man throws his lot in next. I reckon we investigate that town nearby. We are small in number, and perhaps we could gain some new allies. But if we wait too long and leave them, even if they are mostly outlaws, they will all certainly die now that Ray is gone. I don't necessarily want to ally myself with their kind, but not all are bad. Abraham shakes his head at Silas' suggestion. No way. Are you crazy? That place is probably crawling with plagued and motherbound. Silas puts up a hand and enthusiastically shakes it. Exactly. We need to clear them out, right? The Nahullo let one slip out. So things will only worsen if we don't stamp this out this instant. One manipulator. One. Almost got us killed, and we don't even know where he is either. Their ability to weave webs to control others and lead them to death is horrifying. The words from the undead man caused Johnny to nod sagely before turning to me. What about you, Wyatt? How did your fight go? Is Alexos dead? And something feels different about you. More than just your fifth sigil. I spend a moment thinking about the two courses of action before I reply. We either check out the vault and immediately leave, going to wherever Johnny has planned, or we do the first and then investigate Ray's Town, clearing out any suspicious activity. These motherbound are life-threatening. Hell, if not for the bloody palm and the lily, I'd be dead from 1, 2. To let them spread? No, we can't do that. The manipulator probably fetched his strongest with him for this fight, but that doesn't mean he brought them all. Dominus must have some more motherbound or plagued in his grasp, And until we clear them all out, the cessation can still spread. I agree with Silas. The manipulator, Dominus, must have more people under his control at Raystown. But the number will probably be relatively small compared to Starkbluff's due to the town's size. So I say we go and clear it out. Should be fairly simple. Plus, don't Motherbound die or go bestial when their manipulator dies? Johnny nods along with me, and so does Silas. I do see Abraham groan a bit, but he doesn't disagree. After that brief bit of confirmation, I move on to the next thing, scooting closer into the square of us four. Darkstep is still alive, from what I heard, so I don't want to risk being hurt. During my fight with Alexos, and he is dead, oh, and so is the manipulator, I achieve my second absolution. As my words come out of my mouth, each word raises their eyebrows further until Abraham's mouth is partially open at the very end. The pale man pinches the bridge of his nose before closing his eyes. A poignant stillness hangs, and I look at the three with a bit of worry before one of them finally reacts. A long, drawn-out sigh comes from Johnny. I can't with you, Wyatt. I half expected you not to return when you left to face the phantom pain. And instead of dying, you come back with something I've never heard of in my whole life. A non-angel with 2 absolutions? Did you get your Colt back? I nod, pulling the lily out from the holster I took off Alexos. Yeah, here it is. Johnny points at me before motioning his finger back to my holster. Keep it there. The blooming spider lily is a powerful Colt, but its repercussions are just as severe. So until you get another of those bullets from it, only use it during extreme emergencies. I'm talking death or servitude. Okay? We still aren't entirely sure where it came from, just like some weapons the estates possess. Risks will always exist with things like that. I understand where he's coming from and place the lily back on my belt. Lily was made by my father, but even I don't really know how. He's a craftsman, but so much is unknown. It's at this time that Abraham and Silas reawaken from their stupor. The paler man stares at me, his lips unable to move as he mentally asks me a question. What's it do? The second one? My father never told me. Pointing at the other two with us, I reply through my mind, tugging on the weird connection I've only just now become aware of. Include them. I feel a mental nudge before the presence of 2 more minds joins us, Abraham visibly straining to hold the connection. It seems that his headache is awful. Once I sense Johnny and Silas join the telepathic conversation, I continue. The second absolution is different, the cabin itself saying so. The virtue given seems to be a passive effect, and mine gives my chains a secondary effect. The more injured I become, the tighter they hold me together, increasing my recovery, strength, and endurance the closer to the pale lady I roam. But like a power, the virtue is incomplete because I am not an angel. Johnny butts in next, his reply also mental. Virtues are incredibly substantial boosts to one's power. And even if yours is incomplete, I'm sure you'll feel the difference. That's not all, though. The doors along the path to an 8th sigil are now open to you, Wyatt. All you're missing is time. The hardest part for most is the absolution. I physically shake with excitement at the idea of reaching levels of strength like Kai, an inspiring prospect to imagine. But on the other hand, I wonder, if I'm heavily injured and use all my skills, how close do I come to him? My merit, which I will call a virtue for simplicity's sake, was enough to hold me alive and fight even at death's doorstep. Alexos left me with so many wounds that without it, I would have just died, unable to even move. And yet, with it, I fought. I haven't gotten to experience it while I'm lightly wounded or majorly, only while lethally injured. But even right now, without any wounds, I feel durable and robust, far more than usual. Does my virtue count my missing arm as injured? Or does it merely enhance me like this at all times? If the former is the case, missing my arm might at least hold some boon. I was thinking of regenerating my arm with the fill I am. Hopefully, my neighbor in my arm won't be against that anymore. I'll have to see what changes when I do. But I'm pulled out of my thoughts by Silas beside me, the undead asking me a question unrelated to my virtue. So, you killed this Alexos and the manipulator, right? I confirm his statement by nudging him with my mind in some kind of mental nod. Yeah, both are dead. The manipulator took a bullet of the lily, and I stabbed Alexos in the eye, along with dozens of other wounds. Silas then continues, proposing another thought for consideration. At first, I think it'll be something serious, like he doubts I killed them, but the honest idea is entirely different. Take me to the dead bodies. I doubt you took any money off of them. I can't help but laugh as Silas rubs his thumb on his fingers, the greedy bastard. But when I laugh aloud, the mental connection breaks. Abraham also laughing. Yeah, sure. It's on the way back to the vault anyway. The discussion breaks from the gravity breaking apart as we stand. Johnny giving one last monologue. We'll head to Raystown after we finally loot the vault. This time, we all go down together. I don't want to be ambushed again. I nod as Johnny steps away, his eyes still closed, and he hollers for everyone to move on. All right, we're going back to the vault. Everything is fine. People start moving, and as they do, I see a figure over the trees that descends rapidly with large flowing wings on their back. Only when they land a few feet away do I recognize them as Sky Swain, the sole remaining fifth sigilled Batto, Skychaser's mate. She lands beside me, and I see her face scrunched up in anger. I try to talk to her, expecting her to ignore me, but she doesn't. Sky Swain, you all right?
No.
Her response is simple but far more than she's ever given me before. So, I step beside her as she walks. Well, what's wrong? The Batto woman growls out an answer, her voice low and rough as lightning fizzles from her beak. I was useless. I immediately retort her, but she has none of it. Well, you couldn't have done anything. You were charmed by Alexos, right? No, I was out watching for danger. By the time I returned after hearing gunshots on my way back, everything was over. I did nothing. Had it not been for you, Johnny, and the other two, I would be the last of my kind. Her blunt cynicism leaves me without a word to respond with. How do I reply to something like that? I didn't know she was out and about during all that. But if I was in her position, unaware that everyone was fighting for their lives and not there to help, I'd be pissed. Very pissed. The smoke coming out of her mouth from tiny sparks of lightning now makes more sense. She's literally fuming. I walk a little more with her before I finally come up with something to say. Shit happens, Sky Swain. You can't be there for every struggle. You can't save everyone. She glares at me, electricity spiraling in her eyes, but I continue. And that's okay. No one can. We're not gods. We're just people. We can't be everywhere at once, save everyone at once, or know everything at once. A sigh comes from Sky Swain as she lifts a claw to her face, covering her eyes as she shakes her head. I know. I just wasn't expecting to do this without Chaser. Leading is tricky. I raise my hand and put it on her shoulder, careful not to touch her sparking wings. She glowers at me as I do so, but quickly cushions her gaze. Then don't lead. Skychaser worried that your people would fall behind, become useless, and therefore abandoned. But the thing is, Sky Swain, Johnny doesn't abandon people. Once you earn his trust, and mine for that matter, we'll die for you. Sky Swain pauses, her pace hitching for a moment as she examines me. Is it that easy? We won't be left behind if we are too weak? You'll protect us regardless? My eyes glance over at Johnny at the front of the group, leading without any eyes himself. Then, I gaze into her beady and electrified eyes. Yes, Skychaser died protecting Blake, and Blightraven died protecting us all. Sakate gave his life for your people. You all will be safe, I promise. And you know, a Graves never breaks a promise. She smiles a bit, the edges of her beak curling up. It's a similar movement on the surface as Dominus' evil grin, but the emotions are entirely different. The Batto woman laughs a tiny chuckle before hardening her gaze. I have heard that before, yes, thank you, but I won't be a freeloader. It seems I am an awful scout, so instead, I will spend a while improving myself. Then, hopefully, I can reach Chaser's standard and be helpful. I grin back at her, happy she's not as ravenously furious as a few minutes ago. She nods before walking away to speak to Johnny, leaving me a goodbye. Again, thank you. I needed a little redirection. And you can call me Swain. We're friends now. Waving at her as she walks away, I say her name in my mind. The Batto culture is fascinating. From their homes to their names, it all is so different. Different, but not bad. It's just different. But it's likely going to fade away. We all know the truth, even if no one wants to say it. The Batto, as a whole, are over. With at most 2 dozen remaining people, the race will never recover. I don't know if they can intermingle with humans like Nahalo and Pygmies, but I don't think they can because I've never heard of a half-Bado. I'd wager a guess they are like demons, unable to have children with humans. That means this group of 24 will likely be the last of the Bado, even if we keep them all safe. They will never regain their homeland, never see another tribe, never soar their wings without worry, never do so many of the things they are known for. And that is a fate worse than death for Swain. She wants it all back. I can see it in her eyes. But we both know it won't happen. The Nahalo did it. After centuries of war, they killed one of the oldest races in the world, leaving just a few stranded to patter on until the embers die. Even if someone was strong enough to return their home to them, it wouldn't matter. Shaking my head from those thoughts, I stepped to Silas, the man who wanted to loot the dead bodies of Alexos and Dominus. Hey, we're getting closer. Want to step aside and go to the bodies? Silas nods, his skull flames waving with the movement. Hell yeah. Ray had a fortune on him. Enough for one hell of a wish, but none of the others had jack shit. Hopefully these two do. I agree with him, and we step aside from the large group, walking back to the cabin, Dakota skittering behind me. Petting the large fox, I ask Silas a question as the dark texture of my overcoat touches Dakota. You ever heard of a bulwark, Silas? Walking. The undead twists his head in thought momentarily before replying. I think so. I vaguely remember Bertie saying something about Isaac's bulwark long ago. Something about an eye patch. I motion to him and point at my coat, telling him about it. Well, I found one in the vault. This is called a dumbrel. It's some kind of created item that came with a skill inside of it. The skill, shadowed, lets me turn into some shadowy form that makes me faster and much harder to notice. Silas nods thoughtfully as we continue through the forest, nearing the battle area from before. I've never seen a crafted item be so extensive before. Even the largest claymore probably has less area than your coat. I know that the larger the claymore or colt, the easier it is to imbue it with complete skills from a sigil, with smaller things forced to be rudimentary even with higher sigils. I thought that was a limit, that no craftsman could go past that limit, but it appears I was wrong. I shrug as I hold out my arm, compelling ether into a dumbrel, the bulwark turning my skin shadowy and indistinct. I talk to him while in this form, but my voice is garbled and low, unlike my typical tone. I doubt even Ma would recognize me like this. Yeah, I thought a similar thing. I never even heard of a bulwark until I found this thing down there, but it's amazing. I basically get a free skill that comes around with me. Plus, it makes me faster. He laughs, pointing at the coat. Good for you. But maybe you stop it. Kinda hard to understand you. And you look creepy. Very creepy. I stop the flow of my ether, unsure what he means. Huh, creepy? He nods, reiterating himself. Yeah, you look like some kind of Philea or wraith with how you wave about in the dark. Really creepy. I glance down at the coat and hold up the leather of it, and for the first time, examine it closely. Minuscule lines of darkness run along the leather, like seams in most clothes. But when I stare at it, the coat seems to undulate oddly. What do Phileas look like? I've heard of them, but not in detail. Silas waves his hand as he describes them. Kind of like a wavy shadow figure of a person. They tend to stay in dark corners, waiting for a time to attack, using hair and whatnot. They're more common in the north as they like the cold. I think Blake had one of those as a spirit. The name and description sound familiar. Fally she called it, right? Odd that a ghostly being can even have skin. Almost as if in denial of my words, the coat kind of vibrates again. The familiar chill of when I activate Shadowed coming to mind. Could it? Say, Silas, you think this coat could be made from one? He turns and glances at it again before nodding. Probably. Some spirits have corporeal forms that they can leave whenever they want. I imagine that would be the only way to make such a potent creation. Unfortunately, standard materials struggle to withstand ether, so for a bulwark to have such a complete skill without being an arca means that it is almost required. A bit uncomfortable at wearing the skin of some ghostly monster, I pat the arms to calm down the tiny movements of the coat. I won't take it off, as that's just stupid, but it doesn't hurt to keep an eye on it. Worst comes to worst, according to my hand, I belong to it, so I think I'll be fine. After discussing my new coat, We finally reached the region Alexos and I had been fighting in earlier. Trees are broken and fallen. Holes are made in the dirt that are filled with blood, and said blood covers a smallish field, spilled by only 2 combatants. When Silas notices the damage, he whistles impressively, but another discovery rapidly changes his tone. By the devil, Wyatt, you fight like a demon, destroying everything around you. I'd swear you were a forerunner if I didn't know any better. But, wait a second. Where are the bodies? His words bring the absence of the dead to my mind. I frantically scrutinize the surroundings, looking for a wolf or bear that might have moved the bodies, but I find nothing. All we find is a patch of blood where the 2 bodies used to lie, and the blood is tinged with silver. I meet Silas' eye as we crouch over it, and we immediately come to the same conclusion. The manipulator is alive. 227 devilish charms. Silas and I nod at each other, the threat becoming crystal clear. Dominus needs to die, but he should be dead. Yet, if he's not, he should be hurt, right? Without waiting a moment, I voice my thoughts, the course of action evident in my eyes. We need to chase them. Right this instant, Dominus should be dead. After all, I hit him with the lily, but perhaps the mother below saved him somehow? Where do you think he went? The undead man beside me kneels closer to the ground, putting his hand against the dried blood. He spends moments scrutinizing it as the flames in his sockets bulge and squirm in intensity. Only after a lapse of silent thinking does he reply. The manipulator likely returned to Raystown, or they ran away entirely. We could catch them wounded if it's the former, but if it's the latter, they're gone. He turns his head upward to me, his focus leaving the stained grass as the fires in his eyes condense to a fine point. But we need to be fast, very fast. We might miss our chance if we waste time returning to the group for help. Are you confident? Not quite catching his meaning, I ask for clarification. Confident in what? Silas stands, a coin rolling from his pocket onto his fingers and up his arm. As he speaks, the coin lands in his other hand's palm, and he shows it to me. Are you confident in killing it again? The gravity of his voice and the heat radiating from his eyes makes me pause. Am I? Yes. I killed it after being ambushed and dying. Unhurt, I doubtless end its life in a rematch, which is likely why it made that whole scenario up to kill Alexos and me. I don't know how it survived whatever happened to it, but I can slay it again. It had to do that because it was unsure of defeating me in a battle, right? Dominus had Alexos fight me, and came to mop up after we essentially butchered each other. Yes, I can do it again. I reply with as much sincerity as Silas had when he asked the question. The man nods and flips his coin into the air, saying a quick phrase before the coin bursts in mass amounts of ether. Good. I owe you one for saving me while I was illusioned. Go get the bastard, and get me my money. I wish to go to Raystown. The coin flames with light as it changes colors from gold to silver, then finally to bronze. Why didn't he simply wish to find Dominus? Why choose Raystown? The moment these thoughts flow through my mind and likely show on my face, Silas gives me a quick explanation. My wishes cost more depending on the complexity of the statement. If I ask for the manipulator specifically, I might not have enough money, and the wish will fail with a backlash. So, I instead ask for a bigger, more straightforward thing to find. I nod in understanding when the coin stops glowing with ether, and when it does, the bronze object floats away from Silas, heading west. Silas uses his other to push me forward as it leaves his hand. Go on. I'll get Johnny. I don't want to slow you down. Just chase the coin. Without waiting for me to confirm that I comprehend what to do, the undead man runs back to where we came from with blistering speed. I simply nod as I speak to myself and Dakota next to me. Well, let's get running, boy. The fox does a high-pitched bark at the coin, making me laugh. And while chuckling at Dakota, I move ether within my body, pushing myself toward breakneck. And now that I'm a 5th sigil, it feels much smoother to use. Of course, I still feel the need for pressure, but it doesn't seem to be as much. With enough practice, I could indeed condense far more gaseous ether, even without any of my figments of madness active. But with a quickly manifested figment upon my legs from the bloody palm, I have plenty enough gaseous ether for the advanced skill. My body grows lighter as I squat a bit, shifting into a running position. Dakota does a similar thing as he lowers his body slightly to better dig his claws into the ground. Then, After another moment to push the ether for strugglers' defiance into my body, I'm off, my feet kicking the ground and sending leaves, dirt, and grass into the air behind me. As I move, my eyes don't leave the coin rapidly flying westward, constantly accelerating. Dakota sets off, too, the fox trying his best to catch up with me. And he only barely can, with me not even going my fastest. If I use Strugger's Gasp, Daydream, or Shadowed, I'd leave him behind in a moment. While we move through the trees, my mind flickers back to when I ran through this same forest with Edmund so long ago. Then I struggled to keep up, but now, I finally understand why Edmund showed little exhaustion despite me running at my quickest. However, I go one step further when I think of our hurry and the sun minutes from setting. If the manipulator lives, we will live constantly looking over our shoulders, waiting for it to strike back. I know it wants my life, the mother below saying so. It will come for me. I'm mostly recovered from the fight saturation-wise. I could use some rest, but I'd say I'm at about half or so. With Dakota to help me, we will undoubtedly be enough to kill Dominus. And so, ether spirals into my eyes, a daydream emerging where I am faster, stronger, and more durable. As the chains on my body loosen further, I focus and give up my sense of smell and taste, the two feelings instantly locked down by my chains. This daydream speeds me up further, leaving Dakota to fall behind. But before he does, I reach down and grab him. The fox nips at me playfully, but lets me carry him as I use ether to speed up even more. My whole form becomes cloaked in shadows and darkness, the Adumbral using its ingrained skill to aid me as I bestow it my ether. Again, I accelerate further, moving at a pace beyond any I ever imagined. I sprint through the forest, my every step a blur beneath me. The wind whistles past my ears as I push my body to its limits, moving at incredible speeds. The last rays of the setting sun cast a fiery glow ahead, lighting my path with a golden hue. Still, as my feet step upon that yellow road, it turns dark, perfect for my Adumbral's shadow. The world around me blurs into a kaleidoscope of colors, trees, and foliage blending together in a vibrant dance. I navigate through the dense forest with precision, dodging branches and leaping over fallen logs effortlessly. Each stride propels me forward, propelling me after that coin that only seems to speed up as I do. As my feet touch the forest floor, I feel the earth tremble beneath me. The rhythm of my heartbeat syncs with the pounding of my feet, creating a symphony of momentum. The thrill of the chase courses through my veins, driving me onwards. With each passing second as I run away from the sun setting in the east, the fading sunlight casts elongated shadows that dance alongside me, urging me onward. I embrace the fleeting beauty of the twilight, embracing the power surging within me as the shadows lengthen. And as each inch of gloom grows, I can feel a Dumbral hasten me further. And as each inch fades faster and faster before me, I grow confident. This manipulator will die. My journey started in this forest. I own it. The coin wished into purpose by Silas still soars beyond me, just barely out of reach. But some part of me refuses to be slower than it. This is my home, Tornrich. I will not be beaten here. Never again. Not by a demon. Not by a servant of a god, and indeed, not by some coin. Ether flows to my feet as chain-link boots appear upon my feet, affixing my actions and allowing me to move with even more surety of step. But it's not enough. It's never enough. My mind focuses, insight delving into the bloody palm's mind as madness pulls out a thought from the hand. A short image of broken limbs waving in the streaming air from a loosed arrow emerges in my mind as my feet crack and twist, the bones shifting. Yet, despite the odd feeling, no pain arises, and instead, I gain more speed. My broken feet somehow built even better for running. At this point, I begin to have difficulty dodging between the trees. My pace is so brisk that evading obstacles is growing difficult. Still, I push myself further, my recent victory giving me assurance. One day, I will be quicker than Darkstep, swifter than Kai, and move through the air like Blightraven. One day, not today, but every journey has steps, right, Cicate? You told me that. Not today, but someday, yet it must start now. The dead man's wisdom from many moons ago gives me not strength or speed but conviction as my priority moves to my feet. Ether flows from my core, drifting to my feet as I try to improve chainlink boots. I made this skill long ago, so it shouldn't be too difficult to improve, and I used Madness on the bloody palm to increase the pressure in my body, allowing me to spare some more steam ether for my feet. Ether flows to my feet in mass amounts as, while sprinting, I twist my ether into an arc similar to a bow. The idea is born of the bloody palm's madness, and I take the artifact's rambling with utmost sincerity. It might not know much, but it knows ether, and the idea seems to make sense to me anyway. More and more ether in the gaseous form makes up this arc as it grows, and I pull it backward with a strand of normal ether, creating tension from the dense ether. Pressure rapidly surmounts in my mind and right foot the fixation of the ether. Yet, I take that as a sign I am doing the right thing. Pressure creates diamonds, and so, as the tension grows to the point that I feel some physical pain in the ball of my foot, I release the bow-like arc. An enormous spurt of momentum is sent from my foot as I'm sent forward dozens of feet, the ether construct in my foot disassembling from my loss of concentration. I'm barely able to catch myself from the momentum forward as I move more than 5 times as fast, of my already insane speed, for a brief eruption. My legs carry me for several hundred feet, just piggybacking off that catapult-like speed boost. It feels more like being thrown from a catapult or some spring-like mechanism than anything else. Smiling, I name the skill as I redo it, making it better the second time. I could never have made this skill before learning Steam Strand. The tension of gaseous ether is far too notable for its success of it. However, it would also very likely damage me significantly without the aid of my virtue, the chains binding my flesh tightly. I wonder what else I'm missing out on. My thoughts return to the skill, this arbalest-like ether construct, within my foot as it occurs again, my body shooting onward. Of course, I'm only using it inside 1 foot at a time, as I'd lose control with 2. But 1 is enough to shorten the time to reach Ray's town immensely. As I sprint through the forest, thinking I should be near the town, I hear distant ringing. It's faint and indistinct, but definitely there. And to make things even more clear about what the noise is, the coin flies toward the outlying sound. And so I follow the noise and the coin from Silas as a smell enters my nose. Then, slowing down and lowering the ether in my body to just struggler's defiance to save saturation for a fight as the sprint only built more, I step out of a dense portion of the forest to find Raystown buried underneath its own weight. I approach the devastated village with caution, my eyes fixed on the billowing smoke that rises like a specter from the ruins. Dozens of collapsed frames show me what used to stand within the ashes of a wooden wall. The acrid scent of charred wood and scorched earth fills the air, mingling with a sense of foreboding. Embers glow like angry eyes, casting an eerie light upon the desolation surrounding me. The village is a haunting tableau of destruction, a testament to unimaginable and atrocity. I take slow, deliberate steps, my heart pounding as I navigate the twisted wreckage that litters the ground on the edge of the forest. Broken fragments of homes and shattered remnants of lives once lived bear witness to the tragic events that unfolded here. Finally, after a few steps into the town, I set Dakota down, the fox lowering itself in preparation for whatever occurred in this town. Did Dominus already get here? Fires still burn among the wreckage, so it must have been recent. I wonder, what happened here? Everything is ruined like a break came here. Did one? Without Ray, it's possible the nearby demons came to regain their territory, leaving desolation in their wake. But amidst the chaos, the sound of a bell breaks through the silence, sending a chill down my spine. I instantly still, my torso straightening from the abruptness. The toll echoes with an otherworldly resonance, as if calling out to the depths of despair. The sound draws my eyes to the only remaining structure, an emberless yet burned church. The half-burned church stands as a somber monument, its walls scorched and crumbling, yet defiant in the face of devastation. Churches are rare, and I've only ever seen them in books or photographs. Only the devil is allowed to be prayed to without execution, after all. And even then, you are exiled to the frontier. These people, were they true believers, or did Ray force them to believe? Driven by a mix of curiosity and a gnawing sense of unease, I make my way toward the church. Each step feels heavy, as if the nearby deaths linger in the air I breathe. Dakota also moves beside me, his regular patter replaced by stiff struts. The bell's ringing grows louder, its melody discordant, piercing my senses like shards of broken glass. I pause at the church's double doors, damaged and broken as if struck by a bear or other large creature. I spot the sign of a clover, the symbol for the followers of the devil, but the insignia is burned and torn as if it has been overthrown. Then, hesitantly as I don't know what lies behind it, I push open the door with the lily readied in my grasp. It should scare the manipulator if it sees it. The innards are revealed to me with a creak, the inside drawing a gasp inside my lungs. The air hangs heavy with an unsettling blend of ancient power and twisted malevolence. The once hallowed halls of the last sane god are now a macabre theater, a congregation of hooded figures who have forsaken all light of the sun and embraced the warmth of the darkness. The broken pews bear witness to the weight of their malevolent devotion as hooded figures sit motionless, their presence an ominous existence that permeates the air. Their faces, obscured by shadows, emanate a palpable aura of sinister intent, their collective energy channeled towards a wicked purpose. All sit unmoving, motionless, and uncaring of my entry, even as another malfeasant ring tears through the air. My eyes are drawn to the back of the church, where a grotesque tableau unfolds, the origin of the sound. A man, his body contorted and suspended upside down on a cross, serves as a twisted centerpiece for their unholy ritual. His eyes, once filled with life, are now vacant and unresponsive. Below his eyes, the contorted form shaking me to the core, is an opening and closing mouth, the bell's origin. My senses are assaulted by the oppressive atmosphere, and the grip on my cult tightens as a whine comes from Dakota. The air itself seems to vibrate with ancient and malefic energy, seeping into the very core of my being. I feel the weight of their worship, their devotion to an evil deity that defies comprehension. The minds of each in here have been twisted, forced into subservience to the mother below. Silence hangs thick in the air, broken only when the man opens his mouth, a ring assaulting my ears once more. Each hooded figure exudes an aura of dark enchantment, their collective presence amplifying the foggy light that permeates the desolate church. What is happening? What is this all for? Where is Dominus? Are they calling something? Did they already call something? My gaze hardens upon the figures, and I make a decision. Walking in, I notice that dark light seeps from the floorboards, infiltrating my body from below. Then, using Rapturous to dispel the hated god's dominion, I quickly pick up Dakota and position him outside with a harsh whisper. Stay. He nods shortly before backing up into some nearby rubble to hide. I then walk back into the church, the figures still not reacting. I take another step, nearing the broken pews, but they still do not move, their focus unwavering. And so, I draw my dagger from my pocket, the blade making a subtle metallic noise as it emerges from the unsheathing. But by the flash I do so, all the hoods in the room turn to me, revealing the countenances of each creature in the room. Every face is missing all its skin and left only with the nose cartilage, creating monstrosities born only in the most absurd nightmares. A howling shriek comes from each of the beings without mouths as they all jump into action. A dozen figures crawling toward me on all fours. Some move on the walls, one on the ceiling, and many over the broken pews toward me. They aren't the manipulator, but I won't say no to putting them down. 228, 2 verses 12. Ether roars into being within my frame, a gust of air filled with the substance siphoned directly into my lungs. The vacuum of strugglers' gasp strips away the dark light that kept the two humanoids stuck to the ceilings, causing them to fall right for me. Oddly, the luminous darkness fades merely from my gasp, the lighting fading to only what the embers and the moons provide. I take a slight instance to think, gauging all these beings. The threats are many, and if Dominus is here, I need to run. After sprinting all the way here, I can't take these 12+ Dominus. Yet, as I glance and scrutinize, I don't see him anywhere, nor did I see even a lick of colors from my sight of chains outside. He must not be here. I suppose he left these 12 to slow us down while he escapes. Interesting. A crooked smile pulls onto my face as Arbalest recoils within my right foot, sending me to one of the falling creatures with extreme swiftness. Before it can even react to my pace, I stab it in the eye with my dagger, wrapping my body around it as we crash into the pews below. Again, while we fall, I stab it, crushing its body with my weight along the way. The creature lies unmoving when we land, and I compel myself to my feet. The other beings already upon me, their hoods lowered entirely to reveal the inscribed flesh of their skulls. Ironbound forms on my hand as I step from side to side, deciding who to strike next. I make my choice with nearly as much decisiveness as the last, throwing my dagger into the eye of one of the figures that opened its mouth as if to scream. I don't want to risk whatever it can do, and I can fight fine with Ironbound on my palm. And so, with a quick toss, the second figure falls, my dagger sinking entirely into its skull, even to part of the hilt, and I dash toward the next, slamming my palm into its head as it leaps at me from a shattered stand. Midair, it collides with my hand, and the crunch is audible as Ironbound rebounds with palpable force into its brain. A frigidness builds as the third dies from a collapsed skull, so I twist around, raising my arm over my face. Thankfully, my instincts are sharp, an icicle slamming into my forearm, breaking against it and shedding blood. The pain is blunt, and so is the cold, but that only makes my next target straightforward. Kicking forward, Arbalest springing me on again. A muted pain now emerging after the many uses, I tackle the figure with swirling frost around its arms. With a growl, it stabs at me with ice formed in its hand, but I flow ether into a dumbrel, my form shadowing. The shift makes my frame indistinct and swifter to hit as I slam Ironbound against the skull of the hoodless abnormality. Its skull shatters just as its ice did against my arm, but a sharp pain from my mind rears its head. Again, I shift around, only to meet 7 creatures standing on 2 feet with an 8th behind them, pointing at me. Instantly, I recognize the mental strain as coming from the 8th figure in the back. Abraham has always told me that mentalists, alongside doctors, should be the first to be killed in any battle. So I lower myself and grab the blade of ice from the most recently killed one. Feeling the weight in my palm, I heft it up and down. It's a good blade, even if it's temporary. A short pause ensues as the pressure builds in my mind, the 7 merely staring at me. But I'm not dallying or wasting time. Ether is assembling within my body. Another Arbalest forms, and I repair Ironbound from the other attacks that damage the weave. Though it seems I'm not alone either in preparation. 2 figures have blood flowing along their covered bodies, the sanguine liquid incoherent in movement. The other ones, too, are preparing, though they show no outside indication. My eyes tell me all are 3rd or 4th sigils, but the colors are hard to grasp. I can only tell not that we are this close. The mother below must somehow be obscuring them from me. I rarely battle beings lower than me in sigil, but it is far more manageable than fighting people like Alexos. I don't have to worry about 1,000 things at once. Instead, I can simply fight. Arbalest slings me forward abruptly, Ironbound fully repaired, and my love for the former skill grows. I slash the icy blade that chills even the bloody palm toward one of the 2/4 sigils of the 7, and they barely react from Arbalest's instantaneous speed. My sword crashes against a bracer made of some kind of steel revealed from my blade, cutting through the figure's sleeve. A low growl comes from the faceless being as a tongue sweeps toward me from the left, vines growing from the flesh. Without wanting to risk what it does, I jump backward, my freezing edge leaving a trail of frost that the tongue and vines slam into. My attention then moves to the tonguer that struck out at me, my mind starting to identify these as true motherbounds, not just mere plagued. And as the others surround me, strikes lashing toward me of various effects, I arbalest back into the heat for the tonguer, wanting to remove the controller. However, this motherbound is much slower than the other, and despite receiving a lash to the back from a shadowy rope and a mental scream from another, I glide the iced blade into the tonguer's skull. Heavy footsteps force me to twist as I see one of the figure's robes ripped to reveal a growing form, the skin stretching and tearing as the creature towers over me in stature. Without skipping a beat, I arbalest myself toward them, the pain becoming a prominent fixture of the skill. Even though I can likely only use the new skill a few more times before causing severe damage, I shoot at the colossal figure, and my edge is angled at its eyes. It roars and swipes at me, but I'm far too fast to be hit. So, I leap over it, that is, until a tendril of shadow wraps around my foot, pulling me back down. A strangled cry comes out of me as I force the air out of my lungs from Struggler's gasp, giving up on the skill to reduce the damage from the massive figure. The world twists and spins as my ears ring and my body floats with pain. Then, another spike of pain reignites my vision as a wall collapses in front of me, a perfectly me-sized hole in it as it does so. Coughing, I gauge the damage mentally from my pain. I don't feel any broken bones. This virtue, I would have surely broken something if I took that hit a week ago. Okay, everything is all right. And then, spitting out some blood from a broken tooth, I rise with my hand on my knee, a form rushing from the church I'm now outside of. But before the form gets any closer, a flash of orange fur slams it, the two becoming a tangled mess in the wrecked street of Ray's Town. Regardless of how much I want to, I can't help Dakota, for yet another figure emerges from the church, the massive dreadmarked coming into view, and beside it is a figure with lines running all over its body, a stigmatic. Are these things becoming motherbound as we fight? What the fuck? How? Is Dominus doing this? I want to figure out what's happening, but the servants of the deepest God want otherwise. So they charge at me, the other four stepping from the collapsing wall, ether rising from their forms as well. Grunting from getting the wind knocked out of me, I rise to meet them, my ether coalescing another arbalest. But instead of jumping right at them, my eyes on the stimgatic with whips of shadows, I arbalest toward the ruined building to my left, their right, angling myself so that my left foot lands on the planks of the building. I arbalest my left foot, soaring right for the stigmatic. I need to kill that one first, and instead of letting myself get too close, I hurl the icy blade once I get close enough. The frozen edge sings through the air with a trail of frost. The stigmatic tries to grab the sword with his tendrils. No, you don't. Before he can, I breathe in deeply again, my body drumming the edge of ether saturation. Struggler's gasp makes him lose control of his tendrils as I back up to evade the dreadmarked and the others, the blade, diminished from my skill, sinking into the stimgatic's heart. Good. 5 left to deal with and no more skills, though the 5th one, for some reason, is still inside the church. I'm too close to ether oversaturation from using so much getting here, but I can feel the overall enhancement from my chains after being smacked out of the building. Had that happened a day ago, the hit likely would have almost killed me. But today, with my virtue and strengthened Struggler's gasp, I don't have not even a single broken bone. My eyes glance at Dakota as he manages to kill the motherbound he previously ambushed. The fox then begins to circle the remaining 4 motherbound outside the church as they stare at me. The dreadmarked roars into the sky as one of the motherbound turns into a blinding light, forcing me to look away. But the resounding thumps of the 4th sigilled dreadmarked in green fetters force me to look forward with squinted eyes. Then, partially blinded, I meet the dreadmarked swing with a blast as I try to deflect the strike. A shock from our meeting resounds as the dreadmarked sways to the side. Its massive and oversized arm is sent reeling from my movement, and while it recovers, I jump forward with another blast, directly into its misshapen head. The dreadmarked falls as I'm essayed from the side by a floating dagger. Raising my arm again to meet the threat, it sinks into my flesh before ripping itself out with a stream of blood. Yet, the laceration isn't too bad, only a slight stream following the steel. I sprint out from behind the dreadmarked's body to find Dakota again on the ground with another motherbound, the other 2 facing me. But it seems one has found a gun while the other retrieved its dagger, the object hovering beside them. It would appear these have sigils more like Abraham or Johnny, less suited for up-close combat. Johnny can still make his work, but not all can. Bad for them. I scramble toward them as the dagger flies back out at me, and the other fires its revolver at me. Then, putting my hand out so that Ironbound will meet any bullet coming for my eyes, I feel intense heat along my back as a colossal pressure slams into my hand. Ironbound stops the first bullet before the second and third slam into my torso as the motherbound shifts its target. Thankfully, the lead doesn't go deep into my flesh, both bullets stopping on my ribs, but there are still 3 more. Lowering my body as I get closer, another flash of pain slices up my ankle as I almost fall, but my virtue holds me together for the bullets to reach me. Steel slams into my knee, sending me spiraling and causing me to dodge the other two bullets. Some ether remains from Struggler's gasp, so I force myself to not gasp out loud in pain as I roll upright, the floating dagger slicing me up. After a short moment of effort, I angle my face forward, the two motherbound now moving toward me, an idea coming to mind. But as it does so, a dagger darts for my neck, and I barely wedge my hand in the place, iron bounce remaining weave keeping it from entering my spine. And it's the blade embedded into my hand as an arrow does on a bow that provides me with an idea. The ether from Struggler's gasp is hard to control as it is not entirely my own, but that doesn't mean it's impossible. More complicated things than just outbursts and general enhancements can be made. And so, as the two walk toward me, the dagger from one battling against my hand from diving into my spine, I push ether into my hand from my lungs. The battle from my spine becomes more difficult. Still, I endure and create another string of gaseous ether. The substance evaporated from its liquid form due to the pressure. Another kind of arbalest is made, except this one is slightly different. Ironbound finally crumbles as I clench my fist around the blade and twist my arm, pointing my hand toward the approaching motherbound with all my mind. Then, I release the string of this focused arbalest. An arbalest of might thrice the normal sends the dagger into the master of the blade in such a small time frame that I can barely see it move through the air. And so, the knife enters and exits the motherbound's skull before entering the wood of the church behind them. The remaining motherbound opens their eyes as I compel my body to stand, the creature still reloading its gun. Grinning, I stumble toward it, even as it raises its weapon, firing the 4 bullets it reloaded at me. As it does so, I merely raise my arm to cover my eyes as 4 impacts rack my body, almost causing me to tumble. But as my virtue said, I hold myself together with dauntless will, my very chains fortifying me as I approach death. And so, unlike before, when the bullet stopped upon my ribs after breaking the bones, these 4 shots do even less damage, barring the third one that misses all bones. The first enters my forearm and deflects off my bone, cracking it in the process. The second slams against my shoulder, bruising the bone as the bullet, too, deflects off. The third impacts my gut, entering smoothly into my torso and doing the most damage. The final round hits my sternum, the bullet yielding before the bone. I can see a sprinkle of light in the motherbound's eye fade as I reach forward and grab its gun before slamming the steel into its head. The last figure from the church falls into the mud of the ruined town. Exhausted and moderately wounded, at least compared to usual, I sink to the ground, Dakota running beside me. He appears overall all right, barring a gash along his flank and a burn on his snout. I'm fine, buddy. Just wasn't expecting that much resistance. Let's get in that church and check out the man on the wall. Plus, there was one left, wasn't there? Dakota whines in retort as he places his nose against my gut, the significant wound evident even to him. I pat him as I stand and walk toward the church. I know, boy. I know. I'll deal with it later. Reinforcements are on their way. We just need to make sure that if Dominus is here, he doesn't leave. Though, I don't think he is. The bastard would have attacked with all those guys, and we would have run had I seen him. So, I think we're fine. Another whine strikes my ears as I lumber back toward the hole in the church, the bodies of my prey littered across the ground. My steps are short and pained, but if needed, I can burst with strength unfitting my form, courtesy of my virtue. And so, I step into the ruined church again, dark light no longer rising from the floor. The congregation must have been what was causing that. Yet, as I walk in, the remaining motherbound stands before the upside-down man, their cloak shifting and waning. I amble toward them, pushing aside rubble as I do so, finding my dagger that I hold tightly as I step onto the lip where a priest of the devil would generally speak. You just gonna ignore me after I killed all your friends? Where is Dominus? Despite knowing that speaking to them is mainly pointless, I do so anyway, the atmosphere too bizarre without at least some noise other than crackling fire. Surprisingly, though, a voice comes back, the figure turning around with the familiar face of Vernon. I wasn't ignoring you, friend. Mother is just demanding, isn't she? The moment this creature with Vernon's face finishes speaking, my world shakes, and my mind reels with pain as the facade shifts again, this time to the look of Dominus. As it does so, the world becomes a tavern, both of us sitting at a table. She tries so hard for you. Why don't you just join her? Misery spiking in my mind. The world shifts again as everything turns into swirls of colors and infinite phrases from some unknown mass. I fall to my knees as the countenance deviates again, this time to Alexos. As it does so, the world changes to a crevice in the desert, the older man waving ahead. Come on, even I did. It's wonderful. You'll have a family again. There are so many of us. I wish I did so sooner. The face of Alexos catapults me from my agony-filled stupor. The man would never submit. Even if he did, it would only be for a time. The master of trickery, deception, and survival would never surrender. Therefore, this is just an illusion, not reality. Gritting my teeth even as the face changes again to a frame I don't see, I sink my dagger into the figure's chin, sticking the blade out from its skull. The illusion fades as the world returns to normal, the body slinking away and rolling off the stand as it dies. I give its hooded form a meager glance as Dakota also wakens from a similar illusion. So it must have been a groundwalker or something with illusory abilities. Is that why the mother below wanted Alexos so bad? A man like him with a whole new set of abilities? I don't even want to imagine that. We're lucky Ray wasn't corrupted long enough to develop his own skills from the mother below, or Johnny wouldn't have one. Stumbling forward again, I reach the man hanging on the reverse cross and help him down. I remove the nails that keep him to the wooden frame, but he doesn't react. Instead, different colored and textured foams simply leak from his mouth as I lower him to the ground. Kneeling beside him with Dakota, I can only wonder what's happening to this man. My eyes tell me he is a sixth sigilled, the dark blue fetters evident of a life of struggle, but he is unresponsive. And so, without knowing how to help him, I sit down and rip some curtain to bandage my wounds as I take some time to tend to myself and Dakota. The others should be here soon. Though, in case Dominus is waiting for an even better opportunity somehow, I move into a corner, hiding myself from any approachers. 229. Sifting rubble. An hour later, without Dominus showing his face, boots strike the front of the church, and I see Johnny's face peek into the building. He breathes a sigh of relief as he steps through the ruined building to stand beside my sitting form. As he walks, I see his right eye glows a dim gold, the light returning to his pupils after several hours. You find the manipulator? I shake my head. The bastard never showed, even after I killed all his underlings. Then, I bring his attention to the unconscious and tortured man beside me. No, there was just the 12 motherbound. It seemed they were also newly turned, because their abilities of dark light manifested during the fight. And do you know this man? Johnny's unblind eye twists sharply to the man beside me, toting a speck of recognition as he falls into deep reflection. He crouches beside the body and examines it. That's odd. You must have barely missed him. But I have a hard time believing the manipulator survived the lily and was fast enough to outrun you. And this man, Commotion rises outside as I hear the familiar voice of Heath and the rolling of carriages. Johnny nods toward the outside of the church as he kneels beside the previously crucified man. Heath came with me in case you're hurt, and Silas joined too. The others went to retrieve the weapons from the vault because no one but me, you, and the undead can fight right now, though it seems you aren't a part of that group anymore. So go outside and get checked out by Heath while I stay with Jeffrey. I nod to him and stand with a painful grunt, the bullet lodged in my gut spiking my senses. But after I do, I ask about the man since Johnny seems to know him. Is Jeffrey an outlaw? A hunter? Johnny contorts his neck as he answers, the solution more complicated than it seems. Kind of. He was a hunter who was banished for following the devil. Seems he joined Ray but was unwilling to join the mother below. The motherbound must have been preparing him for corruption when the manipulator returned. His words make me glance at Jeffrey again, the white of his eyes disconcerting. He must have gone through a similar experience as Alexos and me, only less potent as it was done not by the manipulator but the motherbound under its control. But if Dominus stopped here, why would he leave his motherbound behind and this person yet to be turned? A sixth sigil is a powerful piece for such a controller. To leave it behind, why? Johnny partially answers my unasked question as I start my stumble out of the church toward Heath's wagon, Dakota on my tail. The manipulator must have been terrified of you. so much so that it turned those easy to corrupt before running away, leaving them to buy time. I nod to the thought as I step out, a gunshot ringing out abruptly. The sound causes me to jerk, and I turn to see Johnny treading back toward me, smoke trailing from Fate's sealer. He leaves me with a grim smile as his lone eye combs the surroundings for any sign of survivors or dangers. Man was brain dead. The only way to return him is for the dark light to fill his vessel. Better to put him out of his misery. Not knowing how to reply, I simply walked to the wagon pulled into the collapsed road with Heath sitting at the front, Silas beside him, watching for dangers. The undead unveils a hand to help me up the wooden vehicle, and I take it, a strong force pulling me up. And once I get onto the wagon, Heath pushes me inside of it, the man blaming me for various things. You and Bonfire will give me a heart attack with all this stress, I swear. Sit. I follow his direction without complaint, feeling bad for bestowing the rare doctor so much work. Heath then opens his duffel bag of endless trinkets and knickknacks, each having a purpose, and takes out a pair of tweezers. He clinks them together as he stares at me. I don't even have to check you with ether to know you got lead in you, boy. Lift your arms up and stay still. Again, I obey his commands, my arms fetching pain for my gut and torso as I lift them, but I do so anyway to make it easier for him. Heath sighs as the tweezers go for the shallow bullet wounds in my torso, the metal only going half an inch deep to retrieve a shrunken bullet. But each time the man removes steel from my body, his eyes widen. By the devil, what are you made of? Lead? Most of these bullets stopped right on the bone, even if they did break the bone. Laughing, I answer him, but I quickly stop as it hurts because he has the tweezers inside my gut, digging for the deepest bullet. Flesh and bone, same as ow. Heath shakes his eyes, not his head, as he needs to be precise. But the man still replies to me when a bloody casing covered with flesh is ripped from the bullet hole in my stomach. Don't talk back when someone is performing surgery. That's common sense, Wyatt. All right, just a few more minutes. I need to seal up your wounds and apply some ointment for that gut shot. Nodding even with slight frustration as he's the one who asked me a question to answer. I stay perfectly still as Heath moves his fingers over my flesh, his blood flowing from pricked fingertips to close my wounds. The bullet wounds close one by one before he moves on to the primary injury. He spreads some ointment inside and outside the damage before closing it similarly. After, he gives me a bottle of dark green liquid that sloshes with far too much viscosity for my liking. Okay, all sealed up. Don't move too much during the next day or so, and you should heal in that time. But if they reopen, come back to me and drink that flask by the end of tonight with small sips. It'll help reconstitute those broken bones you got. I know you can brute force the injury until they heal, but if I'm here, I might as well stop you from doing that. Thanks. I appreciate it. I nod to him with thanks as I crawl out of the wagon. Heath doesn't give me a response as he closes up his bag and lies down inside the wagon. When I step out, Silas is waiting for me expectantly. You done torturing our doc? Shaking my head, I laugh and step down the wagon to Dakota, who sits patiently by the bottom. Yeah, I'm going to help Johnny look for any survivors. Want to join? Silas glances back into the wagon's canvas that blocks the view of the inside before refusing. Can't. Gotta have someone to watch out for the good doctor. After the ambush, we can't risk him being alone. He dies, we're fucked. No one else knows anything medical, and it'll be hours until the others arrive. I pet Dakota, scrubbing the blood and grime from his coat as I agree with the man. Makes sense. See you in a little. Stumbling away toward Johnny, who was picking up rubble and looking underneath it, I take a gander at the flask Heath gave me. The liquid inside makes my stomach churn, but the pain with every movement compels me to take a sip. Arg, that's fucking awful. It tastes how horseshit smells. I almost empty my guts into the charred remains of a house, but I manage to keep the liquid inside my body and force it down. That's gonna be rough to get down the rest, but I still feel a burst of pride as I think about my fight earlier. So far have I come. Half a year ago, I would have died to any one of those motherbound, and now, I think I could take them all on my own, fully healed and with a body expelled of any ether saturation. I think I might even be close to that level of being immune to bullets, a feat only one other person I'm aware of has achieved. Marshall Travis. Pistols are said to collapse against the man's skin, rifles against his flesh, and cannonballs against his bones. I'm not there yet, but I'm not that far either. Another sigil or two, and I can probably do it. Hell, when my merit becomes a true virtue, I think it's a guarantee. Shaking the thought aside, I join Johnny in the likely pointless pursuit of looking through the rubble for any living remnants of this town during the dead of night. I wade through the remains of the once vibrant village, settled brazenly within the skirts of the wilds now that Tornridge has fallen to demonic hands, a ghostly silhouette against the moonlit night. Above, the twins sing their echoing light that guides my search. The charred structures loom like twisted sentinels, casting strange shadows that dance with the flickering flames. In the vague moonlight, I tread cautiously, my steps uncertain as I navigate through the debris and fallen remnants. Johnny works a distance from me independently as Dakota scampers beside me, his nose sniffing the air for any signs of life. Each crumbling structure tells a story of lives shattered and dreams reduced to ashes. The night conceals the full extent of the destruction, but I can feel the weight of the tragedy in every fallen beam and crumbling wall. Many of these dead people were outlaws, but not all were. Some were simply innocent people dragged into the madness of the world from the invasion of Tornridge. I call out into the darkness, my voice carrying a mix of desperation and hope. Anyone alive? Anyone? I'm here to help. The echoes of my pleas bounce off the ruins, swallowed by the haunting silence surrounding me. There is no immediate response, no signs of life that offer solace in this desolate scene. As I continue my search, the moon casts an ethereal glow, illuminating the devastation with an otherworldly light. Shadows dance and shift, distorting the already twisted landscape. Every rustle, every creak of debris underfoot sends a shiver down my spine. My senses heightened by the unknown that lurks in the darkness. I constantly glance around, feeling as though I may be ambushed. But nothing does, and instead, I come across fragments of belongings, remnants of what were once cherished possessions. Portraits, children's toys, and a watch are beside a broken box spilled onto the street of the ruined Ray's town. They lay scattered, broken, and forgotten, testaments to the lives that have been upended by this unforgiving disaster. I sigh, kneeling down to touch the items. They're all ruined, however, and I quickly let go before moving on. As I navigate through the ruins, my heart heavy with sorrow, I catch a glimmer of light, a spark of soft blue amidst the dark rubble. Tightening my gaze, the blue sharpens, and I call out to Johnny. I think I found something. The gunslinger bustles over to me, leaping over debris and lingering flames as he quickly stands beside me, his eyes not finding any sign of life. Where? I point underneath beams of rubble from where the light comes. I can't tell who is underneath there, but they must be alive. Only the living and artifacts have their fetters blaze under the philosopher's gaze. There. I can't lift much right now since Heath told me not to. Johnny stops and stares at me for a moment, disbelief in his eyes. What? Snickering, the gunslinger kneels and pries debris away as Dakota tries to help with his jaws. I do what I can to help, but I don't push myself beyond what causes pain. Reopening my wounds would be a waste of time and effort for everyone. A few minutes pass under the moonlight of the twins above before a person is revealed. A woman in her late 20s is covered in soot, burns, and blood. She's unconscious, with shattered glasses with torn and bent frames beside her head. Her hair is dyed a dark blue, like that of the deep waters in an ocean. Johnny digs a bit more through the rubble before pulling her out with a question to me. What's sigil? Fifth. He lets out a low whistle, taking a flask of water from his belt and splashing it on her face. Surprisingly, the water makes the cuts on her face recede as her eyes flutter open. A brief stalemate ensues as she looks at the three of me, Johnny and Dakota, before immediately fighting back. Water surges from her fingertips as a lash of liquid flies at me, but before it gets close, a golden tint comes from Johnny, the woman reverting back a fraction of a second. And when she does, Johnny grabs her arms tightly, consoling her. We are here to help. Relax. His firm but reassuring voice, which I've come to depend on, too, calms her. Johnny may not be the strongest or the most ostensibly caring man in the world, but his calm, even under fire, is something to be admired. The woman relaxes, and the ether that was building on her fingertips subsides, her face gazing at us with wide eyes. Her eyes are piercing blue, an ode to her sigil that allows her to invoke water. Who are you? I kneel down with a subdued grunt of pain as Johnny releases her from his grasp. I try to keep my words warm, but I'm not experienced in caring for others, so who knows how it sounds to her. I'm Wyatt, and this is Johnny. We're looking for what happened here. Could you tell us your name? Her stare at me breaks as her eyes show that she is starting to realize what happened, the past coming back to her. Tears well up in her eyes that are fast discarded with a wave as she sputters out her name. Autumn Adkins. I was helping Ray build up his trade. Lots of pelts and resources were amassed by the outlaws he gathered that he wanted to sell. Is he okay? I only remember the fire. All-consuming fire with that darkness. I did what I could to help, but Ray wasn't there. Johnny sits beside her as he holds her shoulders, the parent in him escaping momentarily. It's okay. It's fine. Ray is dead. The manipulator got him. Autumn's shoulders shake as he mentions Dominus. So Johnny changes the subject. While he does so, he taps her arms tenderly. You want to come with us? We're about to head east and escape all this danger. She nods slowly, her eyes scratching a brutal record across the landscape. Johnny's words, however, catch my attention. This is the first time he's actually mentioned where we're going. I figured he kept it hidden because he wasn't sure yet, but it seems that's not the case. Johnny then stands and offers out a hand with another question. Come on, then. Autumn, you got any family here? We could stay and bury them. She shakes her head, a muted answer in response that invokes our attention. No, my father wouldn't get caught by a manipulator. He's much too strong, and my mother died long ago. I catch Johnny's gaze as we both put two and two together. Strong father, last name Adkins, and water. Neither of us voices it, but we both know. This is Maddox Adkins' daughter. It's not too surprising to find his spawn in the wilds, for he's a well-known playboy with many children. Some say he has hundreds of little ones running about, each with a fraction of his talent. Still, none have ever faulted the legend due to his strength, and neither will I. What other outlaw can brute force himself into a pardon from the prime, and then follow through with the pardon and stay a respectable man? Maddox is a bona fide legend, and as such, I will give his daughter the respect I cannot give him. Autumn takes the hand and is pulled to her feet, the woman taking a moment to regain her calm. But the whole while we begin our trek back to the wagon, her eyes never leave the burning embers. From flame to flame, her gaze shifts, not once taking a break. She's got a severe issue. Even I can recognize that. Whatever happened here will take a while to come from her lips, but I loathe hearing it. Dominus is a madman. The schemes of a manipulator bring hundreds into the fires of damnation. After a few minutes of traversing the rubble, we get back to the wagon, each of us calling for Heath to come out. Heath, we found a survivor. She's burned up and cut. Can you come help? A moment passes with no noise in return, so we look at the undead for guidance, his hat covering his eyes in case we find somebody. Silas sits at the front as his eyebrows rise from a lack of response from Heath, the ever-vigilant watchman keeping the peace. He hollers for the doctor as well, but no reply comes. Heath, wake up. I know you're tired, but that's too damn bad. Even as Silas yells, no reply comes, and I feel my heart sink. Is something wrong? Or is he simply asleep? 2:30. A dream? Floyd Heath. My eyes shake as I wake up to complete darkness, a pale face staring at me with overflowing joy. I don't recognize the face, but recall the woman's abilities. The entire carriage of the wagon has turned into a realm of darkness, the seats and curtains barely noticeable under the shadows. Immediately when I notice her, I scream at the top of my lungs, but she only smiles at my attempt to call for Silas, who should be just outside. Silas, help. Johnny, Wyatt. The woman slides toward me, her body gliding over the darkness effortlessly as she approaches me. Her alabaster lips open to a cruel torture. They can't hear you, dear. I'm afraid it's just you and me. And them. What? She's insane. I thought Johnny and Abraham were exaggerating, but evidently not. I'm no fighter, but I try to resist anyway, blood curling up my fingers as I prepare a sedative with my ether. Yet the woman merely laughs at my attempt, threads coming from above to wrap their sharp lines around my skin to hold me still. But out of nowhere, She looks down, her body going still for a moment. Darkstep's disheveled pale hair hangs limply around her face. At the same time, she remains still, partially obscuring her wild, glassy eyes that dart erratically. But after that moment passes, she shifts back and forth in the seat opposite mine as she speaks, muttering incoherent words to no one but herself. Relax. I know what I'm doing. No, they won't find out. Shut up. I've done this for decades. I was only found out because of a power that could rewind fucking time. Okay. Hey you. Shut up before I gut you. Her voice carries an unsettling edge, each syllable dripping with venomous intensity. The words spill forth in a torrent, a maddening stream of threats and gibberish that intertwines with a distorted reality only she can perceive. It's as if she dances on the precipice between worlds, teetering on the edge of sanity and plunging into the abyss of her own delusions. Some part of me wants to help her, the oath I made so long ago in Brightford coming to mind. But the other part wants to be as far away as possible. She's beyond help. I feel a chill crawl up my spine as her gaze fixates on me, her eyes burning with an unhinged determination. She steps closer, her movements jerky and unpredictable, her voice growing louder and more menacing. It's as if the air around her crackles with invisible lightning, a volatile energy amplifying her madness. And it's as I notice the oddity in the air I see what's wrong. Dark, shimmering motes of silver run along her pupils and fingernails as she licks her lips at me. A motherbound. How? Nana no. Johnny. Again, my screams meet nothing but crazed hallucination as my instincts scream at me to run, to escape the clutches of this deranged woman. Yet, her threads keep me from moving even a bit, each breath alone earning me cuts that I fight to stem the bleeding of with stodge. You aren't this, Darkstep. You are a Nahullo, not a servant of some god. Where is your pride? I try to reason with her, to calm the storm brewing within her mind, but my words fall on deaf ears. She looms over me, and her face is contorted into a twisted mask of anger and desperation. She speaks in threat at me and some unseen entity. Yet, despite the danger that emanates from her presence, I cannot help but feel a pang of sympathy for the tormented soul she has become. You better be right about this. I don't want to stay human. Stay still. A spike of pain runs along every major joint in my body as the threads tighten from me yelling for help. However, the phrases from her mouth are more concerning because of how she looks at me. Under her gaze, I feel more like a sack of flesh than a human. It is unnerving, and I can't help but tremble, more screams leaving my mouth for help. I am nothing but prey to her, a small morsel with the true hunts still outside. Johnny, please, help. Still, nothing comes to my aid. Only darker pastures. Not even the man who has always come when I called. From when he first saved me from a skinwalker, preying on the innocent in my town, to years later when we met again. The man asking for me to help his wife with her birth. He's always been there. But this time, he can't hear me. Darkstep's words grow more volatile, and her gestures are more frenzied, as if her existence teeters on the edge of a precipice. Finally, it becomes clear that some other force now owns her mind. The previous owner directly sent into the abyss. I can't. That is suicide. No. Fine. As you wish. For the mother. Anything for her. The half-Nahullo raises her hand, tinges of dark light invested in her fingers. And as her palm approaches me, I, knowing what this entails, struggle. I fight with everything I have and then some. Every fiber of my being screams in agony as the razor-like thread tightens its grip around me, cutting into my flesh with merciless precision. Each movement I make sends searing pain coursing through my body. Still, I refuse to surrender to the light of this malevolent darkness. I've seen what it does to people first in the field, secondhand in a tent, and thirdhand in a lab. As I do so, I scream with all the air left in my lungs, hoping against hope that Johnny will save me. No, he will. He always has. I'm his doctor, and he's my protector. Never before has he let me down and him. Come on, Johnny, help, please. But all that happens is I move a few inches, the threads digging inches into my flesh and meeting bone. My blood splashes a line of dark red against the wall of shadow as I howl in pain in my strife. Then, finally, Darkstep chuckles with such fervor that I shiver. genuine terror making me pause long enough for the woman to place her finger on my head. And as she does, everything goes white, the world turning into an alabaster wall. But still, I struggle. Again, I scream as I try to fight the wire I can no longer see, the fervent hope dwindling as the paleness invades my body, the gloaming swarming out from it to combat my own ether. I give up on asking Johnny and plead for anyone at all. Please, anyone. Still, no one answers. The razor wire digs deeper, slicing through layers of muscles and into bone. Every moment spent trapped in its clutches is a battle against the relentless torment of Darkstep, the mother below somehow taking her into her grasp. My mind races, searching for a solution, a path to escape, but none exist. All I can do is hope that Johnny saves me. Again, as the white consumes my mind, the darkness my body, I cry for help, the wire splitting bone with its bite. John, Wyatt Graves. Worried for the doctor, I demand speed beyond my wounds and leap directly into the wagon. And with Silas, as I temporarily ignore the pain, we open the canvas of the wagon. My heart drums in anticipation for what lies behind, some dark part of me sensing something off. But when the canvas moves, all we see is a sleeping Heath, the man curled up into a ball on one of the seats, drool leaking from his mouth. I breathe out a sigh of relief as I step inside, taking a spot beside the physician. Then, laughing out to Silas, I pat the man's shoulder. Wow, I thought something was up. Poor man. He's so exhausted. Silas, the man who just told Heath to stop being lazy, has his gaze soften as he agrees. Yeah, I didn't know it was this bad, but I suppose it makes sense. The rest of us fight until we are out of ether, or until we can't move. Heath tends to us, even if he can't stand, someone wheeling him around to do so. Johnny then steps into the carriage, the man pausing momentarily as his gaze catches on a portion of the wall. He stares with such intensity one could swear that he was looking at a lifelong enemy. But as the lady beside him trips clambering up the wagon, he turns around to help her before pulling her in. I give him an eye as he guides Autumn in carefully, seating her across from the sleeping Heath. Everything fine, Johnny? He pauses as he sits, his eye returning to that same spot on the wall, a section directly above the unconscious Heath. But after a moment of evident confusion, he shakes his head before answering. Yeah, it just felt weird walking in. I nod along with him, feeling the same thing. It must just be the long day messing with us. Even I could go for a good night's sleep, and I do. Moving to the back of the wagon as Johnny sighs and pokes Heath to wake him up, I give the silent Autumn a smile as she stays beside the gunslinger. Hey, Heath, we got a survivor. I need you to wake up, man. A fatigued groan fills the wagon as the doctor rolls over, bags in his eyes. Shaking his head, a palm covering his eyes, Heath apologizes. Sorry, just had a terrible nightmare. Then, the doctor pulls the hand from his face, his sleepy and unusual gaze softening as he sees Autumn. I try to close my eyes to sleep, but something about the situation keeps me from doing so. Instead, I watch Heath examine Autumn, the older man asking her a few questions as he reaches into his duffel bag of medicine. What's your name? Autumn replies shortly, her eyes watching the man who just woke up as she treats him like he's dirt on the road. Autumn. Heath ignores how she looks at him and jokes with her as he pulls out some burn ointment. I only recognize the look of the container due to sitting in with Bonfire during his burn treatment. Like the season or the plant? The season. Another blunt reply as Heath shifts to doctor mode. Okay, then, how does your head feel? Autumn. The season. Vision jittering? Hands shaky? The daughter of Maddox, the sea's shadow, shakes her head in reply. Heath then leans in and carefully puts the burn ointment against a particularly foul burn on her shoulder. No? Okay. Can you feel this? The view rapidly becomes mundane despite the underlying concern, so I slowly sink into exhaustion, the words slurring over time as my head hangs. Despite his larger size, Dakota curls into a ball and covers my whole lap, overflowing on the seat as we both fall into slumber. No. Okay, this? Ow. Okay, let me apply this. Then I'll check your internals. What? Not like that. Your bones and organs. Oh, you seem fine, other than a fracture. I'll have to. You'll be fine. As promised, My night is devoted to another instead of dormant sleep. The moment I entirely fall asleep, I feel a tug on my mind, and I don't resist, allowing the lily to take me to her dreamscape. Again, I awake on the shores of the cardinal, the other shore flower all around me. The lily sits beside me, pulling a single flower up as she stares at it curiously. I steal a gander at it, but the face is obscured as if hidden from some force. I thought you could see the faces of those who died? Whose flower is this? The lily shrugs, her petite form lying down as she sighs, the red spider lily revolving in her fingers. Dunno. Someone died. Dunno who. It's weird. I couldn't even take the soul. It's like someone else took it. No, devoured it. Odd. An idea blooms as I think of the motherbound I killed. Was it when I killed the motherbound? She shakes her head, her red eyes blinking confusedly. No. Again, I try. Jeffrey, coming to mind. The man after? Jeffrey? The lily shakes her head again, her dark hair sliding against the grass of the bank. No, I got him. The others never even showed up in my aura. It's annoying. You think you can figure it out for me? I nod, not seeing why I shouldn't. Yeah, sure. Might take me a bit as I'm no investigator or arbiter, but I'll reason it out for you. She smiles as she sits up, the flower falling to her side. But as she stares at me, unblinking with those crimson eyes, her grin shifts to a frown. Thank you, and call me Lily. I heard you call me the Lily. It hurt. I'm not just an object, you know? I'm your friend. Feeling a tad guilty, awkward, and embarrassed about future conversations, I agree with her demand. Of course, I didn't mean to upset you, Lily. She grins again, revealing her pointed teeth that set me off the edge for some reason. I don't know why. They just remind me of something I can't quite name. So while not trying to be rude, I mention them. Why are your teeth pointy, Lily? They seem built for predators, not people. The spirit of the blooming spider lily giggles, her laugh echoing down the endless river of shade. Haha, you're funny. Of course, they're like a predator's teeth. Your father built them based on his. Huh. Unable to appropriately respond, I only eke out an uncertain response, and Lily continues. Yeah, Killian has real sharp teeth. I once saw him bite open a demon's throat. Though, I don't think they're his original teeth. They're way too dark to be human teeth. I think he got them from a demon or something. A demon? Again, I can barely respond. The shock of my father replacing teeth uncanny. But Lily just nods as if it's completely normal. Yeah, a demon. Ah, we're out of time. I spent too long setting up the connection. At least we'll have more time next time. Colors shift. The omniscient darkness of the river collapsing my vision as it feels like I fall back asleep. Scraping rock and sand wake me up from my sleep, light piercing through a gap in the canvas of the wagon. The head of Silas peeks through, his flaming eye sockets flaring toward me. We're at the cabin, Wyatt. If you want anything, hop out and be quick. What? We're here already? I bolt up and notice that I'm the only one still in the medical wagon. Heath, Autumn, and Johnny are all gone. Even Bonfire isn't in here right now. Apologizing to Dakota, I drag myself out of the wagon, Dakota stretching before following me. Silas is right. The wagon is stationed just some feet from Edmund's cabin as people, both Bato and human, lug boxes of weapons and ammo out of the home. Silas taps me forward, his hands inviting me toward the house. Go on. We can only get into it because of you. Once the door was open, anyone could walk in. We didn't have to be careful earlier. After all, take whatever you want. Oh, and your claymore is against the doorway on the inside. Only Frank could pick it up, you freak. The undead ends with an insult, but I know he means it with kindness, his tone evident. And so, I shrug off his hand with a laugh as I move toward the cabin, keeping out of the way of the men carrying the weapons. Slipping inside, I give Frank and Skysight a fourth sigiled Bato, a warm smile. Yesterday, we almost all died, but this 2 hours past noon is a new day. Damn, I slept a long time. Once I'm inside, I shake the time off my pocket watch before putting it back inside, my focus turning to the form of Reckless. The blade that has been a pain to lug around sits against the wall, a slight indent from its weight into the cabin's wood. I step forward, eyes on the lily as my hand graces the steel of Reckless, a subtle sensation coming from the legendary Colt. It's a far cry from the burn I felt long ago when I touched a colt with the blooming spider lily on my hip. And deep down, I know she is okay with it, for it's not another colt. Smiling, I heave the overweight blade up, a perfect weapon for me. Unwieldy, reckless, tough as shit, but deceptively fast. The words to describe it characterizes me in the same manner. I really need to find a way to sheath it, though. Carrying it everywhere will ruin it over time. An idea comes to mind as I lift Reckless and drag it to the chair in the kitchen, sitting to watch the movers carry out the weapons like people moving out of a house. Minutes pass as I watch the 8 or so people move things up and down from the vault. Silas must have been exaggerating my hurry, but didn't want me to miss anything. Not that there is much to overlook. Edmund lived a simple life. His cabin might be preternatural, ether ingrained into the wood, but there is nothing I want to take. So, I watch the movers until I spot it. A thin but long box made of oak. After asking nicely, I take the thing from Skyseer, opening it to remove the ammunition inside to place Reckless inside. There is even a handle for me to carry it with. Neat. 231. Fading bricks. The bumpy road shifts my weight constantly, disallowing me to get comfortable. I would like to complain, but at least we are leaving the frontier and heading deeper into human territory. Though, our destination is still not clear. However, Johnny is keen to fix that, the gunslinger in the wagon with me, Abraham and Virgil. He makes sure to use Abraham's skill to forward the thoughts instead of making noise. I trust you three the most of those we have here, so I will be blunt. We are going to Bent Fortress. I hope to try and strike either a deal or a treaty with Marshall in some way to garner peace now that I stand on a similar floor as him. Abraham's eyes twitch, the question leaving his mind into ours before his mouth even moves. Virgil and I wait until he's done to butt in. What about Bonfire? I think he deserves trust as well. And why must this be kept secret? Johnny scratches his eyebrow above his still blind eye. Only a few more hours have passed since we left the vault and Edmund's cabin behind, so his vision is not yet up. Though, as time is ticking, it should be back soon. The period of blindness is much shorter than it once was. I trust the man in a fight, but he's too loose-lipped. But the reason I'm being secretive is because of Darkstep. I felt like I'm being watched constantly, as never leaving me, even while I sleep. Should the woman know our destination, I worry she will somehow affect our plans. The bitch is good, way too good. If she knows where we are going, she might lay a trap or, devil forbid, join the siege on Bent. Even then, there is a chance she follows nonetheless, and we need to keep her out of the loop for as long as possible. This time, Virgil pipes up, his mind joining Johnny's. You think she can sway the siege? The fort has been under attack for decades. Johnny nods with his eyes, attempting to not relay any information to any that may be observing us. Not personally, but she seems to have some contact with the Viceroy, and she's the daughter of the Viceroy. If she can get the Nahullo to join the siege, Bent might truly fall. The only place that has ever held against all three races is Gravecross. Marshall can hardly resist the pygmies and demons. You add the high table. Virgil agrees with a mental touch, removing himself from any other questions. Johnny then turns his attention back to Abraham, as the man shrinks a bit from Johnny's mention of the high table. Meanwhile, I ponder this course of action. Going to Bent. I can't wait. This is going to be awesome. Will I meet Marshall? Regardless of how others might treat you, Abraham, know that you are nothing less than a trusted friend. Nahullo you may be, but you have proven to me time and time again your allegiance. Abraham shifts his head away and to look at the canvas of the wagon, a mental nod arriving from him. And after his nod, I ask Johnny a question of my own, tugging on that thread within my thoughts to speak. How will you make a deal with Marshall? Isn't he forced to hunt you down? The bounty and all? Johnny's lips twist as I get a feeling of hesitation from the mental connection. That is true, but I feel he might make an exception with the current situation. I mainly want him to train us while granting safe harbor for a time, and in exchange, we can offer invaluable help for the siege. I've been studying the book from Isaac, but I've reached an obstacle in my ether. I have no clue how to continue, and only he would be willing to help. We need time to grow, and we are fast running out. To waste more fighting in the forests as the big dogs invade would be foolish. As he speaks, I imagine gaining the guidance of such a legendary man in the art of ether and immediately grow excited. But as my motivation grows, Virgil pitches in a thought that dims it. Don't get too ahead, Johnny. We don't even know if the fort still stands, let alone if Marshall can teach us anything. Johnny nods as he finally sits up from his chair, pivoting toward the canvas to look out. True, but we can hope. That is all we have, no? And to make sure we arrive in Valens to be there before the fort falls, we must hurry. So, while we could venture around the fallen territories and go back through Bone Dunes, Timberlands, and finally Valens in a roundabout method that will take at least 2 months, we could take the straight path. Already having an idea of what he means, I still ask, and what would that be? Johnny turns to us and chuckles, a dangerous thought born. We can rush straight through Sinskreek, breaching past any roving demons, Pimgees, or whatever else to reach Bent Fortress within a few weeks. A silence hangs, and not just the physical one that has been present the whole conversation. As the words have only been mental, each of us glances at each other as we weigh the decision. Going through Sinskreek, after it has fallen, will be supremely perilous. At least Tornridge had Ray to keep peace near the border where we are, but I'm sure deep into the territory is total chaos. Sinskreek is likely similar, and we'd have to go through the depths of it to reach Valens in time, shunning the protection of being near a border. But if we don't do that, reaching the fortress will take over twice as long, and by that time, who knows what might happen. In the past month, 1 pillar has fallen. In the past 3 have, a fourth of all the men and women who hold up our world. The information from Autumn about Eden Brown dying is unconfirmed, but she has no reason to lie, making it a third of them all. And adding the ominous trends from the War Master of the Nahullo, it is plain to see the turmoil coming. The unyielding wall may be mighty. Hell, he may even be invincible, but he's not immortal. Age rears its ugly head over time, rusting even the mightiest blade, and from what I've heard, it's been eating at Marshall for years. And those years were primarily peaceful. I'd bet he's fought more times in the past 6 months than in the past 6 years. I want to believe he's that same man who inspired endless young men and women to reach for power. But deep down, I know that's impossible. I've seen angels fall and demons rise. One man won't make much difference. And so, I make my choice the opposite of Virgil, as the man votes for the safer way. I say we go the immediate path. Johnny then glances at Abraham, the look in his eye evident that the decision is left to him and him only. The gunslinger doesn't want to choose. Perhaps the decision feels wrong, no matter which one. Abraham ponders for a few minutes, hanging us in this grim silence. The tension is palpable as the half-Nahullo thinks deeply, his hand on his chin. Then, after almost 10 whole minutes, he finally replies through his elude. I vote the direct path. Cowardice will only get us killed in such times. Johnny beams as he finally speaks aloud, placing a hand on Abraham's shoulder. Then it shall be so. Proud of you, Abraham. Don't ever let the fear consume you. The gunslinger climbs out of the moving wagon, heading to another vehicle for another reason, leaving the 3 of us and the sleeping Dakota on the floor. As we sit in silence, only the sound of the roving wagon to entertain us, a thought comes to my mind. I speak it aloud, seeing no reason to hide it. What about Primrose, Earl, and Elizabeth? How will they ever find us if we keep moving like this? Abraham shrugs as he gives a depressing answer. It's been months, Wyatt. They're probably dead. They knew the risk setting out for the Coltsmith. Had they succeeded, it would have been a major boon, but they probably failed. Sucks, but that's life. I think Johnny knows that too, but didn't want to say anything to you. I look to Virgil for help, but the man only nods, affirming Abraham's answer. They are, more likely than not, dead. We've heard no news about them from Autumn, nor have they shown up, so they are probably dead. The air sinks even deeper into stillness as I slide back into my chair, my heart sinking with the realization that my first friends are likely all dead by now. And as the wagon turns, assumably dodging a tree or obstacle in the poorly made road, I just sit motionless, grieving my friends. Tomas the wolf. Panting, I force myself up and over the rubble, clambering to reach Marshall. The man is torn from hip to shoulder, and that's the only wound I can see from here. But at least the demons retreated for tonight. Inyan the fanged horror giving up on killing Marshall for today. Yet, in the morn, the Gymes will strike, with the colossal steam at the helm. The never-ending cycle that started when Sinskreek fell. The Gymes strike at day, and the demons at night. We have all been fighting to our limits, but none more so than Marshall. Reaching him, I drag the man close to me. Then, taking my fingers and projecting ether into my hands for claw, I clamp his wounds shut like sutures. Carefully, I leave behind ether to keep the flesh how it should be as Marshall uses his own ether to accelerate his healing. Despite how it might look, the unmoving man is not unconscious. He's in stasis, the skill that his sixth sigil granted him, and one that we've been trying to find a way to replicate for others. It stops wounds from worsening as the user recovers, effectively making one unable to bleed out as long as they have ether. Sadly, little progress has grown in it, for using the skill relegates him to a kind of coma. A minute passes before I seal all his wounds with claw, and then he pulls himself from the stasis, a meaty hand elevating himself to his feet. I can see the tiredness in his eyes, the exhaustion, but he disallows it from fading. Instead, he barks out an order to me. "Thank you, Tomas. Go rest." Despite how I want to accept, to lie down, and to finally sleep, I cannot. He needs me. The fort needs me. And so, I refuse. "No, as long as you're out here, so am I." The most valiant man alive chuckles deeply before the laugh deteriorates to a bloody cough. The sight makes my heart contort in agony. If only I could do more. "Very well. About time you graduate from a cub to a wolf, lad. Tell the boys and girls to sleep. The morn's on us." I can't help but smile as he finally accepts my aid. Usually, he shunts us all out for him to face one tide alone every few days, allowing the soldiers to rest. But not today. Today, I get to help him. Finally, giving him a nod, I quickly leave to inform the standing colonel. Trailblaze fills my legs with strength as I hound over Rumble with extreme speed, the quilt of half a dozen skills approaching the might of Adzil. Just one of the many Marshall has helped me develop, either through inspiration or straight-up guidance. Within a minute, I traverse the quarter-mile of ruined terrain from war, climb up the high but damaged walls of Bint, and find one of the few remaining colonels. The man is seated on a box of cannonballs and holds a spyglass toward the distance. He's looking southwest, where the pygmies come from in the flats. The recent attack came from the northwest, where the demons now lie in Sinskreek. Colonel Rufus. The man twists so quickly that I could swear he's having a heart attack. "Sir." "Yes, sir." "Colonel Tomas." I take out my Colt from my holster, a lever action that's been sawed off and removed from its stock to fit my hip like a pistol. It's got the power of a cannon, the speed of me, and the weight of a rabbit's leg. Take Mare and get her fixed up. A demon did some good damage to her the past few days, and I don't want her to break. Old Nile should be able to do it. He nods humbly, but hesitantly speaks up in retort. "Yes, sir, but what about the pygmies? They should be coming soon, right?" I shake my head as he takes Mare's leg, the Colt desperately needing repairs despite being a sixth mark. At least I still have the twin teeth, my claymores resting on my back. Those two can handle at least one more night, and I can't risk a siege without an acquainted weapon, even with my claws. "You're all off for the morning. Get some rest. Leave only a skeleton crew for the lights and the med tents at full staff." Gotta feel bad for the docs. But if Marshall can't take a day off, neither can they. Colonel Rufus salutes me as he stands and hurries past me, leaving with our standard departure for war. "Into the long night, sir." "Aye, may I see morn." Regardless if it's day, night, or something in between, the goodbye stays constant, for we rarely fight a single day. Most battles last until daybreak. But now that he's off to inform the other two colonels, and them, the majors, and so on, I return to Marshall just as quickly as I left. As I traverse through the desolate of long broken forward bases and ruined siege machines, my eyes catch a glimpse of a figure seated amidst the wreckage. Drawn to the sight, I know who sits lonesomely, my heart heavy with a mixture of empathy and intrigue. The man does not yet notice me. My feet are light and imperceptible, just as he taught me. Before me sits an old general, weathered by countless battles and the unrelenting weight of time. His once proud stature is now hunched, burdened by the wounds of war. I remember how tall he once was when I was but a child, the height of his shoulder an insurmountable wall, but now I stand over him at his tallest. The flickering rays of the setting sun paint a bittersweet canvas upon his worn face, as if nature itself mourns the twilight of his existence. I stand in respectful silence, allowing the moment's gravity to settle upon my weary shoulders. The general's eyes, clouded with a mix of weariness and resolve, lock with mine. His gaze, a reflection of the countless battles fought and lives lost, speaks volumes without uttering a single word. His back immediately straightens, for the unyielding wall can never reveal weakness, not even to me, the young cub he raised into a man. In the distance, a familiar army approaches, their banners unfurled like a storm on the horizon. The general's weathered hands grip the stone underneath him, the rock cracking from his pressure. Marshall has fought countless battles, witnessed the ebb and flow of conflicts, and now finds himself at the precipice of what may be his final stand. Even I can feel it. Soon he will die. But not if I can stop it. Marshall offers a weary smile, a flicker of pride gleaming within his eyes. But as quickly as it appears, the emotions are swept away, his gaze concentrating on the imminent pygmies. There are only minutes until their catapults and cannons get within range. Yet, despite the death looming, Marshall remains calm, his eyes moving from point to point in the distance. I sit beside the old general, our gazes fixed upon the ascending sun, painting the sky in hues of gold and crimson. In the face of imminent battle, almost in spite of his physical weakness, his presence exudes a tranquil strength, a testament to the kind of man he is. We share a solemn silence, watching as the army draws nearer, their approach marked by the distant rumble of the pygmies' armaments. In this fleeting moment, I find solace in the camaraderie of a soldier, an unspoken bond forged amidst the chaos and destruction. Right now, we are nothing more than soldiers. He may have raised me, but right now, at this very moment, we hold a bond far more profound than father and son, even if he refuses to acknowledge that bond. He struggles to stand, his legs shaky, so I help him up. But like Standard, he pushes aside my aid and stands alone. Still, the man is defiant and calm, unwilling to take any more assistance than necessary. Marshall has always been a quiet man, with the only words spoken those that needed to be said. And that continues even now. Unbroken silence reigns as ether begins to roar beside me, the engine of plasmic ether inside him boiling to a tipping point. And finally, the beat of Payne's Forge emerges, the heart, the core of the skill. First, a low, pounding that rapidly develops to a resounding beat that echoes for dozens of feet. Again, his back straightens, his muscles bulge, his wounds fade, his gait becomes indomitable, his mind turns unyielding, his face shifts into the famous grin he holds during war. He may be an old man with a frail body, but with ether, he becomes what we all see him as, the unyielding wall. I've seen him do incredible, unthinkable things. From fighting 6 angels at once to defeating a virtue, he has never stopped impressing me. But I know the secret of Payne's Forge, for I, too, recently learned the skill. He can only accomplish these things for a heartbreaking reason. Payne's Forge emboldens one using their pain and injuries, the sensation during which will aid literal strength via ether, condensing the pain, turmoil, and struggle all within the heart, letting it detonate out with resolve. And while Payne's Forge is not his only skill, it is his most important, for even his power pales in comparison. When Marshall is taken by the Pale Lady, that is when he will shine the brightest. Every wound, every trauma, every death, and every sorrow he has ever had will come out at once, performing something beyond imagination. I only hope that when it does, I'll have made him proud enough to think the same of me as I do of him. And so, I step forward with Marshall to meet the coming army, unsheathing both of the twinned teeth. The horizon's light glimmers off my blade as the pygmies come into sight. Another day, another night. 232, illuminating steel. Earl Garner. As I journey through the untamed frontier, our small group rushing to meet Darkstep, I take my time to experiment. The rhythmic clatter of the wagon wheels against the rugged terrain fills the air, slightly barging in on my thoughts, but I've grown to tune it out. Instead, my mind is consumed by a vision that has ignited the spark of invention within me. Ever since that vision I had from Icarus Corpse, I haven't been able to stop thinking about that harnessed lightning, electricity. I've had dreams about it. I've had daydreams about it. And finally, just recently, they came together for an idea of my own. With a magnet clasped tightly in one hand and a length of copper wire in the other. I embark on a daring experiment. Well, experiment is a strong word. I want to create something. The raw potential of electricity, a force of nature waiting to be harnessed, beckons me to unravel its secrets. The hints Icarus left behind, her father's snippet, and my constant restless sleep propel me forward. The wind whips through my hair as the wagon trudges along the rugged path, my gaze fixed on the sprawling landscape before me. I wish we had a canopy for the wagon, but we were in too much of a hurry. So, instead of the quiet and relaxed inside, nature, untamed and unpredictable, becomes my laboratory, a canvas upon which I shall explore Icarus and her father's findings. With steady hands and a mind ablaze with fervor, I carefully position the magnet near the copper wire, their fates intertwined by the laws of nature, a twinge of my sigil pushing me forward, as even lightning is owned by nature. But as with all other things, man takes and conquers. So then, as the wagon jostles and sways, I seize this moment of motion to generate a current, an invisible web of energy that pulses through the wire, capturing the essence of the magnetic field. A surge of exhilaration courses through my veins as I witness the fruits of my labor. A faint glimmer of light, a flicker of electricity illuminating the surroundings of my finger. I can feel the spark, and it makes me rip my hand back. Yet, I quickly return my fingers to the copper and magnet. Slowly, the vision forms as I test the magnet's limits with the coil of wire more and more. With each passing mile, my experiment evolves, refined by trial and error, driven by an insatiable thirst for knowledge. I observe, I adapt, and I persevere. Primrose, still moderately injured, lays on the other side of the wagon as Elizabeth ushers the vehicle forward. In front of her eyes, I tried different wires, magnetic strengths, sizes, and various other things as I try to learn their properties. But so far, Icarus paper holds true from what I can tell. For a moment, my mind shifts to Wyatt, a worry in my heart for his safety because of Darkstep's approach to him and the group we left behind. But I push it aside. There is no point in wasting effort worrying. Instead, I should prepare for it, make a weapon or tool to aid them for when we get there. We are at most a tenth of the Nahalo's speed, and as such, we won't reach our destination for several more days, even with the trail that Primrose managed to track. Of course, without Darkstep leaving in such a hurry, there would be no signs of her movement. Still, when she moves at a comparable speed to the steam train, tracks are left behind that someone like Primrose can catch. So, instead of worrying, I put my mind to better use. Reaching into my pocket, I pull out that fancy pistol I got damaged from a hunter. The frame, barrel, and firing mechanism have all been repaired. The whole system of the firearm is precisely waiting for me to gain my fourth sigil and imbue it with power. But I don't have to wait that long to make it extraordinary. As the sun casts its golden rays over the vast expanse of the frontier, my mind races with possibilities, fueled by a restless spirit urged on by dormant anxiety. A revelation dawns upon me, a vision of combining the forces of ether and alchemy. Many think alchemy involves sigils in some way, but that is not entirely true. Sometimes it does, but that's only at the highest and most substantial level done by shamans or craftsmen. Instead, alchemy only requires knowledge and resources for the majority. Claymores were the first time sigils were added to any form of craftsmanship. It was monumental then, and even now, they remain essential. Colts were the second time, a dash of alchemy sprinkled in the craftsmanship of delicate gunpowder. Nevertheless, the first colt, made by a man long ago in an effort of frantic survival, changed history forever. At the start, with a low mark, the colt is a perfect mix of alchemy and sigil. But later on, the mix shifts toward the sigil, the ether owning more and more power. But it doesn't have to be that way. The pistols made by Icarus showed me that progress can still be made on our end, the part of human creativity. And so, with unwavering focus, I embark on the task at hand. First, I disassemble the revolver, its intricate mechanisms bare before my eyes. Next, the copper wire, my power conduit, weaves its way through the gun's barrel, intertwining with the very essence of its design. But as I finish this step, I curse. The barrel isn't magnetic. Wait, the bullets. Oh, I restart, taking the wire out as I burrow a hole into one of my magnets, leaving the ingenious rifling of Icarus inside the barrel to be. But the creation breaks. Damn, the magnets are too brittle. Can a magnet even be the barrel of a gun? Is it not too brittle? Could I just turn a barrel into a magnet? It's possible. Using two other magnets, I can turn iron into a magnet, but wouldn't it be too weak? Not necessarily. Bert left me parts for a Colt to make eventually, the barrel made with a particular metal conducive to ether, crimper. I take out the dark red, almost black steel barrel alongside two other magnets and line them up on their respective poles on the makeshift desk. Then, I retrieve my hammer and strike the barrel, sparks flying. Then, I move the barrel to a piece of iron. Nothing. Again, I line the pieces up. I strike again, Elizabeth yelling what the noise is about. I wave her off as I test the steel. Again, nothing. Come on, I've done this before. Again, I strike the steel, even harder this time, as I use reshuffle on the metal, attempting to force it to do as it should. Two magnets can induce another piece of iron to be magnetic. While this barrel isn't iron, it is attracted by the magnets, so it should contain iron. Another hit, another bang. Gradually my arm and mind grow tired, but a spark emerges after almost an hour of striking. Every piece of iron on my table, even other magnets, nearly crushes my hand as they move toward the barrel. Ow! I raise my hand as I suck on a gash along the length of my index finger, and Primrose flings up from the noise, staring at me with derision as I can't help but laugh with glee. I did it. A few more minutes pass as I pry the iron off the magnet. Unfortunately, I need Primrose's strength to help as I'm too weak for some of the magnet's connections. But once it's all moved around, I restart the creation, this time, using a robust magnetic barrel. I barely even have to try to attach the barrel to the gun, the piece damn near gluing itself on with the attraction of its pole. Then, I carefully integrate the copper wires, a fusion of innovation and tradition. Sparks of inspiration fly as metal meets metal, but I pause again. It would be even better if I could make the wires move, right? A stable barrel, moving wires, and then plus the moving bullet should make a lot of electricity. Enough that I should insulate the handle. Quickly, I add some insulation, using sturdy wood instead of metal for the grip, fastening the handle tightly. Then, I return to the thought at hand. I could have the coil of wire pulled alongside the squeeze of the trigger, like a wind-up toy with a grip of wood. But then, I'd have to reset the wire after every shot. What about? No, that won't work. How? Not that either. Maybe? No. Is that my only option? If that's the case, then I need to make some changes to the weapon. Disassembling it again, I remove the magazine from the handle, the highest innovation of Icarus guns that allowed them to hold far more than 6 bullets, reaching nearly 15. Then, I put another magnet where the bullets should go, lining it with wire and connecting it to the hammer so the cables are all pulled on the trigger pull. It makes the trigger far harder to draw, requiring 2 hands or multiple fingers on one hand to fire. Ideas overwhelm my mind as I continue working with the weapon, even as the sun falls and rises the next day. Elizabeth trades out with Primrose to steer the wagon, but they leave me out of the rotation. Even they can see I'm onto something here. Early morning the day after the idea came to me, I hold the pistol up in the air, if it could even be called that. I marvel at my invention, like Icarus pistols but still completely different. A nightmare red barrel, receiver, and hammer lay atop a handle made of wood with 2 open ports for heat. The rifling in the barrel is made of copper wires, while the magazine is replaced by another highly attractive magnet. Everything is seamlessly incorporated, from the hammer to the tip of the barrel, to create more electricity. For what? Time to see. With the pistol now imbued with the power of electricity, a surge of anticipation courses through my veins. I'm unsure if it will work entirely, but it should. Then, finally, I slide open the top of the gun and glide in my bullet, a homemade and ramshackle thing, designed to explode on impact and be pulled by the magnets. This amalgamation of metal and lightning is heavy in my hands, the tiredness creeping in, but I push through, too excited to see the fruits of my labor. While we move, I call Primrose over to watch me. I'm done with it, Primrose. Want to see it work? She contorts her head at me, her face still cut up and bruised, as she nods. Sure, just don't let it explode like the last time you wanted to show me something. That hurt and burned my scarf. Smiling, I lean over the edge of our wagon as we hurry through a rare forest in bone dunes on our way to Tornridge. So far, nothing has attacked us on this path. Darkstep's way has been safe and without obstacles. As I take aim, the weight of potential rests in my hands. Now an embodiment of my ingenuity, the handgun feels alive, pulsating with the latent energy that courses through its core. Then, with a steady hand and a focused mind, I squeeze the trigger, the hammer detonating the gunpowder in the back of the shell as the lightning within is born from the movement. A crackling bolt of visible lightning dances along the length of the barrel, propelling the bullet forward with unparalleled force. It tears through the air, leaving a trail of brilliance in its wake. The velocity it reaches is such that an explosion detonates within the air, and a tree in the distance falls. But then, so does the one behind it, and the one behind that. A typical bullet without my changes may go through the first, but it would lose all power and slap limply against the second. Yet under no circumstances would a single bullet fell even one tree, let alone three. As the echoes of the shot fade into the vast wilderness, the sound reverberating against the trees near endlessly, I stand in awe of what I have achieved. A fusion of two worlds, an embodiment of progress. The revolver, now a harbinger of a new era, bears witness to the limitless potential that lies within alchemy. All it needs now is a sigil, one worthy of its power. In the hallowed silence that follows, I cannot help but stare at the weapon in my hands, the wire hanging out from the shot. Taking a moment to fix the wire, I pull the metallic cord through the barrel again before sliding another homemade bullet into the chamber. Moving my wrist, I noticed the recoil wasn't too bad, perhaps a bit more than a regular pistol. Where did it all go? Moving back to my table as the wagon slows, I set the gun down and peer at it, pondering. That is until a shriek pulls me from my thinking. What the fuck was that, Earl? A firm hand yanks me from the desk as Elizabeth shakes me vigorously. Are you insane? That was 10 times louder than a gun. Everything within 10 miles will hear that damn thing. We're sneaking through a fallen territory. What are you thinking? I try to defend myself, but Primrose steps between Elizabeth and me, a swirl of green on her hand. We both look at the woman as she leans over and picks up my gun, her eyes taking in every curve, wire, and point of the weapon. What is this, Earl? How do I not sense any ether or sigils? Waving my hand, I answer. It's obvious. That's because it doesn't use ether. Or a sigil. That's to come later. I don't have my craftsman yet. Primrose stares at me for a moment, her jaw slightly hanging. What? I reiterate as she didn't seem to hear me. I didn't use ether or a sigil. She turns her attention from me to the weapon, then to the fallen trees, a subdued voice coming from her. But you will? Nodding, I take it back, showing her what I mean. My finger traces the steel of the weapon as I explain how it works. Yeah, these wires and these magnets create lightning when the trigger is pulled, the explosion of the ammunition causing the iron in the bullet to charge the barrel with electricity as the electricity then strengthens the magnetic field, pushing the shot forward. Icarus' formula states that lightning current can provide momentum to an object, and that, tied with the gunpowder's propellant, gives the force you see there. I can likely do better with more potent magnets or larger frames holding more magnets, but I'll have to discover materials that can handle that, as Crimfer is really good. The hinge of this whole thing is the Crimfer barrel, receiver, and hammer, as they are so highly magnetic that they could together pull a person if they are holding even just a tiny piece of iron. But I organize the weapon in such a way that it reduces the overall pull on the outside to a manageable level, focusing it all internally. It'll make the weapon slightly unwieldy around other people, but great in the wild. Unfortunately, it only has one shot before it has to be reloaded, like the early muskets, so I need to work on some mechanism that will return the wire or replace it. I don't quite know the exact numbers either, but the equation that Icarus gave me details the force exuded by the current, so a hand covers my lips and, with great force, closes them. Primrose shifts her head in front of mine to speak as she pats me on the head like a child. I don't understand a word of what you just said, but I'm impressed. For a cult to have that much power, most require to be a third or fourth sigil, meaning you made a single-shot third mark. Without a sigil, good job. The praise from her feels weird, but I'm not totally against it. A small bundle of warmth builds as she smiles at me that I quickly force down. Not her. Devil, please. Not her. My attention is quickly pulled from her, a roar in the distance warning us. Primrose curses as she hobbles to the front, yelling at Elizabeth and me. "Reload that damn thing. We got a WIRM coming. Your damn noise alerted it. Elizabeth, come with me. You're driving." Fucking hell. I ain't ready for this yet. Grinning from ear to ear with my creation recognized, I finish reloading it before moving to the other side of the wagon, searching for the WIRM living in the Tweena forest we are traveling through. And after a few minutes, I see it. An enormous slimy thing glides across the grass and around the trees. Sighing with disgust at the apex predator in this forest, I raise my weapon, and a name comes to mind: Coil. Again, I pull the trigger, reshuffling the bullet for accuracy as I struggle to even grasp the projectile with marionette from its speed that must be multiple times beyond that of sound. The shot slams into the side of the WIRM, blasting blood and viscera all over the place with a basin-sized wound that goes right through the oak tree-sized varmint. I reload again as I realize just how long it takes to do so and the fact that I only have one more homemade round. I didn't want to make too many in case they didn't work. Grumbling about lays, I finish preparing Coil and aim it back at the WIRM, firing again. This time, I hit the creature right in the head, blowing the brain out of its skull. The WIRM perishes as the sound of my gun causes another roar. A roar that turns into 2, then 3, then 10, as the entire forest finally finds us worthy of prey. Cursing at the coming danger and angry that I didn't think this all through, I dive back to my table as the wagon wobbles over the terrain. Hastily, I put together another bullet with the making of crimfer and gunpowder. Yet, I have to quickly discard it as I accidentally put too much gunpowder inside. I have another round a minute later, but my heart stings with pain at my rapidly depleting supply of crimfer. Bert gave me $10,000 worth, enough to supply a craftsman for a half year, and here I am already using a fourth of it. In exchange for not using sigils, it devours money like nothing else. But I push on with using the rare steel. Primrose is hurt, so she can't fight without re-injuring herself, and Elizabeth can't do much to these WIRMs. The wolves and bears she can, but not the more giant beasts with powerful sigils. Cursing under my breath again, I notice a humanoid figure following the wagon. But, looking closely, I can see that they aren't human, but in fact, a kind of lesser demon akin to the Nain Rouge from long ago. But unlike the Nain Rouge, this lanky demon is focused on hunting instead of luck. The blessings of being in non-human territory. Sighing, I raise my gun and pause my creation of another round. Aiming carefully and using my skills to guarantee a hit, I pull Coil's trigger. I just wish I waited to fire the gun until I made more ammo. 233 thoughts atop the road. Wyatt Graves. Stretching and using the side of a wagon as a ledge, I feel the pain from my midsection nearly gone. Remnants left to sting me as I finish the recovery process. And what does that mean for me? Oh, that means I finally get to join guard duty. We are still in Tornridge, after all. While the outlaws are mostly dead around here, the occasional demon and wild monsters still exist. And once we get into Sinskreek, it'll only get worse. For most of the demon's attention among our borders is in the endeavor to strike down Bent. The pygmies are the same, yet the Nahullo are different, spending time to grow their forces in Starbluffs before moving. The information from Autumn says all that, at least. Who knows how much of it is true? At least Blake's feeling better as well, the concoctions within the vault fixing up her remaining saturation issues. Bright sides, right? Can't always be negative. No one died in this recent fight, even if it came close, and we even gained a new passenger. Though, Autumn does rub me the wrong way. Something about her just doesn't feel right. Maybe it's because she's the daughter of the widely recognized second most powerful human, Maddox Adkins, but I don't think that's it. Perhaps it's because she so quickly joined us without a care for who we were, but I'm not sure. She always looks at me with a weird eye. I don't think anyone has told her who I am yet, as it's only been a few days since we picked her up, but that strangeness is there. Sighing, I clamber to the top of our bulkiest wagon, meeting the Sea's Shadow's daughter in the eyes. She's on guard duty as well, the insomniac beside her. Time to switch, Abraham. Johnny said you have to sleep tonight. It's been 4 days. The alabaster-haired, skinned, and eyed man sighs as he pushes off his knees to his feet and taps his knuckles against mine. Thanks, I guess. Enjoy your night. I reciprocate the gesture as a nightmare of a man with liquid arms appears at the bottom of the wagon and catches Abraham as he vaults off. He's gotten more comfortable with his nightmares. That's for damn sure. Once he's gone, I join Autumn on the sheets tied to the top of the centermost wagon. It's not too uncomfortable, but constantly feeling the wind as I ride the wagon without any protection is uncomfortable. I don't speak to her as I sit, preferring to think about my lost friends. But the woman throws noise into the quiet, windy night. "So you're a Graves, huh?" Startled by her coming out of the gate with it during our first private conversation, I can only turn to her with a raised eyebrow. I'm not as sensitive to it as I used to be, but the prospect of who her father is worries me, and how she learned it is a mystery. People round here tend to keep to themselves, especially with a newbie. Yeah, is that a problem?" She shakes her head somberly, adding to her first statement, "No, I was just thinking of the past. I spent some time with my father when I was younger, and he spoke to Killian, I assume your father, while I was with him. The only thing I remember is how they spoke of a gate, something to do with heaven. It was so long ago that I couldn't help but ask you about it. Do you know anything?" Her words stunned me like a bomb as I processed them. She met my father? A gate? Heaven? Didn't Abraham say the War Master mention that? Realizing that my thoughts are spiraling, I focus on the first thing. "You met my father?" Autumn nods, her ocean blue eyes radiant in the moonless night. Her pale blue chains that coil around her body synergize so nicely that I feel like a roving sea as she speaks. Is her father's touch that dominating? My thoughts are ripped from her father as she speaks, her voice gradually shifting toward a depressive tone. "Over 15 years ago, yeah, so when I was about 11 or so." Killian looked odd, like his limbs weren't his own, and his face was a patchwork of skin. "He gave me nightmares for months just seeing him once. And after that, my father didn't let me come anywhere close to important things." Odd? Limbs that weren't his own? Patchwork? Is my father a zombie? Wait, he had a craftsman sigil, right? Oh, I know he can't feel pain, but that is insane. He used himself as the artifice. Coltsmiths have their colts, blacksmiths have their claymores, and it appears Killian Graves, my father, uses his own flesh. It takes me a moment, but I realize what Autumn said at the end there, too. It seems as though my father attributed to something big in her life. I can't help but ask about it. Is Maddox that brutal? Maddox kicked you to the curb for being scared of Killian? The undying? Autumn shakes her head partially before nodding. Her tone only continues to plunge until it's laced with malice. Not exactly. I still was supported. He owns Lawless Lake, after all, but I no longer got to see him. It's a common theme among my siblings. We are close to him throughout our childhood until we show the slightest sign of fear, laze, or lust. Not just that, but as we grew up, we all competed with each other, attempting to show we were the best. It went from maths to combat and everything in between. I was one of the last to be ignored. Only 2 others were still close to him after me. Damn, that's insane. Why? Why would a father be so willing to toss aside and ignore their children? What reason could a parent possibly be so strict and nitpicky with their child? He brushed aside any sign of weakness and forced his kids to grow up rigid. That sounds familiar. Aniwai did that with me, though I was alone, a singular child, whereas Maddox had dozens. But still, Aniwai had a reason. She was asked to do so by the man she loved, a kind of final wish from what I could gather. While I hate what she did, I can't bring myself to hate her. The memories remain, both the good and bad. And yet, when I look back, I must see the good as those were ingrained into my mind, and the bad was beat into my body. But still, why, Maddox? Is he just evil? Why did your father do all those things? She chuckles sadly as she leans back onto the top of the wagon. I know you understand. The weight, the expectation, the constant provocation. As a Graves, I'm sure you get it more than me, probably more than my father. I'm only the daughter of a singular man who reached the top. You're the last of a lineage that all have. Your blood goes back hundreds of years, each stain permanent on the fields of the world. Autumn stops momentarily as her eyes stare into the moonless atmosphere above. I try to counter her, to say I'm not that special, but she doesn't even let me start. Maddox once told me and my 2 half-siblings that we are his legacy, that only those godly few can open the gate. I don't know what he meant by that, but I'm sure Ryder would know. He's still with Maddox on his ship, after all. He won the contest. He won the war for our father's affection. The rest were thrown off the boat the moment we reached 16. Ryder, Ruger, and I stayed longer for the competition, but eventually I left, too. Silence hangs as I take in her words, committing Ryder's name to memory. For someone such as him, capable of becoming chosen by the sea's shadow, should be remembered even if I have no clue what the gate means either. But as the quiet continues, I wonder what her family is like. It seems she grew up somewhat like me, only not spared of the consequences of a brutal childhood on the developing mind. What were your siblings like? The two that you stuck with for the longest? Were you close? Autumn doesn't reply at first, choosing to wait a few minutes before doing so. I was close with Ruger. He was only a year older than me, so we had much in common. Even after I was cut out, we kept in contact through letters, but he was slain in a final challenge set by Maddox. Slain by Ryder. Oh, she smiles with a knowing, sad smile. Yeah, for some, it's better to not have any family at all. Ryder was perfect in almost every way. Ether? Perfect. Combat? Perfect. Knowledge? Perfect. Leadership? Perfect. None of us could best him in anything but Ruger, the fool born with a sublime connection to Sigils. Ryder only has one flaw that we all see but our father. He's arrogant as hell. It took Maddox decades, but his youngest child fit what he wanted, a perfect specimen to train. He sounds too good to be true. Good at everything? Is that even possible? Where is he now, then? With a repertoire like that, how is he not an angel? Autumn sighs, an unexpected answer returning to my question as she curls up and hugs her knees with her arms. He probably is. Our father is more likely than not hiding him from the prime and the tree. For what purpose? I don't know, but I'd say there are probably 2 to 3 hidden angels among man. The conflict at the top is massive, Wyatt. I try to stay away from it. Hence, why I came out here. I ran as far as I could from those waves of Maddox, so they wouldn't reach me. If I were you, I'd run the chance you get. I know I will. Her admittance to running when she has the opportunity is shocking, but I respect her honesty. I also appreciate the fact that despite planning on running, she still does her job of guarding. Not that there is much out here right now. The night is quiet and peaceful, an oddity among the recent days, and in return for her truthfulness, I return the favor. I won't run. I can't run. Autumn. This world is broken, shattered beyond belief. All there is around us is war, suffering, and death. Since my ma died, I haven't had a week of peace. It's all been war. We on the frontier fight so those in the east can siphon more from us, taking all they can. Without me, She cuts in, giving me a dose of her frankness. You think you matter that much, Wyatt? What you have survived is not war. Not true war, at least. That, you will see at Bent. We are but pawns. Small, insignificant pawns to those like Maddox, Eli, and the Prime. Even Ed Summers, the third virtue, is pushed around by those 3. Johnny is but a rook, perhaps a knight at most to those players. And that's not even mentioning the Grandmasters, the Pygmies Creator, the Nahullos War Master, the Binary Lords. We only stand at the board as a race because of a single man, a man that rarely ever shows his face. I go quiet, thinking about her words, letting them sink in as we travel through the nippy evening. She's right. What can I really do against those men? Those demons? Kai made me look like a bug, a being to be crushed at any time. And to the Prime, Kai was probably the same. The world is soon to break into all-out war. The collapse of the lighthouse is imminent. As I sit atop this creaking wagon, riding through the darkness of this moonless night, a sense of insignificance washes over me. The vast expanse of the starlit sky above seems to mock my existence, reminding me of my frailty in the grand weave. I am but a speck of dust in the wind, a flickering flame in the face of the powerful. In this rugged and untamed land, I have witnessed the mortality of even the partially divine. These unforgiving forces shape the world around me, uncaring for the weak. The biting cold gnaws at my bones as a stark reminder of my vulnerability. My eyes gaze into the distance, where shadows dance in the periphery of my vision. No lights appear in my vision, so whatever it is bears no sigils, causing me to lower my watch. The untamed wilderness, an endless frontier full of demons, beasts, and unknown entities, reminds me of the challenges that lie ahead. As I contemplate the enormity of existence, a wave of humility washes over me, memories of the past entering my mind. The towering spires, the murderous forests, and the ancient river of the underworld whisper bygone tales of strife unknown to any living mind. But I am the intrepid strife. No, I face challenges head-on. That is who I am. Reckless but growing. Every day, I improve, even if it's just a little. I may be weak now, but one day, can I join those figures on the board? Even the Prime was a child at one time. Even the binary lords were birthed in the past. Even mountains start from somewhere. Even the gods, eternal as their lifespans are, came into being at some point. Most are said to be created at that stature, but one was not. The devil. The devil ascended. That means he, too, was born mortal. None know the race, time, or place, but the devil was mortal. Everyone, everything starts somewhere. Turning away from the stars above, I finally reply to Autumn after minutes of rumination. A pawn can become a queen. No, I don't know much about chess, but I do know that pawns can evolve. She nods but holds onto her frame of mind. That is true. But no matter how much we evolve, Wyatt, we are simple creatures. Unlike those monsters, we cannot grow from chess pieces to players. Perhaps you could develop enough to become an ace, an unrivaled chess piece, but you will never become a player. Neither will I. I can just feel it. I press her, not understanding why she truly thinks this way. Why? Why can't we? What stops us? Everyone starts somewhere. Autumn. Even those figures so high above. Autumn raises her palm as she clenches it toward me, enunciating all the while. You haven't seen them. I overheard that you saw powers fight, but virtues like my father, those built for war, are different. With a wave of his hand, a 1,000-foot-high wall of water can be moved. I've seen him kill thousands with a blink. I can't even fathom the strength of the Prime to be able to hold such a monster in check. Is Maddox really that powerful? I've heard a lot about him, but that seems excessive. Is someone indeed that strong? Is he? Yes. My father controls Lawless Lake like his right hand, both the waves and the people. The old salted sea was renamed just for his authority, making even the scholars ignore that it's actually a sea, not a lake. Now, his powers are vastly weakened on land, but Maddox is nigh unbeatable in the water. Another quiet ensues before Autumn continues. At least I can never reach that level. I can't even fathom the struggles. I've almost died 100 times, or more to attain my current sigil. Just 4 days ago, I thought I was dead, the fire practically devouring me. I'd be dead if I had not always carried a large water flask for my skills. Maybe you are a Graves after all, could do it, but the pain, it's not worth it. She stops speaking as she refuses to meet my gaze, her eyes choosing to look into the nearby forest. I know what she means by the struggles, the pain, and the near deaths. But I disagree. It is worth it. To protect others, to keep them safe. It's all worth it. Autumn scoffs as her hand reaches her eyes, rubbing both the sockets as her voice breaks. Protect who? Out here in the wilderness, all you are doing is saving those around you. You'd all be much safer in the east, where things are fortified. You are too good a man, Wyatt, but you are foolish. Go east. Live a peaceful life. This world has no heroes. It only has monsters. Either you are eaten or allow others to be eaten in your stead. I immediately reply, a sense of hope hidden amid the hopelessness. That'd be pointless. At most, I'd have a few years before everything comes crumbling down. She looks at me surprised as if she doesn't know. Though, I guess she wouldn't know. We did learn from quite impressive figures that the world is about to break into war. A war for divinity. The mother below is to awaken. And if there aren't more gods to push her back down, a second collapse will happen. A much worse one. Hell, even a god risen from a Nahullo or pygmy wouldn't be too bad. At least they would be sane. I continue, trying to explain. The mother below is awakening. I don't know why, whether it's based on time or some other factor, but she's gaining consciousness. The motherbound move with increasingly more fanaticism. And I heard from the War Master of the Nahullo himself that a catastrophic change is coming. The lighthouses are to collapse, the mother below breaking through Gluskab's creation. The cabin, the weavery, the round table. It is all to collapse, leaving us without guidance with our sigils, returning us to millennia ago. Autumn trembles from words, a shaky question adding to mine that grows to two. then to 3. Without the cabin, we can't advance like before. We'll have to slowly figure out our metaphors, our proofs, and our abilities. Meanwhile, the Motherbound will still have it all. Why is this not common knowledge? Why don't more people know about this? The Prime. Is he doing anything to stop this? I bite my lip as I answer the only theory we have. We believe. We believe the Prime is preparing his ascension. Time is running out for the old man. Death is racing for him. He may be the strongest mortal, but even he cannot defy a god. So either he becomes a god soon, or he dies. All this does is move up the time frame for him. Johnny thinks within the year, the eldest Harvey will act, changing the course of history. I finish as Autumn's eyes droop, melancholy radiating from her shoulders. I lift my hand to reassure her, but I stop. All I've done is prove how pointless it all is. 2:34, Twinless Night. The night continues to pass, the both of us turning our attentions outward instead of inward. The crushing insignificance is too consequential. My eyes roam the forests constantly, searching for any sign of life, any sign of a demon or monster that might attack us, but I find none. The air is peaceful yet cold as the atmosphere weighs down upon me. I can't do it. A year? A year until the Prime does whatever it takes to become a god? Devil knows what that is, but it will undoubtedly be influential continent round, possibly earth-shattering. Sure, it's been barely 7 months since I gained my first sigil, the month slipping into June. Only a little over a week from my birthday, June 18th. It feels weird, knowing that, at best, I am unlikely to have another birthday after this one. There is no way I will repeat the same feat as before. 5 sigils in 7 months was only possible because of the danger and the constant press of death toward my skull. I never rested for more than a single day throughout those many days and nights. Even now, I sit here on guard duty, still partially wounded. Thinking about doing it all again fills me with fatigue. Is Autumn right? Should we just give up? Run away to some safe place so far away that nothing can hurt us? Maybe she's right. That endless legion of Motherbound. It's so disconcerting that I don't even want to consider it. How are we supposed to fight that? Where are they even from? Why is the mother below waking up? What will we do without the cabin? That vision I had from Dominus was nigh limitless. Where are all those Motherbound from? Are they in hell? Are we just fated to die? Born too late to make a difference? Birthed after the expansion west, but right before the subsequent collapse? I had grand ambitions, an oath to become a god, but it doesn't seem to be fated. I'm but a child playing in a field where men wage wars. Sitting atop the wagon, I retrieve the blooming spider lily from her holster. The serene sensation of ether graces my palm with a smile. At least she's got my back. Perhaps, with her, I can stand against those foes. That is why my father left her for me, right? Lily is a powerful weapon, one even beyond that of Johnny's lumen. I wonder how he really made her. Is she an artifact or a cult? Some part of me wants to think that she's a combination of the two. I trail my thumb over the spiraling flowers on her frame, the cold steel unresponsive to my touch. I can't rely on her, though. No matter how beneficial she may be, Lily comes with severe drawbacks. Every shot fired is years of my life. Each another. I won't live. But perhaps that's the answer. I won't live them anyway. Why not feed Lily and give her the power to make a change? To shirk the responsibility to her would be relieving. A weight off my shoulders that constantly are forced down. But as I consider this, a low growl comes from my hand, a snarl reacting to my thoughts. It holds no meaning in any language, but I can still understand its meaning despite not being a literal expression. We live our own lives. It's a warning. The accord we hold is based on a fragile connection we both harbor. Neither of us is willing to be controlled or relinquish ourselves. We live our own lives, indeed. To rely entirely on Lily would betray this fetal relationship hung by a cruel past. I have to live my own life, control my own actions, be my own person. Even if that means I will die, it will at least mean I die a life I lived. My thoughts are broken by a loud, piercing noise ringing throughout the forest from afar. I can't discern precisely how distant it is, only that the clangor is deafening, so much to the point that it reaches us miles away. For seconds after it fades, my ears screech, the leftover noise echoing in my head. I turn toward Autumn, and she shrugs. Dunno, never heard anything like that before. A banshee is similar, but the wail hangs in the air, not the ear. That was more bullet-like. A bullet? I can't help but ask for confirmation. The idea that a gun made that sound far beyond my comprehension. Autumn nods with an edge of uncertainty. Yeah, I think so. The single crack that goes and leaves without an effect on the surroundings. Do you? She's cut off again. Another high-pitched pang throughout the noiseless night, and this time, I also notice how it moves without weight, like the timbre of a gun. Autumn starts up again as she stands, opening her water flask to control the liquid inside. I think we found why there is nothing out here tonight. Whatever is around here is attracted by all that noise. We must have entered the range a few minutes ago to hear it. I nod to her, the thoughts making sense. But as I reply, Johnny's head peeks from the lip of the wagon. He was sleeping underneath us. Evidently, the noise woke him up. Any ideas? That noise is loud. Loud enough to attract everything nearby. I agree as I point out into the distance, the far east, where it's coming from. Yeah, we were just discussing that. Autumn thinks it might be a gun, and that we just entered the range of its timbre. Johnny's eyebrows squint, the man having issues fathoming a gun that could do that just as I. That's odd. Well, it's probably a person. Some demons use guns, but if it's something special like that, I reckon it's new. And new means a human made it. It could be a pygmy creation of some sort, but we aren't in Valens or the Wide Flats. So, it's likely a person. The angel deduces aloud for us to hear, as he then offers a proposal for the two of us. If you two are willing, you can go and investigate it. Virgil is already awake, his sigil dropping his slumber to 2 hours, so he can go, too. I'll keep watch while you're gone. I glance at Autumn, and she does as I expect, shaking her head negatively. The woman is averse to risks and anything dangerous. I might not understand fully, but I can get where she is coming from. But even with her refusal, I'm still down as long as Virgil is coming. It's night, and the shadows belong to the nightshade. I'm up for it if Virgil is. We haven't had an adventure with just the two of us in a long time. Johnny nods, grabs the edge of the wagon with his hand, and flips himself up to the top effortlessly, the power hidden in his fingers exposing itself. He then speaks to me as he tosses a coin. Good. Virgil's below preparing. Take the gold dollar from Silas. He put weightless into it. Should help you keep up with the speedster down there. I raise the dollar as I thank Johnny, but I say it loud enough for the wagon's driver to hear, too. And then, I reach behind myself and lean down, opening the box of Reckless. The coin lies softly on the steel as I pull the weapon out, feeling the weight leave in droves. Good. Now I can run with it on my back. Silas really does have some of the most useful stuff figured out. Thanks for the help. We'll go right away. What do we do if we can't find our way back? The gunslinger's eyes flicker to the wagon behind us, the sickbay on wheels. I'll have Bonfire throw fire into the air like a flare. Just look for the light after. Let's say, 2 hours? The gunshot is at most 20 miles away, and you two can make that distance in no time at all. Nodding, I slide off the wagon, catching myself on the door to the bulkiest wagon with a side entrance. When I enter, I find Virgil sliding his Colt into his holster while Abraham snores, curled up into a ball on the floor. The nightshade meets my eyes with a soft smile as he steps over the sleeping man, pointing outside. I instantly know what he means, so I step out and hop off the rolling wagon, landing with a stumble as Virgil follows. And as the wagons roll past, another gunshot resounds, the timbre a bit noisier than before. It seems we are getting closer. Virgil raises his hand as his body embalms in shadows. You ready? Try to keep up. Don't want to be held back by a slowpoke. Chuckling softly at his dry humor, I bite back with a smile. I don't know about that. I've already caught up. Virgil grins back, retorting as he fades before my sight, leaving a subtle outline for me to see. Not for long, and it doesn't count. Your sigil is cheating. The rest of us move at a snail's pace compared to you. His silhouette bursts off with extreme speed, forcing me to follow as I, too, turn into a shadow. Ether flows into my adumbral, which shadows my body and increases my speed. And this is the first time I've used it at night, making me notice the greater-than-normal boost. My body waves and wanes as I hurry after Virgil toward the distant sound to investigate it. But even with shadowed, I'm far too slow. Virgil has 4 skills enhancing his speed. The bastard, soundless, shaded, night, and night whips all boost his speed, either by improving his body or pushing him forward with tendrils of shadow. At least night is limited to when the sun's down, that skill giving him the most tremendous boon. But I won't be left behind. Breakneck flows into my veins as my whole body pushes forward at a grander speed, and not wanting to be left behind, I take it one literal step further. Arbalest firing out an eruption of ether from my foot sends me many yards forward, catching up to Virgil. The man shakes his head, the muted outline moving to show it as he emits a garbled tone. Okay, that's enough. No need to go any faster. We'll be there in 20 minutes at this pace. So don't exhaust yourself before we even arrive. I can go faster too, but we can have a competition another time. Agreeing, I try to hold him on to that. It sounds like it could be fun. You promise? Me versus you? Virgil speaks again, his voice slightly less distorted. Yes, could be good training for both of us. Doesn't just have to be speed, either. I think we are reasonably close in overall power. I do recommend, however, that you experiment with your absolutions more. Mine has had unexpected depth, and I'm sure yours do too. I nod to him with understanding as we continue. There is still so much I don't know, and even as I shoot forward, I realize that the technique used in Arbalest can also be used on my hands. That could be the return of Bloodhound's Step, the skill inspired by Edmund falling off once I lost an arm. If I can burst forward from my palm, using it to jump or maneuver more unexpectedly, that would make up for only having one arm. And even further, that means it could be used with Struggler's Gasp, enhancing the potency of an explosion or blast. That would be crazy. The power of an explosion is already enough to break my limbs. Even with my virtue, I think the next level would make me lose a limb, although my durability does increase the more wounded I am. So, could I use it near death? Maybe. What an act of retribution it would be to detonate a bomb of ether from my hand on death's door. Damn, that's what I'm calling it. I haven't used it yet, but it will be retribution when I do. If I can only use it heavily wounded, it fits. But as I think, I sprint through the dark forest, and as I hustle in the dark, another ear-piercing noise resounds, leaving a ringing in my ear. It appears we're getting close. Wonder what's there. Earl Garner. As I sit at my makeshift workshop, a small table perched precariously on this moving wagon, I diligently work to create more bullet shells for my creation as the world around me goes mad. The rhythmic clinking of tools against metal resonates as gunshots and plumes of noxious gas fill the surroundings, yet nothing disturbs my concentration. If it does, the bullet is ruined. The forest around us seems to pulse with life, its creations coming for our lives, either for hunger or annoyance. My bullet yesterday attracted so many creatures that we are still being swarmed. Only a few moments of peace have come during the past day. Yet, my focus remains unyielding, my hands steady despite the jostling of the wagon as it navigates the uneven terrain and the panicked bullets fired by Elizabeth as she moves the wagon. The wagon's horses only move as Primrose does something to them, drugging them with her skills to make them ignore the danger. The urgency drives me forward, pushing me to craft more and more bullets to be fired as fast as possible. And in the corner of my eye, I spot a furred creature with a spark of light around its front as a roar fills the air. Suddenly, a thunderous crash shakes the very foundation of my existence. The world around me trembles as an immense force collides with the wagon, sending it spiraling out of control. The chaotic symphony of splintering wood and panicked shouts fills the air, drowning out all other sounds. My heart races as I brace myself against the upheaval, desperately clinging to my work and the fragile remnants of stability. And then, I catch a glimpse of it, a Yakwawiak, a rare beast of the forest, more significant in size than a bear, slamming into the side of the wagon with its flaming tusks illuminating the darkness. Time seems to slow as the Yakwawiak's immense form joins its tusks in crashing into the wagon, sending it tumbling and overturning in a violent whirlwind. Frantically, I flow ether for reshuffle and adrenaline surge to try and reduce my chances of being hurt as I grab what I can and curl into a ball. But instead, the world becomes a blur of chaos and destruction, and the once familiar surroundings transform into a nightmarish scene. Amidst the chaos, my thoughts race as everything tumbles madly, turning over and over. I feel my bones tense and an impact upon my tailbone, but after a crash onto my stomach, Hitting my jaw and tearing up my eyes, I land. Looking forward, I find my prized creation, my fragile work, lying scattered and broken amidst the wreckage. Bullets lie all over the ground as the wagon lies on its side. Luckily, or as expected, I land unhurt while Elizabeth crawls from the wreckage, firing toward the stalking demons in the forest. Meanwhile, Primrose shrugs aside her wounds and strikes toward the Yakwawiak, which is soon joined by half a dozen more. I take a short break for a deep breath as I lean against the broken wagon, the crushed wheel beside me. The broken makeshift workshop inside hurts far more than the aching in my lungs from the constant exertion, the pounding of the tail end of my spine from the fall, or the tears running down my face from my aching jaw. Panting while being screamed at, I frantically load another heavy shell into the chamber of coil. The gun is so searing from the constant use of the coils inside that I'm wearing gloves just to use it, a topic I overlooked while making it. I've gone back and forth from shooting to building, but I'll soon have to stop. The heat is approaching the melting point of copper, and when the copper melts, hurry the fuck up, you dumbass. Shoot the damn things. Primrose is positively fuming. Literally, poisonous gas exhales out her mouth as she breathes out a wave of the fumes at a flock of Yakwawiak, large bear-like creatures with tusks and brutal teeth. Oh, and they have sigils. Awful. Sigils that ignite their tusks with flame and attract other animals. While she does that, Elizabeth repeatedly fires the lever action she got from Edward at a duo of demons. I can't quite tell what they are, but they are some kind of stealthy sigil, that's for sure. They've stayed on the edges for the past few hours, waiting for us to tire. And we are. It's late into the evening, the moonless night making it difficult to aim or fight. And it doesn't help that Primrose is still hurt. She's healed quite a bit, but some burns remain along her flesh. She also fights with a limp, her movements hindered by the lingering injuries. Even though she tries to hide it, Elizabeth and I still see it. At least Elizabeth's rifle has 4 sigils, the repeater, it's called. Each bullet, upon making contact with flesh, ricochets toward the closest creature. Dangerous for the shooter up close, dangerous for the enemy far away. Roars from the Yakwawiak, quite a mouthful, to be honest, fill the air. And to finally shut one of them up, I finish reloading coil, the high heat making it harder to fix the coils. Then, putting my back against the wagon, I lift my hand as the heat burns into my gloves with a wince. I am at the largest one in the dark, the gas from Primrose slowing and damaging the beasts, while also making it hard to see them by dampening the fire on their tusks. Squinting to make out its figure through the smoke that assails them, and trying to ensure I don't friendly fire the skirmishing Primrose, I pull the trigger. A high-pitched squeal eats at my eardrums as the coils struggle to carry the current alongside the exploding shell deep within coil. Recoil pushes my hands backward, slamming me against the overturned wagon's bottom as a roar screeches through the air. With the higher heat, it seems less recoil is dissipated. I wonder why. But I have no time to think as this roar is different. It comes not from a beast, man, or demon. Instead, it comes from the marriage of steel, gunpowder, and the next era. Lightning. A stream of light courses through the air for an infinitesimally short period. The projectile fired from my coil, opening a hole in the smoke and leaving a blasted open corpse. I've learned recently that the shell expands upon impact, like a flower, when it hits a large enough target. Thankfully, I've seen enough death and gore to not puke upon the sight as I turn and scramble, attempting to salvage a dropped shell from the crash of the carriage. My hands push aside debris, dust, and scraps of my gloves that fall off from the high heat as I try to find another bullet, a flicker of movement by my side. The skill I keep on at all times when I'm doing dangerous things. The usage only a small tug on my saturation tries to save me. Instinct blares like a town hall bell in my mind as I twist around to find one of the demons darting toward me. The dagger in the humanoid's hand is only 2 feet from me as I see it, the glint shining to my eye. But just before it hits, another boom resounds. A flicker of movement and a shadow appears between us the moment before I'm stabbed in the neck. Awestruck, I see the blade sink into the flesh of a man's arm, but it only enters a half-inch before stopping. Then, the figure laughs as their arm reaches forces against the demon's movement, overpowering the 2 hands with one as he throws the demon back. The demon retreats hurriedly into the darkness as the figure turns, revealing a disheveled young face with black hair. Earl, where are your glasses? 235. Reunion. Wyatt Graves. I barely make it in time to stop the thing ambushing Earl. Without Arbalest, Earl would have been fatally wounded if not instantly killed, for only with that skill could I traverse 50 feet in a flash, though not without a price. Overdoing the power of the skill like that left a deep-seated pain in my right foot. So, I'll have to use my left foot for it until I recover. At least I know I can handle the rapid use for short distances. The demon or outlaw. I'm not honestly sure which, billows with indistinct shadows that cover its form. My arm stings with pain from the creature's strike, but I'll be fine. The bloody palm can take a hit, and from pinky to my elbow, the artifact reigns. The one thing that truly confused me as Virgil and I came upon this scene was not the strange conflagration from Earl. Instead, it was the fact that he wasn't wearing glasses. All I've ever known him has been with the frames helping him see, as he always had extra. I reach down to help Earl, and he instantly takes my hand, the frail and light man thrown to his feet. In the corner of my eye, a dozen tendrils of night ambush the other demon. Virgil slaughters the shadowy creature with greater darkness. Greenish blood seeps as the demon tries to fight back, only to die to a swift dagger into the neck as Virgil deflects a strike and grapples the creature. It then succinctly dies and, as it falls, transforms into falling ash that settles without movement. How bizarre. Earl yells to me as Primrose combats the giant four-legged creatures with flaming tusks. I have no clue what they're called, but they are decently powerful. Most are third sigils, but a few are second. One even possesses a fourth sigil. Help her. She's wounded. I'll find another round. I nod, not entirely understanding the second part, but listening anyway. Earl's never made a faulty plan, after all. Then, still with the swiftness from my journey here, I flutter over toward Primrose as she spews fumes from her arms, hands, and mouth toward the horde of massive beasts. She can only dodge them because of her colt, the thing transposing her to wherever she shoots it, but I can see the redness in her face that exposes her exhaustion. And as I land in front of them from my rapid movement, I reach for Reckless, retrieving the heavy steel with a smile. Amid the raging chaos, I stand alone, facing the colossal fury of half a dozen furred behemoths. On the other side of them is Primrose, her smoke distracting and assailing them. Their massive forms loom over me, their eyes burning with an otherworldly fire, and their flaming tusks illuminate the darkness surrounding us, putting some light on the moonless night. As I approach, gaining momentum the whole way as I remove the coin from Reckless, the first mammoth charges toward me. And so, I tighten my grip on the hilt of Reckless, feeling its weight and power coursing through my veins. Vigor from the claymore fills me with confidence and vitality as I take a deep breath, a struggler's gasp. My fetters weaken, and my body grows slightly to accommodate the strength as I lift Reckless over my head, its weight considerable even for me. Then, with a silent daydream of unmatched power filling my arm and release removing their limits entirely, I meet the mammoth head-on, my sword slashing through the air with a howl. The blade moves with such a shriek I could confuse it for that of a banshee, calling the death of the living. The ground trembles beneath the weight of its massive form, but I stand firm, unyielding. The clash of metal and the beast's powerful momentum send shockwaves through my body as we collide. I strain against its immense strength, channeling every ounce of my own, but I am quickly rebuffed. Both of us are sent back from the contest of strength. I match the fourth sigiled in strength despite its size, but that's not enough. I always knew I'd be weaker than a beast in a direct contest. I just wanted to see how much. And so, I sway with the rebound, backstepping as I bring Reckless around my head into a second strike, this one screaming for the beast's side. My wrist burns as it contains the momentum as I shift it forward once more, yet the bloody palm bears it with a slight groan. With a mighty swing, I bring Reckless crashing down upon the mammoth's side as it roars into flame, but I ignore the fire and continue onward. Heath has gotten quite good at treating burns, after all. Plus, I've gotten used to bonfires' flames. It's not that bad for short periods. Sparks erupt as steel meets fire, and the resounding impact echoes through the air. The force threatens to overwhelm me as a plume of blaze comes from the impact point, the beast attempting to push me off again. But I ground myself with my feet and flow ether into my left foot, forming a kind of bow and arrow. Arbalest manifests in my left foot as I'm flung forward at the beast. My force multiplied, and so, the steel of Reckless sinks deeply into the beast's flesh. It roars with pain as it swings toward me, the fiery tusks seeking to melt and maim. I try to pull Reckless out of the hide, but I don't have the time. So, I drop it and throw myself to the ground with all the swiftness I can muster. Dirt flies up as heat glides over my head, and the moment I feel the blaze fade, I jump up and run for my claymore. But as I do, the beast turns back toward me, an open mouth facing me. Not feeling much threat as at most, it can roar at me. I charge at it for Reckless, but I only make it about halfway before a spark appears in the mouth of the animal. My heart thumps with alarm as I force as much ether as I can in a split second into my foot, the arbalest hurtling me to the side as a flume of fire fills the dark forest. Trees, grass, and even parts of the wrecked wagon are set ablaze as the heat burns my side just from being close. I glance at my torso, almost releasing my gasp in relief. It only burned my clothes and the hair off my skin. Phew, that could have been way worse. I think it can make as much fire as bonfire. Mentally cursing as I can't speak aloud with Struggler's gasp active, I burst forward toward the bulkiest beast, the one that scorched me. Yet, it also charges at me, swinging its tusks to gore and burn me. And with both feet throbbing with pangs of warning, I drop to threes, the return of Bloodhound's step, using my arm to arbalest myself up and over the creature's tusks as I grasp outward and catch myself onto its burning fur. The fire hurts extraordinarily severely, the pain sinking deep into my flesh after just a second, but I hold on as I slide down its body. The thing literally burns with rage as I reach my claymore, but I will be fine. The bloody palm is what's getting burnt after all, and as usual, it can handle it. I place my feet against its fur to hold myself there as it rages, my burned hand wrenching the blade from its coat. And when Reckless leaves its side, I reach into the flesh, a brimming explosion on the tip of my fingers. Ether swirls from my chains and out of my lungs down my arm as I grit my teeth, holding steadfast against the heat as the bloody palm explodes with ether. The detonation sends me flying back in an eruption of blood, flesh, viscera, and lingering flames as the greatest threat immediately slumps to its side, a quarter of its frame gone. Falling to my knees, I gasp for air, my lungs demanding and unwilling to wait any longer. I land next to Reckless and immediately reach for it, glimpsing the severe burns on my hand and arm. But they are rapidly fading, the artifact fused with me doing its part for our survival. Taking another gasp of air, this one normal, I push myself to my feet using the hefty steel of my claymore. The boots melted and burned are doing their jobs in slowing heat transfer. So my toes are burned, but not to the point I can't feel them, nor to the point that they hurt excessively. Yet, as I move my eyes before me, the horde turns to me, the killer of their leader. An ear-stinging roar shakes my body as I force myself to take another struggler's gasp. I still got another in the bank at the worst. Thankfully, my saturation limit has massively increased between my absolution and my newest sigil. With burning determination and a flicker of heated pain coursing through my body, I lift Reckless and charge into the heart of the mammoth horde. With the fire breather gone, I can play this safe, taking my time to slay the beasts. The ground shakes beneath the weight of their colossal forms, flames dancing upon their menacing tusks, and fury emanating from their primal gazes. In response to their rage, my grip tightens around the hilt of my massive sword, a weapon forged by another race, yet feeling as if it was born only for me. The scars on my side throb as a reminder of the battle already waged as I bear down on the creatures, but I press forward, undeterred. The first one in the charges reaches me much slower than the first. I slide underneath its fiery tusks as I twist and stand upright again. Then, in one swift motion, I unleash a devastating strike, the weight of my sword cleaving through the air with unstoppable force. The first mammoth, its flaming tusks poised to strike as they missed, falls to my relentless assault. Reckless enters its skull, and the length of the blade compensates for the height gap. Its lifeblood spills onto the scorched earth, its massive form crashing to the ground. Without waiting a moment, I move on to the next as I rip out the sword from the oversized beast, the hide much easier to tear out of. But as I rear my blade up, poising to strike the next one, a crack of a high-pitched whine pierces the nightly air like that of a banshee. And without my eyes scarcely catching a glimpse of it, a projectile crackling with lightning shatters into the head of the second in the horde. The beast dies without a second between the impact and subsequent death. The skull almost vaporized as the thing is indented so deeply it'd be hard to recognize. I twist my head and look behind me to see Earl once more scavenging among the rubble. Is that the strength of his cult? What the fuck? Where did he get that? While I stare at him, the horde gets closer, and I just barely turn around to find a shadow sliding underneath the nearest figure in the herd, gutting it from the bottom, then disappearing into the ground with a flicker. Forcing myself into action, I join Virgil, swiftly ending the rest of the flock as Primrose joins. The remaining Yakwayak, as Earl calls out, crash without much fanfare between the three of us, Elizabeth helping here or there with callouts that fill us with purpose. And after all the beasts lie dead, the remaining demon-like creature skittering off, we all meet around the remnants of the scarred wagon. A reunion of friends after many months. They're alive. They're alive. Johnny was wrong. I hug Elizabeth and Earl, so extremely relieved to see they are all right. The embrace is tight, but I'm careful not to crush the two of them after releasing my skills. I also notice they both have grown stronger, yet Primrose hasn't. I suppose she is still waiting on that ether saturation. I hear at the higher sigils, like 5th and 6th, it takes a year at the minimum to prepare for another ascent. The Philosopher is truly a unique sigil. It may not bring any ludicrous abilities on its own, but just the trait to move at my own pace is astounding. We push away from the hug with smiles even despite their exhaustion and my weariness after rapidly using so much ether. Earl immediately starts to treat my burns, ordering me to aid him in doing so. Drag out that panel from the wreckage. It has all my ingredients. I should have some stuff for burns. I nod and crawl into the overturned wagon, clasping my hand around the wooden panel he pointed to as I drag it out. He then takes it and pulls out hidden compartments as he starts to mix powders and liquids. As he does so, Virgil, standing beside us watching for danger, asks Earl a question. What the hell is that cult you got? I don't sense any sigils or ether from it at all. The damn thing blew apart those flaming beasts. Earl nods as he mixes elements, but Elizabeth answers for him, the girl excited for the man. He made it, without a sigil at all. Well, without one in the gun. Though, it is nauseatingly expensive to fire. Each bullet is about $100, and the gun's materials lean toward $10,000. $10,000? $100 per bullet? Most bullets are worth a fraction of a cent. You could buy a mansion with that much money. The most money I've ever had in at once was $100. Not that I buy much, but still. My mouth hangs open as I ask the only question possible. Earl applies some gray cream onto my arm to help it heal as I do so. What the hell did you guys get up to? We thought you all were dead after so long without any news. Earl nods as he explains a little before Elizabeth takes over. Yeah, things were hectic. We initially went for Icarus, the coltsmith we wanted to find. But when we found her, she was insane. Absolutely batshit insane. Primrose killed her and decided that we would come back immediately. But on our way out, we came across Edward Dudley in a fight with Myriad, the psycho he is. We saw Edward leap to angelhood during the battle before he killed Ashley, the wildfire. From there, shit only got crazier. Primrose nods as she slumps backward onto the wreck of the wagon and finishes the story, clearly skipping many parts from a journey lasting months. We joined Edward for a while, helping him in the revolution. While we did so, I negotiated some training for Earl and Elizabeth, the genius to learn coltsmithing from a renowned craftsman and the girl to fight and lead from Edward. I wanted to stay longer to get Earl a craftsman sigil, but news of Darkstep leaving for you guys forced my hand. And on the way here, Earl made a breakthrough, creating the world's greatest threat attractor. The genius in question bites back with spittle as she dismisses his work. That's one thing he hates. Oh, that and spiders. Shut up. You know it's more than that. Primrose laughs, slapping her knee as she tries to push herself to her feet before falling on her ass. Haha, fuck. Virgil maneuvers over and lends a hand. You injured? Primrose nods as she takes his hand. Yup, Took a glancing blow from the scalding iron over a week ago while gaseous, and I'm still recovering. I don't even think the bastard meant to hit me. Thankfully, Earl's shaman helps him create healing bombs and whatnot. But we should really get going. We've been constantly attacked the past day. Earl's coil starting all the harassment, and we couldn't fight them off without it. So the loop continued. Virgil sweeps his eyes across the dark forest as he pulls Earl and me to our feet, agreeing with Primrose. Yes, we need to be moving. I can sense gazes. We'll let you in on it all while we move. But there have been many changes since you three left. But these are the most important. Currently, we are heading for Bent. Johnny is an angel, and Cicate is dead. Gasps come from all three of Earl, Primrose, and Elizabeth, each, I would assume, for a different reason. Earl has always talked about wanting to go to the greatest fortress in the world and ride the steam train that connects it to the rest of the territories. Primrose follows Johnny's orders and no one else, so I'm sure she's impressed. And Elizabeth was close to Cicate. They only knew each other briefly, but he inspired her greatly. Without the woodsman, the young woman would likely have never gotten a single sigil, let alone twice that number. Tears fill her eyes as I pull her into a hug, whispering into her ear, past experience with losing a mentor coming to mind. It'll be fine. He died for us, for all of us. We can't let him down. Elizabeth looks up at me and nods while wiping the tears away. I can't tell she doesn't really take my words to heart, but I'll be here for her. Yet, for now, we need to go. Unfortunately, this wreckage and burning beasts will soon attract many more new friends to slow us down. Virgil turns to me, divvying up responsibility. He holds a hand out to Primrose as he moves closer to Earl. You can take Elizabeth. I'll get Earl. Primrose? Can you run? The poisonous woman scoffs as she bats away his hand. Of course, just lead the way. I dryly chuckle as I bend down a bit, kneeling for Elizabeth to climb on my back. She and Earl are far slower than the rest of us, slow enough to potentially get us caught. Hop on my back. I'll carry you. She obeys but questions me nonetheless. You sure? Yeah. Earl also climbs onto Virgil's back before setting off into a run, heading back from where we came and maintaining an eye out for the flaming spire that bonfire is supposed to relay. Ether flows through my frame as I speed up, the ground disappearing under my boot. Another gasp from Elizabeth rings from the quick movement as I hear her silently sob. I feel bad, but I need to wait to console her. I can't believe Virgil just broke it to her like that. Is he inconsiderate, or is that more kind? She was probably excited to see him, and spoiling the hope earlier is better than waiting to see him not there. And so, I move with the swiftness of the wind, Virgil keeping a pace ahead of me as I can't use Arbalest, both in fear of hurting Elizabeth with the whiplash and the fact that my feet are damaged. The run lasts much longer than the first time because of our slowness, but after a while, a plume of fire rises into the sky not far from where we are. Immediately, we move to reach it, a shifting shadow, noxious gas, and intrepid strife zipping through the dark. 236, Old Friends. Ed, hallowed one summers. I tap my boot against the stone tile of the temple, waiting for my guest. I know he comes not for the niceties we once had. The kind man of the past is gone. Just as Vincent slowly hardened, so has Eli. We all make choices, and they only get more complicated as we age. Thankfully, I already sent away my sprout. Hopefully, she will have time to bloom. Demon's Bane should provide the nutrients for her to blossom, and the hardly contained rage a perfect catalyst. If not, it's up to Vincent then. Despite my confidence in them as people, I have little faith in Eli, Marshall, or Maddox to raise a candidate. The obstacles we face, they are too grand for any to grasp. The man who was old even when I was a boy, it all rests on his shoulders should Kate fail. The old mother is shifting, her legions rising, her demons growing simultaneously more fervent and individualistic. More and more commonly, people fall to her possession, even with the lighthouses. If they fall? No, once they fall, the world will descend into madness. Already the Nahullo are gridlocked in heart-stirring war deep in their wastes. It seems the Motherbound are coming from somewhere even further north than the inhospitable land of the Northmen. But as my mind rails against the confines of my world, I detect a clacking of footsteps against the tiles. Here he comes, standing with a slight grunt from my seat. I walk my way to meet Eli Weiss, my cane guiding my way. Ether is only to be used when it must. Otherwise, we damage our ailing bodies further. Meditation extends my life, experimentation lengthens Eli's life, and raw talent provides Vincent the youth to keep our civilization breathing. Maddox is not yet to our times, the relative youngster rising much later than us three. The only thing that keeps the wall standing is a pure, unadulterated will, a defiance deep in his bones. If only he had not received that injury so long ago. It extends from neck to hip and is wider than my pinky is long. Even Annie, the long-gone soul unmatched in medicine, could only seal the wound. Perhaps if he had not taken that wound, he could live a bit longer. Yet stepping through the stone door is a man I once called brother, but no longer. He betrayed me, strayed upon the unrighteous path. I wish I had set him upon the correct one, but it was not my duty. My duty has been to guide the next bearer of Demon's Bane until the final one appears. If humanity has any luck, Kate will be that one. Ed, so great to see you. Why is it so quiet around here? Eli opens his arms wide, asking for a hug, and I return it, revealing little to the skinny, gray-haired man with metal teeth. I could almost imagine him a Mad Hatter if I had not known who he was. That time of year, my recruits are off to the north to practice against the Pales. His eyebrows rise, the wisest man alive not buying my bullshit. I know he won't, but that doesn't matter. I'm only playing these charades to buy her some time. The further she gets into Onyx Gate, the safer she is. Not even Eli will spread his roots into Vincent's home. If she's smart, she'll stay there until she becomes an angel. Is that so? They left you, such an old man, here all alone? It must be unbearable. Do you mind if I stay? I always enjoy some company. I know his game. He wants to sit here, wait for Kate to return, knowing my protege must return at some point. I've hidden her from him so far, but he must know she exists in some capacity. Yet, more time must be bought. 20 years old and 6 sigils. What an impressive resume. Not too far from Vincent's record almost a century ago. But I already predicted this once I heard that Blightraven was hit. Eli's taking the gloves off. War is coming, internally and externally. Marshall will hold the Southwest as long as possible, and I will do the same for the North. I may not get as much recognition as he, for his battles are far louder and grander, but the guerrilla warfare in the tundra is no less brutal. Kate Heron is long gone, never to return to the nest. I made sure of that. Kindness cannot exist when the weight of the world rests on your shoulders. Either Vincent's mad plan works, whatever he's been cooking the past half-century when he left for beyond our borders, leaving the head unattended, or Kate can make the mad dash to his level in time. Whatever the case, all my acolytes, those who protect the Temple of Solemnity, have been spread out amid the territories, each a vessel to aid her. The northern border will soon crumble with Stark Bluffs owned by Nahullos, even with their war against the kin, as they call them. In fact, the pressure will make them even more raucous in their attacks as they seek sanctuary. A meager me won't stop the course of their race. Just as we race for the pinnacle, so too do the other peoples of Mari, the world's largest continent. Even amongst the races, we battle. None wants to be crushed under another's boot when they become a god. But at the same time, your own race will treat you better than the others. My thoughts are rapid, moving at a pace that makes the conversation fluid and inconspicuous. Benefits of years of meditation and a profoundly high abbot-mentalist duo. My mind has been molded over decades to be a vessel for Demon's Bane. For I am, Zenfist, the enlightened hand. Yet, Kate is a far better vessel. That artifact in her eye fills the mentalist requirement twice as handily as me, and her abbots do the same. You're welcome to stay, friend. I'll never push you away. You know that. Come, sit with me. Eli nods gratefully, his face twisting into a kind smile of an average old man. But I know he is anything but. This is a game of inches, for that is all he needs. I may be clever, but I cannot compare to him. I must keep my heart stable, my hands calm, and my eyes focused. Great. I have much to discuss. We both tap our way on the stone over to the chairs I have built beside a fireplace. It does get quite cold up here. After all, ether can only be used to defend yourself or others within the ground of my temple. Any other use, and you open yourself to forces beyond your control. To defy and wield Demon's Bane, only the purest mind will work. a chaste mentality that is slowly defiled by the energies within it. Wonderful. I've been wanting to speak with you, Eli. The old man across from me smiles with a dry chuckle, fitting himself into the comfortable chair Kate was in yesterday. Run, girl, run. Oh, is that so? What's so pressing? I clasp my fingers between each other as I bring up the recent fallen. Kai, Ashley, Eden, Blight Raven. How will we come back from this? The 4 losses are massive, something that only occurs during great wars. Do you have any preparations? If we lose any more, a full-scale invasion will occur. You know this. I try to weasel anything out of him that might aid us. Heaven's door is still far away. We need to buy time. As far as I know, the Pygmies only have 1 candidate and the Nahalo 2. We have 4, 5 if you count Vincent butting in. But the old man's whereabouts are unknown, even to me. The demons have 7, though. They always seem to outperform us. And for all that Eli does in the shadows, his methods have kept the Pygmies and Nahalo far behind, his roots extending both into the icy north and treacherous south. Eli takes a moment to think, something far unneeded for his speed of thought. Then, his lips move meticulously but unhurriedly. I do, and it's not all bad as you may think. Lennon Hull, Edward Dudley, and Johnny Caldwell have recently taken the leap, 3 juniors to replace the fallen. They may not have the experience, but fight. They will. And Lennon holds potential despite his ordinary rise. Plus, Maddox's offspring should have borne fruit by now, not to mention Marshall's adopted that should be rising soon. Feasibly, we are only down 1 angel, and there is a high chance we could be at 12, or perhaps even more. And even if Vincent refuses to show himself, he is present. I know he is. As he talks, I start to connect the dots, and when he pauses, I finish the portrait in my mind of his plan. He's done this on purpose. Everything he does has intent. The inventor of the steam train, the creator of Illumin, continues his words, each leaving poundage in the air, hints of his ingenuity. We can use this. They think us weak. Pygmies and demons are already bashing their heads against Marshall, whittling down energy and patience. Nahalo are cleaning out Stark Bluffs of any survivors and setting up the region before they continue. But they will. I say we prepare a gift for them, a small present from those they think are fragile. If we can remove all their virtues, then we may run house, letting Vincent handle their dominions. Indeed, he wants to strike back, lure the Pygmies, Nahalo, or demons into an ambush to inflict severe damage using our weakness, turning the others' attention toward them. But how? We don't control Edward or Johnny, let alone the bombastic Lennon. I need to figure out his plans. Not just these. Any hint of the future will be massive at this crossroads. I see. And how should we go about this? We don't have any control over those 3. Edward is still battling Myriad, which, if they cause any more collateral, I may have to stop them. Johnny's location is unknown, and Lennon is proceeding toward Bent after pushing back Joseph. Plus, we are only ostensibly missing 4 powers. All virtues still remain, and so does Marshall, our little human god of war. I have difficulty seeing our opponents being that rash. The underground tree laughs, his hand slapping his knee in a gesture of comedy. But it is only a farce. The man endeavoring to play me in any way he can to gain leverage. His words show but a sliver of how far he will tread into hell to reach any heaven. Indeed, but we can use all those things. Johnny is a good man. With him is a child with great potential, possibly even another candidate. I reckon they are heading toward Bent or Blackreach as we speak, so that Johnny can give the kid training. As he lectures, Eli leans forth, and with a spark of lightning from a device on his forefinger, he digs a map into the table between us. My heart aches at the wasted material, but I remain silent. My roots tell me that Marshall is nearing his limit. The years have been the most demanding for him, but he knew the deal when he built that fortress. Months, weeks, perhaps even days, and that wall will fall. I barely stop myself from bursting out in anger. The notion of such a close friend dying and the other thousands that rely on him just for a plan is a bit much, but I have no other choice. I am sorry, my friend. The game we play is simply too grand. Even you are but a chess piece. Johnny will likely arrive at Bent within the week and Lennon the month after that. If we can somehow sabotage the defenses for them to fall precisely when Johnny arrives, he, Tomas Travis, and Lennon will be forced to turn back for Blackreach. Stopping in the farmland of Valens would be suicidal with the limited defenses present there. So, they are all almost guaranteed to continue to Blackreach for food, ammo, fortification, or rest. Then, I finally cut in, understanding how he will make this happen but unwilling to reveal that I do. As I do, I reach far, bursting my mind's eye with a message beyond the scope of the temple, piercing a warning toward the little one. I have a connection with Eli is setting a trap for Marshall. Strike his roots. Whether the message is received is unknown, but I can only hope Kate hears it. Worst case, the mindful eye should pick it up. Though, there is a chance the damned artifact rebels. They are only at twilight. After all, Eclipse is still far, far away despite their 2 decades intertwined. She is not quite equal to her father. Just thinking about him brings an ache to my chest. The last Hollow was quite the foe. After all, how are you so sure? They could go to Lawless Lake, too, right? Maddox welcomes any who follows his decrees. Eli nods sagely before explaining. Ah, yes, they could, but I'll harry them with my roots to send them in the appropriate path. I won't have to block Sinskreek for apparent reasons or Timberlands, as they are likely wary of me. So, their only course of action will be to follow the cone pointing to Blackreach's doors. In the end, they will all gather within the gates of Blackreach. For total angels, if you count Myriad. Of course, changes may very well come if unwanted agents join. But for now, it is a good schema. He finishes speaking, the ending of the plan left unsaid. How will he get our enemies to overextend? They won't invade if they know that 4 powers are waiting for them to enter the gates of Blackreach, the East's second most heavily armed city. What would give them the confidence? No Arca in the world is worth that risk, except my eyes never leave Eli as I ponder, and I catch a glimpse of his focus shifting to my hip, where the fake demon's bane is placed. Only barely do I prevent my heart from pounding as he does so. But before I can gauge whether or not he's noticed that the greatest claymore in the world is gone, Eli continues, his breath hitched. We have done this for a long time, my friend. Does it ever become too much? That blade of yours is a grim responsibility, just as my network is overloading. It feels like, when we were younger, the world was grander, more impressive, larger. The expansions west were fun, even if bloody. This is all just blood and gore. For a fraction of a second, I'm surprised by his opening up, but I answer him truthfully, a remote connection made against the weight of lies. Indeed, but I don't think the world has shrunk. It's still the same. It's just that there is less in it, less to discover, less to explore, less to run away to, less to enjoy. Gone are the times we could push forward, discover new things, and grow as people. Our limits are reached, Eli. Every time I draw this blade, I wonder if it's my last. Coming back is uncertain, but losing is guaranteed. I am sure it is not dissimilar for you and your experiments. Eli nods slowly, his head falling low as a subtle silence hangs between the two of us, almost as if time was wrung back decades to when we were but lads chasing dreams, battling demons, and saving the world. The man across from me breaks the silence, standing to leave. Well, I must get going. It has been a well-needed chat. Plans need someone to set them into motion, right? I stand to guide him, surprised he's finished speaking with me so quickly. Did he travel over 1,000 miles just for this? A 10-minute conversation. Is that all he wanted? To tell me his masterful plan? Will he not wait to find Kate? Or has he already discerned what he needs to? Damn it, Eli, why are you so inscrutable? My cane carries me as I walk him out. Something else must be on his mind. I shouldn't leave him alone. The tiles clack beneath us as we traverse the grounds of the Temple of Solemnity, the place I've called home most of my life. My steps are weary yet firm. Any moment I can burst out with enough vigor and ether to level a city block, but I save that power for when it is needed. Every display of strength at our age is another that will never come. Still, I don't know how Marshall does it. Lower than me in Sigil, yet guaranteed to defeat me without Demon's Bane. He's fought 10 times, if not 50 times as many battles as me, yet he still stands. If anyone deserves this peaceful temple, it is that man. Not that he would take it. Marshall would instead break 100 times, then let another feel the ache of a needle. As the heavy doors of the ancient stone temple swing open to my subtle push with momentum, I lead my old friend, now turned adversary, through the dimly lit corridors. None of the acolytes are here to keep the torches lit, so the thwarted sun and the dying brilliance of torches are all that give us light. The air is still, carrying a sense of quiet tension that mirrors the unspoken rift between us. Not a single word escapes our lips, for the weight of our past and the unshared secrets that reside within each of us are like a thick barrier sealing our mouths shut. Neither wants to reveal anything as we constantly search the other. With every step, the echoes of our footfalls reverberate through the silent halls, a haunting reminder of the distance that has grown between our souls. Once upon a time, we fought back to back, willing to die for another. Now, we scheme, plan, and battle with our minds, merely one juncture from doing a physical struggle. The only thing that stops us is an unspoken truce. We are both human and serve the same cause. The silence amplifies the thoughts that swirl within my mind, a whirlwind of memories, regrets, and unexpressed emotions. The lines etched on my old friend's face reveal a mixture of weariness and guardedness, a mirror of my own countenance. Our eyes meet occasionally, but Eli's gaze quickly averts, unwilling to confront the truths beneath. And so, we continue our wordless journey, honoring the unspoken pact to keep our secrets locked away. Each step is a measured gesture, a silent plea for understanding and forgiveness. The silence speaks volumes, for it is in the absence of words that the depth of our connection and the pain of our broken bond becomes achingly clear. Our peaceful walk leads us outside the temple to the low grass-covered fields surrounding the stone buildings. At any other time of year other than now, there is snow that replaces the grass. I pause at the open gateway leading outside, looking at my old rival, friend, and ally. I know I shouldn't, but I have to. I have to try one last time for all the years we spent together. There's no coming back, is there, Eli? Eli Weiss shakes his head sadly before opening his arms for an embrace. I'm afraid not, Ed. We simply differ far too much on how things should be handled. Perhaps, one day when the ashes settle, if we are both still alive. Exhaling a sorrowful breath, I step forward and take his gesture, wrapping my arms around him one last time. But as I do, I immediately realize something is off as Ed, no, the underground tree, hugs me tightly and whispers into my ear. I am sorry, Ed, truly, but no, it is not personal. Sacrifices are needed. It is simply how the pieces must go. Without enough pawns in one place, Vincent cannot complete his apotheosis. A clack resounds as I instantly flow ether through my veins, intertwining it carefully with vigor as my muscles bulge and force explodes from my frame. But the clack doesn't come from me. It comes from dozens of spindly steel coils underneath Ed's robes and stabbing into my body. Bursts of air inject me with pain as they clamp on tightly. Coiled steam. Shit. I push myself backward, the force of 1,000 men leaving at once with serene step. But I do not move. The tendrils hold me tightly as I rage against them, accelerating my ether to even higher heights, my Zil emerging. Azure Rampart, the pinnacle passed me from Vincent's archives, stops the metal tendrils as they try to inject me with some fluid, probably a poison or sedative of some kind. Again, I try to heave from Eli's unwieldy grasp, but it doesn't work. The tendrils hold tightly as I raise my hand, ether and vigor meeting in the peak of my knuckle for my second Zil, needle. Eli's eyes widen, but the moment before my needle perforates his skull and burrows 1,000 feet into the dirt, a hand clasps around mine. Immediately, I release the projectile, assuming he brought some backup, only for it to pass through the palm, arm, and skull of an unfeeling root of his. Quickly, I manifest another needle, trusting Azure Rampart to keep my frame safe. But Eli came prepared. He always does. He must know Demon's Bane is gone, for I cleave him in two in but a moment with the weapon this close. He knows all my skills and techniques, finding the chink in my triangular strengths, Azure Rampart for defense, Needle for utility and long-range attacks, and the skills and traits of Demon's Bane for close-quarters combat and survival. A sly smile rises on his face as a green gas flows from the tendrils, filling the air, a dozen roots appearing to use their ether to keep the toxins close. Without a word, I seal my lips and nose and close my eyes. Eli wouldn't have come unless he knew the poison could knock me out, but that doesn't mean I just give up. However, I now know his plan, and it's ingenious. ingeniously demonic. Again, I am sorry, my friend. Vincent needs my help, even if he refuses to take it. For a man to become a god, even for one such as he, it is an undertaking that requires untold tragedy, both for us and him. 237. Care. Wyatt Graves. Sitting across Earl in the wagon as he retells everything that occurred to them over the past few months, I listen with extreme focus. Their trip might not have taken them to the underworld or Stark Bluffs, but they went plenty far into the depths of Blackreach, a city known for its wretchedness hidden beneath the glamour. Edward hides beneath the sewers, where the criminals used to lie. Not anymore, do they, though? He ensured that, but Elizabeth and Earl joined in some of those attacks. The things they recount give me shivers, from children forced to rob for food to criminals who run entire sections of the city with an iron fist. Elizabeth's detail is so specific that I can almost imagine myself there. The bustling streets of Blackreach were beautiful at first glance, full of lamps, steel, and shifting bodies. Yet beneath the facade, you could almost touch the corruption. The city withers under the weight of hidden vices and unsavory dealings. I could see people working hard for their futures, doing all they could to get by while just a corner away. Someone was peddling foul substances or threatening people for coins. Elizabeth takes a breath, her eyes filling with tears as Johnny pats her on the back. She is the one to do most of the explanation as Earl is currently busy working with his coil in his lap, the weapon beyond my comprehension needing critical repairs after the rapid shots fired earlier. Primrose also is now sleeping. All she needs is some rest to recover fully. Earl already did most of the medical work. Edward took me to many places and showed me many things. I know he did it to help me gain experience, but it was sometimes too much. The woman continues, her words weaving a painting in the mind of Johnny, Virgil, Earl, Bonfire, and I. I stay silent as I imagine the scenes. Within the confines of Blackreach, it is no longer the city of prosperity it once was half a century ago. Shady figures lurk in darkened corners, whispering secrets and exchanging illicit goods under the cover of dusk. Corruption weaves its tendrils deep within the fabric of the community. Hunters turn lawbreakers, businessmen driven by greed, and power-hungry individuals manipulate the weak for their own gain. The city's veins pulse with an undercurrent of lawlessness, where justice becomes a distant memory, overshadowed by bribery, extortion, and unsolved crimes. Yet, Edward came to rid the city of that disease, and he did what he could, even if Myriad did what he could to stop him. The two are rapidly becoming bloody rivals. Within the depths of this city, corruption thrives like a poisonous vine, entangling the hearts and minds of its residents. Elizabeth's voice grows somber as she recounts tales of hunters turned outlaws beneath the stone bricks of the city, their badges tarnished by greed and betrayal as many followed Myriad's madness for profit and renown. She speaks of estates whose insatiable thirst for power blurs the line between right and wrong and the innocent who fall prey to their machinations. Yet, even in the darkest of nights, there are glimmers of hope. Her voice rises with an undercurrent of resilience as she describes the few who dare to challenge the status quo. Edward wasn't the first. He was merely the one to tip the balance. Parts of the city are being regained. In fact, the entire southwestern portion of the town that acts as a whole territory belongs to Edward, the northwestern to Myriad, and the east to the Scalding Iron. Every day, more and more are freed, hope igniting within these people's hearts as they are no longer forced to work for an unfeeling entity. Instead, they join a growing cause. One lower-level estate, the Fullers, was even wiped out by Edward as they didn't possess anything more than a single forerunner to defend themselves with an arca. Elizabeth's words make me think that Edward is doing a much better job than us. I mean, how many have we saved? 100 at most if you count the Batto, but we've gotten twice that number killed during Rustbank and the events afterward. So many died in Stark Bluffs before we even arrived. Meanwhile, Edward is gathering arms, clearing territory, and improving lives. Elizabeth ends her story focusing on the future. Edward plans to force the entire city to live under his rule, and then he will try to spread outward, pushing back the estates to free more people from their faux slavery. He told us that we are always welcome back, and that any revolution needs revolutionaries. Though, he remains afraid of Eli, Ed, and Maddox in case one of the virtues decides to remove his head. The words visibly move Johnny as he nods along with Elizabeth, commenting on the offer with a low whisper and shaking to Virgil. The man of night runs his fingers along the edges of every canvas, closing it with his rarely used skill, bubble, to isolate sound. Johnny must still be paranoid, but can't use Abraham for communication as he's asleep. We might just, but first, we must do something else. Marshall has to be struggling, and if the man were to fall and I choose not to help, I'd never forgive myself. I'm sure many of you feel the same. We all agree with unspoken nods as the wagon continues to turn its wheels toward our destination. Not a single one of us wants to see that man die, much less possibly be a reason for it occurring. We all look up to such a legendary figure, as he inspires all. Hopefully, we will make it in time to save him. Our attention then turns to Earl as Elizabeth finishes talking about Blackreach, a city I very much want to see for myself. If it's that bad, I can't imagine what Kuhn is like, as it is known for its corruption. The young man glances up at us, parts of metal in each hand as he tries to pry magnets off each other. The inner metal melted a bit, so I need to fix it while I try and think of a better way for the coil to work. Oh, and do you have any crimfer? Johnny snickers with a shake of his head. Of course not, Earl. That shit is a fortune, and only the best craftsmen work with it because of how tough it is. And why does the handle of your gun resemble a broomstick? That model looks different from Primrose's Colt. And by the devil, does it seem like you've ruined that piece of art? Earl emphatically waves the pieces in his hands as he tries to explain. It's not a broomstick. It's just a grooved-down piece of wood to fit the magnets. And of course, it's different. And it's not ruined. It comes from an improved version of Icarus Mouse, the gun's model, and has many of my modifications. With a weak chuckle, I turn my attention away from his argument and face Virgil. So, that competition? Virgil smiles back with a shake of his head. Yeah. When we either take a break for repairs or get a chance at Bint, I'm all for it. Perfect. I pat him on the shoulder with joy. The deal is sealed. Then, I turn over to Elizabeth, offering a hand out to her. Want to see something? She glances at Earl talking to Johnny about firearms before agreeing. I clasp my hand around hers as I pull her out of the wagon onto the outside wooden rail, Virgil sighing as he resets his bubble. Grab on. Elizabeth only manages to wrap an arm around me before I invoke leash with swirling ether upon the wagon's roof and pull us up, the girl yelping as we leap up. I chuckle as we land atop the vehicle, Elizabeth slapping my arm. What the hell? No warning? Trying to cool her anger, I apologize with a surprise. Something that I just wanted to share with someone else. Everyone else has already seen it because Johnny had me show it off, but Elizabeth wouldn't know anything about it. I'm sorry, really, but look at this. She's called the Blooming Spider Lily. My ma gave her to me. I give Lily a long look as I show it to Elizabeth. The black steel of the firearm glistens in the dim starlight, concealing the mysteries that lie within. Roving red lilies, like restless phantoms, dance and shift across her surface, their petals a vibrant crimson that seems to pulse with a life all their own. I can't help but be entranced by their ever-changing patterns, an enigma in constant motion, something more dreamlike than real. With each finger upon it, the weight of the blooming spider lily reassures me of its presence, a tangible reminder of the responsibility she bestows upon me and the power she guarantees. The grip molds perfectly to the contours of my hand, offering comfort and familiarity. As my fingers curl around the handle, a chill runs through my veins, as if the very essence of the weapon courses through me. And it does, as even without words, I understand that she is happy for me to hold her. But it is the revolver's lethal ability that truly gives me pause. A single shot from Lily is all it takes to claim a life, for it possesses the uncanny power to drain the very essence of its target. As I envision the crimson lilies swirling and shifting with ethereal grace, I am reminded of the impending doom that awaits those unfortunate enough to be in its path, as well as the cost that the wielder must face. Yet, I shake those thoughts away as I hold it to Elizabeth, the woman gasping with a hand over her mouth. It's beautiful. Is this what you were after Alexos for? I nod, clicking open the chamber of the revolver. Yeah, but I'm out of bullets now, so it's unsafe to shoot it. The girl beside me laughs, an ironic laugh on her lips. Really? Has that ever stopped you before? Where is the reckless Wyatt I knew from before? The one that could overcome any obstacle with brute force and will? Her words only make my heart sink. I don't think I've changed much. Instead, it is the world that has. I don't know. Recently, things have felt pointless, you know? Elizabeth's eyebrows rise, and she scoots a bit closer to me. What do you mean? How long is recently? I shrug, unsure how to word it. The past day? Or 2? 3? I don't know. It's just, we're running out of time. And there is far too little for any of us to matter. Elizabeth immediately asks me how we are running out of time, and I explain the whole deal with the mother below. It takes several minutes as I fuck up the details a few times and have to circle back. She is startled by the awakening of such an old and dangerous god, but the woman handles it better than I expected. So, you're feeling down because you're beneath the future enemy? I nod. Of course, I'm beneath them. From Eli Weiss to the Prime. I'm weaker than them all, not to mention the literal gods that exist to kill us. And that thought only makes it worse. The mother below isn't alone. A dozen other deities are likely under her control and will become much more active once she does. As far as we know, they are inactive because of her slumber. Once she awakes, the dozen living gods will likely rage as they did during the collapse. Hell, if not for the god of weather, Lawless Lake would simply be a deep valley, not a body of water. Some think millions drowned during that event alone. But Elizabeth brooks this answer as some kind of confirmation, continuing with her questions. And how bad is the difference? Is it insurmountable? Are they able to crush even you like a bug? I know you've grown since I saw you last. Just the aura around you is different. So, are they that far beyond you? These enemies? Again, I nod. And again, she asks a question. And when have you never been faced with an insurmountable enemy? The Wyatt I met, the Wyatt I traveled with, and the Wyatt I've grown to care for is not someone to give up when faced with the impossible. I let her words sink in as the wagon travels, my mind ruminating on her words as we spend some time in silence. Maybe she's right, but she doesn't understand. Not really. None of them have seen that legion, the endless horde of those following the mother below. At the moment, I could resist, but only after being given help by Lily. And even then, it was only a mental imprint of those beings, not their actual forms. If they were to all actually attack, we'd be overrun in seconds. Johnny can't shoot that fast. Bonfire can't conjure enough fire. And even Virgil can't hide from that many. My eyes trail upward, following the remaining stars in the sky as the sun is soon to rise, the silence-provoking thought. As I stare into the abyss above, a sense of insignificance washes over me. The weight of the world, the vastness of the skies, bears down upon my weary shoulders. I cannot help but question my own existence amidst the grand tapestry. The stars, distant and shimmering, mock my mortality. They twinkle as if teasing me with their infinite life and time. Anger simmers at the imagined, teasing but quickly fades. In the grand scheme of things, I am but a fleeting presence, a mere flicker in the vastness of time. The world spins on, oblivious to my struggles and aspirations. No matter how I try, I won't overcome this vast difference. There is simply not enough time. 1 year, at the most, until she awakes. There is no one to stop the one below besides the devil, and I struggle to imagine him fighting without exacting a price upon humanity. On this moonless night, my weaknesses become magnified as darkness veils the landscape. I feel the weight of my limitations, the fragility of my mortal frame. But as I watch the stars, a light breaches the darkness, a point of dawn conjuring on the edge of the horizon. And as we move toward the rising sun, I see the twins above, cloaked in the sun's light, appear despite how moonless it was. The sunlight streams beside me in visible beams that land on a figure next to me, one oddly quiet. Glancing over to Elizabeth, I realize she's asleep on the roof, her head tucked onto a curled-up blanket for when guards keep their vigil from here. I'll just do what I can to help. I may not be able to do much in the grand scheme, the high thinkers and fighters far above me, but perhaps I can still help here on the ground. I don't want my friends to die. Maybe after we help Marshall, we run away. Autumn is merely awaiting the perfect time to run for her life, to escape all this peril. I don't care about myself dying. What I do care for is the others dying. Having their deaths on my conscience, it would be too much. I've already gotten enough killed, and I know myself. Even if there were nothing for me to do to help, the foes miles beyond me in power, I would still blame myself. The guilt would overpower me just as it did with Edmund. That guilt compelled me to fight without care. If I died, that was fine. I deserved it. Since then, I've come to terms with his death. I might have caused it, but that's all right. He would have, and probably did forgive me. My heart still aches when I think of what happened to his soul, but again, that was beyond my control. So many things are. In the distance, trees gradually fade to diminutive shrubs, the forest turning into marsh. Halfway there. Then, we can be safe afterward. I'll just have to convince them. I don't want to see any more die. Sakate, that was a lot for me. Not to mention Bonfire and Abraham, who nearly died as well. That legion could do it all in moments. The numbers just keep dropping. How long until I'm back in that forest? Alone, starving, hopeless, moving merely on memories of happier times. Fuck. I need something to distract myself with. This shit is too much. I want to talk to someone about it, but they don't understand. Autumn did, though, so maybe I will speak to her. For now, though, I wonder if Bonfire and his crew are down for a game of cards. The house always wins, but that's fine with me. I don't mind losing. If anything, I think I'm used to it. Standing on the wagon, I grab the pillow and blanket up here for guard duty before and set Elizabeth's head on the former as I wrap her in the latter. The woman doesn't make any noise as I do so, and I nod before heading down the wagon to find Bonfire. Hopefully, he didn't burn all the cards when he immolated himself. 238. Bonfire's hold M. Sweat beads form on my brow as I anxiously survey the cards in my hand. My heart pounding. Sitting at the dimly lit table, the only light Bonfire's flaming fingers that lightly caress the cards under his palms, I find myself entangled in a high-stakes poker game against 4 formidable opponents. Frozen, Woody, Cigar, and Clumsy. The stakes are high, and tensions are even higher. We are gambling for guard duty. Every chip, really a scrap of wood with an initial burned in, is an hour that one is meant to stand watch, and we all start with 50, the rough number for the next week. Clumsy came up with the idea of allowing one to trade watches with these. I'm up for it, as I just want to have some fun. But this game won't be easy. Each of my opponents wears a poker face rivaling any gunslinger's, their eyes darting across the table, calculating every move. They've all played much more than me, a simple novice. But I have a secret. I can see their hands with insight. And of course, it's allowed. The only rule in a game on Bonfire's table is don't get caught. I highly doubt they can figure out how I'm cheating either. And Bonfire, the fiery dealer, flicks the cards with an air of mystery, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as the cards lick a harmless flame onto the table. The smoky haze from Cigar's fingers envelopes the room, creating an atmosphere thick with tension as the man tries to make it difficult to gauge his countenance. I take a deep breath, attempting to steady my hands, as I meet the gaze of my adversaries. Frozen, his eyes as cold as ice, studies his cards with unwavering concentration. His stoic demeanor is similar to how he fights, cold and detached. Woody, the seasoned player with a weathered face etched with experience, leans back in his chair, a wry smile curling upon his lips. His quick wit and strategic mind keep me on my toes, ever watchful for his cunning moves. Cigar, a man of few words, puffs on his smoldering cigar, releasing wisps of smoke that dance between us. His confident aura betrays a hidden fire within, a fiery spirit that fuels his every play. And then there's Clumsy, a seemingly unassuming character whose bumbling facade belies surprising skill. His clumsy demeanor is a deceptive veil, catching opponents off guard and leaving them vulnerable. I'm looking out for him the most. Who knows what he can manage with his ether? Plus, he's naturally lucky, according to Woody. With each hand dealt, the tension mounts. Wagers rise, chips clink, and the fate of each card held in our hands hangs in the balance. It's a delicate dance of skill, luck, and bluffing, where fortunes are won and lost within the blink of an eye. I play my hand cautiously, my mind racing to decipher the subtle cues and hints concealed within the table's dynamics. I can only use one insight at a time, and it takes several moments to switch, so I have to be careful of whose cards I'm peering at unless I want to waste huge amounts of ether to force the switch. The stakes grow higher with every round as the pot swells with promises of victory and the threat of defeat. The game's ebb and flow keeps me on edge, my senses heightened, my focus razor sharp. But Lady Luck seems to favor my opponents tonight. Time and again, my best-laid plans crumble before their superior hands, even with my ability to see their cards. I find myself caught in a web of near misses, where victory slips through my fingers like sand. I fold whenever insight shows me I will lose the hand, but Cigar sometimes counters this by stopping me from seeing his face, the requirement for the skill unless I'm willing to use incredible amounts of ether to push through it. I don't even think he knows it works like that. My chips flow to Cigar throughout the morning, but he's not the only one being sneaky. Frozen, the icy manipulator, attempts to use small mirrors of ice cleverly hidden on his fingertips to catch glimpses of my cards. With a flick of his hand, he tries to deflect the light and gain an unfair advantage. But I, ever vigilant, catch his deceitful glimmer and refuse to be swayed by his frosty ploy. I try to call it out, to get him seen by Bonfire, but the bastard is too snappy and escapes without fail. Meanwhile, Cigar, the master of smoke and shadows, exhales long streams of hazy smoke, filling the room with a dense fog. The smoke screen billows around me, obscuring my vision and clouding my judgment. I squint and cough, but I refuse to let the swirling mist distract me from the game at hand. But the fog makes insight cost more ether, making the hand where I use it fewer and further between. It is just a game. After all, I can't become comatose to win. Woody, the trickster extraordinaire, produces an astonishing feat. He conjures cards that defy all reason, displaying ranks and suits that should never exist in a standard deck. Aces of every suit, jokers that laugh mockingly, sometimes even going beyond 4 of the same card on the table at once. It's a bewildering display, but I primarily rely on intuition to navigate this maze of illusion. Yet, from insight, I know it is not an illusion. The bastard is forming small cards of wood to deceive us with. Bonfire lets it slide, though, as he didn't see it happen. I now see he is quite lax about watching for cheaters. As long as it's not blatant, he ignores it. And then there's Clumsy, the epitome of sheer luck, even without a gambler's sigil. Damn, I should have brought Earl. With every clumsy stumble and bumbling gesture, Clumsy manages to land on the right cards at the perfect moment. I can't even cheat against him as he won't even glance at his cards half the time, preferring to play, in his words, raw. It's as if the heavens conspire in his favor, making him the embodiment of serendipity, the devil leaning his indelible balance for the man. I watch in awe and disbelief as he rides the wave of fortune, his grin widening with each improbable victory. Insight does nothing to help me here, for chips fade no matter what, as he always boasts the best hand when he goes for it. Amidst the chaos of their schemes, I stay focused, my gaze unwavering, determined not to let their trickery undermine my skills. I adjust my strategy, relying on my instincts, ingenuity, and a little madness, allowing me to copy all their feats. With each card I play, I tread cautiously, calculating the odds of ether saturation and reading the subtle cues, undeterred by the illusionary antics surrounding me. The battle reaches its climax, the stakes higher than ever, as we all realize the time for a final hand is coming, and we've all agreed to either go all in or fold to end the night. No halfsies. One card is placed on the table to start as we are dealt ours, a bonfire special. The lonely paper is an ace of clubs, staring at me directly. Then, peeking at my cards, I force my face into a grimace despite what lies. A pocket ace of spades and another 8 of clubs. Not bad, but not perfect. A pair. Could be worse. I might want to fold here. Let's see what Frozen has. Insight twists my vision momentarily as I see his hand. A 7 and a 9. Decent. Could get a flush if the 3 put down are good. Frozen's mirrors of deceit are twisted as I invoke madness using Woody's thoughts, creating fake cards to cover my real one with. His attempts to cheat thwarted as it is hard to tell the difference through an icy mirror. I fake it, so he thinks I have a 2 and a 3, a dead hand. He'll more likely than not go for it with his hand, as he can only cheat to look at mine. Meaning, I'll get his chips. A second later, just before Bonfire looks to see who wants to continue, Cigar's smokescreen is seen through as I daydream moving the fog, the uncatchable cheat moving his smoke just enough for me to see his cards with insight and know that I don't have to fold. A 4 and a 6. Yeah, he's gonna fold. And he does when Bonfire gives the offer, leaving Frozen, Woody, Clumsy, and me. Cigar backs out with 30 chips remaining, losing only about a night of guard duty. Better that than any more. I'm staying in, for I already know I'm likely to beat 2 of them. But before we all reveal our hands for the final all-in, my worry only exists for Woody and Clusmy, the foe cards of the former and devilish luck of the latter beyond my talents. But hope remains, for this last hand will likely be scrutinized like never before. Previously, Woody was careful not to throw out anything too crazy that was fake, or he'd be called out. But he's more likely than not even further restricted, because if he pulls out pocket aces right now, he will get called out for it. But at the same time, I can't predict what he will do with insight as he covers his cards constantly from view. As the final hand unfolds, I maneuver through Woody's deceptions with calculated precision. I don't think he'll cheat for this one, for even Bonfire will be strict on a final hand. I think he just has decent cards, but are they good enough? I look at him, and he smiles back, a creeping grin that ends at his ear. But as the next card is revealed, I catch a subtle sigh from Woody, Bonfire leaking another 8, this one of spades. Another 8. I got a 2 pair. It must be bad for him. 3 down. Bonfire then looks us over and offers one more fold, the last one. Otherwise, as per his fabricated rule, you have to go all in. With a sigh, Woody takes it while Frozen gazes at me with a barely hidden smile. Frozen and I stay in immediately, with Clusmy thinking a moment before agreeing. He usually decides instantly, the wealthiest player with almost 60 chips at the moment. Bonfire nods as he calmly flicks forward the last card, landing face down. Then, as the tension rises, he snaps his fingers, a small plume of fire illuminating the wagon as it flips the card over to reveal an 8 of diamonds. Yes, a 3 of a kind and a 2. A full house. I won. I laugh as I look over to Frozen, motioning for my right to his 20 chips, and he sighs as he starts to shift them over. But a clearing of the throat by Bonfire grabs my attention. What? Bonfire grins as he lights a spotlight onto Clusmy sitting in his corner, 2 cards placed in front of him. 2 pocket aces. The best full house possible, counting the 2 8s and ace drawn in the middle. No way. What are the chances he has the last 2 aces? I want to argue, but I can't. Luck has spoken, and tonight they favor Clumsy. With a heavy heart, I push my remaining chips to the center of the table, acknowledging his not-so-hard-earned victory. Though I lost, I had fun. It has been a good break from the dismal atmosphere of my mind lately, even if it means I have more guard duty later. I rise from my seat as the wagon fills with applause and raucous laughter. How? You're insane, Clumsy. You have got to be cheating. Aw, man. Yeah, suck it. Ha ha ha. Bonfire chuckles as he stands from the table as well, shuffling outside the moving wagon with me to hang on the side. I pause from moving to the wagon I sleep in, even though I want to take advantage of the wagons while we have them. Soon, we will have to abandon them as Sinskreek is unkind to vehicles like these. But Bonfire makes whatever he has to say quick. I couldn't see you cheat, but I know you did. Good job. I nod, thanking him for the compliment, as that is what it is. But the man continues, rolling up his sleeve to reveal scarred flesh. He's been wearing a long overcoat lately and pants that enter his boots, the fabrics covering every portion of his skin. Only his head stays uncovered, the flames somehow not making it that far. Maybe it's because his ether's core is in his head? He was a starting scholar, I believe, and they have their cores in their brains, like me. Heath did his best, but some things remain. He told me to never use that skill again, that it would kill me. Bonfire pauses a moment. The man beneath the fire, Emmett Knox, sparking. But we both know I can't do that. Fire? It is me, you know? As you are unwilling to pass by a straggler, I cannot ignore fire. I don't know why, but I've always been like this. Even as a rat on the streets, scrounging for scraps of food, I was constantly taunted by the flickering candles and bonfires. I got beat up so many times just for wanting to be around a barrel with flames in the winter when there was no more room. We are who we are. Another lull ensues as Bonfire stares at me, flames rolling across the only unburnt portion of his body, his face. He raises a hand and places it on my shoulder, the raucous laughter inside breaking through the silence. I stay alongside Johnny as it's the right thing to do, and so do my boys. We've been together since those streets long ago, but I've always been overlooked, underrepresented, and forgotten. Ignored by the hunters, forced to strike it out on my own with them as we were too poor, pushed aside by larger squads due to our inexperience, bullied for our weaknesses. I listen, still not understanding where he is going with this, but I don't interrupt or stop him. Bonfire has never been this serious in his whole life. I don't know if it's because he almost died or because of the drinking he's been doing tonight. Hell, it might even just be that I played with them. But here, we were welcomed. Few ever strike at me directly, afraid for my fire, but many attack my boys. And I just wanted to let you know you're one of us now. No one ever wants to play games with us or do stupid things to pass the time. Most are too busy with other things and look down on us. But you don't. You're always welcome to join the fun, Wyatt. Smiling, I accept the hug he offers at the end of his speech, careful not to hurt him with his numerous burns. Will do. See you later. Then, I wave as I hop off the wagon and move toward mine that I share with Johnny, Virgil, and Abraham. I haven't slept in a while and could really use it. However, the sun is already up and the morning is close to shifting to noon. But that's fine unless Clumsy has guard duty and wants to turn in my chips. Hope that's not the case, though. Pumping my legs, I make my way through the deepening mud to Johnny's wagon, the bulkiest of them all. Reaching up, I swing myself inside and find Abraham reading a book inside. Virgil is nowhere to be seen, and neither is Johnny. Stepping tiredly to my sleeping bag, I speak to the man inside the wagon. Abraham, where did they go? The pale man shrugs, pointing eastward through the wagon's wood. To check something out. Virgil found a pack of Rougarou or something. I'm waiting to see if they need help. You going to sleep? I nod, wrapping the sleeping bag around me as I curl up on the wagon's floor. Yeah, best to get shut-eye before the wagons can't go any further. Woody can only repair them so much before they just won't roll anymore. Abraham chuckles softly with a slight grin. Good for you. Without asking what he means by that enigmatic reply, I close my eyes and drift to sleep, the call of a river of darkness waving me over. And my eyes nearly instantly reopen to the fields of red lilies, with Lily smiling toward me, her head on her hands as I sit before her. Hi. Waving back, I return the greeting. The little girl, more deadly than anyone I've ever met, beams wildly while sitting still. Hi, you doing okay? She bobs her head up and down, her hair going alongside her skull, but she turns the focus onto me. What about you? You've been down lately. I can sense it. Is there something wrong? Seeing the little girl ask me if I'm alright makes me feel strange for a moment before I realize she's one of the main things making me feel this way. Lily is the only one who can bridge that gap, but the sacrifice is great for every shot and means relying on something other than myself. Eleanor warned about that many times in her book. Speaking of, that is the book Abraham was reading, in closed fists. I try to reply without pointing blame at her. I just feel weak, like nothing I can do will matter. The ones we have to face, the Prime, Eli Weiss, the mother below, they are simply too strong. Lily crouches down and leverages her arms down to wrap them around my arm as she practically ignores my concerns. You'll be fine. Come see this. It'll make you feel better. It always cheers me up. Shaking my head, I follow the pull of her arms as they invoke unexpected power, dragging me across and into the endless field of lilies that shake without wind. 239 Notes left behind. As I step into the disconcerting field of red spider lilies, my senses tingle with a mix of curiosity and caution. I've never gone further than just the shore of the river of this place. Where is Lily taking me? Is there more than merely the other side of the river where my father's shadow lies? The crimson blooms stretch out endlessly before me, casting a ghostly glow against the abyssal sky. It feels like I've stumbled into a realm untouched by time, where reality and dreams meld together. And what I feel is accurate, for this is the mind of a weapon, the ether within it giving it life. Or perhaps, the sigil is alive. I wonder which it is. Does ether give life? Or were they already alive? Those are questions for someone who knows much more than me. Guiding me through this ethereal dreamscape is a young girl with striking red eyes that seem to hold secrets to ether, my past, and the world I can only imagine. Her presence is both confusing and unsettling, her demeanor veiled in an enigmatic aura. Every step she takes is deliberate, leading me deeper into the heart of this floral maze without walls. The air is thick with a bizarre scent, a blend of sweetness and melancholy that hangs in the atmosphere. Each petal of the lilies whispers hushed scrapes as I brush against them, their delicate touch running across my hand. The ground beneath my feet feels strangely soft and yielding, as if I'm treading upon a bed of forgotten memories. This is Lily's mind, right? If I tread far enough, what would I find? In response to my thoughts, the girl's gaze remains fixed ahead, her crimson eyes darting from one blooming spider lily to another as she leads me by the hand. But a sense of unease lingers, a nagging feeling that I'm being led down a path I may not be ready to tread. Yet, I continue. I want to know more about the blooming spider lily, my father, and my family. The lilies sway gently in a phantom breeze, their long, slender stems bending gracefully under its touch as they move out of the way for Lily. They seem to dance in harmony with the girl's steps, their petals unfurling like delicate silk as if inviting me to delve deeper into their enchantment. Their vibrant red hue intensifies, creating an otherworldly spectacle that captivates and unnerves me simultaneously. I continue through this dreamy landscape with no destination in sight, the aisles covered in bouquets of crimson. Lily is uncharacteristically quiet as she moves, but continues to glance back at me, her pointed teeth showing in a grin. As we traverse further into the field, the path becomes less distinguishable, the boundaries between reality and illusion blurring. Edges of the plains seem to distort, turning indistinct and hard to notice. Are we leaving her mind? Or are we reaching the border? The whispers of the lilies grow louder, their voices intertwining in a symphony of secrets and forgotten tales. I strain to catch the fragments of their words, hoping that they speak actual words, but it seems they do not. The girl's presence becomes more enigmatic with each passing moment. Her gaze flickers with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion as if she's testing my resolve, probing the depths of my intentions. And I prove my resolve as I follow her without stopping. There is an undeniable allure to this strange realm, an irresistible tug that draws me further into its depths. I can't help but be both captivated and apprehensive, as if I'm tiptoeing on the edge of an abyss, unsure of what awaits me on the other side. This feeling persists despite knowing that Lily would do nothing to hurt me. It's a soul-deep feeling that won't depart. I must be entering some depth of her mind, or her soul if she has one. Maybe it's like a deeper version of what Abraham did to me. I guess I'll find out, though. I'm caught between fascination and worry in this endless field of red spider lilies before I toss away that indecision. If Lily wanted to hurt me, she would have done so when Hura pulled the trigger on me. The girl leads onward, her steps steady and purposeful. I follow, my heart pounding with anticipation as the blossoms turn an even more vibrant shade of red. The plains of sanguine sink, increasing our pace as I notice the outline of something in the distance. Not sure what it is, I persist. I want to ask a question, but I don't. Lily's movement is filled with too much gravity for me to breach the solemn silence. She's not skipping or humming like usual. Instead, she is silently walking, so much so that even her bare feet don't create noise upon the grass below. As we descend the hill of crimson spider lilies, a sense of foreboding grips me tightly. The petals beneath my feet give way to damp, moss-covered ground, and that's when I see it. A building is in the distance of an endless field I thought was only composed of flowers. The air packs thickly to the ground with an eerie mist, the origin of which is billowing out from the broken glass windows of a decrepit shack in the distance. Beyond it is a distorted sky, one that is impossible to see through or in as the colors shift and meld into madness, and the lilies on the ground are barely visible, the red colors fighting to stay above the fog. But despite this odd phenomenon, Lily's steps quicken, her red eyes fixed on the dilapidated structure as if drawn to its shattered presence. I attempt to pull my arm, but she ignores me, her hand clasped around mine with such force I can't even resist. The fog curls around our feet, softening each step as if to not hurt the flowers below. Each breath I take feels heavy, as if the air is charged with a suppressed energy. The closer we get to the shack, the more its decaying state becomes evident. The wooden planks creak and groan from the fog alone. The windows are smashed, their jagged edges framed by tendrils of mist that seep through the cracks. I step to the threshold of the entrance, the air inside thick with an unsettling silence. Lily releases my hand as she backpedals into the shack, spinning around such that her skirt twirls a bit. Shadows dance alongside her on the walls, cast by the faint light filtering through the fog from the empty sky. The shadows grow a mouth as she speaks, the sound seemingly coming from both simultaneously. Look, this is where I was born. Killian put it in my mind so that I'd never forget it. Isn't it gorgeous? My gaze sweeps across the room at her questioning, taking in the remnants of her birthplace, or more accurately, where she was built. Tattered curtains sway gently, a ghostly dance in the stagnant air. The floorboards creak under my weight despite my stillness. Dust motes swirl in dim light beams, illuminating the fragility of the structure. My eyes focus on the mist as I think about her question. Fog spills through the broken windows, wrapping around the decaying remnants of items. It then intertwines with the echoes of memories, blurring the sight of a notebook at the far end of the room. The notebook draws my attention, and so do the weapon parts placed beside it, the components reminiscent of Lily's frame in the waking realm. But I get the sense that she wants an answer as she grows impatient, her toes tapping on the creaky floorboard. The girl stands at the center of the room, her presence magnified by the surrounding decay as her face holds a grin. Her red eyes gleam with inquisition as she awaits my answer. Clearing my throat, I give it to her. It's certainly unique. Lily giggles, nodding her head as she waves her hands, clearing some of the fog with the motions. Of course, this is a replica of the house Killian lived in while he was in the underworld. I was made from the cardinal, but even he can't create things inside of it. So, he made this, the home for the two of us. Well, three. Her words catch my attention, pulling it from the notebook for a second. Three? 3 of you? Lily nods, answering a question I've long held about my father. Yeah, Killian, me, and Datura. Though, Datura didn't talk much. Killian always said he was an incomplete colt, and that I would quickly surpass him. I don't think Killian could sense it, but that always frustrated Datura. My thoughts race as I put together her words in my mind. Datura? Colt? Unfinished? Is that the blue revolver Killian had in those memories? As I step into the room, I ask another question, the floor squeaking beneath me. Datura? Is that the Colt's full name? Lily shakes her head, her midnight hair twisting alongside the skull. Of course not. It's the wilting Datura. He was the most astonishing thing I've ever seen. But Killian always complained about him anyway, citing something about decay. My eyes slowly return to the notebook on the dilapidated table even as I ask another question. Why was it so impressive? What could it do? Lily puts her hands behind her back as she bends forward, focused on remembrance. While she does so, I move closer to the notebook, ignoring the fog. Well, I'm unsure of most of it, but I know what its dominion did. Everything around Killian would be slowed down in time, almost as if moving through mud but leaving him at normal speed. Oh, it also had poison that was within each bullet. The venom would make the target age faster, whether living or not, until it broke apart. Datura really was incredible. All I have is my life siphon and soul steel, being my power and innate skill. Again my eyes twist from the ruined journal as I forcibly comprehend what she just spoke. Dominion? Is the Datura a 9th mark? It must be. Or it could be an 8th mark too, I suppose. 8th sigils can have dominions as well before their advancements. I guess that would align with the unfinished portion of the gun. After thinking for a moment, I move to the journal, bringing it up in our conversation as I glance at the parts. What about this notebook? Is it special? Lily turns her head as she notices it, shrugging her shoulders. Dunno. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Kind of reminds me of Killian's workbook, though, the one he used to sketch skills. Her words only make me more suspicious of it, as this is her realm, her domain. She should know everything placed within her mind, and if she doesn't, then how did it get here? The only answer could be Killian. I step forward, standing directly before the table, but for some reason, my eyes gravitate toward the parts first, even as my mind yearns to survey the leather-bound journal. And so, I gaze upon the components laid out before me, scattered haphazardly on the cracked and splintered table. Each piece bears the mark of the blooming spider lily, its essence intertwined with the deathly beauty of red spider lilies that grace their surfaces. The barrel, sleek and gleaming, is etched with intricate patterns resembling delicate petals. The metal seems to pulse with a subtle energy, the ether wafting off the object in droves. It is a conduit, a vessel that channels power and purpose. Beside it lies the frame, crafted from weathered steel that has stood the test of time. Adorned with carvings reminiscent of twisting vines, it speaks of resilience and growth. Embedded within the metal, the red spider lilies seem to dance, their presence alive and vibrant despite the passage of unknown years. The trigger, forged with meticulous care, is a thing of precision and control. Its surface shimmers with an almost hypnotic quality, mirroring the restless allure of the spider lilies. It beckons as if urging me to embrace the power it promises. The cylinder, adorned with swirling patterns, is a vessel of potential. The red spider lilies upon the spinning piece seem to shift and flow, creating an illusion of movement within their stillness. It holds the capacity for transformation, each chamber a gateway to life and death. And finally, the grip, worn yet new, bears the weight of it all. Embedded within its grain, the red spider lilies stand as symbols of sacrifice and resilience, a reminder of the blood spilled and the lives touched by this formidable weapon. But as I finish my inspection, a voice calls out to me. See, isn't it relaxing? I nod to her. It is. Merely standing here, looking at the work of Killian from years ago, brings my heart a calm I haven't felt in ever. Lily giggles, telling me to continue, to put it together. I oblige, my hands moving with nary a command. With a steady hand and a heart absent of ripples, I begin the painstaking task of reuniting these fragmented pieces. Each click and slide, each intricate connection, brings me closer to the culmination of a masterpiece. And alongside each movement, I feel more at peace, the clicks, clacks, and swirling flowers bridging the gap between reality and dream. And as I have the completed form of the colt in my hands, I can almost hear the echo of 1,000 tales waiting to be written, bound within the crimson embrace of the spider lilies. Holding the weapon gingerly, I turn to find Lily, but she is no longer there. The young woman with pointed teeth, midnight hair, and crimson eyes is gone. Without having to search, I know the answer as I gaze back at the colt. I give her a nod as I respectfully place her back on the table to watch, my attention shifting to the journal. And as my hand approaches the journal, the fog thickens, obscuring my vision yet somehow enhancing my senses as my focus is left only on the blank cover. With a brimming curiosity threatening to break the calm ordained by Lily, I open its pages, revealing a tapestry of handwritten notes and faded ink. The words are written in messy handwriting, that of a man in a hurry, but I imbibe each word with every ounce of my being due to who it is from. Hey, Wyatt, it's me. You know who I am, but I do not have time for introductions or heartache. And neither do you. Man up, become more. Life is harsh, and that will never change. We can only become better. And so can Lily. I made the colt with all my knowledge, power, and devotion. She is the accumulation of a life of suffering, hardship, and turmoil. She is the only weapon I've ever made that doesn't consist of my flesh. Instead, she utilizes my soul. Now, I am not dead. At least not at the time of writing this message to you, through my connection to Lily. I will set it to only appear once you reach the nave, the halfway mark to the top. But this message has far more to do with Lily than it does with you. The 7th sigil is only the starting point for her. I built her to sustain you all the way to heaven's door deep in hell. You are my candidate. You likely have no idea what I speak of, so I will tell you. But I must be brief. Behemoth is near, and he seeks my life. The western coast is close as well, though. Soon, my mission will be over, and I can return. Anyway, Heaven's Door is a theory, one proposed by Vincent Harvey half a century ago, and turned into a small organization 2 decades back, consisting of me and 3 others. It is also a place, the supposed core of the world where the one below resides eternally. Since those years, it has grown. The theory suggests that for one to become a god, one must be 9th sigilled, have all 3 absolutions, and be capable of accomplishing a feat denoting that of a god. Just as to become an angel, one must perform an act showing they are worthy. Many of the powerful agree with his thoughts as even he, the Wastelander, is stuck at the peak, known only by Eli and me to be traveling the world in seek of a true answer. But for an angel to achieve a feat of a god, that requires an extraordinary person. one that can bridge the gap between realms of sigils with talent, skill, or some other specialty. This is not merely asking for a noteworthy person. It is asking for one that can transcend all others at the pinnacle. This person must be showered with gifts, training, artifacts, cults, claymore, skills, and everything under the sun to become the one to reach divinity. Merely being strong is not enough. One must be ordained, and this person will be the one to seal the one below once more, just as Death, Glusgab, and the newly risen devil did long ago. Hopefully, they won't be alone, but they may be. Marshall chose a young boy, one with the ferocity of the deadliest beast. That young boy is now a man with all the skills of the legendary figure and thrice the talent. Ed chose a young girl, one from the unceded tribe of Hollows, more accurately known as the Comanche. The young girl is now a woman with an artifiction in her eye that can offset the hunger of Demon's Bane. A match made in paradise. Maddox chose the most talented, brutal, and arrogant child he had, teaching them all that he could. That child is now nigh unrivaled in the waters. Eli's choice is unknown even to me, the manipulative bastard too sly to ever reveal it, but I'm sure he's made multiple contingencies. It's just who he is. Vincent's choice is himself, the old man believing that he qualifies, only that the ritual for ascension is supremely difficult. Perhaps he can succeed, but all the powerful in the world will arrive to stop him. He is arrogant, yet only his arrogance is deserved. Any other man thinking the same thing, I would call it hubris. Him? It might just be prophecy. I only know those picked among us humans, for the pygmy and Nahullo candidates are hidden from even the most penetrating gazes. I also am unsure of the candidates chosen by the estates. They are secretive to the extreme, but I wager a guess they are working with Eli. But my choice? It is you, Wyatt. I had not the time, know-how, or patience to teach you. I offloaded it all to a companion. All I could do was give you a friend that would stay alongside you until the end. I know you have none of those things as well, but that is fine. Sometimes ignorant defiance is enough. It's what we're best at, after all. Even the eldest of our line stood at a forefront he was unprepared for. At the very least, you shall begin your journey twice as old as he. Yet, I believe you might not need any of it, for you are my son, and I, myself, never had anyone or anything. All those that I followed quickly died, just as those who followed me did the same. But, if in the end you do, I think my gift will be the difference, not any of the things one can gain with effort. At the top, it is lonely, very lonely. We lose our perceptions of the world quickly when all we deal with is the life, death, and suffering of thousands. Backstabbing and betrayal are simply par courses of angelhood. But you alone, will never be alone. Ed's candidate may also have a claymore and an artifiction, but Demon's Bane is unfriendly, to say the least. And her artifiction that replaces her eyes merely combats the claymore. None can become allies with what can turn you into a Wendigo, after all. And within her wages a war that Ed hopes will shuttle her to the top as her hate dyes all red. Even the greatest hollow ever only brought balance inside his body, not true harmony. I believe that at the end of the road, when reality treads a razor's edge, Lily is what will make the difference. She will be the light in the deepest dark, her crimson dyeing the abyss red. But as she is now, she is too weak. She has a meager ability to siphon life and manipulate already dead souls. She must improve, just as you must. And I have left my notes behind so that you may grow alongside her. Don't worry. You don't need a craftsman to finish the job. Doing as I say is enough. I made it that way. She starts off weak, as we do, but will rapidly develop into the most harrowing flower in existence. For her 8th sigil, she must devour the soul of the following: 1 demon, pygmy, Nahullo, and human angel. You can supplement any of the races for another sentient race, like the Rougarou or the Bado. Once the following is achieved, she will evolve, her essence devouring the sigil of the last to advance, dyeing her blossoms even rosier. I know not what her virtue will be, but I do know it will be extraordinary, just as the rest of her is. More is to come, for my remnant soul is here to gauge the following steps. But first, you must advance her before I can tell you more. So, go on. Get to it. We all got things we have to do. You were simply born with heavier shoulders. As was I. You get used to it. A long road lies ahead, one that may not possess an ending for either of us. So, Take your first step, for at the Nave, the windy road has only just begun. 240 Lilies and Nightmares. My pupils finish trailing the text left behind on the first 2 pages as I flip through the rest of the journal, hoping that there is any more endowed by my father. The next page is blank, and so is the one after that. I fast flick through the rest, but nothing else exists on the pages, even as I turn the final page. I can't help but have my shoulders sag in disappointment. This is the first time I have seen something directly from my father, and he treats me like a weapon, a tool, something to be used and cultivated. It hurts that he won't even say he cares or that he is sorry, but I suppose that is par of the course. Killian Graves is an unfeeling man, built to kill. I can't truly expect him to care for me, regardless of how disappointing it is. But, despite that, my hand wanders to the frame of the Colt on the table. It seems that I have many more opponents in the future, and like me, they were chosen for godhood. But unlike them, I do not have the training, the experience, or the skills given to me by a mighty figure. All I have is a confidence granted by my father, and a gun he left behind that is out of bullets. My fist clenches onto the edge of the table, not quite making it all the way to Lily as I can't help but grow furious. He expects me to do all this? To go beyond those handpicked for greatness and bestowed everything possible? And even if some of those people won't be enemies, I know many of them will, especially those that the estates, Eli, and the other races are raising. At least I won't be alone. I grip the handle of Lily, feeling the chilly sensation of her steel as I spin the empty cylinder. She will be here with me as long as I keep anyone from taking her like Alexos. Then, I glance at my hand, the bloody palm, the artifact silent in this dreamscape. It is the one thing that I don't think anyone who ever know of me anticipated. Perhaps. I never was alone, though, even while Lily was taken. My company might have been insane, overbearing, and bloodthirsty, but I would be dead without it, 100 times over. I then dismantle the gun, and the moment I remove the cylinder, Lily reappears beside me with a smile. I return the gesture as I point at the Colt and journal on the table. Killian left behind notes for how to make you stronger, but we need to kill 4 angels to do so. So, I don't know how long that will take. The spirit of the weapon that resembles a deadly little girl stretches a smile to her ears as she happily giggles. Yes, so, that means you'll feed me? So far, everything has been tasty but unfilling. Her words are disturbing, but I nod. She has only killed relatively weak beings compared to angels, with Dominus being the strongest so far. But somehow the manipulator survives even with Lily devouring his soul. Perhaps another mother-bound took over his body? I don't know how that all works. We'll have to figure it out. And in the meantime, I think I should finally talk with Lily to figure out what she can do besides shooting. So, I motion to a set of rickety chairs as I offer them to her, internally confused about why Killian would have 2 if he was alone. Hey, wanna grab a seat? I have a few questions regarding your abilities. The little girl barely responds to me with more than a nod. Then, Lily shuffles to the chair as she sits in it, the object barely reacting to her poundage. I follow, lowering my weight onto the other chair as the thing creaks dangerously but holds. And once sitting, I try to learn more about her. I know how she's made, who made her, why she was made, when she was made and where, but not what she can do, who she is, so many other things. She is living, right? So many questions, and I begin with the first. Lily, what can you do? Like, what can you accomplish with the ether you have? What skills? Lily, her feet not touching the ground from her seat, kicks her legs as she replies with a bubble in her voice. Well, 2 main things. The first is Life Siphon, which Killian named. It takes the user's life, combines it with my ether, and uses it to form a bullet that then siphons the target's life to heal the user. Oh, and I can make a bullet to replace your life in the barrel with enough time. That's more of an offshoot of the skill than a new one, though. She pauses for a moment as she taps her chin, thinking deeply. I can also manipulate souls. It's mostly just moving them around here or there and devouring them when they die nearby to give me life, or vigor, as some call it. If enough creatures die around me, I could make a bullet with little effort. That's what Killian did when he wanted to use me, or he'd sacrifice a limb by cordoning off what I could take and get a new one later. Lily stops again as I open my mouth, priming a question for her about my father. He's always such an enigma. About that, how could my father do that? Would he regrow a limb? She shakes her head to question, giving me a short answer. No, what I take can never be restored. It goes soul deep. He would make a new limb by taking it from an enemy. Oh, that is interesting. I guess I now know what he meant by Lily being his only creation not involving flesh or bone. Another thought arises as I think of something regarding her skills. She seems limited in what she can do, either because of her form or being, but surely she can learn more, right? Lily, do you think you could do other things with that soul devouring? If I were to kill something, could you divert the energy to me? Only if I needed it, of course. Lily twists her head again, the big round eyes of crimson blinking rapidly for a moment before staring at me again. Yeah, I think so. I never tried. Next time it happens, I'll do it. I don't mind sharing those I don't kill, for they aren't all that tasty. I heave a sigh of relief as Lily finally comes up with something she can do that won't have a massive potential of hurting me. And yet, another idea comes to mind, one that leads to so many possibilities. Are you alive, Lily? She purses her lips at my thought before shaking her head with a retort, her legs kicking out as she talks. Dunno, what does it mean to be alive? I can think, move things, and kill, but I can't breathe or move myself. Up to you. Nodding at her response, I propose another idea to her. Do you think you could use general skills, things not given to you by your sigils? Again, she moves her lip, this time biting it as she seems unsure. And as she thinks, my mind explodes with possibilities. If she can use general skills, then so much can be done. Sure, I'll have to teach her, but everything will change once she learns how to even do simple things. Not only will I have the potential to use ether, but so does the bloody palm. If we are combined with Lily, a Wendigo is feared, revered, and hid from due to the ability to have two beings' sigils merged into one. This makes them unpredictable, rugged, and enduring. What would you call something with three? Is it still a Wendigo? Who knows? And as I conclude my reflections, Lily delivers an answer with her eyes avoiding mine. I don't know. I've only ever moved my ether in ways that make sense. To go against that and do my own thing, it's scary. I can't help but laugh, but I quickly stamp on it as she seems hurt by my outburst. Immediately, I try to fix it by explaining myself. You? Scared? Lily, come on. You are a deadly weapon forged from the origin of life and death. To move ether? You were born with that ability. You were born of ether, your mind coming from the sigil and ether density? No? How can you be scared of what you are? Lily rotates her head to look back at me as her face brightens, my words having an effect. I continue, endeavoring to explain to her the most straightforward skill possible, physical strengthening. Here, why don't you try a skill right now? Try physical strengthening. All you have to do is flow ether throughout a part of your frame in relatively even amounts. It should strengthen you. Try to do it on your barrel. Okay? She nods, closing her eyes to try and do so. But as she attempts to control her ether, I hear a voice, one distant yet absolutely present. And as I focus on it, my surroundings change. My mind pulled from Lily as I see her open her eyes in a panic before vanishing. And as I search around, trying to flow my ether, I find myself immersed in a dream, surrounded by impenetrable darkness. In this abyss, a voice reverberates, beckoning to me with an urgency that resonates deep within my soul. It calls out to me, imploring for my aid, its tone both desperate and familiar. As the darkness deepens, a forlorn voice touches me, Lily's. Hey, I don't know where you're going, but I'll practice while you're gone. See you next slumber. Unable to calm myself by even her cheerfulness, I strain my senses, trying to catch a glimpse of the origin of this ethereal call. But the darkness persists, shrouding the speaker in mystery, concealing their form from my searching gaze. Yet, there is an undeniable connection, a bond that transcends the boundaries of this dream. And a moment later, a wooden door, cracked and strained, forms before my eyes in the dark. I open the door without anywhere else to go, and sensing whatever is calling me is friendly. My senses heighten as I enter a vast chamber that stretches far beyond the reach of my vision. The air carries a peculiar stillness, tinged with a subtle aura of pride and discipline. Soft, formless light filters through unseen sources, casting a gentle glow upon the table that extends just as far as the chamber. As I see the table, an idea is provoked within me. The high table. What else could it be? And who has the capability to affect my dreams? Abraham. He's doing this. Somehow. Is he using his absolution on me? How? I thought he could only use it on those he's deeply connected to. Like how he's afraid of all the council members. So much so that he has nightmares of them every night. Do I terrify him? Or is there a different connection? I have no answer to my question as I take in the vastness of this room and its emptiness. The room is a realm of surreal emptiness devoid of life and any discernible purpose. Its smooth and featureless walls seem to merge seamlessly with the boundless expanse of the space. The floor beneath my feet is an enigmatic tapestry, a vast expanse of polished ice from the northern wastes that reflects the dim illumination with a glossy sheen. Each step I take resonates, the sound swallowed by the vastness of the chamber, leaving only a faint echo that ultimately dissipates against the walls. But without a sign of Abraham, I continue, searching for a way out. And as I explore further, my eyes are drawn to the intricate patterns etched into the walls, the divots in the wood replaced with ice, a harmony of timber and frigidness. They appear like ancient glyphs, their origin and meaning lost to the passage of time. The designs twist and turn, forming an intricate dance of lines and curves that have no meaning in my vision. I strain to listen for any sound, any indication of life, but the room remains resolutely silent, barring my echoing feet. Moving further, I notice something hidden on the side of the wall. The construct catches my eye. I'm almost sure it was not there a second ago. Curious, I shamble over to it, and I quickly notice it is a wooden door. It is the same one I saw earlier, covered in cracks and damage that make it seem like it is about to collapse any minute. Placing my hand upon the bar of steel that acts as a handle, I pull it open, revealing a long alley of darkness. The hallway stretches before me, its darkness swallowing any trace of light that dares to venture within. The air grows heavy, laden with a palpable sense of foreboding. But along with that warning in the back of my mind is the whisper, returning to call me forward despite not having discernible words. I traverse the gloomy corridor, and haunting echoes of sobs reach my ears, mingling with the eerie chants that reverberate through the closed walls around me. The foreign and unknown words carry a sinister weight, though I recognize the language. It comes from the Nahalo. I think it's English that they use. Step by step, as my surety of the cause of this being Abraham expands, I draw closer to the closed door at the end of the hallway. With each stride, the door looms larger, its form just as cracked and dilapidated as the one from before. My hand trembles from a vibration that strikes the whole hallway as I extend it toward the handle. A dim light spills forth as the door creaks open, casting elongated shadows upon the chamber within. And within the room are many tall figures, most cloaked in hoods or metal armor, 5 of which are recognizable: Cern, Mislo, Melu, Knight, and Abraham's father, the Viceroy. I can barely understand what I see as I notice yet another body. Among the 24 or so total figures kneels another person trembling, a human woman that begs for life. She doesn't notice my entrance but the entrance of another, a bloodied Abraham tripping through a door beside me. Abram, please, save us. The half-blooded Nahalo stands beside me, sighing. Come, Wyatt. You are the only one I could call. It appears as those in slumber are much easier to summon. I can only call waking councilmen, but sleeping people I know aren't too hard. What the fuck is happening? I ignore Abraham's demand and make one of my own. Where the fuck are we? What's happening? Abraham sighs again, his hands pulling the pale skin on his face. Fine, I have time to explain. Override gives me some spare time in here, anyway. I used my absolution skill to call you. An evolved form of nightmare that summons the figure from my mind. It seems rules I do not yet understand exist for who I can conjure. Before, I thought it was merely a connection thing. Apparently, it is not, as when I reached for Bonfire, I felt you much more strongly. Perhaps, if the connection is not strong enough, dreaming can compensate for the lacking relationship. His words only make partial sense to me as I flail my arms out to our surroundings, attempting to draw his attention to the literal sacrifice about to happen before us. And what about this? This whole thing? Abraham nods as his mouth opens, understanding hitting him square in the jaw. I can't believe he doesn't seem to react all that much to this madness. What the fuck? Oh, You mean this room? This is the origin of my nightmares, where the skill draws from. My mother and unborn sister were sacrificed years ago in a ceremony for the pale cavity. Each of the nightmares I conjure comes from this, though I can also conjure bonfire. He made me promise never to do it. I turn from the scene, unwilling to watch it, as while it is merely a memory, the sights and sounds are gruesome to all hell. I raise my lips in disgust as I propose another critical question. Okay, I suppose that all makes sense, but why? Why are you conjuring me? Abraham nods as ether streams between us, his mind connecting to mine with a memory that burns itself to my focus. The figure in the memory, certainly Abraham, stands at the edge of a swampy and wet section of land, hidden in the shadows, watching a deadly dance unfold. The sun's piercing glow casts a warmth, illuminating the figures locked in a fierce struggle. Amid the tangled marshes, a gunslinger, Johnny, and a moving shadow, Virgil, face off against a formidable adversary, a Rougarou. The creature's monstrous form, humanoid yet wolf-like, looms over them with primal strength. Forced to only watch this memory, I take it all I can, preparing myself for what is likely to be an enemy. The gunslinger, his fingers wrapped around the grip of his trusty revolver, unleashes a barrage of bullets with lightning speed. Each shot finds its mark, tearing through the creature's hide with a resounding impact. Every bullet leaves massive wounds that heal gradually with lingering scars, a far cry from the rapid regeneration associated with the creatures. The slowed healing must be from fate's sealer, but the Rougarou fights on, fueled by its feral instincts, as it roars with desperation. Besides Johnny, Virgil moves with intangible grace, their body a blur of swift and deadly strikes. Shadows envelop their form, concealing their every movement as they navigate the treacherous terrain, sinking below and into obstacles, flickering through it all. And at crucial moments, where the Rougarou gets too close, Abraham conjures a nightmare to meet the creature in a contest of strength or speed, allowing Johnny and Abraham to fight with calm. The battle unfolds in a flurry of action and adrenaline, the air thick with tension and the scent of impending danger. The Rougarou retaliates with savage swipes of its claws and gnashing of its razor-sharp teeth. The mud quakes beneath its weight, amplifying the intensity of the clash. But the vision abruptly cuts off, just as the tide seems to turn. Time freezes, leaving me suspended in uncertainty. I am left with a vivid image of Virgil being sent hurtling into a moss-covered wall of wood, the impact echoing through the bayou as another Rougarou emerges from the marsh. My heart sinks as Virgil's fate is unknown, and I immediately lose interest in this place. We need to help him, and thankfully, Abraham sees my earnestness instantly. See? It's urgent. We could handle it until a second came up and Virgil got hit. I'm bringing you to be safe. The good thing is only a second has passed since that, for I wanted to holler for backup. Overdrive lets these minutes pass as fractions of that outside my mind. So whenever you're ready, we can go. Without waiting a moment, I nod to him. Now, I'm good now. 241, pocket advantage. The next thing I know, I'm tossed into a puddle of slush as a yell rings out from Johnny, the man running toward Virgil, who was sent into the thicket of the swamp. But before I can wholly bring myself to wakefulness, a roar does it for me. A beast of a humanoid wolf, the size of the largest bear I've ever seen, barreling for Abraham and me. Without waiting a moment, I slam my legs outward with a hasty, half-formed arbalest, pushing Abraham to the side as my heart accelerates. The pale man is no good at close-quarters combat. Among those under Johnny, that falls to me. But I don't do this stupidly, for Virgil is also highly skilled, and the man was sent tumbling with his condition unknown. But within the 10th of a second my thoughts fly. The second Rougarou that bashed Virgil, a fearsome creature of myth, nears me with mud and blood shrouding it. Its form, a grotesque fusion of man and beast, stands towering before me as it rises onto two legs to deliver a strike with its paw, the hand the size of my chest. With the hulking frame of a bear and the twisted stature of a human, even without ether, which it is using, the thing is terribly perilous. Massive muscles ripple beneath matted fur, giving the creature an imposing presence as above those muscles shine dark blue feathers, demonstrating its great strength. Its eyes, gleaming with an unnatural intensity, lock onto its intended prey. Me. Razor-sharp fangs glisten hungrily, eager to rend flesh and bone as I prepare myself, a gasp of air causing it to stumble. But alongside that gasp, the ether inside loosening my chains. I heave reckless off my back, the hunk of steel combating my force. And with that blade comes the vigor from within it, putting a pep in my step and energy in my muscles. As it charges forward with an unnerving speed, the ground trembles beneath its weight. Each thunderous step propels it closer to me, closing the distance with a relentless determination. The air crackles with the palpable threat of imminent violence. Yet, it is not alone. The first Rougarou, with a similarly ferocious roar, charges at Abraham only a few feet away. I consider drawing Lily for a split second, but that thought is quickly dashed as Johnny bursts from the marsh, yelling out with all the force he can. Stop! But the Rougarou and I are too close, my swing already going to meet its claw. What? What was I thinking? Why am I still in the mud? Glancing down at my hands, I feel my body absent of ether and my blade still on my back. What? What happened? I can rapidly feel my memory of something fading, an incredibly short period that, as I grasp for it, catching it for a moment before fumbling and losing focus, vanishes to never be relived again. It feels as though a piece of me is gone, washed away by some endless river, yet I cannot pinpoint when it occurred, only that it did. The Rougarou in front of me has none of my same confusion as it roars again, repeating something that seems familiar yet new. But a yell breaks through, causing us to look to the side. Stop! Back up, Wyatt. We do not have to fight. Look at me, Rougarou. You know me. The first Rougarou, a fifth sigilled, that was fighting the two earlier backs up toward the second one. The larger and more powerful one with a sixth sigil. The second one, the one charging at me earlier, hesitates for a moment, a growl coming out that has no words but elicits confusion. I look to Johnny, rising to my feet from the mud, as Abraham does the same next to me. Both of us are bewildered as Johnny steps forward, a perfectly okay Virgil directly behind him. As Johnny nears, his voice ringing out to all of us in the marsh. A few questions are answered with my eyes and his. Gold flakes bristle from his pupils, and looking closely, I can see some scrape off my light blue chains and the Rougarou's dark cerulean ones. That's what happened. He glitched us, but I vaguely remember something off happening. Is that normal? It feels like I just barely couldn't hold on to something. Is there something special that allows me to partially know he used it on me? Dunno. I need to pay attention, though. Remember me? I fed you in the swamp a few months ago and healed you with a draft? I know you understand language, at least a little. We don't need to fight. Peace is possible. Are you hungry? The one beside you seems trim, as if she's starved. A warning growl comes from the taller creature as Johnny steps a bit closer, and the man raises his arms in a gesture of solidarity. Then, the beast stands for a moment, the hair on its back rising as it gradually sinks toward the mud. My hand moves to reckless in case it attacks. I don't know what Johnny is talking about, but these things are dangerous. Yet before it lowers itself onto all fours, the slider taps the immense one with her paw. The action makes the other pause, its height returning to the massive stature of at least 15 feet on two legs. A moment passes, all of us tense and waiting for a response as Johnny stands stock still, holding his arms in the air for peace. Another beat, and my hand tightens around Lily. Another heartbeat, and I see Virgil's fingers curl around his colt. Yet another moment as Abraham's forehead shimmers with sweat, his weapons ready to escape his mind. And as we all prepare for combat, a rumble comes from the chest of the Rougarou as it points to itself with a massive claw, one that surprises me to no end. Row. My breath hitches as its meaty paw turns toward the smaller one, the creature sinking even further into the mud below as it tries to hide. Yet another sound booms out, this one somehow even deeper yet still understandable as it contains only one syllable. Ka. A.R. Are those your names? Johnny beats me to the idea, already asking the insane question. I never once imagined Rougarou were capable of speech, let alone higher thought, but I'm proven partially correct as the beast grumbles again, a nod coming from it. Apparently, a nod is universal for yes. All right. The gunslinger then steps forward, offering his name. I am Johnny Caldwell. I know you cannot say that, but I mean the gesture nonetheless. A growl returns his offer as Ka, the smaller Rougarou, only about 7 feet tall or so, half the size of the other, steps forward. I think the beast attempts to say his name back. Josi Joka. A higher-pitched grumble comes as the creature seems joyful at fucking up the name. Yet despite the failure, Johnny gives the rest of ours, and the beast over a foot taller than me endeavors to say each. That one there, with the grumpy face behind me, that got swatted is Virgil Boone. Fubo Fubo. A small chuckle comes from beside me that shortly halts as the attention moves to him. The one there, with the pale skin and white hair, is Abraham Ulrin. Abhol. The butchered pronunciation finally gets me laughing as Abraham's alabaster skin turns fiery red. But, thankfully, the man keeps his anger inside as the focus then turns to me. And finally, the last one with the sword in one arm is Wyatt. Wyatt. I breathe a sigh of relief as my name sounds relatively correct. There is excessive emphasis on both parts, causing it to sound more like Ma is yelling at me, but it is at least my name, and in return, I feel a smack to the back of my head. Turning around, I meet Abraham standing several feet away, far too many to reach me, with his arms behind his back. But before I peer out for another answer, the man winks at me. Bastard. He must have used a nightmare or something else. Where'd all that gravity go? Did that Rougarou indeed defuse it all like that? I glare back at Abraham before a TSK from Virgil makes me stop while Johnny strides nearer to the two massive creatures. As he does so, I pay close attention to the larger one, the beast enormous enough to effortlessly break through a city wall. Are you hungry? Wounded? We didn't have much time to fight, but I can't help if you're willing. I apologize for the fright. We are only trying to pass through. We mean Noah will. I was not aware this was your home. Ro, an adequately named Rougarou, steps forward, its ginormous paw splashing mud and water every which way. And as it does so, I notice its back, a wall of pink scars and recently missing fur that leaks red liquid. But Ro ignores his own wounds and pushes Ka forward. Ka. Johnny nods sagely as if he understands entirely and gently moves forward toward Ka. And while making eye contact with Ro, he reaches into his bag and pulls out bandages laced with medicine from Heath. The man, always a sucker for kids, hands it to the smaller Rougarou, making me realize what it is. Here you go, little one. Wrap these around your injuries, and they will heal up shortly. Ka sniffs at Johnny as she refuses to take the offer. Instead, she lowers herself, revealing her shoulder to the man, where a scarcely hidden gash stains her fur. The gunslinger nods as he delicately lifts the bandage and covers her wound. The young Rougarou grunts from the act, causing the larger one to bristle. But Johnny steps back the second he is finished tending to Ka. See? It hurts less, right? Ka nods as she backs up, the young Rougarou joining the larger as he pulls her backward toward the thick trees beyond this section of the march. Before they leave, however, Johnny tosses them a sack, one with a fish dangling out the side. I don't mind it, as food is easy for the powerful to come by in Sinskreek, but it still is an odd decision. And as they leave, Ro grabs the pack with a single clawed finger. I glance at Johnny to see if we are letting them go like that, and he only nods toward the two, waving as they leave. Ka returns the wave with a grunt, two barely comprehensible syllables leaving her maw. Joka. In exchange for that yell, she is bopped on the head by Ro as he drags her into the trees, the two beasts fading as their sizes do not equal their noise of movement. And once they leave our vision, I ask the question I know Abraham and Virgil are thinking too. What the fuck was that? Johnny laughs as he puts his Colt back into his holster. I felt something off when we came upon the little one. Most Rougarou are big, not as big as the other one, but still ampler. So, I held off from anything lethal, but when Ro emerged and hit Virgil, I recognized him from a while ago. The gunslinger then recalls his encounter with Ro, the larger Rougarou, when it was gravely wounded, starving, and shorter in stature. Apparently, it must have grown in sigil or something. And as he continues talking, we return to the wagons, the scouting finished. If two Rougarou are here, then demons shouldn't be too close. Or if they are not strong enough to kill Ro and Ka, only injure them. That food I gave them should heal them up just fine. I do wonder why they were hurt, though. Rougarou heal rapidly with ingesting food. Perhaps They are on the run. Johnny's words provide caution to all of our steps as we move, an unsaid warning on his tongue. Demons could be lurking, pushing the Rougarou out of their home after Kai, their hunter, fell in battle. And if the demons are more capable than Kai in taking the Rougarou out of their nests deep in the swamp, then that is bad news for us. And so, I navigate the treacherous swamp, my senses on high alert. Each step is an estimated risk, for the murky waters hide unseen dangers. My memory of the Latish in the water is still vibrant, and I am unwilling to repeat it. As such, I carefully scrutinize every puddle that is even slightly voluminous. But I find no such creature as the air is heavy with an eerie stillness, broken only by the occasional rustle of unknown animals in the underbrush. Beside me, Johnny walks with a confident stride, his hands ever ready to draw his deadly lumen. His keen eyes, with golden streams in his irises, scan the surroundings, ever watchful for any signs of movement. His presence alone brings a sense of security, a comforting reassurance in this perilous journey. Having an angel beside you, one that can reverse any injury should he be fast enough, can calm anyone. Abraham walks with a constant stumble, the man not entirely made for the swamps. I feel bad as none of his sigils lean toward physical traits, leaving him an average man beside the general skills to enhance him. His mind delves into the depths of nightmares, an ability that both fascinates and disturbs. After seeing those rooms inside his head, I feel sympathy whenever he uses that skill. What they did to him is not right. Not right at all. The Naholo are lunatics. But even as he hobbles through the high water and dense mud, he never asks for help, a silent perseverance born from his struggles. At my side, the shadow manipulator that is Virgil weaves intricate patterns with his hands, bending the darkness to his will. From there, he lashes out tendrils that push aside brush or plants in our way, easing our passage. The tendrils are simple for him to make, each one almost instinctual, so they don't fade as we move. And after a few minutes, shadows dance and twist, touching each of us as Virgil nods toward me. The man is hiding us with mask so that any demons with skills to discover us will have a much harder time. Though with all of us he's using it on, I reckon it won't be as potent as it is on him alone. That, and it will tire him out swiftly. Almost an entire hour passes from the fight and reconciliation with Ro and Ka before we reach the wagons, most of which are broken and unable to move further. How did I not wake up from mine crashing into a tree after losing a wheel? Damn it, Lily. I need to be careful with her if such an event won't wake me up with her intervention. I nod to Johnny as he moves toward the wagon, spreading the news of the safety forward, leaving out the detail of the two Rougarou we met. I don't blame him. No need to frighten the others when Ro and Ka won't hurt us anyway. They seem relatively peaceful for giant man-eating monsters, especially Ka. And so, I move toward a merry wagon filled with noise despite its condition, overturned and heavily damaged. I approach the overturned wagon, its once sturdy frame now at an awkward angle in the murky swamp. The cabin side is scorched so profoundly by a fire that a door has been burnt into a side that should not have one. It seems like Bonfire had some fun. Cautiously, I make my way toward the entrance, my senses on high alert in case Clusmy tries to prank me. But he doesn't, and I reach up and climb into the ruined vehicle as Johnny yells to all the cabins with a resounding use of ether, yell bolstering his voice. We leave in an hour. Get your things together. Shrugging at the announcement, I continue. Everything I have is with me right now, and as I step through the threshold, the interior reveals a scene of disarray. The cabin is cramped, its furnishings now strewn about haphazardly. Extinguished candles line the floor while a table sits diagonal, with 2 legs on the wall and 2 on the ground. 5 men sit at the table upon seats of ice wafting with cold, each laughing merrily as if they are not in a swamp, the joy palpable. Bonfire, Frozen, Woody, Cigar, and Clumsy all turn and smile at me as the leader yells for me to join. Come, we're playing monsters and men, but the pieces keep falling. Oh, use your leash thingy to hold them still. Frozen, make him a seat. A sigh comes from the man wrapped in a winter coat during the summer in a swamp as he waves his hand toward the table. Ice slowly rises from the table, Frozen using the swamp's water to more smoothly create his element. Shaking my head, I join the 5 as we have another hour or so before we need to leave. And as I do so, I noticed that Frozen and Cigar both now have higher sigils, each reaching the wondrous realm with verdant fetters that cover them. When did that happen? Am I just imperceptive? Whatever. I never have played monsters and men. Always wanted to, but I never had the friends to. Now I do. Hopefully, next time Earl and Elizabeth want to play. Maybe not. It is a strategy game, and that is unfair with Earl. 242. To catch a weasel asleep. The murky waters clutch at my knees and calves with each step, attempting to impede my progress. The weight of the group hangs heavy on the few. Blake does her best to guide us through the swamp, navigating around dangerous sections or calling out deadly flora. But there is only one of her. No one else amongst us is born from these swamps, so we all try our best to not fuck up. It doesn't always go as planned, though. Clumsy, just as his name says, is bit by a venomous snake, while one of the Batto is stung by a violet wasp. Each of them requires immediate aid from Heath and Earl. They barely survive, but now their unconscious forms are carried on makeshift beds of cloth. According to Earl, it'll take at least a week before either is up and moving. Another event that gets a worrisome laugh is when Bonfire eats a frog, and if not for him boiling the poisonous meat before it entered his body as Blake screamed at him, he likely would have died. Events like this happen to almost everyone, barring the expected ones. Johnny, Virgil, Silas, and Blake never once get poisoned, sick, or infested with anything as we move, not even during our fights with sigilled creatures. The angel's reason is evident, his body robust from his ascension and years of experience, but Virgil is a surprise, though not really. He always covers himself in a thick cloth to save his skin from the burning by the sun. That thick cloth might look burly, but it has often guarded his life against weapons, poison, and the sun's radiance. Silas and Blake are the two most expected to be okay, the undead virtually immune to poison. While Blake has not only built a tolerance, but also has a rich knowledge of these areas with a keen sense of danger. She might not know everything here, but knows when something can hurt us. As for me, my foot is purple and ripe, a recent spider bite leaving it swollen. I'm holding off asking for help as I can feel the venom stay in my foot, unwilling to go further as Rapturous slowly clears it out. The skill is much more potent on ether than physical ailments, but works nonetheless. Another few hours, and I should be better. And beside me stumbles the young stone-clad Lennox. Apparently, he is immune to poison, plague, and venom, but not acid. Bits of his rocky exterior crack off from the splash he got by a Kohanta before it was killed by Johnny. It'll take days for his stone skin to regrow. That is unless he gets hit again. The creatures that resemble humans, only composed of dirt, root, and grime, are perilous, and Johnny has told everyone to run should they see one except for Bonfire and Silas. The one that attacked Lennox was only a 4th sigil, but Blake says they have been known to grow to even the 6th. A powerful monster, but still not quite an apex predator like the Latish or Rougarou that can rarely reach the 7th. The marsh is hard to traverse, and as we move toward Valence, it only gets more complicated with the passing days. Around us, the twisted and gnarled vegetation conceals lurking beasts, their growls reverberating through the dense air. Shadows dance among the ancient trees, sprouting from unknown water depths. Occasionally, a sinister presence looms nearby, a demon taunting us from the fringes of our vision. The scouts of whatever nearby mighty demon harry us here or there, but we kill any that show themselves outright, unwilling to waste precious time chasing runaways. Yet, amidst the perils that beset us, I catch fleeting glimpses of 2 figures beyond the veil of foliage. They move with inhuman grace, swift and silent, their purpose clear as the silhouettes are much too large to be human. They are guardians, unseen sentinels who preemptively neutralize threats before they reach us. Their presence is a reminder about how not all that is inhuman is treacherous. Ka and Ro are out there. Maybe they don't feel comfortable staying too close, but I've seen Johnny walk out previous nights while the rest sleep. He always leaves with food, but comes back with nothing. Tennis allies, chiefly because of our language barrier. At least, that's what I like to think. Their forms flicker in and out of view, their movements harmonizing with the rhythm of the swamp. Their vigilance serves as a shield, warding off the malevolence that seeks to consume us. Though true faces remain obscured, their mere presence instills a sense of trust and reassurance within the others for how few times we are attacked. Most don't know that Rougarou are helping us as we aid them, but instead, they think it is Johnny doing the heavy lifting. And I guess, in a way, they are right. Days pass in the swamp as we struggle our way through the mud deep, the water's cold, and the beasts sharp. But after 5 days and 4 nights of travel, we reach the edge, a valley in sight beyond the copse of trees. I hear praise from Bonfire as he notices it, the man being one of the forefront travelers with Blake and me at the moment. Oh, finally, we get out of this damn swamp. Fucking hate this place. Everything is wet, muddy, or fucking both. Wyatt, you up for a game of monsters and men when we reach Bent? I laugh and agree. Always up for a game. But stipulations must come, for sure, but only if we have time. Who knows how dangerous it is? Blake then pipes up, her machete, formed from demon souls cutting through flora to see better. It is likely to be quite busy, you two. Don't get your hopes up. Bent isn't the only fortress to never fall for a reason. And we better head back to let Johnny know we are almost out. Hopefully, there is a nearby settlement or something from which we can find wagons, though most are probably long destroyed. But broken wagons would be a great aid. I agree with her, turning around to head back, but as I do so, I hear a growl. My head twists to find the noise, and I find a 10-foot-tall Rougarou, the giant wolf's head staring at me from behind the brush. Its limbs hardly stick out from underneath the deep mud it rises from, as another half-dozen growls and a few roars ring out. A warning reaches me from Blake as she screams at the top of her lungs. Ambush! Rougarou were waiting for us. Go hot, Bonfire. I shuffle through the high water and circle back to Blake and Bonfire as I see almost a dozen giant creatures ranging from 6 to 10 feet tall encircling us. None of them are as significant as Ro, but I can't help but think the beast is the reason this is happening. Did Ro and Ka plan this somehow? Why would they? Weren't they trading with Johnny for food? I don't have an answer, but I'm not given one either as Bonfire combusts, the level of this threat forcing the man to combust and burn it all down. Just over the past few days, he has practiced more and more with the skill after he learned how dangerous it is. Luckily for him, his burned flesh seems even more resistant to his flames. And boy, are they hot. An inferno washes from Bonfire as the water surrounding him instantly starts to boil, and the mud hardens enough for him to stand upon it without sloshing. But the instant he does so, the near dozen Rougarou charge, roars loading the air with intent to kill and ether distorting the ambience with its density. Blake and I move back to back, our ether firing in plumes as we prepare to fight. All my skills howl to life as I kneel and take in a gasp, trying not to affect Bonfire's flames. And I don't. The effect is focused in front of me as the 4 Rougarou facing me stumble, and when they misstep, a cone of fire covers them. A plume of flame that refuses to die even as the largest Rougarou, an 11-footer with dark blue chains, rushes at Bonfire. Blake darts to the side as I join her, avoiding the deadly beasts surging for us as we try to meet up with Bonfire, the man lost to the joy of his conflagration. But before we can even get close, the giant Rougarou slams into Bonfire from the side. The man, too, focused on keeping the considerable group in his flames. I hear bones crack as Bonfire soars, yet before he can fly far at all, the Rougarou that hit him reaches out to grab his arm. And it does. Sharp claws sink into his scarred arm as he is yanked backward. Arbalest juts me forward, and I reach out to save him. An explosion primed to slay this thing. But before I do, a massive shadow covers us all. Glancing up, I see the familiarly scarred form of Ro as he snarls, a paw swinging heavily for the Rougarou holding Bonfire. The other one snaps back as all the Rougarou pause momentarily, the 2 giants in a stiff collision of presence. I keep my explosion at bay as the beast quickly drops Bonfire, choosing to concentrate on Ro. I move to Bonfire, checking the man to see if he's still alive, and as I do so, he laughs at me. Haha, didn't see that guy at all, did you? I can only shake my head as I quickly bandage his arm, the blood flowing out constantly as my senses vigilantly watch Ro and the other beast next to him. Blake kneels beside me, whispering softly, "We need to go. I think this is a feud." Rougarou are close-knit tribes that fight whenever they meet each other. And that big one there is, well, the biggest fucking one I've ever seen or heard of. He's either an elder, a champion, or something else just as important. Nodding, I remember she wasn't looped in on the whole deal with Ro, but as I do so, the Rougarou speaks a garbled word at us. Go. The single syllable tells me all I need to as I lift Bonfire and back up, the smaller Rougarou moving out of the way from Blake and me. The two of us creep away as the growls continue from the Ro and the other giant beast. But the second we leave the encirclement, the horde pounces on Ro. 11 creatures, weighing hundreds of pounds each and the weakest with a third sigil, hound the massive Rougarou. I pause to watch how he retaliates against the 11-footer, striking at him with a lash of acid that extends from its claws, and the beast does so with the utmost brutality. With an earth-shaking roar, Ro lunges forward, his movements swift and calculated. His massive jaws clamp down on the nearest adversary, tearing through sinew and bone with ease. Blood mingles with the murky waters, a testament to the brutal nature of their struggle. Ro swings his maw sideways, ripping off flesh as he lets the acid burn into him. The 10-footer retreats with a yowl as the others pounce. The gore fixates my eyes on the chaotic clash unfolding before me. Ro looms over the battleground, his hulking form exuding an aura of raw power and dominance. He snarls, baring his razor-sharp fangs, ready to face his adversaries. The pack of smaller Rougarous, nearly a dozen in number, surrounds Ro on all sides. Their fierce snaps and swiping claws resonate through the air, forming an unsettling chorus of aggression. They circle their mighty kin, their bloodlust evident in their gleaming eyes and bared claws. I glance at Blake, and she motions me to retreat, but I shake my head, offloading Bonfire to her. Focusing intensely, I move the ether from Struggler's gasp into my hand for a moment, letting me speak temporarily. Go get Johnny. This Rougarou, the big one, is a friend. She only questions me with raised eyebrows before slinking away with the injured man in her arms. Bonfire isn't wholly out of fighting shape, but in Sinskreek, every wound has the potential to fester. Best if he gets treatment sooner than later. I return my eyes to Ro, my lungs brimming with the ether of Struggler's gasp as the ether returns with a snap. Carefully, I swirl ether through my body for stealth as I try to circle the group of fighters, ignoring my presence. Ro moves with unmatched brutality, his every strike infused with fury. His massive jaws clamp down on one foe, while his powerful limbs lash out at others, sending them sprawling in disarray. His movements are fluid and precise, honed through what can only be countless fights or flawless instincts. He has no external manifestations of ether like his opponents, but he tears through them like it is nothing. Though despite his awe-inspiring strength and unwavering resolve, Ro is vastly outnumbered. The sheer weight of numbers begins to take its toll as his adversaries coordinate their attacks with calculated aggression. They seize every opportunity to exploit his momentary vulnerabilities. The smaller Rougarous launch a relentless onslaught, their attacks coming from all directions. Fangs gnash, claws rake through flesh, and the swamp reverberates with the thunderous impact of their clashes. Growls simmer nonstop from the giant Rougarou, and I can't just watch him die. I'm unsure why he jumped in to save us, but he did, and for that, I will rescue him. I only need to wait for the right moment. The other 6th sigil seems to be commanding the rest, at least partially. If I can kill him, things should get easier. But with each passing moment, fatigue wears down Ro's formidable defenses. His movements become slightly slower, his strikes less precise. Blood stains his fur, evidence of the savage wounds he has endured. Yet, he refuses to yield, his growls and warnings only heightening in volume as his savagery does the same. The pack, sensing Ro's momentary weakness, intensifies their assault. They coordinate their attacks, seeking to overwhelm their mighty adversary. But as two dart in to claw at him, Ro does something new. He lets them, and the moment they dig their natural weapons into him, he strikes, crushing their skulls with his paws as he holds them still. The two struggle for life, and I see the 6th sigil move to help. Perfect. It is my time to strike. My heart races as I witness this desperate struggle between a lone titan and a relentless pack. The outcome hangs in the balance, teetering on a knife's edge, and I will be the one to flip the table. Why did they ignore me like so? Is their hate for each other that great? Or are they too dumb to realize any other threats? Who knows? Doesn't matter, though. Ether surges in my foot like that of a bow and arrow as I bolt forward with Arbalest, my explosion begging to be released from the minute of holding onto my gasp of ether. But one arbalest isn't enough to reach the 6 sigiled attack row, so I use it again instantly, the shift in momentum making me queasy. Yet the boost moves me with unprecedented swiftness, leaving me behind the giant beast as it swings for row. I deny the beast its satisfaction. Even as my foot tingles in pain from the ether usage, I rally my hand and slam it against the creature, my mind commanding the ether simmering on the edge of the bloody palm. An eruption of ether follows, one that blows me backward and everything else nearby away. Stumbling, I force myself to quickly stand to see the result, and struggling to stand is the Rougarou I hit, the wound wide enough for me to fit through its body, not enough to kill it. Fucking hell. 8 growls return my words as the remaining horde turns to me, Ro falling on all fours from his wounds. Ro only managed to kill 2, but he wounded most of the others in at least some significant way. Cracking my knuckles, I step forward with another gasp, drawing Reckless from its sheath, and as the ether fills me, I dart for the giant Rougarou, hoping to kill it before it recovers, but Ro beats me to it, sinking his jaws into its throat. With a shake of my head, I rush the remaining Rougarou with my blade, swinging it wildly at them. But after the death of their leader, they step back, unsure if they should continue. I move to kill them regardless, but fail as they all run away, Ro rising behind me on 2 legs with a head in his hands. Win. I nod at him, a short chuckle as I see his flesh repair quickly. Too quickly, almost as fast as the bloody palm when I first got it. The healing back then wasn't enough to ignore wounds, but it wasn't that distant from it. How are you healing so fast? I ask him what comes to mind as he stands covered in the blood and gore of his kin. Ro replies shortly, though it takes a while to get all the words out as his grumbling terms struggle to escape his inhuman throat. Ro. Ga. Ro, meat. Heal best. Okay, I don't have much to say to that besides that it's weird. Do they heal best from eating each other? Is that a sigil thing? Has to be. Probably an abbot freak mix that makes them how they are. Wait, that makes perfect sense. I stand with Ro for a few more minutes before shouts and a familiar growl reach us. Johnny bursts through the thick marsh alongside Blake, Virgil, and Ka, the young Rougarou with them for some reason. The Iron Consul sprints toward Ro with a question. Did you get him? Ro nods, a rumble emanating from his chest as Ka slams into him like a daughter into a father. Dead. Johnny sighs in relief as he moves and pats me on the shoulder, tossing Ro a bag. Great. Thanks for your help, Wyatt. I didn't know they would attack you guys, but I should have expected it. I twist my neck, unsure of what he means but worried by the meaning of his words. What? You knew about this? And who did he kill? Johnny bobs his head as he shuffles through the mud toward the dead Rougarou. Yeah, I've spent the past few days talking to Ro here and there, trying to gauge the area. He only trusts me, even now, so I didn't tell any of you. But the Rougarou in the area are having a civil war for leadership because of the invasions. Johnny kneels down and rips up a necklace of bones from the dead giant. This is a holy symbol for the Rougarou, one that only the 3 strongest warriors can hold. Factions are fighting currently, and Ro wants one to escape with Ka, or at least I believe that's what he wants. Most of it is guesswork and charades, besides the part about the war. That is obvious. The gunslinger tosses it to Ro, and the beast, with his arms half healed, already catches the object and puts it on his neck reverently. Blake, confused but trying to understand the situation, speaks. Why does he need a GA? And why did that one have it? He doesn't seem that big compared to Ro. Johnny shrugs as he waves Virgil to head back to the wagons. Dunno. Ro is mighty strong. I reckon he's got an absolution or something of the like. It could be a recent advancement. Regardless, he's helpful to us, so we will be kind to him. I reckon it is some symbolic thing, though. Having a GA probably makes him off limits to attack or something without a challenge. Ro replies with a growl as he holds on to Ka. Safe. Unsure he's talking to Ka or us, Johnny raises his arms and moves past him, looking out into the plains that gradually form beyond the thick brush nearby. Great, we're almost there. Ro, if you want to join us, now is the time. I appreciate the help so far, but you have your own life. I doubt you want to harry yourself with our problems. Ro raises his snout and looks to Johnny, a resonant howl leaving his throat. Then, He pulls Ka and clambers back into the depths of the Sinskreek. Ka tries to yank him back, but the older beast refuses, taking her with him. We watch them leave, the three of us pushing onward into the plains to ensure no more traps lie. But as the new friendly creatures leave, they seem to hug the edge of the swamp, not for certain staying or leaving its confines. What odd creatures. 243, Dry Gulch. I break through the dense brush to reveal a valley filled with ferns, mosses, and the occasional rock. Turning back, my mind is occupied by how Sinskreek so quickly falls to a grassland region. The change is drastic and almost immediate, from mud and swamp to grass and dirt. Beside me, Blake takes a moment to rest on the grassy floor, falling onto her back with a relieved sigh now that we are out of the mud. Jostling my head, I stride onward, my eyes scanning the horizon for any sign of danger, and I find some. In the distance, tiny colors move underneath my sight of chains. Reaching into my pocket, I pull out a scope from a broken lever action and raise it to my eyes. The dusty lens doesn't reveal much to me other than my eyes hold true, the figures slightly larger in sight. Shit, be right back, Blake. I see some things in the distance. Stay low. If Johnny comes through, tell him the same. Cursing internally that I should have learned farsight, I push forward, leaving Blake as I creep toward a boulder in the distance to watch the unknown creatures. I'm no master at tracking, but I've spent enough time with Virgil to know what not to do. Staying in an open field is definitely not the best practice. Ether clouds my body in stealth and shadowed as I am aided by the substance internally and externally. Like a ghost, I encroach on the boulder to use it for cover, careful that what I'm looking for might have better eyes. I carefully position myself behind a weathered boulder, the old scope in my hands serving as my window into the vast expanse of Valence, the region dominated by farmland, grassland, and low valleys. And the valley before me stretches far, a rugged terrain painted in the golden hues of the setting sun. Soon, it'll be dark, a perfect time to move for Virgil and me. Right now is for preliminary scouting. I need to know what we're dealing with. And so, focusing on the figures I saw earlier, the light of their chains the only reason I noticed them. Barely glowing figures emerge from the infrequent shadows of the valley, their movements deliberate and filled with an air of secrecy. Through the lens of the scope, I focus my attention on the figures, only to notice they are going in the opposite direction as me, and looking closer with a tempered gaze that sacrifices my smell, taste, and touch. I realize what they are as they pause in their movement for a moment. They aren't demons or humans. Their forms are diminutive and thin. They are pygmies, a race renowned for their craftsmanship and ether control. Clad in peculiar armor that seems to blend seamlessly with the rugged landscape, they possess an aura of mystery and purpose. Each pygmy carries an assortment of weapons across their bodies, their designs as difficult to discern as the beings themselves from this distance. I can't help but let out a low whistle at all the gear they carry. Even from here, I can make out guns of unconventional shapes and sizes hanging at their sides. Curious contraptions dangle from their belts as well, each a mystery to me. Perhaps Earl would know more, but I am clueless. Silent and stealthy, the pygmies navigate the treacherous terrain, their every step calculated to avoid detection. They skulk along the shadows, moving with the utmost caution as they weave toward their target. I can't see the target, but I know the only thing it can be. Bent. Their intent is clear: to launch a surprise ambush, exploiting the element of surprise to their advantage. They seek to overthrow the indomitable through unsavory means. Clever. The fortress stands as a beacon of strength and resilience, a formidable obstacle for any would-be invaders of the rest of the territories through the south or southwest. None want to traverse Sinskreek or Lawless Lake to reach the rest of humanity, so they usually prefer to strike through Valence. That is until Marshall built his wall. It lies far away, proudly standing somewhere in the distance amidst the plains landscape, its imposing presence visible to anyone who steps deeply into Valence. Another 10 miles or so, and its walls should appear on the horizon. But the pygmies, aware of its formidable defenses, have chosen the long and arduous path, taking care to remain undetected as they approach. As I observe the pygmies through the lens, a mixture of curiosity and concern fills my mind. What drives them to undertake such an endeavor? Don't they know Marshall and his soldiers will kill them ruthlessly? I doubt they will succeed. If Bent could fall to such underhanded methods, it would have collapsed long ago. But it could always just be a game of inches. Enough straw can break any house. With each passing moment, the pygmies draw nearer to their destination, their movements purposeful and swift. And as they move, they shrink in my lens, their bodies gradually becoming more challenging to catch. They fade in and out here or there as they enter hiding spots before reappearing as they move from shadow to shadow. I find myself both intrigued and wary of their intentions, aware of the potential dangers that lie ahead. Their ether is the only reason I can continuously find them, the chains of their sigils showcasing them to me. The sun sinks lower on the horizon, casting long shadows across the valley. Darkness begins to envelop the land, shrouding the pygmies in an eerie cloak of secrecy. Their footsteps, muffled by the wilderness, echo with anticipation and the promise of impending conflict. Through the lens of the scope, I continue to observe their progress, captivated by the dance between stealth and strategy. The pygmies move with the precision of seasoned warriors, but simultaneously, I notice them use their devices to significant effect. One seems to slink away into the ground as a coyote or wolf, not sure which, passes by, remaining undetected as others use other tools like a cape that has them fade from even my sight. Time passes, and I remain watching them as they skulk, the sun setting relaxedly behind me, cloaking the pygmies in shadow before me. And as I watch, I discover more and more of them. At first, earlier, I thought there were 5 or so. Now, I'm sure there are at least 10. The pygmies, driven by their ambition and prowess, inch closer to their target. I can simply imagine what catastrophe would befall them should Marshall or his soldiers find them. But at the same time, they could inconvenience the general. Best if we help both, one from a grisly fate and the other from wasting energy. A hand touches my shoulder as I observe the shorter people, and I practically jump as I'm so concentrated on not losing sight of any of their fading figures. Turning, I see Virgil's dark shadowed face that fast reveals his face under the moonlight as he pulls it back. Heard you saw something. The others are on the edge, waiting for what is out there. So, what did you see? I let him in on the pygmies that I was watching and the different things they have. Virgil comments on it shortly, along with a warning, before suffusing himself in shadows and pulling me forward. Great. We can get Earl some more materials to work with if these are contemporary pygmies. Stay shadowed while we move, and I don't care about the ether cost. If found, we are at a massive disadvantage to these crafty bastards. Nodding, I follow, my overcoat soon flowing with my ether and leaving me not as dark as Virgil but close. Staying just a step behind him, we move over the grass from a small tree to a dip in the land. Any bit of cover, Virgil finds it and uses it. Meanwhile, I go over what I know of pygmies. He thinks these are contemporary pygmies, one of the 2 major factions among the race of small men. And I'd have to agree this faction is new but highly dangerous to the human way of life. Unlike the traditional section, led by the current creator of the pygmies, the contemporary focuses on developing new technologies, weapons, and tools rather than just experimenting and weaving together ether. This means they are ruthless and bloodthirsty, at least compared to the traditionals, wanting to take as much of our technology as they can for research. That is an awful thing for us, as humans have always led in that department. And frankly, we don't have the cohesiveness or academics they do. Should they all switch to such a tone of mind, we might swiftly be overpowered by technology and weapons, something we are known most for. Sure, we have the advantage for now, but every single pygmy is a craftsman of some kind. Among humans, we're lucky if it's 1 in 10,000. It is a dark day when they shift to science and ether instead of merely ether. And so, we move to not only take their tools for Earl to experiment with, as he's been poring over that almanac from the underworld, but to also weaken their faction. To be sent out on such a mission means they must be consequential, and I spotted a 5th sigil among the group. Not extremely high-ranking, but far enough up the ladder to matter. Virgil's eyes, graced with far sight, can keep up with my sight of chains. But to find the pygmies, we still need to repeatedly use the scope across the valley. Stealthily, I traverse the grassy terrain, my senses honed to pick up the slightest traces left behind by the pygmies. Though inaudible at this distance, their footsteps betray their presence, imprinting the ground with faint impressions that guide me along their path through my scope. With each careful stride, I follow their trail, observing their footprints in the soft earth, a testament to their passing. But as I move, Virgil is beside me, the man also on watch for an ambusher. There is always a chance we were seen. After all, the pygmies' footprints tell a story of their movements, waving left and right from place to stay unseen. Unluckily for them, my eyes spot radiant chains from any distance, showing them to me as long as they enter the open for even a moment. And when they don't, I just have to follow their footprints. The faint scent of their presence lingers in the air, an elusive fragrance of rust and metal carried by the gentle breeze. Tempering my sense of smell for a moment, I inhale deeply, allowing the subtle hints to guide me forward like a hound on the scent. It feels weird to do so, and I almost laugh at it, but I stop myself as my ether flows into my nose, rudimentarily enhancing my smell. Bits of oil and gunpowder enter my nose along with medicine. No, something flammable. I don't know exactly what it is, but I've seen Earl ignite something that smelled similar before. I whisper my discovery to Virgil, and he nods as we get nearer, the pygmies only at most a few 100 feet away. But each stays apart from the other, unwilling to be found together. I can't help but feel a little for ruining all their preparation. I'm sure they have equipment or people meant for scrambling the senses of augurs or prowlers, but all I have to do is look ahead, my metamorphosed eyes spotting them. Virgil gets my attention with a silent wave of his hands. He's telling me to find a time to strike. Nodding, we split silently, each going for the two nearest pygmies. Still shadowed by a Dumbrel's skill, I creep toward the 4-foot-tall creature clad in weapons and gear, hiding behind a portion of the hill for cover. Together, we creep along the shrubs and tall grasses, stealth and shadowed, making me nigh impossible to spot. Time becomes irrelevant as Virgil and I become consumed by the pursuit, my focus unwavering. I just need to find the right time. This one is constantly looking around, waiting to move. They have continuously done this while we chase them as if something, or someone, was watching this area. We likely would not have caught up if they had not made such frequent stops. Seconds of tense skulking turn into minutes as I stare at the form of the PYMGY less than 10 feet from me, yet my determination does not waver. The bush above me covers my form as the rest of me blends into the night, my form noiseless. But a moment before I strike, ether surging in my hand with wetting and an arbalest in my foot for a clean kill, I hear a high-pitched scream up ahead that originates from where a pygmy was previously, but not the one Virgil went after. Instantly, I pause my strike as I see a figure move up ahead through the gap in the grasses, a swirl of motion that descends upon the creatures we were chasing as they scream in alarm. None of them speak in Chero, so I don't know what they mean, but I can get the gist. The sound of cries, agony, and terror is pretty universal. Suddenly, a figure emerges from the darkness, swift, silent, and humanoid in stature. Its movements are a blur, a deadly dance of precision and power as dark blue chains ripple upon its form. With the pace of a pack of wolves, yet only one, it descends upon the unsuspecting pygmies, its hands transforming into razor-sharp claws that slice through flesh and bone before, with a sharp hiss of metal, it draws two identical curved blades. The pygmies rise from their hiding spots, found by their predator, as they release their weapons. Gunshots resound, explosions burst, and fire blazes as they use so many contraptions to try and survive. It looks like a spectacle to my eyes, but none of it matters. Not the nets of barbed wire with acid, not the gun with a rotating barrel, and not even the hidden sixth sigil that I missed can stop the carnage. The best they do is break a single sword with a fiery explosion that sets me with ringing ears. Around me, the air is punctuated by the chilling sound of tearing flesh, accompanied by muffled cries of agony. The figure's teeth, identical to a human's, mimic a crocodile's jaws, clamping down on its victims with ferocious strength. Its movements are fluid and savage, an embodiment of merciless destruction. I watch in awe as the figure dispatches the pygmies with ruthless efficiency. Their feeble attempts at defense are futile, their weapons rendered useless against this superior predator. Limbs are severed, bodies torn apart, as if they are nothing more than mere playthings in the grasp of a merciless beast. But it doesn't groan or grunt or even laugh. It just kills, silently, like the perfect weapon, something built only to do that one specific action. The figure's movements are a macabre ballet, each strike executed with lethal precision that has only a single purpose: to kill. I can only admire its movement, the efficiency of ether and power, the skill and talent as it dances toe-to-toe with 10 times its number. I tried something similar and almost died. Meanwhile, this creature annihilates the pygmies like they are nothing but prey, though he does take damage too, as blood falls from his shifting form. Maybe he's not that untouchable, after all. As the massacre unfolds, a chilling realization dawns upon me as the figure pauses for a moment, staring down at the remaining pygmies long enough for me to catch a glimpse of its face. It's a human, a man, one in his mid-20s at his latest, with a slight stubble. I dare not make a sound. My breath is held hostage in my chest as the man scours his surroundings for any leftover prey. I'd rather not fight him. The human senses seem heightened, as if they can detect the air's faintest disturbance. More beast than man, and he finds more. The man moves with an unnatural grace, evading any potential retaliation, vanishing into the shadows with each life claimed. A bright light breaks through the darkness out of nowhere, the man flying through the air lit with a flame. A dozen figures dart from the shadows, the ground, and even the air as they intercept him, half of them clad in some sort of blue chain. The man is skewered and heavily wounded as he slams into the ground, blood sputtering to the ground in great chunks. Yet, the man recovers instantly, flipping onto his hands like a cat tossed off a cliff to its death. And without even a grunt of pain, the man retaliates with 10 times the ferocity, speed, and power as I hear a dull throb, like a suppressed heartbeat. For an instant, he vanishes from my sight before reappearing with a claw around a pygmy that he uses to rip out its throat. Then, he shifts and dodges a gout of flame as a net gets him in his leg. Slowed significantly, he manages to avoid the blast of cannon that somehow appeared on the grass before it slams into the dirt, shaking the earth. What the fuck is happening? I thought there were only a few pygmies? Where did all these come from? Is Virgil all right? Questions spew from my mind, but I stay silent, still, and relaxed. I can't panic or show myself. These people are deadly, especially the human, and the human of my focus only continues to rage amid the pygmies, ripping out hearts, smashing skulls, and butchering the craftsmen as they do their best to put him down with their gear. Odd and bizarre effects slow, trap, or injure him, but he grows more brutal with every wound. Additionally, the noise, the rhythmic beat, gradually grows more substantial with every spilled drop of blood. And the number of the pygmies continues to fall, the counter-ambush proving to fail against this human. When the number falls to 4, the only ones left alive being 6 sigils, they retreat into the dirt below, disappearing without a trace. It appears as though they cut their losses after all those deaths. Just as swiftly as the battle begins, it ends, and the human stands tall for a few moments after it ends, vigilantly watching for more threats before losing his composure. With a thump, he falls forward onto his knees, blood splattering and dyeing the grass red. Nah, I'ma go back. Don't know this man. Don't know where the fuck he's from, or if he's an outlaw. I'd instead not get into this mess. I'm sure Virgil is the same. Silently, I retreat deeper into the undergrowth, my heart pounding in my chest. My knees push me backward, but right as my vision of the man is about to fade, a shadowed figure runs toward him with a confused shout. Tomas? Damn it, the one fucking time. 244, into the bone orchard. I force my torso from the grass and hurl myself forward, partly worried for Virgil and half annoyed that we can't just escape. But it is not to be. Virgil is beelining straight for the kneeling butcher surrounded by the bodies of short men clad in confusing equipment. Who the hell is Tomas, anyway? Following the nightshade, I come close to the man in question, his breath wheezy and troubled. Virgil glances at me for only a moment before kneeling down and speaking to the fallen. Tomas, is that you? The wolf? Why are you out here? Shouldn't you be in bed? Tomas, the man's title starting to awaken some memories in my mind, stubbornly raises his head to meet our eyes. And for a moment, I pause, the intensity in the pupils never before seen. Deep yellow saturates the whites of his eyes as his pupils are midnight black. At least understandable Chero comes from his mouth, unlike the Rougarou from before. Though, when he speaks, Blood flows from his lips, and he spits out a chunk of what I can only assume is his lung. It is me. Who are you two fellows? Come to join the war? You're both accepted. Now, help me up. Marshall needs me. His words are demanding yet carry a sense of righteous urgency, as if only his words should be followed. For a moment, I worry he has a con man or lawman, but I quickly realize he doesn't. The effect doesn't disperse with a casual use of rapturous. He is just honest and truthful. Virgil pats the man's shoulder before moving to his side, motioning for me to get his other. I acknowledge him and help even if I'm unsure of what we are doing. Don't you worry about that, Wolf. Johnny Caldwell is on his way. Hopefully, he can buy some more time with Marshall. Tomas, the wolf raised by Marshall Travis, the heir to the Bent Fortress, stands with our help. Once on his feet, he pushes aside our support and pivots to the east, where Bent should lie beyond the horizon. The wolf raises a human hand with the power of the sharpest blade to his stomach, sealing his blood within from his wounds using his claws to shut the injuries. Good. Marshall could use another set of wings. Come on then, runts. We got distance to cover. Our spy found out that those high weavers who just escaped were carrying loads of explosives, enough to send Bent to hell if they made it beyond the wall. Still, the siege of the pygmies begins in the morning, and right now, the men are fighting the demon's siege alone without me. Tomas steps forward, his body gradually gaining strength, but I don't move. Instead, I glance at Virgil, bewildered. The tightly dressed man shakes his head and pulls his goggles from his eyes and hood off his head, introducing himself as Tomas walks away. I'm Virgil. This is Wyatt. We work with Johnny. There is a 7th sigiled with us, along with 1 6th sigiled, 7 5th sigileds, several 4th sigileds, and many below that. And of our group, there exists 4 absolutioners. This gets a response from Tomas, the man, despite his words, twisting around on a dime. The man's face breaks into relief as he takes an audible sigh, the fog of his breath more noticeable than his noise. So, I get my first reinforcements from a band of outlaws? Very well. Better than the estates, I suppose. Go get your boys then. I'll meet you there. It should be smooth travel until you see the walls. Most prefer to fight on the battlefield. The dispersal of knowledge onto the unyielding wall's right-hand ends without much applause or event as Tomas stumbles away, gradually gaining speed before leaving us in a sprint across Valens back to his home. Blood drips constantly, only serving to seep more and more as he lengthens the distance. Virgil glances at me and shrugs, explaining shortly before cloaking himself in the night again and heading back to where we came from to inform Johnny. Tomas is an odd man, always about duty, just like Marshall. I only recognized him because of his eyes, the piercing yellow. We best get moving, though. If he's willing to sprint with such injuries, shit must be grave at Bent. At least they got plenty of docs. I nod as I flow ether into myself again, following right after him. You two met the wolf? How lucky. No, it's not luck. It can't be. Earl's been busy working on his tools. Something else is going on here. Johnny paces in front of Virgil and me, the 3 of us moving toward Bent first. We need to clear the odd mishmash of people we have with Marshall and Tomas so no one gets hurt. I doubt they will be all that welcoming of a stoneclad, an undead, and over 2 dozen Bado, and the son of the viceroy. As we walk, Virgil pipes up a question to Johnny about artifacts. Speaking of luck, did Ray have an artifact? I know you kept his body and how important gamblers are. I was just wondering. And what about those pygmies? I'm sure Earl could use their sigils, but he can only take it if they form into an artifact. Johnny shakes his head at the former and nods to the latter. No artifact from Ray yet. Those things with 6 sigils sometimes take a few days, let alone an angel. It might be a month or so until it appears. As for the pygmies, one of them did. Yeah, it had a craftsman too, so we're saving it for the little genius. I merely listen to them talk as we continue to move, a shape appearing on the horizon, far in the distance. But alongside that shape is a rising sun, the hours passing rapidly between returning and getting Johnny. The radiance from the sun blocks our vision, yet it only makes us move faster. The deadline for the subsequent siege is soon to arrive. As I approach from afar, the coming sun paints the horizon with hues of orange and gold, its warm rays partially obstructing my vision. The air is heavy with the acrid smell of gunpowder and blood, mingling with the faint scent of smoke. The distant echoes of cannon fire reverberate through the air, punctuated by the sharp cracks of gunfire. I can feel my skin shake even from this distance, bent but a mile away. Columns of thick, billowing smoke rise from various points across the battlefield in front of the fortress, and some even originate from the massive stone walls, obscuring the landscape in a haze of gray. It coils and twists, carried by the gentle breeze, creating an unearthly dance against the backdrop of the morning sky. As I draw nearer, Virgil and Johnny moving beside me swiftly, the details come into focus. Even this far out, the ground is littered with remnants of warfare. A symphony of spent casings, discarded ammunition, and shattered fragments of weaponry. The soil itself bears the scars of many years of conflict, marred by deep craters and churned earth. Innumerable blood has been spilled on these grounds, countless bones buried, and a heartbreaking number of lives permanently lost, only to be eventually etched on the heights of hope. The deafening sounds of battle intensify, each explosion shaking the ground beneath my feet. The rhythmic symphony of cannon fire and gunshots creates a threatening backdrop to the chaos. In the distance, the fortress stands tall, its walls a formidable barrier against the onslaught. Plumes of dark vapor rise from its ramparts, evidence of the fierce resistance mounted by its defenders. They hold their ground, as they always have. Amidst the tumult, I can see, even from here, figures dart and weave, their movements proof of the skill and experience of Marshall's men as they strike at the invaders. Marksmen atop the walls, their faces etched with determination, hunker down behind hastily made ramparts of wood, their stone ones broken or shattered from use without time for repair. Yet despite the horrible position and losing atmosphere, their weapons are poised and ready. Arrows fly, bullets sing, and cannons roar with every step we take. The scale of the battle beyond anything I've ever seen in my whole life. It is beyond anything I could have imagined. At just a glance, I see dozens of people die, their blood dyeing the ground with their crimson. Though, more pygmies are killed than humans. If that was not the case, we would have lost this place long ago. No place has better soldiers than Bent, of heart or body. Johnny shouts to me as we move, hardly loud enough for me to hear him clearly. This is war, kid. Real war. It comes and goes in other places, but our wall never stops. Let's keep it that way. Feeling the emotion in the older man's voice, I agree. I can hear screams of pain and yowls of triumph, but the things that hit me the hardest are the silent cries. The ones that I can't help but try to ignore are the faces of dying men slumped against mounds as we get closer and closer to the battlefield. I want to remove the temper upon my eyes, but I don't. I need to keep my eyes peeled. And the cause of all this devastation, at least now, is the pygmies. Well, them and their creations that were born of ether and stolen human ingenuity. These creations are deployed to a devastating result. Catapults launching fiery projectiles into the fortress walls, trebuchets hurling massive rocks that shatter upon impact. The ground trembles beneath the weight of their armored units, clad in even heavier steel than the councilmen of the High Table, their movements synchronized and relentless. Some soldiers can deflect or otherwise counter these machines of war, but they are few and far between. The strength of sigil needed is too high to break a flying cannonball. Most end up repairing and healing from the destruction. Blades twirl out of the hands of these armaments, as they are called, just as guns join their brutal symphony to slay the defenders of Bent. From afar, the distance closing every second, I see a third sigiled man get rushed by an armament and swiftly taken down. Sadly, I can't see the sigils of the PYMGY in the armor, as it somehow blocks my sight. Yet amidst the chaos, I catch a glimpse of a figure, weathered by time and adorned in tattered military clothing. He stands at the forefront of the battle. His fists are clenched at his sides, radiating an aura of raw power as they vibrate with ether before my very eyes. With each strike, he becomes a whirlwind of motion, his movements defying the limitations of age. But that is not all he defies. 3 pygmies clad in violet fetters stand behind the army that Marshall approaches, yet they do not strike. They must be fearful of the man every boy once looked up to. Instead, Marshal Travis, the one-man army, comes to meet them head-on. Each swing is a statement of power, each step a view to will, and each shout a declaration to the world. The wall is here, and he will not fall. No candle may be snuffed without a sound. I cannot help but think of his words, those that every human with a sigil ought to know as he pushes forward, alone yet unstoppable. Even in his old age, he refuses to topple silently. The old man pummels through the pygmies with unrivaled strength, his blows landing with bone-crushing force. Each strike kills dozens of pygmies thrown at him, using every weapon they have to even slow him. Ravines are built into the ground with a swing of his arm as he grapples an armament and uses him as a weapon against a wall of shields. His fists blur as he strikes, his every movement a symphony of violence and precision. The years might have hindered his movement, stalled his growth, and weakened his muscles. But the walls has only grown sharpened edges, removing any hints of grime or dullness from the stone that adorns his form. But as the old man battles, showing he is full of energy, the three angels step forward, metal and steel hovering beside them. One is clad in his steel, some kind of dark-steeled armament, while the other two raise their weapons, one a gun with dozens of barrels and the other a blade crackling with plumes of flame, orange gas, and dripping acid. Without hesitating, Marshall shakes the entire landscape with a stomp as he disappears from my vision. But he reappears, slamming into the pygmy with the dark armament, the two spiraling across the landscape. A trench is inlaid from the single attack, placing an eternal mark upon the world. That is, until he ruins it with another. The clash of weapons intensifies on the battlefield as the leaders clash, the fortress walls standing as a final bastion against the relentless onslaught. The battlefield is a maelstrom of chaos, a dance of life and death. The air is thick with the scent of blood and smoke, mingling with the desperate cries of the wounded and the triumphant shouts of those who stand defiant. And we are so close, close enough that Johnny starts letting out shots of his pistol toward the angels, the man signaling that Marshall is not alone. He was saving his ammo for the more significant threats. Otherwise, he could have started shooting minutes ago. He can reload with glitch, but otherwise, he only has a few hundred rounds in total for Fate Sealer. I inch closer, my heart burning within me. The scene is a testament to the resilience and courage of humanity, standing against the overwhelming odds presented by the pygmy invasion. The clash of forces is a symphony of disorder, an epic struggle between survival and annihilation. It seems we will have to wait to speak to Tomas or Marshall, not that I see the former anywhere. With bated breath, I prepare to join the fray, my skills and resolve ready to be tested. Ether flows through my body as Arbalest shoots me forward, hurtling right for a pygmy raising a gun toward a man's head. Reckless flies from my sheath and with wetting, which I recently improved to handle large weapons, carves right through the shorter creature as I continue my sprint, heading for the center of the battlefield. Virgil huffs as he shadows me, the dual daggers in his hands, weapons of mass destruction for any who attack me in the back. Johnny diverts from our group as he speeds up, his form blurring momentarily. The angel spent most of our time through Sinskreek practicing with his ether, and he finally made a breakthrough. Johnny didn't achieve Living Strand or Excavator, but he can now combine his newest sigil skill with Accelerate. Grit, the simple yet powerful skill he got as an angel that allows him to bolster any skill of his choosing, the only limit being how much pain he can withstand and the difficulty in forcing the skill to work with his others. And Johnny? Oh, he can hurt a hell of a lot. Like a whirlwind, the iron console moves through the battlefield, gunshots ringing out constantly as he plows his way to Marshall. Meanwhile, Virgil and I clash our way toward the center. As I plunge deeper into the heart of the battlefield, my friend moves like a shadow beside me, seamlessly blending with the smoky haze and dark recesses. Virgil disappears and reappears with each step, striking swiftly and silently, leaving only chaos and confusion in their wake. Flicker is an underrated yet supremely deadly skill. I envy Virgil and his absolution skill, but at the same time, I don't envy how he got it. Armed with my towering greatsword, reckless with its gleaming blade twice the length of a PYMGY, I carve a path. Thankfully, it appears at this point, as a fifth sigil, I am a minority, a force to be reckoned with against the pygmies. Only a few are dangerous enough to give me pause, but not all are weak. Their weaponry showcases a macabre ingenuity born from their twisted minds. In particular, some wield weapons capable of spitting flame, casting forth torrents of searing flames that lick hungrily at anything in their path. I slam reckless into the ground, contorting myself as I hide behind the sword, flame washing around me, scratching at me through a dumbrel. The blade lightens in color, slowly turning a dark red from the head as the bloody palm groans in pain. But as the pain surges through my arm and my skin, a cool sensation at my waist lightens the burden, Lily speaking to me softly in my mind. So many dead. It's delicious. Have some. Only during such feasts can I talk to you like this. Could you join a few more? I like the company. It's almost like I'm standing next to you. I quickly thank her in my mind, even as her words unsettle me. Nevertheless, I appreciate her help as the flames finally die, my hand fighting against the burn as I fast pat down the blaze on my overcoat. Thankfully, a dumbrel is severely resistant to all forms of damage, for even Alexos had problems piercing through it with his daggers. Though he managed to get through anything I ever tried to defend myself with, physical or not. My eyes meet the pygmy as it slaps its creations, the flame barely puttering out. The short man yells at me in its language, some kind of curse, as it runs away. Not having that, I chase him, my blade light red in color as I cut him in twain, 2 sections of 2 feet tall pymgy falling to the ground. Without peeking at his body, I move on, spotting a pygmy in the air. A pygmy with metallic wings swoops down from above, raining down a barrage of explosive projectiles in front of me. I deftly sidestep the deadly rain, my feet carrying me swiftly with the aid of arbalest, extending the distance between us. Then, I lean forward and dart back ahead with a double dose of arbalest, throwing myself into the smoke from the attack. And as I do so, I spot pygmies clad in heavy armor emerge like behemoths, their footsteps reverberating with an ominous weight. They wield colossal hammers and axes, their strikes capable of toppling even brick walls and stone barricades. And on their arms lie rudimentary cannons, the weapons ready to fire at any moment. The soldiers are using the smoke for cover. Resolutely as I dart to the ground not to be shot, I take a deep gasp, struggler's gasp filling my lungs with air and ether. The giants in solid armor stumble, lights going out on the armaments as I hear a whistle above me. Thinking it is another set of bombs, I arbalest away only to slam into a falling pygmy with wings. Realizing I threw him off balance and out of the air by siphoning the ether a moment ago, I tackle him to the ground and quickly stab him in the neck with his own dagger. The fight is so short and swift that the pygmy doesn't even have time to blink as he dies. But behind me clomp heavy thuds, and I turn around to see 2 figures push through the smoke toward me, arms raised. I can see down the dark, thick barrels as they prepare to fire the cannons. But before they do, a blur of shadowy tendrils grapples both. Virgil raises their arms toward the sky as his dagger, tipped in necrosis, stabs through a gap in the armor at the shoulder. He then bounces off of one, but not before firing his colt right into where the ear would be of the pygmy, tossing it off balance. The armaments might be much taller than the pygmies, but that's because they sit on the top of the armors, sporting a higher ground than usual. But even these things they took from humans, Eli Weiss-coiled steam being the first armament in existence. Now's not a time for thought, though. It's for action. Jumping forward, I heave reckless toward the armament before me as Virgil focuses on the other, fading in and out of reality constantly with flicker. And I can't help but think these pygmies have some really odd creations as the armament raises a circular disc toward me, the thing spinning rapidly in his hand. 245, bag o' nails. My mind screams of warning as the pygmy donning the heavy armament flings the disc thing at me, and I immediately shunt myself to the side. Arbalest answers my call with a twang in my foot, shuttling me out of the way as soreness eats into my foot. I flip almost head over heels before I catch myself on a roll. But something else is eaten into, the disc flying past me and digging into a piece of stone once used for covers as the small boulder is sliced in half, the weapon continuing to cut as it moves on. I can't help but widen my eyes as I look at the pygmy, it pulling another from some compartment in its armor, hefting my blade, the soreness in my feet fading with all the death nearby as Lily graces me with a calm river of life. I dart at the pygmy. Virgil is dealing with the other 7-foot-tall armament in this smoke, and I'll kill this one. Speaking of, before I close the distance, It throws another one of those cutting discs, flipping reckless to the flat part of the blade. I let the weapon slam into it, and the disc cuts a small divot into the edge before deflecting off. Fuck, maybe not the best idea. I like reckless, but it's not that important to me. I fought fine without it. Better it gets hurt than me. Making a decision on how to proceed, I narrow the distance between us with an arbalest and swing reckless widely at the pygmy. It raises metal-covered arms, a fan-like shield emerging to guard itself, but I match its robust defenses with unbridled power and a wetting that runs along the edge of my claymore. The sound of steel on steel rings inside my head as Reckless knocks the pygmy off kilter with one swing. The shield in its hands crumpled and broken, planting a foot in the ground to leverage the sixth flam. I hurl the blade up and down as the pygmy tries to defend itself, aiming its cannon at me again. Yet, I am faster, even with the heavy blade, and the edge sinks straight into the helmet of the pygmy, crushing the skull of the soldier instantly. I don't even hear a groan or cry of pain as they fall to the ground motionless. And shortly after I finish with mine, Virgil kills his, the man managing to slay his with more finesse. It seems he pried the helmet off with his tendrils and then shot the pygmy in the head. I almost say some words to him in the dense smoke before I realize that struggler's gasp yet fills my lungs. And so, I rear my head back as I spin around, breathing out the gasp of defiance with all my might. A miniature tornado leaves my lungs, the ether mixing back into the air as the smoke all around us disperses, revealing the other figures that were using the smoke for cover. Some human, some are not so human. After noticing them once the fog clears, a burly man with a saber and a sawed-off shotgun tackles a pygmy in armament, tussling with them on the ground. Virgil and I focus on the other half-dozen pygmies in heavy armor that are closer to the fortress and the sharpshooters that shoot invaders from a distance. I give him a quick look before we agree silently, falling upon the six with a vengeance. As we do so, I hear a gunshot from the man nearby, and he stands again, looking for another pygmy to slay. That's a soldier of Marshall. That is precisely what I would expect. The pygmies only notice us when we get near. The 6-2 focused on dodging gunfire or falling arrows. Thankfully, we don't have to worry about that too much as the soldiers in the fortress are highly trained and likely have sigils increasing their accuracy. Virgil descends onto two at once, the flickering and wraith-like form of his covering them with shadows as he strikes. They can't even touch him as he phases right through bullets and into the ground to pop up behind them. I move on to two others as that soldier I saw takes the final ones into his own hands, deflecting a blade before shooting the pygmy in the chest and sending it tumbling. It really irritates me that I can't recognize the sigil of the pygmies in armaments, but I guess it just evens the playing field. Though, that one angel's feathers are clearly magenta. Maybe it's only something for the weaker ones to keep them safe. Dashing forward to the closet pygmy to me, I hinge my legs on the ground as I twist my body, filling my arm with release as I take no chance and hurl reckless toward the second pygmy turning toward me. The blade, soaring through the air with a hiss from its red-hot steel, impales the pygmy into the ground. The creature barely had time to even open its eyes before it sent sprawling to the ground. Then, without a practical weapon, I evade a bladed lash from the foremost pygmy, ducking under the sweep before dropping onto my arm and legs. And with a snap of my arm, Arbalest hurtles me forward, and I kick the PYMGY with my momentum. It stumbles back as I follow up with the bloody palm reaching for blood. I try to make a rudimentary blast with my own ether, substituting Struggler's gasp, but the origin of my art of fiction has other plans. A portion of flesh explodes off the bloody palm, a squelch resounding as the acidic flesh burrows into the armor of the pygmy. The man almost instantly falls as the bloody palm reaches the fleshy innards of the armament, the being inside screaming at the top of their lungs. I can't help but snarl as it takes place, a single finger missing from the bloody palm. My ring finger. It's regrowing, only slowly enough that I can hardly notice it with my eyes. But after just a single moment of this hell for the pygmy, the flesh crawls out of the melted helmet as the man falls and jumps back to my hand, reattaching the finger. I stare at the bloody palm as I realize what just happened. That's the bloody palm's newest skill, the one from its sixth sigil. It can detach now. Oh fuck. I take a moment to stare at it as I run the other ones through my mind, not quite adding up to 6. Control blood. Heal with blood. control, and shapeshift flesh, sacrifice portions of self for strength, and this detachment thing. I must be missing one more skill from it, as unlike Colts, Claymore, or Bulwarks, artifacts have one talent for each sigil, just like Sigils do. Though, that missing skill could just be some form of empowerment. Yeah, I hope that's it. If it's been hiding something crazy from me this whole time, that will suck. Yet, as I feel the bloody palm resettle onto my hand, it seems off. A heat boils within the hand, vigor coursing from what it likely just stole. Yet the palm doesn't gloat or sing of its hunger. It simply falls quiet as I stand next to two dead pygmies. Unsure how to handle the artifact, I step past the horribly killed one. I then put my foot on the armor of the second before ripping out the blade from the dead fighter. It bled out seconds after Reckless arranged for a gap in its guts. From there, I see the other soldier from earlier, clad in only green chains, stomp the helmet of the pygmy he's fighting before getting hit in the lower back by some projectile. I move to help him, but before I take even a step, the thing that stuck him explodes with a deafening bang. Smoke and dust rise into the air as the man rolls along the ground limply. Nevertheless, I sprint for him, sliding on the bloody ground that is rapidly turning into mud. Getting near, I see just how badly the explosion injured him. His left arm is missing entirely, and his left leg ends at the knee, not to mention the horrible shrapnel in his flesh. Cursing and feeling awful, I can only hold him as I sense his life rapidly draining. Most of it is spilling out onto the blood-stained soil around. But as I wrap my arm around him, a hand touches my shoulder, an order quickly following it loud enough to pierce the gunfire. Get that man to the walls. A medic can still save him. Looking up, I see a familiar set of yellow eyes, the color harmonious with the battlefield in a grim way. The wolf, Tomas. I don't immediately follow, not knowing where to go from within the smoke. He hauls me to my feet with a lone arm, the dying man rising with me as he shouts again, pointing in a direction. Go now, that way. I already cleared things with Marshall before the pygmies got here, Wyatt. Now go. We're running out of men on the fronts. Most of what we have are marksmen, not footmen. So we have to save all we can. Unable to deny him, I grasp onto the man and, seeing the tag on his shirt, pull him forward, my ether speeding us up. All right, Dean, let's go. I don't get a reply other than his head bobbing loosely, but I know he's alive by the chains that still exist on his form. With adrenaline coursing through my veins, I hoist the wounded man, Dean, over my shoulder, his weight pressing against me as I surge forward through the tempest of chaos. The recently begun siege seems to only escalate as pygmies dive further through the lines, causing the men on the walls to go all out with their weaponry. Until now, most of the fighting has been done by powerful humans slowing the line of pygmies, but now that injuries have built up in the 4th, 5th, and few 6th sigils are starting to retreat, it is time for the artillery to fly. The only few not stepping back are the Angels and Tomas. As I run, I see other people retreating, and Virgil is not far from me, dragging a woman along with him that shoots behind him to keep the invaders off their tails. I glance back for a moment and regret it. The pygmies are rapidly advancing, for only 3 men yet hold the line. The Wall and Johnny torment the 3 pygmy architects, preventing the Angels from devastating our numbers. It seems held at a standstill, for the 2 humans are also attacked from behind by a multitude of powerful pygmies. Meanwhile, Tomas carves his way through the armor of the army with his claws, crunches through catapults with his teeth, and ruins other siege weaponry with his attacks. The wolf is hounded by hundreds of predators, but he is fast and nimble, moving through the horde as he harasses their lines and ruins their weapons. And soon, support joins him. Cannon fire thunders in the distance, shaking the ground beneath my feet as they land behind me, while gunshots crackle like furious fireworks, filling the air with a symphony of danger. Yet, the shots are coordinated, not landing upon Tomas within the bounds of the enemy. Arrows whiz through the sky, their deadly flight accompanied by the sharp whistling sound that sounds far too close to be comfortable. As the projectiles seek their deadly marks, I weave and dodge to allow them to strike their signature. But shots don't only come from in front of me as I dash for the walls. They also come from behind. Tomas can't break all of the many trebuchets, cannons, and catapults set up. Each step is a gamble, a dance with death, as I navigate the treacherous path strewn with fallen warriors and discarded weaponry. Everyone I pass is missing their chains, so I don't even bother. But that doesn't mean each limp body is nothing to me. Each is a minor shock, slowly growing as I see dozens of recently dead and hundreds that have been lifeless for months, their flesh stripped and left only to the bone with shattered skeletons. Plumes of dirt rise just feet from me, a catapult crashing into the soil. Stumbling, I force myself to recover as my ears ring without sound, the world deaf to my senses. Blinking rapidly to remove the dust from the impact, I continue on, arbalest shuttling me forward as I feel a bullet enter my side. Groaning, I misstep, my foot tripping on a body of a long-dead man, the bones crunching underfoot. Sucking in a deep breath, I allow strugglers' gasp to strengthen me, the chains in my body simultaneously restricting and supporting me. And as I move, a chilly stream of life comes from the colt on my hip, slowly traveling to my side and combating the injury. Thanks, Lily. Sadly, a silent thank you is all she can get as I can't speak with my current skill, my body hurtling toward the wall with extreme swiftness. I just have to be careful not to hurt Dean, the wounded man I'm carrying with my momentum. Explosions reverberate through the battlefield, earth and debris erupting into chaotic clouds of smoke and dust. The acrid smell of gunpowder mingles with the metallic tang of blood, saturating the air with a potent mix of danger and desperation. The scent artificially grows as my hearing is gone, intensifying the sensations. As I navigate the treacherous terrain, my heart pounds in my chest, matching the rhythm of the battlefield's cacophony. Each footfall propels us forward, bridging the gap between chaos and sanctuary. My breath would come in ragged gasps. If I could breathe right now, that is. Instead, I pump my legs and hold Dean up without a single gasp of air to keep it going. With every stride, my muscles burn, fueled by the urgency to reach safety. Sweat beads on my brow, mingling with the dirt and grime that cakes my skin, evidence of the hardships endured in this crucible of conflict. Yet, I press on, ignoring the blood dripping from my side, even as another bullet scrapes along the side of my shin, the shot barely missing. The battlefield is long and slowly disappears beneath me as we progress. But behind us are the Reapers, following with their blackened steel contraptions. The walls loom before us as we draw nearer to our destination like a beacon of hope amidst the chaos. Defenders upon the ramparts unleash volleys of arrows and bullets, warding off the relentless assault. The number of gunmen, archers, and cannoneers is vastly above those that were on the front line. Their shouts of encouragement blend with cries of anguish and determination, melding into a resolute chorus that reverberates through the air. I sprint with renewed vigor, pushing my body to its limits. Each stride brings us closer to safety, closer to the skilled hands of medics who can mend his broken body and tend to his wounds. Doubtless, doctors even greater than Heath exist beyond those walls. And if he can regrow limbs as he did to Abraham, surely these ones can save this man. Yet, I've been lucky so far, with only minor wounds adorning my form, but I can literally hear that luck come to an end. The ground quakes beneath me as an ear-splitting explosion rends the air. The first, only a few dozen feet from me, shakes reality like a punch to the head. But it's not over. A cannonball hurtles through the tumultuous sky, a harbinger of destruction and chaos. In a cruel twist of fate, the projectile slams into the earth just a foot away from where I step, unleashing a devastating shockwave that engulfs us in a maelstrom of dust and debris. Time momentarily stalls as the force of the blast sends me sprawling, my body jolting and contorting in a chaotic dance of disarray. The wounded man, Dean, slips from my grasp, his limp form tossed aside like a rag doll. My breath is stolen from my lungs. Struggler's gasp disperses into the air, replaced by the acrid taste of smoke and the metallic tang of blood. Coughing and gasping for air, I struggle to regain my senses amidst the disorienting aftermath. The ground near me is marred with a deep crater, its jagged edges radiating outward like the gnashing jaws of some monstrous beast. Fragments of rock and dirt rain down around me, creating a storm of gritty hail that shrouds my vision. As the swirling tempest begins to settle, the devastation left in the cannonball's wake becomes painfully evident. The blast radius is a scarred landscape, digging almost a man's height deep into the soil. Fucking hell. The tangy taste of blood leaks into my mouth from somewhere, coughing and spitting out blood from something definitely hurt inside me. I heave myself onto my knees, the world silent to my struggle. The air is heavy with the lingering scent of sulfur. Splintered wooden fragments and twisted metal fragments lie strewn about. Some are sticking out of my chest, the pointed ends stabbing into a dumbrel. A few even pierce through the bulwark, drawing tiny droplets of blood that I can feel running down my stomach. Amidst this scene of devastation, I struggle to my feet, my body aching and bruised, gritting my teeth against the pain. I hastily scan the surroundings for any sign of Dean. My heart pounds in my chest, a mixture of worry and determination fueling my search. I don't know precisely why I feel so much for this soldier whose name I only know from attack, but his struggle resonates with me, and I want to do what I can to help. But while my ears are bleeding from the explosion, I can still see as I wipe away the grime. A green light still shines a few feet from me and scampering forward. I grab onto the man before propelling myself forward again with arbalest. The rapid movement hurts tremendously, but we need to move. Now, my whole body screams with pain, yet the trails of warmth from Lily help the agony subside. Thankfully, the wounds aren't that bad, simply horrible bruises and broken bones, from what I can tell. Shit like this is much preferred over the new mouth Alexos put on my neck with a dagger the moment I saw him. Lily can heal this quickly based on how many are dying around me, both human and pygmy. And looking up, several rapid arbalest moving us. I see an open section of the wall, a gate held up by a rope with dozens of soldiers who retreated before me holding the line. As I get close, they move out in a fan, collecting the other few near me like Virgil. Even I obtain help, a giant man with a shield and green fetters moving beside me. Move, boy. Faster. They're coming. Pumping my legs, I drag myself behind the mighty walls, concrete and stone rising 5 stories tall at some parts, only to be immediately pulled to the side. Instinctively, I raise my arm in defense, only to meet an older man with a cross stitched into his uniform. The man looks at me momentarily before disregarding me and taking Dean from me. You'll be fine, lad. Just take it easy. This one needs help way more. I can't help but laugh as for the first time ever, I'm not the most wounded. Happy to see that I got my job done, but unsure if Dean will survive. I turn back to the walls. Teams of people slide down ropes to reach the gate while others sprint upstairs to reach the battlements. A few simply climb up rapidly with their hands upon the stone, while one even makes the many-story-tall height with a single leap. Almost everyone here has a sigil, though most are between the first and third sigil. For THS are rare, only seen commanding others, and 5 THS are even more so, those commanding the officers. As for 6 sigils, I only see 2 as I follow up to the battlement to know the situation. One of the 2 is a man with an eye patch and a rifle with a scope in his hands atop the highest tower lined with cannons and archers. The other is a woman constantly shouting orders to everyone nearby, and the moment I hear her voice, I feel like I just took a nap. Energy flows through my veins as my vision brightens, and my hearing fully returns, letting me in on the ordered chaos around me. Realizing she must be a powerful lawman, I follow her order, my wounds lessening in pain. Line the walls, grab a gun and take fire. Marshall and Tomas won't mind a lil sting. Go, go, go. You. Reload that cannon. Richard, no slacking. Play your music louder. Jonathan, lower the gate. Rapid-fire orders come from the lady, and even just being in the vicinity empowers me and makes my whole body feel better. My legs move more smoothly, and my headache from ether saturation dims significantly. Is this what Elizabeth could become? I think I would quite like that. 246, right as rain. I heed the commander's call, sprinting up the stairs as energy fills me. Soldiers, dressed in far more uniform garb than me, run alongside me, but no one calls me out other than a few odd looks. And after several stories of stone steps, I reach the top of the wall, where nearly 100 archers and sharpshooters lie, constantly releasing their payloads onto the invading pygmies. Rifles are placed along the side of the wall, each bearing a scope, the expense for the weaponry surprising me. However, I ignore the Colts with sigils to prevent Lily's ire like long ago and snatch a standard lever action that I raise to see the attackers through the chaotic battlefield. The scope is clear, only covered in grime on the outside. The amplification is quite extreme and nearly allows me to see the pupils of the approaching pygmies. The air is thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, fraternizing with the distant rumble of explosions and the shouts of battle. My eyes scan the battlefield through the rifle's scope as I quickly find targets to hit. The faces of the pygmies twist in an effort to prime their terrible contraptions, while others near the walls emotionlessly in the steel of their armaments. The siege engines loom in the distance, their monstrous forms casting long shadows across the scarred landscape. Catapults creak and groan under the strain of their payload, while cannons belch smoke and fire with deafening roars. Trebuchets unleash their deadly projectiles, soaring through the air with a haunting grace. Finding an unarmored pygmy loading a cannon, I take my shot, missing by several feet. The cacophony of the battle and the constant shaking mar my aim, even if it isn't that good to begin with. The cannoneer jumps from the bullet, but after a yell from another one nearby in fancier garb, he moves back to the cannon. I turn my priority to that conspicuous leader and shoot again. The bullet gets closer, my hand slowly adapting to the shake, but the pygmy throws himself behind another with heavy armor. Cursing, I move my target, but a rattling sound enters my recovered ears as I do so. Fast, my eyes pull my attention to a hurtling object in my vision, an orb of darkness moving with impossible speed. My focus narrows to the cannonball hurtling toward the fortress wall, a lethal messenger of destruction. Time seems to slow as the cannonball nears, but abruptly, it pauses for an instant, hovering before a mighty figure. The air crackles with raw energy as the warrior's grip tightens around the cannonball, their hand palming the lead ball of death with ease. The stalwart and straight back of the man as he takes the cannonball within his grasp is resolute, and I feel comfort flow knowing he's here. And from the air, Marshall follows the cannonball, landing deftly on the walls of bent 100 feet from me as he allows the ball to move him. He then pivots his body, the stone cracking beneath him, and with a barely audible grunt, the man, no, the angel, shows his famed strength, said to rival that of Behemoth. The soldier hurls the cannonball back toward its origin in a breathtaking display of skill and power with a shockwave that throws people to their feet. I stumble backward a whole step, catching myself on the wall with my hand as I drop my rifle. Even the stone beneath us shakes as nearly a dozen soldiers step to reinforce the stone from their own leader's actions. But even as I am almost knocked on my ass, my attention doesn't leave the cannonball. The ball sails through the air, guided by the force of the most physically powerful human, and meets its intended target with a deafening explosion. The impact reverberates through the air, an explosive symphony of PGYMY screams and deaths. The cannonball strikes its mark with a resounding blast, shattering the pygmies' fortifications and engulfing them in a maelstrom of destruction. The sheer force of the blow sends cascading failures of weaponry rippling through the ranks of the invaders, leaving chaos and devastation in its wake. I can't help but look at Marshall with awe. Incredible. And I am not the only one. For a brief moment, silence hangs before being overturned by the distant sound of Johnny's Colt. Yet, as the battlefield trembles beneath the weight of their actions, the men and women alongside me cheer for their general, the unyielding wall, showing his might. But as I look at the man we all treat as a breathing deity, I can see his fetters flicker, the magenta struggling to hold on. In my eyes, I can see it. He is struggling. His muscles ripple and rage against the reality he lives in, fighting against his age. But it is catching up to him. The chains are old, rusted, and dyed red with the blood of the endless he has slain. Yet that experience only tightens the binds around his form. In the same way that my chains tighten and uphold me, it is as if his position, his duty, underpins his life. Something tells me only I can see this weakness. And yet, despite the tension in his life, the knowledge that the end is arriving, the wall, our wall, takes not a moment of rest, darting off the battlement without a word to join the battle once more. His actions spark a resolution in my heart. Grabbing my rifle, I stand determined, my eyes fixed on the relentless tide of pygmies. I reload my gun with practiced precision, my movements fluid and deliberate. And as I am again, a daydream emerges, one that will guide my hand, piercing the hearts of my adversaries with unforgiving precision. I push the skill far, using more ether than I should, nearing what I did when I saved Bonfire. I can feel my entire body sag, the weight of my chains tightening as my hand evolves to be defter, the weightless death hiding in my palms. My hand speeds up to a howl, almost sounding out the roar of cannons, and the clashing of steel fades into the background. My left hand levers, fires, and reloads the gun all in one motion as I bring death to unarmored pygmies. And I am not the only one inspired by Marshall, for nearly every other soldier redoubles their efforts. With each shot fired, we send a message to the pygmies, a reminder of their futile endeavor against the might of the fortress. I can see Johnny, Tomas, and Marshall fighting among the horde, and the two angels are focused on pushing back the angelic pygmies. And after only a few minutes of my firing and killing the approaching pygmies, I see something auspicious in the distance through my lens. Johnny and Marshall corner a pygmy, the former using his eyes to harry them as the latter catches up and grabs them. Fire, acid, poison, and every manner of foul element runs from the pygmy with the dark armament, whom they caught just now, but Marshall doesn't even blink. The man reaches forward, grabs the armament by the neck, and slams him into the ground. And even a quarter-mile away, the earth shakes, the wall tumbling with some broken stone that slides off. But Marshall isn't done. The man rears his fist up behind his head, the thing riddled in scars through my scope that can't turn away. And even as the other two pygmies go to save their man, Marshall shows them who he is. The wall punches. He punches a hole straight through the armor of an angel that deflects bullets and ignores arrows. And with a yawp that resounds throughout the whole battlefield, he rips the pygmy from his armament, the short man screaming in horror. Marshall takes a moment to look around him, the pygmies pausing in their assault from their leader being taken. And the man stares at them all, Johnny stepping beside him with a heaving chest. For a moment, I think he might endeavor to bargain for peace, but I am quickly reminded of who the man I observe is. The unyielding wall reaches up with his other hand to the head of his captive as the pygmy futilely struggles against his unbreaking grip, and staring at the other two angels, he squeezes. A long second stretches as the two pygmies fire weapons and dive for their commander, but Marshall's judgment is absolute. Steel enters Marshall's flesh, grinding against his considerable skin as the other pygmy dive bombs him with a blade crackling with unknown elements. Yet, he does not budge an inch, and Johnny deflects the approaching pygmy with the steel of Fate's sealer. Before the gaze of all, the pygmy's head is crushed, the brain exploding as Marshall Travis throws the body to the ground like waste. And with a challenge that even I can hear, the unyielding wall taunts the angels as they backstep in fear. The more regular soldiers in the base and wondrous realms even begin to step back from their siege, the events looking awful for their future. What? You scared? Is an even fight not to your liking? Do you dislike fighting without an absolute advantage? Well, too bad. Come, let me squash your tiny skulls. As he shouts his declaration, a woman runs past me before stopping next to me, her voice yelling at me. Young man, stay still. You're bleeding horribly. Turning to her in confusion, I notice what she means. I got hit again. I simply didn't detect it because I was in such a flow, my daydream guiding my hand nonstop. She pulls up my sleeve as she pulls out the bullet from my arm, wiping it down with medicine of some kind. Seeing that she is a third sigil with a crimson cross on her uniform, I return my focus to Marshall as she cares for my wounds. And when I gaze through my scope again, the situation has changed. Johnny has his Colt pointed at one pygmy, while Marshall stands tall against the other, the general orchestrating the battle. But none attack. They merely gauge the situation. I watch patiently, focused on the decisions of the big shots. Even the soldiers of the other army have stalled, a ceasefire rising to honor the word of our general should peace be called. Seconds pass that turn into a whole minute before the angelic pygmies act, of which their choice is to retreat, the pygmy with a massive gun shouting to his whole army with some device such that we on the wall can hear. Retreat. Marshall has gained reinforcements. Let Inyan and Urayuli battle these two next. I expect Marshall and the soldiers on the wall to chase or strike the pygmies while they fall back, but not a single one does. Instead, I hear the sighs of relief and relaxation as men fall to their asses on the ground and lie down. Finally, yes, we pushed him back. Some rest. Bless whoever that gunman is. Damn it, Joe. Another battle. Same as always. When will it end? Raucous outcries of joy ring out all over as the pygmies retreat, their numbers fading into the distance where their camp lies. But among that joy, there is some loss and some anger. I turn to ask the woman who was tending to me, but she's gone. My focus so deep that I didn't notice her stitch up my wounds. Then, I shift back to Marshall, watching him and Johnny walk back to the fortress. Tomas quickly joins them, the man hobbling and severely wounded. But as he comes close, Marshall simply nods to him, continuing to speak to Johnny. I can't hear them from this far, so I stand up and put ether into my feet for chain-link boots, walking down the wall to greet them. Antsy to meet Marshall, I stride toward him. The man's sharp eyes notice me almost immediately. I can feel his very gaze upon me as my skin shifts uncomfortably under his focus, but he doesn't say anything until I get close. And who is this child, Caldwell? Johnny glances at me, a hidden meaning, as he replies. I know what he means, of course. Best if we do introductions in private, Marshall. If that's fine with you, of course. The scarred man with long-healed wounds all over and a fine cut of white hair on his head nods, ordering the man beside him. Tomas is brutalized, just like before. A chunk of his right hip is missing, as if bitten off by a crocodile, while his left arm hangs limply, the blood dripping constantly. Very well. I look forward to meeting you in a moment, for I can sense the well of ether within your body. Go get yourself tended to, Tomas. You cannot join tonight's siege unless Scott heals you brand new. Tomas nods, attempting to hide his dissatisfaction as he moves ahead of us to get treated. And as he does, Johnny prompts a question to Marshall. Tonight, rubbing a spot on his shoulder, Marshall clarifies, leading us through the gate and into the fortress. Soldiers move aside for the general, saluting or nodding at him if they can't while he passes by. Yes, tonight, Pimgees are not the only ones invading. Inyan, the fanged horror, and Urau, the beast of the west, have allied with the pygmies to break Bent. Their armies rotate to fight us constantly, wearing us down without rest. This is our first time pushing them back without them rotating on their own. So, all of my men have about 7 hours of full, uninterrupted rest without cannon fire in the background. A luxury. I'm sure those on duty right now are jealous of those who aren't. They almost get a full day off. My eyes pop at the desolate situation despite Marshall's somewhat jovial tone regarding the circumstance. How long has this been going on? I look around the fortress as we walk, Marshall guiding us both through the stone constructions toward his destination. The roads are long, decorated with minor homes, shops, and blacksmiths as the interior is massive, nearly a small city, all within the stone walls of Bent. The scent of gunpowder and victory hangs heavy in the air, mingling with the sweat of battle-worn soldiers. I take in the sights surrounding me, the grandeur and magnitude of this legendary fortress that has withstood the test of time. Walls, towering and imposing, stand like ancient guardians, bearing the scars of countless conflicts, visible in every direction I look. South, north, west, and east, they tower over every building, barring the main inner fortress that sits in the middle of Bent. Their weathered stones tell stories of resilience and fortitude, of years, of decades spent battling for this plot of land and that which lies behind. After several minutes of walking, we enter the centered building, the entrance wide and devouring as we step foot into the heart of the fortress. Inside, the sun rapidly has a hard time piercing into and delivering light due to the lack of windows. So, the flickering torches that line the corridor cast dancing shadows, their warm glow illuminating the path before us. The air is filled with a palpable energy, a mixture of triumph and exhaustion. Soldiers, their uniforms tattered and stained with blood and sweat, move with weary determination. They exchange smiles and hearty pats on the back, their faces etched with the weariness of battle yet radiating a profound sense of accomplishment. Yet the scene is also laced with a grim acceptance and a saddened reality. Many soldiers act opposite to joyful ones. Some stare at the ground in loss, while others beat themselves with a fist. Many cry at the bodies of the fallen. A few even gaze at Marshall with malice. He simply nods back at them, speaking short words of encouragement. Good job today, Bruce. Get that arm healed up. I'll give word to Scott. He should be able to make it right as rain. Jeffrey, Ah, that is bad, my friend. Your whole squad. You say? I'll carve their names myself. Kennedy, Slain, and Prickle. Right? Meet me at the monument in 4 hours. Shelby, you all right? That's good to hear. Don't let October get too crazy. He still has to take care of you and Lil Demi. Amazing work, Alex. You kept a whole section of the wall from falling last night. I meant to find you, but I didn't have time. Ha ha ha. Yeah, I know. I'll carve them too. Marshall moves past dozens of people, stopping to speak to them as we walk, sharing sorrows, tales, and laughs with almost all of them, even the angry ones. His simple words calm them down, providing comfort while promising help. But there are many he cannot speak to, for there are too many people and not enough time. The atmosphere, at a glimpse, is joyous, but upon looking deeper, there is tension among Marshall's men. Yet, it is not my place to judge or investigate. So as we step through the main hall of the building, I focus on the surroundings, not the men. Glancing through open doorways, I catch glimpses of the aftermath of the recent conflict. Tables cluttered with maps, strewn with documents, and marked with strategic notations testify to the tactical brilliance of the Marshal. Bullet-riddled targets and discarded weaponry line the walls, evidence of the fierce training that never ceases. The fortress is vast, its labyrinthine corridors winding through chambers and halls. Massive wooden doors reinforced with iron bear witness to the enduring strength of this bastion. Yet most walls are unadorned, Marshall refusing to hang up and painting or art. Though, here or there, I find portraits of fallen soldiers, most of which are decorated with many awards and emblems under the painting. Everything is just as muted as the man's choice of sigil. Yet, just as it makes him strong, it gives cadence to the fortress strength. As I continue the journey behind Marshall, I catch glimpses of soldiers resting, their fatigue momentarily forgotten in the triumph of victory. Some sit in quiet contemplation, lost in their own thoughts, while others exchange stories of bravery and camaraderie. And still, among that camaraderie are vestiges of dissatisfaction. However, none seem willing to speak up their grievances to the general as we walk past. He tries to pry into a few of them, but they brush him off, and he simply tells them he will return when he has time. I believe that he intends to, but I worry he will indeed have that time. And as I feel that want, a shadow slides in behind me, Johnny vaguely introducing Virgil as he joins our steps from wherever he was fighting before. The man is almost made for this, his frame vanishing and reappearing like a ghost during the battle. His time as a damned taught him a lot despite the suffering. At last, I reach the heart of the fortress, a long hall with a similarly long table filled with sheets and adorned with the flags of each territory. Below the banners, the entirety of the territoires lies before me on the table, marked out by forces and strengths. The points that grab my attention the most are the banners and the small name underneath the map, charted, mapped, and pinned by Killian Graves, 1676. He was here 3 years ago, as it is the summer of 79. Is that what he meant by coming back soon? Where is he? Did he leave again? I breathe a deep sigh as I take in each banner, lamenting those that have been lost while thinking about my father's journey to chart the places beyond their borders. From west to east, they run in my vision. Tornridge. The cloth features a jagged ridge covered in blood-red splatters, representing the violence and turmoil that shaped the territory helmed by my father. Bone Dunes. The flap depicts a golden sun setting over a vast expanse of sand, with skeletal remnants of ancient behemoths silhouetted against the horizon. Stark Bluffs. The canvas shows towering cliffs resembling spires, with a bird's silhouette soaring above them. Since Creek. The sheet displays dark and murky swamp waters, with ominous eyes peering from the depths and a silhouette of a lone figure navigating the treacherous marsh. Timberlands. The banner brandishes a lush green forest, with tall trees reaching towards the sky and a small cabin nestled among them. Green Hallows. The pennant showcases a desolate, snow-covered plain with a solitary tree at its center, symbolizing strength and resilience. Valens. The ensign glows with golden wheat fields stretching towards the horizon, with a majestic fortress standing proudly in the background, a silent but eternal defender. Blackreach. The emblem spouts a bustling cityscape with towering buildings, smoke from factories, and cannons at the city walls. Lawless Lake. The insignia splashes a stormy sea with a ship sailing through the waves, accompanied by a skull and crossed swords. Grave cross. The standard howls a rugged ridge, with crossed swords beneath a blood-red sky, representing the sacrifices made in a past conflict by my ancestors. Hewn. The totem on the paper represents vast plains, crumbling ruins, and a withered tree symbolizing the struggle for growth. Northine. The streamer touts snow-capped mountains with a small cabin in a peaceful valley symbolizes tranquility and solitude. Seaside. The badge sings of a serene beach with gentle waves lapping against the shore, with a fishing boat sailing on the horizon. Onyx Gate. The coat of arms of the East flies a towering obsidian gate adorned with intricate carvings against a background of deep purple, a single hand propping up the arch. I have never seen the flags of each territory, nor have I seen a full map of all the individual territories, including the points beyond. In fact, I have only seen the flag of Tornridge and Onyx Gate. Seeing the rest proves to me just how grand this place is, but I'm forced to catch up to Johnny, Virgil, and Marshall as they continue walking. Stepping with a hastened gait, I resume with them just as Marshall leads up to a small room, an office with a desk and chairs in front of it. The general turns to us and waves his hands before taking his own seat. The man is calm, if not relaxed, despite what violence just occurred. Sit. You are guests here. Renowned guests to my men for the break you gave them. We follow his directions simply, placing ourselves in the chairs before his desk, but he speaks again the moment we sit. This time, his voice is stern and focused as his gaze bores into Johnny. So, introduce yourselves. I want to hear more about how the gunfighter killed my protege. His demeanor shifts on a dime as an aura fills the room, and the walls shake. Marshall placing his hands on the desk and looking Johnny in the eyes. The ether of Marshall is visible, even without my sight of chains. As it radiates from him in such flaming volumes, the desk begins to crack without his force, his threat evident. The general brought us away from his soldiers, deep within his fort, for a reason other than discussion. Confused, worried, and 1,000 other things from being threatened by my hero. I glance at Johnny, hoping he can save the situation. He didn't kill Kai. After all, my mother did. 247. In the pit. The gunslinger immediately puts his hands in the air, showing them to Marshall as he tries to explain himself. Virgil and I do the same, not wanting to be on the wrong end of the violence we just bore witness to. Those very hands placed on that desk could kill all three of us before we even draw our weapons. I have no doubt about that. I didn't kill Kai. I swear by the devil. It was a demon, why? Johnny doesn't tell the whole story, but Marshall takes the answer with his own question. The old man's brow raises, but his hands slide back several inches as if his anger is quelling itself. Why? The grasping mind? What does she have to do with Kai? The information from Eli says that only you were there at his death after breaking into his abode and killing his wife. The man next to me grimaces, his face twisting as he tries not to make enemies with the man he wants to ally with. We thought he might get questioned for killing Kai's wife, but not Kai himself. I didn't kill her either. I sought out her help to find the demon that was nearby. I knew it was coming to kill Kai, and I wanted to find her hiding place before she did so. I couldn't ask Kai because I didn't know where he was out hunting in the swamps. Aniwai killed them both with her powerful mind. I'm sure you've heard or seen of her prowess, but I did not want, attempt, or join the killing of either. Marshall nods, his head bobbing as he slides back to his seat. His eyes flicker behind us as a woman steps into the room. The woman with the lawman sigil. She places a sheet of paper on the table as she whispers into Marshall's ear. Using echo, focusing my senses intently just in case it is bad news, I listen to her words. But even with the skill enhancing my ears to the point of locating a room within a massive spire, I can barely hear her voice, something partially blocking it. No lies, total truth. It could be a bit skewed, but that last bit was heartfelt. Your thoughts are likely true, sir. Marshall takes the paper from her without reacting and puts it on his desk. But I can't copy his stalwartness and breathe a sigh of relief, sinking deeply into my chair as my body aches. Thank you, Millie. Go tell Ash that he can bury Rufus. We'll have a funeral for him and the other fallen before night falls. I'll be carving onto the steel myself. Millie, the commander from the battlements, leaves swiftly, her uniform jostling from her quick movement. All she departs with is a salute and a nod before closing the door behind her. Once she's gone, Marshall's eyes turn to Johnny, his tone far more lenient. Very well, I believe you. I have, in fact, met Aniwai, even battled her a few times. One of the few demons more wanting to talk than to fight. But we'll have to deal with Aniwai some other time. And as much as I would like to meet these two, can they leave? I have some critical things to discuss. My mind cycles as I realize Virgil and I were only here in case he needed to kill us. But now that he doesn't, he wants us out. Thankfully, though, Johnny stands up for us both. With respect, Marshall, these two can hear anything you must tell me. I keep my friends close, and they are trustworthy. Very. The Wall's eyes squint, his focus lingering on Virgil momentarily before descending onto me. If you say so. I'll be the judge, however. What is your name, boy? I answer quickly with my full name, hiding nothing from this figure, wafting off enough ether to kill me should he go to strike me. I'd rather be bluntly honest than conceal a single thing from him. Wyatt Graves, sir, son of Killian Graves, bearing it all for to see, or I suppose to hear, is odd. But the raise of the eyebrow from Marshall makes me squirm in pride. Really? I like your honesty. Most of your family hide it until they are angels. How old are you, boy? 20? 21? I can't imagine Killian hiding you for any longer than that. I breathe a sigh of relief as I made the right choice. Then, shaking my head, I go to answer before remembering what day it is this morning. 17. It's June 18th, right? Marshall nods as his eyes physically widen, the shock evident. As he waves his head back and forth at me, I can't help but feel a twinge of grief at the idea that it's my birthday. Usually, I'd spend the day with Ma. Not anymore. It is. My. You are something special, boy. When did you get your first sigil? Killian force it onto you early? I know you Graves can handle it as early as 8, but still. I shake my head, keeping everything as truthful as possible. Even then, my eyes widen at the information. I was not aware we were so different. Most people can only get sigils past puberty. But 8? That early? Wow. Why did Ani why? There must have been a reason. Did she hold me until something happened in the world? An event? I don't know. I'll have to worry about it later. No, sir. I haven't ever met my father. My ma raised me until she passed around November. From there, I was sent to meet Edmund Dudley, and he died protecting me. I've been running myself ragged trying to survive, though. But no, my father didn't give me a sigil. Marshall stands from his desk, unable to keep looking at me. His tight uniform doesn't shift even a bit from his movement. Somehow, despite all that fighting, his clothes are spotless. After a short sigh, his attention shifts to Virgil. And what about you, lad? Are you from the Harveys or something? Their little experiment? Virgil chuckles softly as he replies negatively. No, I have no summary quite like that. I used to be damned and achieve my freedom. I'd say I'm good at fighting, but it's hard to keep up with these two next to me. Laughing from his gut, Marshall turns and stares from the only window I've seen since entering the inside of the fortress. A free damned? Haha. I wonder what was in Eli's mind on that one. Well then, tell me, Johnny, why have you come here? Did you come here to die with me? Or is there another reason? I heard from Tomas you have many with you, each powerful in their own rights. But we know what truly matters. Johnny pipes up, explaining the idea he told me so long ago as he starts from the beginning. He's just as blunt as I was, not wasting moments on stupid things. I came here for 2 reasons, Marshall, and I'll be candid. I know you're getting old, and the forces grinding you down are expanding. Soon, even you will break. So, I've come to aid you, provide you help in the defense. I have many keen to join you, and their abilities will be of noteworthy help. I'd say 4 of which have the strength of a colonel at the very least. Bonfire, a man of flames. Abraham, who can turn nightmares real. Primrose, a venomous woman. And Virgil is the finest damn night owl I've ever met, a born assassin if you need. Marshall takes the information in stride. He steps around the room, his hands behind his back as he follows along with Johnny's words. And the gunslinger pauses shortly to tap my shoulder. And in return for our help, I hoped you could train this kid here. He only had a week at most of the training with Edmund before the great teacher died. And none of us are teachers, most learning from the hunter academies or through years of experience. But Wyatt doesn't have that time. The unyielding wall blinks as he gazes at me, his pupils boring deep into my body as if searching for something. I can do that. Boy, what is your absolution? I know you have one. I can feel it. I want to hear its name. His tone is odd, part respect and part demand. Unlike before, he doesn't gaze at me like a threat or a child. He looks me in the eye without dismissal. I answer him all the same. The struggler dash. His eyes light up, a smile stretching upon his mouth. But I'm not finished. And the martyr. The second drop holds the air still with Marshall's eyes narrowing. A tense moment carries on before the man grabs his stomach and laughs. A rumbling chuckle breaks through the room, echoing beyond the closed door. The man slides backward in his joy, lightly slapping his hand against the windowsill. Wonderful. Let's get to it, boy. Marshall walks to the door, tightening his outfit. Virgil, Johnny, and I merely sit, bewildered. But the man turns back as he opens the door, waving his hand for us. Well, come on. This is what you came here for, right? I ain't got much time. Why waste what we have? Immediately, I stand, pushing myself to my feet as I follow him out the door. I dwell 20 paces from Marshall upon a sunken pit of sand behind the main fortress, which the man uses to train his men, Tomas and himself. To my side is Johnny as he lounges and naps on a chair. The seat beside him is absent. Virgil is out to retrieve the others, while we make the most of what time the old man has left. Virgil needs the rest less than Johnny, with his sigil giving him ample sleep with a scant few hours per week, so he is going instead. Even as I stand across from Marshall, I can see it. His shoulders begin to sag, and his back sinks as he speaks. The man's ether is waning from what he used earlier, the amount lingering in his body for hours after the initial use without harming him. What a skill. A small amount of effort, and the ether lasts for hours. It's leagues above my steam strand, seemingly an entirely different substance. But as it withers, his age shows. This is the pit. No one else should come by at this time, for my men should be sleeping, barring the watchmen around the walls. So, feel no worry about your secrets being exposed, young Graves. I am here to help, but I cannot without knowing where you lack. Marshall gives me a short introduction before moving to the actual part. So, I want you to attack me. Do everything you can to kill me. Hold nothing back. From there, I can give you aid. Perhaps even teach you a few skills you are compatible with along the way. Unsure if I want to attack him, I try to dissuade him. Can't we do something else? I thought I was past this part. You sure? I don't want to hurt you. I feel bad just thinking about attacking you. Marshall rears his head at my response, laughing at the midday sun. He lets the laughter run its course before he raises a fist toward me. He seems oddly jovial for such a renowned figure. I also thought he'd be more serious. Half I've seen him speak outside of fighting has been him laughing. But, on a dime, that demeanor changes, and I feel the air shift with his words. Fear not you kill me, Wyatt. Fear you may be killed. The moment he stops speaking, a wave of ether fills my vision, a veritable heat wave of nothing but a pure, adulterated force of will. I can feel sharp knives slide against my skin without any other effect than to draw my attention to it, wondering what it is supposed to do. I glance over to Johnny and see his head beating in sweat as he awakes from his slumber. Again, Marshall calls me to action, this time with a warning. Now, come, or I will. You wanted this, remember? Sighing, I heft Reckless and hold it before me, and Marshall immediately comments on it. He doesn't wait a single moment before dissecting my life. That blade is much too big for you. It is nothing but a hunk of steel, regardless of its sigil. Only a man 3 or 4 feet taller than you should wield it. It looks almost comical on you. I twist my head as I smile a bit. He hasn't seen it in action yet. Perhaps not. However, the old man chuckles softly at my words, so I set to prove him wrong. Ether swirls through my body as I prepare my skills. He wants my all, so I'll give him my all. Release fills my arm with strength as a gasp of air fills my body with ether. A daydream comes into being, disregarding my smell and ears to focus on my body. I need to see him, for he is far too fast. Then, I take a step, Struggler's defiance joining Struggler's gasp in weakening my chains as I prepare to fight. Ether then flows into Reckless, the warm energy of the skill saturating me with vigor. And finally, I create a bow of ether in my feet, both of them in my hand. With the next step, I vanish, moving almost instantly toward him as I immediately follow up with another arbalest, and within a fraction of a second from my first act, I swing reckless downward at the old man. The air screams in horror as the blade bears down onto him, wetting sharpening the edge mid-swing. I can feel the force put into this one swing. It can cut anything, the momentum unstoppable. Yet, the moment before impact, my vision goes white, and the next thing I see is my blade in the wall beside me. Looking at Marshall, I see his hand smoking from the impact, the open palm raised on the other side of his body as if he slapped it. Then, my arm hurts, and I stumble backward as my whole body is suffused with a soreness. What just happened? In awe, I see the man raise both his arms as he cracks his knuckles. The noise is loud and clear, enunciating his words even more piercing. You are no swordsman. You are a brawler, just as I am. I see the colt on your hip, and that is the limit of your dependence on weapons. Put that skill you had on the blade on your hand. Our flesh is always best at conducting ether. Some people do not have the gift, but you are a Graves. You do. Try having it oscillate, moving between finger to finger, with a shaking hand, the bloody palm groaning from the recent impact. I push ether toward the bloody palm, copying wetting onto my flesh. I've done this before, it's nothing new, but the oscillation part is. I feel the substance coat my hand and compel it further from simply braiding the ether to turning it gaseous to increase its speed. And as I do as he says, I shift the ether, attempting to vibrate it. The unyielding wall guides me with a word here or there as I practice. Half an hour later, a low whine comes from my hand, the ether slicing into the standing air. Good, you're a fast learner. Now, try again. You'll be faster without that heavy weight on you. Forming arbalests in my feet again, I prepare to dart at him, but all the ether I'm controlling at once is already giving me a headache. The foundation of my single-threaded ether is reaching its limit, even with Ironheart to help spread my focus. Damn it, a bit more. Straining myself with gritted teeth, I raise my honed palm, the trenchant flesh seemingly more adept at cutting than reckless. I feel a slight pang of guilt at dropping the weapon like that, but it's not living or thinking like Lily. I shouldn't get attached. I lower my stance, preparing to rush at him. Then, bursting forward again with both arbalests, I dart next to Marshall as I drop to all fours and use my hand to shuttle past him with the movement skill. But as I hurtle through the air, I feel a force in my chest as my world rapidly spins. Agony splits my body in half as reality itself shifts. Instantly, my eyes tear up and fill with water as I slam into something, the force knocking all the air out of my lungs. I clear my vision with many blinks as I feel my back slide down the sandy wall of the pit, my whole body groaning in pain. Several of my skills falter from the shock, and Daydream is one of them. I hear Marshall taking steps toward me. I take a coughing and wheezing breath as he moves, not even realizing he forced the ether from my lungs. Again, nice try, but you're too reliant on those skills of yours. Sure, they might help, but a foundation is more important. Rushing at me like an animal will only get you killed. You are stepping into a world where all are old, experienced, and trained. That skill you've displayed is the worst I've ever seen at the 5th sigil. Let's do this again. No skills other than things that strictly make you faster or stronger. That one reminds me of Shiver, but still, don't use it yet. Edmund's probably turning in his grave seeing your ineptitude. His words invoke a primal anger, the kind that only rises when someone speaks of those who died for me or because of me. Punching the sand, I force myself to stand as I wobble. I'm not bleeding anywhere other than what happened in the battle earlier, but I'm sore all over. Ether roars to life again as I dart toward him, another gasp filling me with ether. My body moves with purpose as I reach him, but I don't strike immediately. I watch him momentarily as he does the same to me, gauging his reaction. Finally, I take the chance, diving in as I swing my fist toward him, and this time he simply ducks under the strike, leaving one of his own upon my chest. And as he does so, he sweeps for my legs. Almost gagging from trying to keep the air in my lungs, I stumble backward as I try to regain my composure, only dodging the kick by luck, but Marshall follows, hellbent on beating me. I raise my arm and try to retaliate as he charges me, but again, He counters in a way I'm not expecting, delivering a punch to my gut directly under my swing by lowering his body to the ground. Again, I attack, trying to rebalance the battle, and he counters. All he does is counter as we fight, leaving the initiative for me as I get my ass kicked. With each blow, my body feels the impact, the pain reverberating through my muscles and bones. Every second, the soreness in my body grows, but Lily flows some of that coolness to keep me standing. It hurts to say, but I'm kind of glad so many died with how much I hurt right now. It'd be way worse otherwise. I fight to stay on my feet, to withstand the relentless assault. Sweat drips from my brow, mixing with the sand that clings to my skin. After minutes, spurts of blood join from my stitches opening, yet Marshall does not stop pressing me, demanding I fight back. Come on, kid, more. Your daddy or mommy never beat you like this? His words make me fight harder, attempting to hit him back. But despite my best efforts, my teacher's speed is unmatched. He anticipates my every move, effortlessly countering my attacks with swift precision. His strikes land with bone-crushing force, leaving me gasping for air, my body aching and bruised. At first, it seems he is torturing me, merely doing this to deliver suffering, but I quickly disregard that fact as I realize that with every counter, he is showing me a way to do the same and a better strike. Every punch, kick, slam, takedown, and tackle delivered by Marshall carries with it a lesson. Each blow teaches me patience, calmness, and perseverance. I absorb these lessons even as I stumble and fall. I don't benefit from every one instantly, but I try to imprint them permanently. If I make a mistake once, I'm unlikely to repeat it. Twice, never again unless forced. Thrice, I figure out a way not to even when he endeavors to make me. Though he always has some other rebuttal with his fists, legs, knees, elbows, or head available. As the fight draws to a close, my body battered and bruised, I spit out blood, leveraging my arm with my body to lift it back up. Marshall is a living totem of strength, skill, and mastery. Despite the pain, I just want to land one hit. The sun has made good progress across the sky, and yet, I still have not landed one blow. Soon, he'll have to attend that funeral, but I still stand even after hours of combat. My struggler's gasp ended with my last one a while ago. Now, I use only struggler's defiance and hone to safeguard and enhance my body. The two are not taxing on me due to the combination of gaseous ether for one and the oldness of the other. Breakneck isn't as efficient as the other two, and speed isn't as useful right now. Durability is. And as I swing at Marshall one last time, I know I am almost out of steam. Not much remains in my body, every muscle screaming with soreness. Yet, I don't want to lose. And as I see his body react to mine, going for a counter, I instantly force ether into my mind, activating my skill from my fifth sigil, liberation. The act cracks my mind with pain, but I hold on. Time slows to a crawl as I stare at Marshall, his form sweating and his wrinkles showing. The ether in his body is almost out, just like mine, the old man refusing to replenish his stores. According to him, the less he uses, the longer his body will last. This is my chance, my only chance. I need to find the right move, the perfect one to retaliate his counter with, no matter how long it might take me. 248. How the cat jumps. Time itself appears to linger as my mind liberates itself, the chains fading entirely for a split second. Everything gains definition as the colors sharpen and the sights bloom, allowing me to see with greater detail. Marshall's hand is opening into a grasp from his fist as it slowly, very, very slowly, approaches the cuff of my coat. Even with this skill, the man is so swift he moves through it with noticeable speed. Alexos crawled along at a snail's pace, moving an inch per minute. Marshall forces his fingers to clench at an inch per second as they approach me. I want to win. I know this is all to teach me how to fight hand-to-hand, dodge, and make opportunities to strike without hurting myself. But I still want to win, at least a little bit. And so, in this liberation, I open my mouth just a tad, my lips creating a hole the size of a pin after a second to my perception. Then, I breathe, my lungs gradually filling with ether. The rate at which they fill is slow to me, but so fast that I can visibly see the air move. While I do so, Marshall continues to move, his hand approaching the halfway mark to my neck. And so far, He's the only thing to ever move with any amount of speed during liberation, and I know he can go much faster. He did it earlier when he hit Reckless out of my hand. After all, I want to win. My mind forces my lungs to move faster, Ironheart turning belief into power. And as ether fills my lungs, the pressure joining my figments of madness present in my body, I use the gaseous ether for breakneck. Pressure builds behind my eyes as my teeth clench, my will forcing the ether to move at speeds impossible. It responds, the winds of ether in my body spiraling throughout my whole body in an instant as the corners of my vision darken. Unconsciously, I use daydream, trading senses for my mind. I can feel my thoughts sharpen, the world gaining color despite the rising darkness. Again, I force myself to move. I propel myself to the limit, channeling every ounce of strength and focus. My opponent attacks with relentless speed and precision, experience built over literal decades of constant war, leaving me with no choice but to counter with everything I have. My arm shifts beneath this slowed time, a warm liquid trickling down my nose. Finding my target, I pivot my legs, crouching at the knees as I feel cracks along my muscles that obey my commands. I must get under his grasp and strike his stomach as he overextends. A single hit, that's all I want. It's all I need. The pressure reaches a pinnacle in my mind, and I release Liberate, the fetters collapsing in on my mind as everything returns to standard time, both of us striking with movements that scream through the air. As I move with blinding speed, my vision begins to fade. The edges of my sight turn black, like an encroaching darkness closing in. Yet, I refuse to yield. I rely on my muscle memory and the plan I made. My feet slide across the sand as I duck. The sound around me becomes muffled, replaced by a persistent ringing in my ears. The world feels distant, as if I am submerged in a sea of silence. But I cannot afford to be distracted. I block out the ringing, focusing solely on the task at hand. My ether approaches its limit, my chest tightening with exertion. Each second is a struggle, as if my lungs are trying to expel an explosion from within. But I ignore the heaviness in my chest, pushing through the discomfort, determined to keep fighting. In this darkness, I feel a rush of wind above me, pain spiking along the top of my head like a strip of skin slashed by the wind. I did it. I dodged one. Now, I just need to retaliate. The rush of adrenaline coursing through my veins masks the pain, numbing my senses. My legs are detached as if they belong to someone else. Yet, I propel myself to move, relying on sheer willpower to keep me standing and moving forward. And it is this very willpower that not only contorts the world, but it also contorts me in turn. Just as the cabin warned, time seems to blur, the moment breaking into endless fragments as I noiselessly roar in my echoless mind, my body detonating with speed and strength as I strike out at Marshall. The world fades away, reduced to a tunnel of focus as my fist flies in the air. In this state, I find a strange sense of clarity, a heightened awareness of every movement and intention. Without sight, sound, smell, or touch, I punch, my body guided only by my thoughts. And with those thoughts, I fight to regain my senses. Despite the overwhelming physical strain, I persevere. I refuse to succumb to the darkness creeping at the edges of my senses. I oppose through the numbness, the blackened vision, the ringing in my ears, determined to see this battle through to the end. And as I feel the final moment approach of the clash, my vision returns, only for my hand to be caught by another that outpaces my celerity with a visible shockwave. Disappointment in myself surges as I hang, my body limp and held up only my marshal's firm and unyielding hand. Peering up through shaky vision, my body fringing upon the brink of ether saturation, I finally relent. I can't win. It's not realistic, nor is it a grave fight. Marshall forces my vision to stabilize, a cheery grin bringing light into my eyes as he congratulates me. Good job. You did better than I anticipated. Dodging one strike is enough to be proud of yourself. You broke past your physical limit as well. Few, very few, can do that. It is a different beast than the ether saturation limit. They both wield boons if one can succeed without breaking themselves in turn. His words attempt to console me, but they don't. I can't help but have my pupils descend onto my hanging arm, the limb that could not reach him. And with a slow sigh, I start to discharge my struggler's gasp, but a passion springs from my hand as I do. A low growl, inaudible to all but me, bursts from my left arm as my flesh warps, the bone, muscle, and meat breaking off itself as a fleshy spear discharges from my hand. The projectile slams into Marshall's chest, the man less than a half-foot from me, and splatters against his uniform as it digs into the cloth. For a moment, I worry for the old man. The bloody palm is a terror, after all. Yet the man simply grabs the bundle of flesh that attempts to burrow into his chest, drilling a small bleeding hole, and throws it to the sand. A low chuckle resounds from the old man as we both watch the flesh squirm, deforming like a serpent as it moves back toward me. I hear a subtle call from my hand as the flesh crawls to my foot, up my body, and returns to my hand, returning the pinky finger I didn't realize I had lost. Then, as it happens, Marshall extricates my hand, and I fall to the ground limply as my body is lost in all its internal strength. Unexpected indeed. You have incredible strength for such a weak base. Have you reached some form of harmony with your artifact? I sensed it, but was waiting to see if it'd be an ally or disability for you. Seems as though it is the former. You should be proud, young man. Among this whole fortress, I'd wager 5 would be your match, and 2 would be your betters. The part about my weak base strikes a chord, as I am still relatively skinny compared to most other fighters. I really need to build more muscle. But as my mind continues through his sentence, I endeavor to get up. And so, on the ground, trying to roll onto my stomach, but failing the whole time, I sputter out an answer to him. The bloody palm hums in agreement with my words, my hand vibrating. Harmony? I don't know what that is. We've just come to an understanding. Neither of us will be forced to do anything against our will. Marshall tilts his head, his eyes scouring every inch of the bloody palm. It feels like he is gazing through it, investigating every single inch of the artifact before declaring judgment. Curious, you are artificed yet sane and do not know what that is? Have you never met a hollow? They are rare nowadays, but some still roam the frontier. I recall Killian being close friends with one. I believe his name was, what was it? Quain? Yes, I think that was it. I shake my head, not knowing where he is going with this. To my right, I see Johnny slip away, the man leaving the pit for some reason. Maybe the others are here? Dunno. I'll check in a little bit. Marshall reaches down with his scarred hand, offering me help to stand as he continues after my denial. Interesting. Quite the willpower you have there. Hollows used to test artifacts on other people to learn their intricacies and emotions before finding a harmonious person of their tribe to attach it to. This helped prevent madness and wendigos from appearing among their tribe. Some of them even received the artifact shortly after birth. Though, we still did wipe them out in the end. A 1% chance is better than a 0. The old man lifts me to my feet, holding me steady as he helps me walk out of the pit toward the preparation room through the open gate. As we move, he educates me more on something I wish I'd known long ago. When I aided Eli in destroying their tribe 20 or so years ago, I learned the power of artifacts and humans in tandem. It is a lot, but the risks are too high for all but the most gallant of heart. Harmony in their tribe had 3 stages. I believe they were named Eclipse, Twilight, and Dawn. The details are scarce, but Eclipse seems similar to yours. Random, vague, but helpful bursts from your artifact. I limp over to a chair as Marshall helps me sit. Everything from my toes to my eyes hurt. The older man then pats a spot on a bench opposite me as he also takes a seat. My mind, however, is more focused on his words than on what we are currently doing. What about the other 2? Marshall squints as if trying to remember a distant memory. Nodding, he answers me. Eclipse was the most common form, and few had reached Twilight amidst the tribe. But I believe it was the person able to ask for favors, just as the artifact would. A give-and-take relationship hinged on mutual respect. As for Dawn, I know little about its situation other than it is destructive. The wall looks me in the eye, unblinking with an eternal warning. His words beat deep into my heart, disallowing me from losing focus or memory. Artifacts are not toys to be played with or used. The chieftain of the tribe was said to have reached Dawn. He fought like a true Wendigo, 2 beings in one. The bastard was merely a 6th sigil, yet he gave me this and Eli a similar scar, Marshall pulls the patch of ruined cloth from what the bloody palm did as he reveals to me a hideous scar of pink pigment. There are many other insignificant wounds around it, like orbiting planets around a star, but the main one runs from his collarbone to his hip and is as thick as a thumb. Even the bloody palm's act left only a slight scratch on his skin, but that wound? It had to have gone halfway, if not all the way through his body. I have been hurt a lot throughout the past year. None of my injuries compare to that single scar. He closes it as I inhale sharply. The wound is unbelievable to have survived. It looks like it would have killed a bear, let alone a man. Marshall finishes his story as he gives me some more advice. Back then, we had Annie with us as well. She was quite the doctor and the only one to ever reach the 7th. Too bad she was assassinated. I still haven't found out who did it, though. Since you have the will to resist it without the training of the Hollows, I recommend you try and find one to teach you how to harmonize to try and reach dawn. I assume that is the requirement for angelhood, though it could be higher. Otherwise, I don't see why that chieftain stayed as a 6th sigilled. Few remain, but they would do anything to further their history. None want to be forgotten. I nod to his words as we sit together alone in this isolated room within Bent. Glancing around, I see medical gear everywhere alongside weapons inches from the surgical kits. But instead of reaching for any of those, I take a water skin from a bucket filled with them and drink away my exhaustion. Across from me, laughs ring out, Marshall chuckling at my hurry as I spill some on myself. But as I put the bottle down, I hear those humorous sounds rapidly turn worrying. Coughs and wheezes replace the laughs as Marshall bends over, slapping his chest to force air out of his lungs. Immediately, I force myself up despite the pain and sit beside him, thoughts flying through my mind at a pace I can swear is close to liberation. I raise my hand to help, but Marshall slaps my hand away, standing up as he does so. He turns to look at me, conspicuously forcing words from his throat. I am fine, Wyatt. Go meet your people. They should be here by now. We can meet again for some more training tomorrow. I stare at him as he continues to cough, but he literally waves me away, pointing toward the exit. His voice turns gravelly for a moment, his tone unforgiving. Go, now. My head turns to him, and then the closed door that heads up to the ground level, used as an exit for the pit. I take a step away but glance back at the old man as I hear him move. And as I do, I see him stumble, the ether from his body entirely gone. His chains no longer hold him up. Whatever he did before to stay standing is gone. All he is right now is an old man. He may have the passive effects of being an angel, but age and wounds have stripped them all from him. That single scar left by the hollow would be enough to cripple any angel. The unyielding wall is nothing but an old man in front of me. He kind of reminds me of Edmund, the futile struggle against age for those who will come after. It is admirable, so fiercely commendable. He glares at me before falling to his knees and slamming a hand against the counter that holds a canteen atop it, sputtering out a curse. Following the curse is a soft whisper meant only for himself. Damn it, why now? I can see it in his eyes even as his gaze hardens. He isn't angry at me. He's only angry at himself. He's indignant about his own weakness. Instead of leaving, I slide beside him, my exhausted and sweaty body nearly collapsing. But I force myself to move, a small stream of ether keeping me awake as I've gained some leeway in the minutes since the fight. What's wrong? I extend my hand toward the old man, offering my assistance. His once mighty frame now trembles with weakness, his breath shallow and ragged. What I saw just hours ago is gone. The man who caught a cannonball and threw it back has vanished. Yet, I just want to help him, so my hand goes for his. But he pushes my hand away, his eyes unwilling to look at me. The effort to stand seems agonizing for him, each movement accompanied by a fit of coughing that racks his frail body. Blood stains his lips, and his wheezing fills the air. My eyes follow him as he attempts to stand, a mix of concern and frustration welling up within me. How can he deny his own vulnerability? His refusal to accept help only deepens the gravity of his condition. Yet, I respect his resolve and his unwillingness to show weakness even in the face of his deteriorating state. This is Marshall Travis, the unyielding wall. Even time itself, he fights without yielding. I stand by his side, ready to support him if he falters. My presence alone is a silent assurance that he is not alone in his struggle. I can only hope that he will eventually relent, allowing me to lend a hand and ease his burden. Yet he doesn't, the old man leveraging himself until he stands again. Though, his shoulders are sagging, his back arched, and his breath ragged. Marshall shakes his head, attempting to push me away, but he doesn't place any real substance into the action. Nothing. Go away. I am fine. Shaking my head, I refuse to accept his words. No, you are not. Will you listen? You need help, Marshall. Without ether, you are dying. You need my help. Marshall steps back, his arch tapping against the stone wall behind him as he proves his name. I know I am dying. Perhaps it is time, but I do not need help. You should focus on yourself, boy. This is the only chance you'll get to be taught by me. I nod to his latter half, but the start beguiles me. What does he mean? It's time? Time for what? Marshall doesn't reply verbally. Instead, a surge of ether, one that makes me squint from the sight of his magenta chains bulging and vibrantly illuminating my vision. Pressure wafts off him as he exhales, visible gaseous ether leaving his mouth as magenta flames of fiery ether flicker from his nose and eyes. I watch in awe as the old man, despite his weakened state, summons every ounce of his remaining ether. A surge of energy courses through his veins, revitalizing his weary body. His hunched form straightens, and his shoulders square with newfound strength. I can see the determination in his eyes, a glimmer of fierce life that refuses to be extinguished. His muscles ripple and expand, gaining definition and power. Marshall's feeble limbs now brim with vitality, radiating an aura of raw strength. It's as if the world's weight has been momentarily lifted from his shoulders, and he stands tall, reclaiming his stature in a blaze of glory. His eyes gleam with a renewed fire, reflecting the sheer willpower that courses through his being. Marshall steps toward me, placing a hand on my shoulder as his grip tightens, locking me in place. Even if I wanted to, I could not move, no matter what skill or force I used. I have waited a long time, holding on with only will to extend my life. But I can no longer do so. The countdown begins. You are to say nothing to no one. You hear? I open my mouth but can't reply. Marshall's ether flickers as it continues to overwhelm me. The magnitude is such that I worry it will start to create a phenomenon without his input. But Marshall does not take my silence for an answer. I said, do you hear me, Soul Wyatt? He lapses momentarily, almost calling me a soldier before saying my name. The pupils of the wall pierce into mine, unwilling to accept defeat as he forces an answer from my lips. Yes, sir. Not a word. He nods, walking away without issue as if he is a brand new man. But as he does so, I eke out a question of my own. How long, sir? Can I at least know? Without looking back, Marshall Travis answers, accepting his demise. 2, 3 months, maybe 4 at max, less if a virtue shows, which they might. I did kill an architect today. After all, slowly this state will eat up the room in my body, gradually filling my saturation until I turn to sludge. No matter what the men out there think, even I tire. Even I have a limit, and Payne's Forge bears a hefty cost to keep me alive. Then, with ether hurtling out of his body with volumes I've never seen out of anyone or anything in my life, he opens the door and walks out of the pit, leaving behind an order, a thank you, and a compliment. Clean up the pit of your blood, then join us atop. I appreciate your silence, and you did well today. Terrific, kid. I look forward to training you. My lips curve in joy as his heavy footsteps gradually vanish, leaving me alone in the preparation room. Then, I grab the canteen he ditched on the counter and finish it before heading back into the pit. Maybe a bit more training before I go up. There is still time before the next siege, right? And here are so many weights and training dummies to use. I mean, when else will I get the chance? 249, Douse lights. Virgil Boone. Siphoning air into my lungs, I look forward toward the shadowy landscape. Pale lights in the distance are the only indication of the coming army led by 2 legendary demons. Inyan, the fanged horror, and Urau, the beast of the west. Each invokes a primal fear within my body, shaking me to the bones without even seeing them. I've heard endless stories about their strengths over the years and the awful things they've done. To be this close, my hands shake, though I'm not entirely sure if it's anticipation or fear. Yet, I stand, at the precipice of bent, toes hanging off the fortress. Johnny, Tomas, and Marshall are beside me, the three not getting any sleep. Thankfully, I only need an hour at this point every few days, and I'm fully rested. I wonder, how low would it be had I taken another Nidal instead of what I did in Starbluffs? Shaking my head, I glance back, seeing the throngs of soldiers preparing to fight. Many of them rested during the break, but the standard 3 shifts have deteriorated to 2 from the many casualties. Slowly, gradually, they are breaking. Fools. They should all know to retreat, that what they are doing will lead to their deaths. Yet, they do not. The man, just a few steps from me, inspires such confidence that I could almost imagine a church rising from his ashes. I was told to join this advance party, the usual strike team of Marshall and Tomas expanding to incorporate Johnny and me. The main requirement is speed and stealth, which I have in excess. Deaths in the boneyard, as they call it, mean you will not be buried. You will only be grieved. And gazing out into the darkness, the light of the encroaching army barely visible, I realize what is to come for me. Few of the soldiers are Nidals, and none have as many as me. I don't think I will have much time to rest these next few days. That's fine with me, I suppose. I haven't had much since I was a child. I just worry for Wyatt. The kid will kill himself with so many enemies to slay. But my worries have already been extinguished. Marshall, exuding such pressure that I wonder if he and Johnny are genuinely at the same sigil, knocked Wyatt unconscious so he could rest, quoting, "The boy must rest. Let the men handle the war." So, I only wait patiently for the call to war. Abraham is to stay in cover, releasing his nightmares here or there, and Bonfire is to remain upon the walls, unleashing his flames to all who deserve them alongside his ragtag group. Blake stands their guard, protecting them from any sneaky demons or overzealous beasts they might have under their control. She hasn't yet gained control over her absolution, but she's working toward it every day. Silas, the Batto, and Lennox are not yet allowed to join the fight. Marshall is still wary of them, not entirely trusting any. As expected, Sky Swain was furious at being useless, but Silas didn't seem much too bothered. Neither did Lennox. Stealing one last look behind me as Marshall whistles for us to move, I see the boy Genius and his guards. Up above and behind me, atop the tower that Ash Poke, the sniper of Bent, sits in, are Earl, Primrose, and Autumn, though the latter is soon to leave Bent. Ash's bullets are different than Johnny's as he goes for power over accuracy or quantity. Each shot from his rifle explodes with the force of 5 cannons. Beside the colonel is a young man who made a weapon with similar stopping power without a craftsman, proving that the mind is the most crucial factor to ingenuity. I look forward to what his coil can do on a battlefield like this. The range is insane, approaching 5 miles. As long as he can appropriately aim it with his sigil, I reckon he might be able to break that rule I've long held in my mind. Earl could potentially kill something 3 sigils higher tonight, but I'll just have to wait and see. I could always simply be overestimating him. Nevertheless, I must move, the other 3 vaulting off the wall and downward. Each of their bodies can ignore the force of the fall, but I cannot. As I leap off, I prepare a flicker, waiting for the moment I touch the ground to cancel out my momentum. And I do so, my feet sinking into the ground before shuttling me out at a velocity double that of my fall. Struggling to catch myself, ether swirls within me as I breathe shaded to life, my brand of adrenaline surge. As long as light does not touch me, the skill works 5 times as well as the original. My feet fly underneath my legs, rapidly catching me up to Johnny and Tomas as I force myself faster, soundless decreasing my weight to lower the cost of movement. To keep up with these legends is difficult, but I pride myself on my speed, and even as they start to gain distance on me, I don't worry. I have an ace, one that helps me understand how Wyatt is so powerful, or at least partially. Every time I advance, my absolution does so as well. Thinking back to when I killed a Batto just starting to turn, I remember the words from the cabin as I put them into action. Your absolution grants one more boon alongside the twist of incorporealness as you take a step upwards. The fog hides much from the world, allowing you to slip undetected. But for the slipping nightshade, your moments where you bridge the gap between the fog and your realm using your indelible will, you can create friction. And this friction slides you through the world as you harbor light. My toes and ankles slide into the ground beneath me as ether roams my body, creating minor holes in reality, the hallmarks of flicker. And as I slip into the ground, a trick I learned not too long ago as it is more complicated than ordinary objects, I release the flicker and fling myself out of the ground at twice the momentum. The combination of shaded and flicker allows me to continually increase my speed, hinging on the fact I can control it. The limit is relatively strict, for my senses are not as sharp as they could be. Perhaps I'll have to see if I resonate with a Comanche or a Prowler for the reaction speed. I know I won't with an augur. I already tried long ago, and so I flicker along the remnants of old battles, keeping pace with two angels and Tomas, a man who should be taking the leap soon. I've heard of his exploits long before he even became a fifth sigil. The unyielding wall trained the man from the time he could crawl to this day. If he didn't reach the angelic realm, I'd be surprised. Gradually, over minutes, we near the alabaster lights of the demons. The two angels, in their camp, move in ornate wagons evidently stolen from the estates. White rays of torches held by the weaker demons that lead the beasts below using their hypnotic control glimmer along the terrain. Our job is to assassinate as many lower controllers as possible before the demons get close. Demons are low in number, after all, and make up for it by controlling wildlife and their personal strengths. Johnny and Marshall will take Inyan and Urau, distracting them as Tomas and I go to town. And like a shadow, I do as told, descending upon the closest demon, his allies none the wiser. I navigate through the chaotic battlefield, a shadow among the hordes of demons. Each step is calculated, and my movements are precise and deadly. As I swiftly dispatch the demons that stand in my path, their twisted forms crumble before me, unable to withstand the force of my blade. But I am not alone in this dance of death. At my side, a figure emerges from the shadows, a being of unparalleled agility and ferocity. Tomas proceeds with a grace that echoes that of a wolf, his actions guided by instinct and sheer brutality. Together, we become a formidable force, an unstoppable duo carving a path of destruction through the enemy lines. Yet, we are uncatchable, diving out of retaliating troops' counterattack before they even arrive. Ghosts in the wind, we move, unable to be seen, prevented, or stopped until our prey falls. I attack demons from their backs, appearing from the ground only to vanish through it once more. They never even saw me coming. Flicker, shaded, and mask prevent my capture as Tomas' sheer brutality and speed give him the grace to escape any encirclement. Amidst the chaos, my senses are heightened, attuned to every sound and movement. The clash of steel, the thundering footsteps of the approaching beasts, and the blood-curdling roars of the demons merge into a symphony of battle. The air is thick with the scent of sweat, blood, and the acrid stench of demonic deaths. Not far from our mission, I catch glimpses of two legendary warriors engaged in a fierce struggle against their demonic adversaries. Their movements are swift and precise, virtually quicker than I can witness. One wields a weapon with unrivaled precision, its shots carving through the fabric of darkness. The other, a paragon of strength, stands resolute against the onslaught, their fists clashing against the demonic forces with earth-shattering impact. Trees tremble and splinter as the battle rages. Bullets whiz through the air, and demons' roars mingle with the sounds of steel meeting flesh. The Iron Consul is the only one to brandish a weapon in the clash, Marshall preferring his fists, Inyan favoring his fangs and the teeth that garnish his whole form, and Urau relying on his massive form of brutish strength that approaches Marshall's capability. But between them all, it is evident that none surpass Marshall as he lifts an entire oak with his arms and slams Urau hundreds of feet away as the tree snaps into 1,000 pieces. The tumbling demon roars in anger as Inyan comes to back him up. In this dark and treacherous night, allies and enemies blur, as multiple times Tomas and I almost strike each other, and the line between victory and defeat becomes tenuous. But I press forward, my resolve unyielding, driven by the knowledge that the fate of the fortress and its defenders rests upon our shoulders. The more slain here, the more disorganized the beasts and the weaker the siege. With each enemy I vanquish, I inch closer to the light building within. As the night grows darker, the glimmer deep within forms. But the demons Tomas and I are killing aren't all weak. Some are mighty, approaching the 5th or even the 6th sigil, relegating us to ignore them for now. Yet, they do not wish to be neglected. One rushes after me, a line of blood that follows his every step, staining the earth with a crimson shade. His face is covered with horns, almost as if that is all he is, as he roars at me. Stop running, worm. I want a taste. I flicker into the ground, gaining a burst of momentum and extending the distance between me. Yet, as I exit the floor, I notice another demon before me. I'm unsure what sigil it has, but its confidence tells me it must be high. Twisting backward, I see the first one sliding along the ground, flowing blood that acts like an icy hill for him to move down. My mind quickly analyzes his capabilities as I think of a way out. Probably an occultist-swimmer combination. This means he's likely weak up close, but can heal fast. I'll have to stay away from his hands. Most swimmers can expel water from their hands, and with this one, I reckon it'll be blood. Rotating my head to analyze the other as ether simmers in my body, I hear a piercing whistle that breaks through the night. The retreat signal. Something must have gone wrong. Without hesitating for even a fraction of a second, I flicker deep into the ground, feeling the fragments of the realm I'm partially connected to scraping away at my mind. I hate doing this as it is excruciating, but it also practically leaves sieves in my body for ether as it fills me with saturation. Not just that, but with too many uses, my mind begins to buckle. Gradually, these trips become less dependent on my will and more focused on whatever creature is on the other side that is intrigued with me. The brown darkness of the dirt, once below my feet, covers my vision as I rotate myself with a small burst of ether, pointing my head toward the fortress. Then, I release flicker, the action hurtling me out of the ground and out of danger as I struggle not to grunt in pain. But the speed is much too fast, and I tumble along brush before regaining my balance. Once I do, however, I haul ass right back for the fortress. Quickly, I find Tomas similarly retreating and just as lost as to what transpired. He raises an eyebrow, and I can only shrug as we hurry back together. Continually, we peek back for either of the angels, but neither appears. A half-minute passes, then a whole, and still nothing. At the 2-minute mark, right before we reach the field in front of Bent, they emerge. But not all is good. Marshall is aiding Johnny in running as a basin-sized hole exists in the iron console's chest, his heart visible. Or, I should say, half of his heart. The other half is gone in the wind. The wall shouts to the wall as he twists on a dime, his feet leaving slight trenches. The console is wounded. Scott, get your ass out here. It's an emergency. Marksman, ready your weapons. They are close. After he commands his soldiers, Marshall glances at Tomas and me, calling us forward as he holds onto Johnny, the man unconscious, still grasping his gun. Come here. A third angel finally appeared. It seems the demons are finally throwing their weight in. Kiran, nature's hand, lied in wait to ambush me. However, Johnny was there, and the demon was able to knock him unconscious in one blow, disallowing his power to work. You two will have to keep the army at bay, while I hold the three until Johnny is recovered enough to rejoin. The wall will help, but aiming at night is far harder than at day. I nod at his command without much other choice, and Tomas does the same. Marshall speaks again, but is quickly cut off by a roar and a 15-foot-tall creature rushing for his life. Good. Retreat a bit so those on the wall can help you. And Marshall. The unyielding wall responds to the challenge as he tosses Johnny's unconscious form at us. He vanishes with a burst of rock into the air before a shockwave that shakes my feet resounds. Unable to see the two angels battling it out through the rising debris, I take Johnny with Tomas and withdraw. After about 10 seconds, a bespectacled man with an entourage of guards, including Millie, the third colonel in Bent, appears from the gate of the wall. The man is the highest medic in the frontier, Scott Harbor, a sixth sigilled capable of healing almost any wound with his priest-occultist mixture. The only negative is that he has little to no combat potential, never fighting a day in his life and focusing on healing others. Without hesitating, I hand Johnny over to him as blood pools from the angel, his breathing slowing. Scott nods at me as white light appears in one hand of his, and blood falls from the other. Thank you. Now go. Don't bring more attention to me. We can't allow Johnny to get finished off. He'd already be dead were it not for him being an angel. Seeing the reason in his words, I turn away and return to the battle, Tomas already doing so. I dive back into the raging battle, my senses heightened and my resolve unwavering. Explosions rock the ground beneath me as the cannons from the fortress behind unleash their thunderous fury upon the encroaching demons, just now showing themselves from the far tree line that fades slightly with each battle. With every step, I navigate through the chaos, my blades ready to rend through any demonic flesh that dares to stand in my path. Quickly, doing as told, I join the horde. The demons assail me from all sides, each a grotesque manifestation of the Mother Below's creativity. Some are massive, towering over me with gnarled claws and blazing eyes, while others are swift and nimble, darting through the air with an unnatural agility. But most of these things are humanoid. I spent over a decade learning how to kill my fellow man. It all comes to fruition now. I twist and spin, my movements fluid and precise, anticipating their every strike and countering with lethal efficiency. With a swift slash, necrosis bolstering my machete, I sever the arm of a grotesque monstrosity, its acidic blood splattering across my mask. I leap into the ground with flicker, avoiding a sweeping tail of a hulking demon and shuttling out of the earth with blinding speed. I drive my blades deep into its exposed flesh, silencing its menacing roar. The battlefield becomes a symphony of violence and chaos as I dance amidst the screams and the clash of steel. I feel at peace. It's been a long, long time since I've done this, and back then, it was against much weaker foes. My feet move with impossible alacrity as I only grow faster, the dark of the night deepening. And as it all sinks further into the abyss, I feel the light within building, and through the smoke and the fire, I glimpse an old man at the forefront of the battle. His presence commands respect and awe as he faces off against not one but 3 legendary foes. Each opponent possesses unique powers and unmatched skill. Their movements are unstoppable by any but the general. I am both captivated and filled with a sense of dread as I witness their fierce exchanges, the earth trembling beneath the weight of their blows. Marshall bobs and weaves between the 3 with simple but brutal movements, unleashing strikes here or there to damage them with his unstoppable might. Kiran harries him with plants, massive outcrops of vines, and would emerging to strike Marshall as Inyan and Urau press him closely with their teamwork. But I cannot linger on their struggle for long. The demons and nearby beasts surrounding me press closer, their ravenous hunger for destruction unabated. I switch between swift strikes and defensive maneuvers, exploiting their weaknesses and exploiting every opportunity to drive them back. With each demon I fell, I can bring a flicker of hope to this bleak battlefield just as it adds a small luminance to the glimmer within. Amidst the chaos, I draw upon every ounce of strength and skill within me, honed through endless tragedies under lock, key, and contract. My focus sharpens, and time seems to slow as I navigate the ebb and flow of battle. And amid the sharpened focus, I see Marshall, only 50 feet from me, stumble, the trio of angels managing to finally break through his defense. A long gash runs down his gut as he doubles over for a moment, forcing aside the demons nearby and flickering beneath. I shoot myself out to aid him, knowing it very well may be useless. But I must. This is the unyielding wall. I have to. Inyan is just a moment from crunching his jaws down upon Marshall's neck as Urau is about to break the man's arms. Even Kiran has vines wrapped around the man's body, keeping him pinned. Yet, as my body flings itself through the air over the charging beasts and demons, the whole world hears a crackle of lightning and a blast of air. I catch only the aftermath of what transpires as Inyan flies back, slamming into the ground, rolling half a dozen feet away from Marshall. Partially knowing the cause, I don't pause, forcing myself forward as I allow the light within to emerge. My 5th sigil is one I thought impossible to resonate with. Yet I am. The nightshade is born from a priest, joining the mix in honor of my late brother. And I guide my radiance to my palm, pointing it at Kiran. Marshall was Vernon's hero, the man he always wanted to meet. I never delivered that wish to him, but he shall save his hero's life in death. Within the dark, the future is undecided, yet it is within the dark that the greatest changes occur. Light can only be nurtured with the grimmest shade. Upon the moment of deepest darkest, you emit the brightest light. The skill of my 5th sigil, illuminate, allows me to build a store of light within myself at night. With the more I struggle, the more it produces, and it can be released to kill any foe I might possess. It dissipates should I touch the sun, however, and cannot be used under the light of day. And so, a beam of concentrated radiance, one that fills the night with the brightest light, is born. It moves with the inescapable speed of light, striking Quran with all my turmoil for the whole night as I feel myself wobble and fall to the ground. I don't get to see the result, slamming into the mud as my body is on the edge of ether saturation. Sweat lines my whole form as I shake, demons inches from me. Yet, before I am killed, a savior swoops in and picks me up. Tomas noiselessly cradles me as he swiftly flees, and as we run, I see Quran holding onto a piece of missing flesh from his side, the green skin incinerated along his hip. The wound might only be the size of a hand, but it elicits undying pride within me. Meanwhile, Marshall surges through the horde, retreating and joining me and Tomas. He simply nods to me as I'm set down beside Scott, the two returning to the battle, only not as deeply. A moment passes with the non-stop rumbling of gunpowder before a hand squeezes my side. Looking up, I see Johnny gripping his gun so tightly his knuckles are as alabaster as Abraham's skin. "You did good, Virgil. Rest up. I won't be ambushed again. And it seems you put some fear into Quran." Smiling, I sink into the dark, my light momentarily extinguished. "I did it, Vernon. I did it. I saved him, and I heard an angel. You'd be proud of your older brother, right?" 250, Hellfired. Wyatt Graves. As consciousness seeps back into my being, my eyelids flutter open, and I find myself lying on a cot in the dimly lit infirmary of the fort. Gas lamps line the wall as men line the cots beside me. The lingering taste of blood coats my mouth, and a throbbing pain pulses through my head. As my senses gradually sharpen, I remember the thunderous chaos of the battle outside, the clashing of swords, the exploding guns, and the deafening roar of cannons. A medic, chest adorned with the typical Red Cross, tends to a man several cots down in. As they do so, they twist the handle on the lamp, raising the light in the room, allowing me to see some more. What happened? I was on the precipice of joining the fray, yet here I am, confined within the sterile walls of this infirmary. Confusion and disbelief grip me as I struggle to comprehend how I ended up here. But as I sit up, I see a muscular man, a head lined with kempt gray hair and a body guarded by dense woven fibers, staring at me. "Marshall? What is he? You refuse to sit out of the battle." The old man grips his chair and slides it across the stone floor. A grinding sound follows his movement, striking my waking ears. What does he mean I refuse not to fight? Of course, I wouldn't want to sit out. For a moment, I feel anger rise at being knocked out and forced to rest against my will, but it quickly fades as I realize who did it. And so, I intervened. "You are here to train, and you cannot do that if you spend every moment fighting for the fort. You have done enough struggling against the Pale Lady. You do not need the hardening in a fire as most do. You are a blade forged within the fires of hell itself. You need only slow, gradual, and grim sharpening." I can only raise my eyebrows as he reaches down and pulls me to my feet, dragging me without giving me a chance to refuse. I attempt to raise my voice, but he cuts me off, cold and deliberate. My attempts at not being hauled away are useless, even as stone cracks under my force. "I made a deal with Johnny and will honor it." As he drags me out of the infirmary, the medics not even questioning him and the blanket that covered me falling off, I see the greater fort. Soldiers constantly move about as he pulls me along, many of them preparing for battle by loading weapons and artillery. A few sleep with their heads against structures while others take their time to savor meals, replenishing their stores of energy. I wait to ask any questions as Marshall seems to be taking me toward the pit. After a few feet, he allows me to stand and walk beside him, and as we stroll, I notice that the din of the semi-distant battle falters. Marshall explains himself as we pass by a section of collapsed wall, 24 already endeavoring to put it back up. The fight this night went smoothly, somewhat. Inyan and Urau called for reinforcement, but with Johnny, we pushed them back sooner than usual. I must say, your Virgil and Abraham are something special. But that boy who calls himself Bonfire is perfect for war. The walls of flame and gouts of inferno he conjures are unlike any I've ever seen. Marshall pauses slightly, stepping over a mound of rubble as he moves with an alacrity unbefitting of such an old man. His agility is severely different compared to the weakness he showed to me in that room alone. But I know it is only a front. Pure elemental sigils are rare and hard to come by. Water, ice, and air are the most common, with fire being one of the rarest, primarily because of how self-destructive it is. If he was a higher sigil, things might very well change around here. Alas, that is not to be. The man is simply too focused on trivial things to make it much further. At least the other boy your age is the opposite. I've never met a man more like Eli Weiss in my whole life. Ingenuity in strides, and the determination to use it. I peer up at him as we near the pit, wondering where he is going with all this. And the moment we descend the stairs into the training field, he finally reaches the part that matters. Your presence on the battlefield will not alter much. A few less may die, but in the end, you are too weak to matter, as are most of your companions. Virgil managed to wound Curan, but he was simply too unsubstantial to deal any lasting damage. Even Tomas is only able to help here or there, and I've never seen a man so close to the leap in my whole life. Marshall twists at me as we finally enter the sandy arena that is the pit, and I attempt to defend myself. As I do so, I tread to where he points, a spot opposite him in the sand. So what if my help is insignificant? Isn't it better to have me than not have me? The wall simply shakes his head as if disappointed I don't understand. It is not. You must think of the bigger picture, boy. If you waste your time needlessly fighting instead of partaking in the training you so desperately need, you will cripple yourself. To become an angel, simply having an absolution or two, in your case, is not enough. Proving oneself requires one to reach their very limit and showcase it to the world. Additionally, you have further requirements that others need not worry about. He tells me to think of the bigger picture. Meanwhile, he kills himself with his ether usage to hold the fort and save his soldiers. Isn't that hypocritical? I understand what he means about the angel stuff. After all, he'd know best as one himself. However, telling me not to help my friends fight and protect his soldiers is, how can you say that, Marshall? You tell me to think of the bigger picture while actively killing yourself for a plot of stone. Shouldn't we retreat? Isn't it all about survival? Why must we hold here? Marshall allows me to finish my spontaneous rant before retorting. Hush about my life. If Bent falls, so too do the plains behind it and all the farms there within. We cannot retreat, boy. We must hold here. It is the most defensible zone west of Blackreach. I can't help but huff at his words. I understand that the plains will fall. That is obvious. But won't they fall anyway if he dies? Is he thinking this through? This all sounds so stupid. But Marshall isn't dumb. He must know this too. So why is he still here with all his men? My mouth moves as the wall raises a clenched fist. Why are you still here? The moment you die, so will all those people in those plains behind us. Marshall's eyes scan the ring of the pit above us before he speaks, as if searching for onlookers or bystanders. Perhaps he's even investigating for spies. Indeed. One word comes out that fills me with relief before he continues. Good. He knows. But I must stay at least for another month. Evacuations are in progress, but they are costly and time-consuming. By mid-July, Valens should be cleared out, and then I will, along with my men, retreat. Though I have come across many difficulties in doing so. I believe someone is attempting to slow the evacuation, so it may proceed slower than planned. We are also not the only ones doing similar things. Despite how much his people might hate him, the silent scorpion of Bone Dunes is retreating into Timberlands to join Eli, just as Sylvia from Seaside is joining Maddox in Lawless Lake. The old man grips his fist tight, air expunged from the impact. We are consolidating our forces, and I wish to join Edward in Blackreach or Maddox in his sea. But first, my citizens must be safe. Until they are, I will hold this fort. Too many of my men have families behind us for anything less, nor would I allow a retreat under any circumstances with such risks at stake. So, until I get word that they are safe in Blackreach or Lawless Lake, we fight. I will fight the hordes while you fight me. I open my mouth to mention what he spoke of last time, his time limit of a few months or so, but as I do, he cuts me off. What about your Mon? quiet, and as he cuts me off, he practically teleports in front of me with his blinding speed, throwing sand in the air and raising a fist toward me. I raise my arm to counter as he abruptly slows to a more manageable pace from the impossible rate of his steps. I know he slows down for me, but man, is it demoralizing. Yet, I push aside those thoughts as I sidestep, duck, and thrust my arm toward his to move his strike from my head. He misses his punch but strides closer to me, reaching for a grapple. My position is insufficient to avoid his grab, with my foot unsuited for moving backward far enough to counter his speed. And as he does hitches onto me, he whispers into my ear, "I will die regardless, Wyatt. I am a dead man walking as it is now. Ether alone keeps my heart beating, and gradually it will build up." Then, he puts his burly arms around my neck, faking a stranglehold before pushing me away. Marshall allows me to rest only momentarily, my hand rubbing my neck before he shouts at me again. Sighing and attempting to understand his words meant only for me, I meet his dash toward me, swinging a foot at him as he gets close. The older man catches my foot, twists it, and throws me to the ground, following up to put his knee on my back. The pain is minor, but I can't move with the pressure on my spine. His voice reaches me again, softly and quietly, so only I hear. "No matter what, I will die. Time is running out, but until I take my last gasp, I will do all I can to ensure there is someone to take my place and lead my men. So, I will fight the hordes until that time come, and you will fight me." The wall lets the force on me and returns to his standing position. Grunting, I crawl backward and maneuver myself back to my feet. Marshall says one last sentence as he glances at a watch on his wrist before we finally enter what he calls my training. "We should have about 4 hours until the next strike. Until then, we fight. Johnny might wake up soon and join us, but you will train your ether alone when we are done. You may take any skills from my chamber and learn them, of course, if you fit the requirements." And as the last word leaves his mouth, he rushes me, removing any chance of the conversation continuing as we fight. My feelings about his death are forced to fall underway to his onslaught, as he gives me no time to think, only to react. The old man refuses to allow me to use ether, wanting to focus on my physical form. And despite how much I would instead practice ether than endlessly get my ass beat, I have to agree. There is far more improvement for my unnamed and more ephemeral skills to grow than my named ones. We engage, our bodies moving with fluidity and precision. My precision and fluidity are from my first sigil that guides my muscles, and his are from years of dedicated experience. The wall's strikes come fast and fierce, forcing me to rely on my reflexes and muscle memory. Or, more accurately, the instincts that he is slowly beating into reflex and muscle memory. With every strike, I grow not faster but more efficient in step. I dodge a flurry of punches, narrowly evading each blow. With lightning speed, I counter with a swift kick, aiming for his midsection. He blocks it effortlessly before throwing me to the sand. We exchange another set of blows, the impact of fists and elbows reverberating through my body. Marshall strikes hard enough to leave bruises, but not hard enough to end the battle early. Meanwhile, I retaliate with everything I have. My senses heighten, attuned to every subtle shift in his stance, every twitch of muscle. I parry his strikes, blocking and evading with estimated precision, precision that gradually turns more certain with every movement. We dance in a deadly choreography, our bodies a symphony of strength and agility. The rhythm of combat pulses through my veins, driving me forward. Back and forth we go, and as I slowly accommodate myself to his speed and force, earning fewer injuries, the old man quickens and adds more power behind each strike. Sweat beads on my forehead, my heart pounding in my chest. My muscles ache, yet I push through the fatigue, barely dodging the most recent kick that is twice as fast as the ones we started with. That one would probably break a bone. The battle intensifies, a fierce exchange of blows, grapples, and counters, most of which ends with me earning another brown spot on my flesh, but some I do deflect. However, none I am able to counter. My breath is labored, but my mind doesn't wander toward ether again. I push myself to the limits, embracing the challenge that lies before me. As the fight draws on, I can sense the profound growth within me. My reactions sharpen, and my movements become more fluid. I adapt, learning from each interaction and seeking opportunities to exploit. The progress from yesterday is substantial, so much so that I'd wager I could take two of me. Of course, that is given there is no ether involved. Time seems to blur as we continue our relentless duel. Seconds, minutes, and even hours pass as if they were the same moment. Non-stop, the action moves, Marshall never allowing me even a second to breathe unopposed. And while it is tough, I can't help but smile. This is what I would have gotten with Edmund had he lived longer. But the smile costs me some focus, and I get sucker punched directly in the gut, the force barreling me over as Marshall stands tall. He delivers one of his familiar hits of advice before turning around. Don't lose focus in a fight, no matter how long it lasts. Oh, great to see you, Johnny. Do you want to join? I know you still don't have Living Strand down. How about I help you? Glancing up as I suck in a breath, trying to ignore the painful bruises all over my body, I see Johnny leaning against the side of the pit. I don't know how long the man was watching us, but it couldn't have been too long. The Iron Consul nods his head as he looks at his watch. Sure, we got an hour or so left. Shouldn't hurt, and I'd never say no to your guidance, sir. Marshall waves Johnny over as he sets his restrictions, just as he did to me. His words stop the gunslinger from tossing his belt of guns to the floor and instead has him pause in confusion. First up, you are not allowed to move from the wall. You may only use ether to affect our battle. And I'm not talking about your power. Living Strand is all about giving your skills substance and allowing them to last longer with 1/100th of the effort. Do you have any skills that conjure? Johnny shakes his head at the question, evidently confused by Marshall. Yet, the older angel takes the answer in stride, continuing to speak about ether. Unfortunate. That means you'll have to develop one. First, though, show me a swirl of your gaseous state. Again, Johnny follows directions, waving his hand as a minor puff of air shifts the sand beneath his palm. I can visibly see the steam strand leave his palm and force itself into the ground. It just seems to be so inefficient that barely anything effect is made despite the effort. Now, the effort isn't nearly as much as I once had to blow air from my palms or mouth like back in Rustbank, but it is still sloppily inefficient. Anyone can use ether to move the air as it is one of the most simple applications of ether, but the force at which they do so is nigh useless. For all without a sigil that gives some measure of control over wind, moving a pound with ether is precisely as tricky as making your fist hit with an extra 10 pounds of force. Just a waste of effort. Marshall nods to Johnny's display of power. Then, he shows his own as flickers of ethereal flames come from his nose, shocking Johnny and me. There are two parts to Living Strand, for ether only gets more complicated the further you rise. The first is to imbue a belief of your sigil into your ether, giving it a kind of life. And the second is to condense your ether to the next stage, plasma. There are many kinds of plasmic ether, and my fire is only the most common. Many exist, from lightning to dust to auroras to the sainted mists. All have a unique effect on ether, and fire simply gives a greater instant effect to its movement, imbuing it with a kind of kick at the start of any skill. Marshall demonstrates his meaning by doing two things. One where he bursts air from his palm with flickers of flame, and one where he doesn't. The one that is merely gaseous ether leaving his palm moves the sand more than Johnny, but not much more before the wind disperses. But the attempt with the flicker of yellow flames that hold no heat moves a mound of sand, and the airflow lingers for several seconds. The man then looks at Johnny as he continues. That right there is why you likely feel behind compared to other angels. It takes a long time to learn the first stage, let alone the second, but the enhancement is palpable. A power and a stable form are not all angelhood brings. It bestows the ability to transform even the simplest skills into a roaring phenomenon. Now, attempt to use that air of yours, or something alike, to affect our brawl. Marshall finishes his explanation and dashes toward me, citing the remaining time. Shouldn't be too tiring for you, but we only got 50 minutes left until the pygmies arrive like normal, with a breath far more stable than before from the slight break. I meet his speed and try to take Marshall down. Even if it's pointless, I still try, as it helps me learn. Plus, I have an ally this time, though he is crippled to only use air to blast into the tussle. I guess we'll have to see how he does. 251, Born Days. Simon Woody, Till. Fuck, everything hurts. Holding my head, I stumble toward the medic tents, the shrapnel from the exploding cannon ending my night of fighting early. It'll take a while for Heath to fix me up, even with my own proliferate stitching my wounds. At the very least, I kept Bonfire from getting hurt. My walls of wood and vines guarded him against the detonation, though it still got me and a few others pretty harshly. Clumsy fell off the wall and would have died had Abraham not caught him with a nightmare. Frozen was luckily behind a wall of ice that merely left him on his ass. Meanwhile, Cigar, I've never seen Bonfire so angry. The flames he released as I was pulled away by a combat medic. Had Abraham not stopped him, Emmett would have jumped off the wall with combustion for revenge at whatever sent that cannon his way. The flames, they went out all the way to the horde below, transcending his standard limit of 100 feet. I think I even saw hints of blue and violet in his white, yellow, and red gouts. Abraham, you better keep him alive until I get back. I'm his shield, after all. Always have been, even back when we were in the slums. I'm sorry, Clyde. It was you or him, and neither of us wishes for Emmett to die. He's the only reason we aren't dead in some alley of Blackreach, after all. But damn, it all hurts so bad. Finally, after replaying the scene dozens of times, I hobble into the nearest open tent with a red cross, finding Heath inside it. Smiling at a familiar face, I greet him before my mood quickly falls. Hey, Heath, good to see you. The good doctor only glances at me shortly before pointing at me to sit down. Odd, he is usually less rude. He's probably just tired like the rest of us. We've only been fighting an hour, but adding up last night, it'll be too much very soon. But a tingle in my head lies as Heath turns around. Some part of me telling me to run, but I don't. I'm probably just shaken from Cigar. I'm imagining things. Can you fix me up fast, Heath? I need to get back to Bonfire. Cigar was killed. I expect a sorry or some kind of response as he faces me. Yet all I get is a darkness that encompasses my vision as two pale pupils grow in my sight. The darkness creeps in, obscuring my vision and enveloping me in its suffocating embrace. I strain my senses, desperate to glimpse Heath and my assailant, but there is nothing to be seen. The void engulfs me, casting a veil of uncertainty and fear over my surroundings. I scream for help, trying to get anyone or anything to aid up as the gloaming becomes all I can see, feel, or hear. What the fuck? Heath, we're being attacked. Call for help. Yet, all I get is a chuckle as I hear one last sentence before even my thoughts join the darkness, pausing in eternal stillness. Heath ain't here anymore, Sonny. Wyatt Graves. Rubbing the back of my head, I walk toward Marshall's room, intending to glance at the skills he has there for me to learn from. Sounds of war, artillery, firearms, and the yops from soldiers fill the air I step through. I wish to join, but my whole body is practically melted. Not literally, but every step feels like I'm made of lead. My muscles so weak from practicing combat against Marshall. Once the fighting stops against the pygmies, I will visit Scott, the head doctor here, and have him help me recover quicker. Marshall said this is the fastest way to improve, using Scott's medicine and ether to accelerate my natural recovery. If only the Bloody Palm were willing to slide in on that as well. But I think that's too much to ask. We are still hanging our alliance by a thread. I'd instead slowly build that harmony between us, as Marshall mentioned. Hopefully, I can find a hollow and get them to help me understand how artifiction works better. As far as anyone knows, they are the premier experts in the field. Though, Ed Summers apparently knows quite a bit, too. He was the one to research them for that battle against the Hollows all those years ago. Yet, as I walk through the fort, I hear endless grumbles from resting soldiers. Previously, I listened to a complaint here or there by the exhausted men, but it's only getting worse. How come the 4th and 5th divisions got to leave? Another soldier pipes up as I walk back, my ears picking up every word. Dunno, but it's not fair. We're constantly fighting, and they get to go home? More and more voices come, soft whispers that grow in volume as I make it to the inside of the fortress before they fade away from the distance. Ash spoke to me and a few others about retreating. He even spoke to Marshall about it, but the general refused. What? Why would he refuse? We are all gonna die here. Yeah, that's insane. I mean, it's Marshall, but still. He'll change his mind, right? We can only hope. Well, that's not true.
Weed.
The last voice almost makes me pause, but I merely finish my journey to Marshall's quarters, the door left unlocked. It seems tensions are rising. Can the men last another month of this? I don't know, but if they don't, it doesn't matter what Marshall wants. He can't hold this alone. The old man is strong, but the few thousand soldiers here, each with a sigil, provide their own worth that, overall, trumps the general's impact. He might kill 100 pygmies in one battle, but his men will match that and surpass it by sheer numbers. Breathing out a hefty puff of air, I step through the door of Marshall's room to soak in the silence within. Ever since I entered Bent, it's been a constant din of war, the sounds never stopping. But here, it's peaceful, at least for a little while. Still, I'm not here to rest. I've done enough of that on the way here. Time to read. My legs, wobbling from fatigue, deliver me to the small bookshelf beside Marshall's desk. He has no grand archive like the Prime or the Supremes in the underworld, but the man has 8 books lining the wall, and one immediately draws my attention. The spine of the text bears the words Payne's Forge on its dark cover. My heart skips a beat at the idea of learning the Zil that Marshall is best known for. The combination of Payne's Forge and the second absolution that bolsters me as I get hurt, which I haven't even named yet, holds immense potential. The wall gets significantly more potent as he gets wounded, and despite how much I don't wish to see him hurt, a portion of me wants to see what he looks like at the very end. I snatch the book without hesitation and open the pages of the text, reading it with more interest than anything else in my life. Yet, the first words are unexpectedly not from Marshall. To turn emotion into strength, that is the goal. Pain to power. It is a difficult task to surmount, but not impossible. I merely have not figured out the secret. Samuel Hardy, the 9th Prime. Title, Deathbringer. The idea for this skill came from a long-dead legend. The 9th Prime of humanity was capable of turning any emotion into some kind of phenomenon. Joy was a healing warmth, hate a burning dawn, and sadness a chilling blue. He was a sparkling bouquet of power at his grandest, each with a disastrous effect. Yet, one emotion he could not overcome was pain. Some may argue that pain is not an emotion, and I disagree. It is one. It is many. All negative emotions harbor some kind of pain, even if it is hidden deep. And while I am not the most traditionally emotional man, pain is something I have aplenty. Wounds cake me like that of frosting on a dessert. I once thought that if I could turn this weakness into strength, it would be a boon for all of humanity. And I was right. Souls have power. Minds have power. Emotions have power. They must only be aligned through the substance of ether. Payne's Forge, my pride and my joy, is an inhumanly arduous skill to comprehend, with 2 main requirements. First, you must have a permanent scar upon your body that aches constantly, for this will be the source of your pain, like that of a furnace heating steel. Second, you must have a mind unwilling to buckle, even under the most tremendous strain, for Payne's Forge elevates and brings any and all pain to the forefront of the mind it forges. When it comes to ether, the requirement is simple. Willful strand is the only minimum, and one must only need to use it standalone. Any 6 sigil, some 5 THS, and the rare 4th could potentially learn Payne's Forge as long as they fit the aforementioned prerequisites. Now, onto the specifics. My eyes scan the words that detail how to use Payne's Forge, but too much of it is beyond me. I think I meet the 2 main requirements for the skill, but I don't know Willful Strand. The ether manipulation is still a whole sigil above me, and I have not yet learned it. But according to Marshall, it is purely based on the force of will intertwined with the ether. Every manipulation of ether bears some uniqueness, which is why they have different effects. From Single's simple multitasking to Minnie's forceful elevation, each is performed in some way differently from the others. Braided needs careful twisting and delicate dexterity, while steel requires a connection to one's sigil to transfer its essence. Steam uses the pressure inside the body and mind to force density upon the ether, but willful is slightly different. To perform willful strand and allow your effects of ether to reach further than they should, your mind bolstering its spread, one must leave a part of their mind in each skill. The task is more akin to cutting off a piece of yourself, allowing it to continue the skill in your absence as you focus on other things. I recommend one uses a simple skill, and I know how dumb this sounds, but stare at it, and with only your mind, force it to exist. The psyches of lower sigils are simply too underdeveloped compared to those who stand at the precipice. So few can perform this task before the sixth sigil, but it is not impossible. Nothing is. Pulling back from the book, I immediately begin on what it speaks of. For a long time, I somewhat wondered if the truth about ether rising in difficulty as one advances in sigils was true. But at this point, I know it is. Steamstrand took 100 times more effort to learn than single, which was almost as effortless as breathing to start. Braided and steel were also reasonably tricky, but I figured them out in a few days compared to Steam's weeks. I can only hope that Willful doesn't take that long. We don't have that much time. Marshall doesn't have that much time. And so, I ignore the other books on the wall in favor of learning Willful Strand. There will be more benefits to obtaining this than just Painsforge, too. My skills will reach further as Willful helps ether extend past the body. Leash will probably triple, quadruple, or quintuple in range as Wetting and Hone might extend their sharpnesses beyond the half-inch past my nails. Some books, like Iron Claw and Stone Skin, are enticing, but I have priorities, and I can look at them later. So, sitting on the floor of Marshall's study, my practice begins with an ironbound, the intricate web finding itself on my palm after a few moments as I watch it gradually fade without my upkeep. It takes a while as it is attached to my skin, yet I stare at it, even as I decide my next try will use leash. That skill will fade faster and allow me to see more improvement. So, shaking ironbound off as it is simply fading too slowly, I retry. With determined resolve, I begin anew my practice of Willful Strand, the form of ether manipulation that requires the infusion of my will and fragment of consciousness into my skills. As Marshall says, I need to figure out a way to split my mind. Would Daydream or Ironheart work for this? Probably. In fact, they will likely be the only reason I can do this manipulation at all. I reckon that's how other lower sigiled manage Willful as well. They probably also have skills or effects that bolster their minds. I extend my hand outward, perpendicular to the wooden floor of the study, gathering the transcendental substance that courses through my body at my beck and call. With a surge of concentration, I shape the ether into the form of a rope, leash, its translucent tendril coalescing before me. The spectral strand flickers and dances in the air, eager to carry out my bidding. I watch it fall flat against the ground as I immediately let go of the ether spiraling and braiding itself. Doing so makes the ether gradually break apart and fall to the environment, allowing me to focus entirely on the next task. For a moment, leash materializes in all its formless glory, pulsating with a faint luminescence. I take a moment to admire its form, its sleek and sinewy appearance, knowing that it holds the potential to grapple, yank, and even strangle my opponents, which I've done many times before. But right now, my focus lies beyond its immediate use. I am here to push the boundaries of its endurance, to forge a connection between my will and the ether that animates it. In just a split second after I release the flow of ether, the construction begins to break apart, the many weaves and braids fraying into the air. Unwilling to miss my chance, I fix my gaze upon leash. Then, while staring intently to keep the skill in my focus, I release a surge of determination from within. I seek to extend its lifespan, to prolong its presence in this world with only my mind. As the seconds tick by, I stare intently at the ghostly whip, willing it to defy the natural ebb and flow of ether, to defy the call of the world that would break it apart. Yet, with each passing second, it frays apart, gradually reaching me with the collapse. Furrowing my brow, I redouble my efforts and try harder. I can feel a deep weight within my mind, the ether that exists in my will gradually moving under my determination. But even as that plunging weight shifts, the skill still breaks, rapidly reaching my hand that holds it after just a total of 10 seconds from when it started. The typical lifespan of the skill without ether supplementing it. Sighing, I try again, pushing ether out as I throw the leash back onto the ground. I didn't expect it to work first try, but a man can hope. Again, I go. Repetition is the mother of learning. After all, how else will I advance if I don't continuously endeavor to do so? Yet, I know that this is just the beginning. The process is slow, gradual, and requires patience and discipline. Each practice session strengthens my will, gradually adapting my psyche to intertwine with my ether. With each attempt, The bond between my mind and ether grows stronger, unlocking snippets of the potential hidden behind willful strand. I fast get lost in the practice, my eyes unleaving my ether except for when it entirely dissipates to conjure it again. Minutes twirl into hours as I gradually improve. First, the improvement is leash lasting 10.5 seconds. Then, it's 11 seconds. And next, I notice it lengthens as I focus, the sides being the central portions to dissipate. And while the advancements are minimal compared to the complete thing, it only spurs me on. Again, and again, I redo the simple act of forming my leash. It is an underutilized skill, one that I wish I had more ingenuity to use more often. And while I practice, a shambling figure enters my room. Turning to see who it is, I recognize Earl, carrying 2 armloads of something. The man notices me only as he sets his delivery onto Marshall's desk, the objects forming into my mind as some powders, liquids, and creams in vials. But he doesn't seem to expect me as he jumps in the air, fumbling to draw his loaded coil. "Ah, fuck, what the hell are you doing here?" Chuckling, I push aside my training for a moment as I see the setting sun. I've been at it for a while. A break won't hurt. And if I didn't tease him about his cowardness, what friend would I be? Practicing ether. Maybe you should practice drawing your gun. Seems like you aren't too good at it. What's all that about, though? Earl scoffs at me as he waves to the collection on the desk. The man starts simple, but rapidly descends into one of his lengthy episodes. "I've been busy, too. Mister, I only have to train. Marshall's got me on medic duty because I know many recipes from the almanac Johnny gave me. I've been making stuff, from things that clear ether saturation only minorly, to hemostatics and antiseptics. I only fought a bit last night before being sent to rest and craft things. Marshall's even got me a craftsman sigil lined up from a captured pygmy the moment I am ready. It's all so perfect here. I have so much to work with. From colts to claymores to medicine and explosives. It's all I could ever want. This one, here, is a cream made from incrin and sinmi that protects against flame. I made enough of it for Marshall to deck out a platoon with it for the pygmies with flaming weapons." Raising a hand, I stop him. Okay, I hear you, man. I'm happy to see you so excited, but please don't talk my ear off. I got things to do myself. I feel a twinge of guilt as Earl lowers his head in sadness. Sighing, I take back my words. I rarely listen to his full rants and don't want to hurt his feelings. Never mind. You know what? I'd love to hear all about it. I could use a lengthy break. A walk? The battle should be over. We can see what we can do in the aftermath. The bespectacled man smiles wildly as he grabs one of each of his creations and pulls me along. His voice is irritatingly happy for such a grim place. 252, painting the town red. As we depart from Marshall's study, Earl talks my head off, heading toward the now suspicious lack of cannon fire. Did the battle end already? It might have. I hope so. That way, I can train some more with Marshall. I disliked it when we started, but even after just a bit, I can feel the massive improvement. I feel lighter on my feet. My balance is more sturdy, and I can sense the strength growing in my muscles. Ether can only enhance the body already there. So, the more of a frame I have, the more muscle, and the less bony I look, the better off I'll be. Of course, the difference isn't that vast strength-wise, but I do certainly feel more deft. This one that looks like sand with tiny motes of green is called asm. It can be applied to someone's skull to lessen the pain of headaches. It doesn't make up for not having ether, but it assists the less formidable in reaching their limits without passing out. Good for lower sigils and those with weak willpower. Nodding to Earl as the man finishes talking about the many vials and baubles in his hands, I step out of the inside of the main fortress, only to see a gout of flame fill the sky. The flame is bright, tinged with hints of white as it goes nearly 100 feet in the air. Earl and I share a glance and a word. Bonfire. Instantly, I shoot off, my still recovering form propelling me forward while Earl struggles to keep up, only to fall behind. The stone road of Bent opens up to the many soldiers and moving warriors as I force myself through them. I hastily sprint through the crowded fortress, my heart pounding in my chest. Bodies jostle against me, the clamor of voices and the echo of footsteps filling the air. I weave and dodge, my focus fixed on the other side, where the flame came from. Sweat drips down my brow as I push myself forward, my muscles burning with exertion. I am already exhausted, and this is only making it worse. Every step brings me closer to bonfire, however. I can feel that something is off deep down without even seeing it. Whatever tragedy that awaits me is almost in sight. The fortress walls blur past me, a whirlwind of stone and shadows. I navigate the almost labyrinthine alleys. With each passing second, my pace quickens, fueled by adrenaline and urgency, breakneck enhancing my speed along with a release that covers my knees and calves. As I hustle, I leap over obstacles, barrels of ammunition, and wagons of broken weapons. Soldiers shout at me as I narrowly avoid collisions, my movements becoming a blur of speed and agility. All I can do is wave and yell that I am an ally. Finally, I burst through to the square that holds the gates to the outside of Bent, and there, I see an immolating bonfire holding Heath up against the stone bricks of the wall, his fire keeping anyone from approaching. How? How did he die? The fighting was over. The fire only burns brighter as seconds pass and the crowd around increases. Soldiers hang on the periphery, unable to help. My eyes quickly notice that none of the few dozen here are high in sigil, the highest a third sigil with yellow fetters. Pushing through the bodies in the way, I break toward bonfire, and confused, worried, and simply trying to break up the fight before Marshall or Tomas arrives. I breathe in. Strugglers gasp sucks and all the ether in the air, but the flames that extricate themselves from bonfires form refuse to die. They only burn brighter, the yellow turning entirely white, as if I simply removed the weaknesses in his flame, as Heath struggles not to be burnt alive. The only thing that seems to prevent the doctor from turning into a crispy corpse is the liquid slathered over his skin and hair, his and Earl's anti-heat salve. But it won't last forever. Bonfire is different from the pygmies. His flames only grow hotter over time, not cooler. Cursing inwardly as I can't speak with strugglers gasp active, I bolster my frame with a struggler's defiance, my chains loosening further, and then, before I extend an arm to yank bonfire from Heath, I daydream of being able to swim in magma, all the ether I can spare from recuperating and lightly training my ether dissipating at once. What did you do, Heath? Again, bonfire screams, and I place my palm against his shoulder as he instinctively turns around. His shoulder is sweltering, the flame eating away at the skin of the bloody palm even with my preparations. I can't take too long. I need to hurry. And for a scarce second, I meet Heath's terrified eyes, the pupils shaking as blood exits them to keep his face from melting. Then, I find bonfire glaring at me, flames replacing his eyes with their inhuman luminosity. What? The rage is something I've never seen before from bonfire. In fact, he is usually the most relaxed person I've ever met, the opposite of his sigil. I try to breach through the fire, to speak to him, and to get him to cool down, both literally and emotionally. My grip tightens as I try not to force things. He's never like this. Never. Swallowing before I speak, I force the ether in my lungs to not move with my speaking. It's difficult, but I manage. I have had this skill for a very long time. After all, about the time I can speak with it active, even if the act is arduous. Hey, bonfire, what's happening? Would you just step back a second? We can talk this out. Emmett Knox growls, the flames licking outwards dangerously as he twists back to Heath. The man only speaks in threats. This bastard got Woody killed, and I'd like to know why. If you are indeed one of us, you will join me. I bite my lip. Damn it, bonfire. Marshall won't be happy about this. He might even kill you. You might be strong, but Heath's a doc, and their say goes first. Fucking hell. Damn it. Ether swirls in my mind as I dance precariously on the edge of ether saturation, liberation, fulfilling its place in this world. Time slows to a crawl, the biting inferno of bonfire freezing in place, only moving a fraction of an inch per second. Okay, you have time. Think. No. First, do as Abraham said. Observe. Then, you can think. Wyatt. I indulge in my surroundings, finally noticing a body a dozen or so feet away, fallen right outside Heath's tent. A moment of confusion lasts before I realize who it is. Woody. The telltale sign is his brown hair and wooden armor around his upper body, covered in blood all over so. He is dead. Next, I follow the edge of the assemblage, searching to see if any of Bonfire's friends, my friends, are here. Among the small but growing crowd, I can see a vague head of black hair with tips of stained white. Frozen. He's close but not here yet. Then, I concentrate above the soldiers, the brink of the walls gaining focus. First, I notice Elizabeth, her form guarded by a fifth sigil as she yells out commands, given permission to do so by Marshall. But as I look further, gazing toward the end of my vision, I see someone. There, I see a man hunched over, blood dripping from his fingers as his mouth is open to yell orders. Tomas. He is, at most, 10 seconds from treading far and pivoting enough to see the fire. Fuck. He might just extinguish Bonfire without asking one question. That means I need to do it myself. Things will only worsen if I join Bonfire in whatever he wants to accomplish. But it hurts not to. We've been spending a lot of time together recently, and if Heath did indeed kill Woody, I will be right behind Bonfire to make him pay. Yet, we have to wait. He could be wrong, but I can see it in the man's eyes that he wants blood. I wish I had more ether to spare to create something while under liberation, as it seems to speed up my ether flow, but alas, I cannot. It makes sense why Marshall didn't want me fighting against the demons or pygmies. I am so tired, and I just want to sleep, but I can't. I was planning on taking a quick nap while being treated by Scott. Wonder how that'll go. Gritting my teeth, I find my target, liberation, falling the moment I'm ready. The Bonfire harbors Heath against the wall, their life a swift burning candle. Without hesitation, I spring into action, my movements swift and precise as I copy a move straight from my earlier training with Marshall. Closing the distance in an instant, I sweep the legs out from under the man, destabilizing his stance. While he endeavors to fix his balance instinctively, I seize his other arm, wrenching it away from Heath's throat. The sound of Heath's gasp for air fills the air, a sweet relief amidst the tension. Bonfire trips toward me, his fire heightening in temperature and his eyes widening in betrayal. Seizing the opportunity as my heart aches, I propel myself forward, launching my body onto his, driving him to the ground with all my might. Every muscle in my body tenses as I exert pressure, containing his thrashing movements. Bonfire attempts to resist my force, but quickly gives up. He knows my physical strength. Instead, he increases the temperature of his inferno, the flames encapsulating both of us. Time seems to stand still as I lock eyes with the man gone wild. I don't wait for his surrender and scream for frozen. My struggler's gasp exits my lungs with a force that slams Bonfire's head against the rock. I cringe as his blood is immediately evaporated by his heat. Frozen. The man, already trying to get through, make it past the crowd, a creeping chill suffusing his palms. Frozen sprints toward me, sliding at me with a cone of frost that dulls the flame devouring my flesh. It helps just enough for me to do this the old-fashioned way. I don't want to hurt Bonfire. His friend just died. I know the anger, the hate, and I'm sure it's only 10 times worse with his sigil. I got lucky. Most sigils tend to provoke one's personality to shift toward its features, its wants. All I got was wait. I'm doing it right now. I'm reflecting. Maybe it is affecting me. Whatever. I need to focus. My knees trap Bonfire against the stone road as it cracks beneath his heat, the fire overwhelming the cold. Meanwhile, I wrap the bloody palm around his throat. My hand warps and twists under the flames as I swear I catch a hint of blue. Fuck. That color is dangerous. With a firm grip on his throat, I apply enough pressure to restrict his airflow, aiming to render him unconscious rather than inflict injury. My fingers dig into his flesh, exerting force as I maintain a delicate balance between power and restraint, yet at the same time preventing him from ripping my hand off. His choked gasps fill the air, echoing the struggle between his defiance and my determination. With each passing moment, the Bonfire's physical resistance weakens, his movements growing sluggish under the relentless grip. His fire, however, only burns brighter and with more tremendous ardor. The agony genuinely appears as my skin flakes off, the fire overpowering my ether swimming through my body. I want to take another gasp, but I cannot. My saturation is far too high. Peering through the perdition surrounding me, I yell at Frozen. More. Colder. The street seems to fade into the background as my focus narrows solely on subduing Bonfire, a chill fighting against his fire. Time oddly slows down as my grip tightens, applying enough pressure to maintain control but never crossing the line into harm. And the reason I feel it lagging behind becomes apparent as Bonfire's flames shift in color, the temperature spiking to blue in an instant. Instantly, my whole body screams with agony, a million pangs of stabs throughout my body, the temperature surpassing my limit and then some by an order of magnitude. Skin turns to charcoal as flakes evaporate into the air. Biting down without opening my mouth or breathing in, I finally take the gloves off. Lily shuttles a stream of calm, rejuvenating ether from the nearby dead through my body to help fend off the heat, but it's time to stop. Raising my hand, I clench my fist and bring it down onto Bonfire's face. And as my fist approaches his face, a roar tears through his face, a violet flame leaving his mouth. I can only push through as the heat elevates even further, the bloody palm forcing its way through the wave of fire as the bone of the hand is revealed through the temperature. Shouting whispers come from the palm as it frantically regenerates against the heat, tendrils of flesh extending to replace that which is vanishing. But his flame cannot stop the momentum's collision as my knuckle crashes into his temple, instantly ending the outcry of fire. The heat remains, however, even if it is fading, and I roll backward to escape it as I notice how far everyone else has run. Only Frozen is within 50 feet, the man panting on his knees as tears fall out his eyes. I can't tell if it's sad tears or tears from the heat. Filling my lungs with air, I welcome the more relaxed gas into my body. A lithe man entering the square. Bonfire? Wyatt, are you okay? Earl finally arrives and runs to me, dropping to his knees as he immediately pulls out medicine to treat my burns. Even with Daydream and my virtue, it's pretty bad. I'll have to visit Scott very soon. Very soon. He whispers to me as he applies salve across my face, neck, and chest. The clothes simply gone. Only blackened char protects my lowers from being seen. He speaks, ignoring my arm as he knows it will take care of itself. Did you attack Bonfire? Do we need? A tall man with a long rifle enters the square, pointing it at Bonfire. Yells to the crowd that has only grown. Ash, one of the 3 living colonels, cuts off Earl's whisper as he addresses the people. Do you all see this madness? Marshall has been a great leader for decades but has grown senile. He recruits outlaws, people unable to control themselves when an ally dies, and expects us to allow it. Our general might be strong, perhaps invincible, but he is aging, and with his age comes a faulty reason. Ash strides around as cheers reach him, the suppressed soldiers who have grown dissatisfied with the war growing. The man only grows louder as I try to stand, but my body prevents me, the burns hurting too much. So, I merely listen as I notice Heath slink away while Earl continues to tend to me. Hopefully, he's running for Johnny. Marshall sends half of us away to go home. He makes us fight twice as much for nothing. Sure, he joins us in every battle, but he wouldn't have to if he didn't send our comrades away. We need to retreat. Bent is not unconquerable with how few we have here. Eli Weiss, Ed Summers, and Clarence Love gather on Blackreach. We just need to retreat and join them. Gasps ring out at the accusations, and my mind swims. Is this true? No, Marshall is not senile. I've never seen a man more sure and centered. He knows precisely what is happening. Even if it is, Eli Weiss is my enemy. He orchestrated Cicade and Skychaser's death, not to mention Blightraven's fall as well. But the man doesn't stop. Ash continues to yell to the people as the air cools, Bonfire's form lying unbothered. Yet, Marshall refuses to join us. His pride is so great that he'd rather us all die here with him than bolster humanity. Dark times are coming, and an old, senile man is trying to get us all killed. More and more outcries join his shouts as more than 100 soldiers gather, and it only continues to grow. I manage to eke out some words to Earl as he continues to tend to me. My lips and throat burn with every syllable that leaves my lungs. Get Bonfire. Pull us back. Earl looks at me bizarrely as if he doesn't understand, but I widen my eyes solemnly. Then, he follows my order, scrambling toward Bonfire and pulling him back with a grappling hook he stole from a pygmy. The unconscious man is still squirming with heat as I wave over Frozen, the man stumbling over to me as the crowd thickens. Again, Agony rushes down my body as I speak. Cool him down. Me too. Damn it. I can feel it. Something bad is about to happen. He nods, and even exhausted, he continues to spray cold air onto bonfire while creating tiny icicles that quickly melt from the sweltering atmosphere. Meanwhile, Ash doesn't relent in his speech, even as the soldiers grow into the hundreds. Ash doesn't even seem to care that bonfire was moved, too focused on his act. We need to force Marshall to stand down. He is no longer fit to be the general. Tomas is a much better figure. We all trust him and his decisions. A voice breaks through the monologue, Tomas stepping on the scene. I can see the scarcely contained raging boiling under his rabid face. Marshall is not senile. Ash, what are you spouting out of your mouth? I know you are hurting over Rufus, but it happens. This is war. You are doing the same thing you blame that man with. Ash doesn't back down, even as the wolf approaches his face, growling in threat. I can already see it. Tomas is about to rip out his throat. The general is obviously his one weak point. He is. You are just blind to see it. Have any of you noticed something new about our general? Instead of resting or spending time with us while we relax, he spends time training a child, another one, while we fight a war, no less. Tomas again growls, warning Ash one final time. Watch your words. You say another. What? What will you do, Tomas? Will you kill me? Ash, the cannoneer, gets in Tomas' face, and the latter loses it. It seems he has a similar sore spot to me. Father figures. Without saying a word, Tomas throws a claw at Ash's face, but the instant before the marksman forfeits his throat, a firm hand catches Tomas' fingers stretched to kill. A force descends as a voice pleads for nothing yet demands it all. Stop. Marshall towers over the two, his frame tall, invincible, and surprisingly somewhat youthful as he approaches his final hours. The general, appearing out of nowhere with his absolutely inhuman speed, sends winds hurtling around the regions and blows back clothes. I think he might just be faster than Kai. 253, Dander. The unyielding wall thrusts himself between the two, glaring at them both as he orders them to stop. The man holds a muscular arm against each of them as he addresses the now still crowd. All the raucous ardor is gone, the soldiers staring at their general quietly. I can't even hear a breath before the older man opens his mouth. Every single figure is silent to the general's presence. Marshall takes a moment. A deep gully of air fills his extensive chest, the gas filling that which gives him power. The first word that comes from Marshall as he speaks to his men fills me with awe simply due to its solemnity, its acceptance. And as he continues, more soldiers fill the square before the wall with silent obedience. No man can point to my riches, only the things I harbor in belief for you all. I eat what you eat. I gain no more rest than you all. I often spend the night fighting so you can sleep soundly, trading my flesh, bone, and years for your comfort. Marshall pauses for a split second, his voice booming outward with some application of ether. Meanwhile, I try to fathom where he is going with his words. What point does this have? If you have scars, strip and show them to me. My body is covered in scars from every weapon you can imagine, every monster you have heard of, and every kind of sigil known, all for the sake of your lives, your family, and your credit. And here I stand alongside you. The unyielding wall's eyes glance at each and every soldier, including me, the gravity in his gaze unmistakable. He doesn't even pause while focusing on me. Something big must be happening that I don't understand. If you came here with bonds, I paid your debts without asking how you got them. I ripped apart the chains that any held onto you the moment you entered these walls. Many of you wear medals, honors, and badges by me. Anyone killed is buried with full privileges, and their families are given their remaining pensions, paid from my own and used coffers. Many now stand immortalized within the depths of Bent, some even within the headquarters in Onyx Gate. Again, Marshall pauses, the air hushed yet tenser than any knot I've ever felt. Then, the man bellows out an accusation, one that cuts through the tension and makes people gasp in horror. And yet, now, many of you are being manipulated, losing your faith in me. Whether it is from outside, inside, or below the territories, or even simply your own insecurities, I do not care. Even if it is from she who brings eclipses, I care not. I only ask for one thing before you allow yourself to be pulled in any way. I hold onto Bonfire's now cooled unconscious body as Marshall's words spur the fortress into a frenzy. Men, women, and even the unliving are appalled at his words as they stare at each other in suspicion. I ask for only 1 month, but if you cannot give that to me, that is fine. Go home. The next order, one with apparent sincerity, calms the soldiers, the provoking ones surprised by the general's lack of care. Then, the man continues, and I see hundreds of soldiers gape at the floor in shame. Go home and tell them all that Marshall Travis, the man who gave you a home when no one else would, a place to grow strong and improve yourself, who defended your families for years, your homes for decades, and your people for all his life, who never once asked for any more than your duty, who gave you any opportunity to improve, who allowed you all to refuse to enter the wilds for a counterattack many a time while I went alone, who transformed you from boys to men, who fed you, housed you, and offered his own blood for you. I can't move my eyes from him, his words forcing attention and focus as he takes a short breath, the old man's shoulders sagging as if to enunciate his point. Tell them all that when he needed you almost, you abandoned him, leaving him under the protection and aid of outlaws and inhumans alike, those very same people you speak ill of. Perhaps this tale will seem worthy in the eyes of our people and the devil. Perhaps those that bribe you, compel you, or force you will treat you better than I. Perhaps not. Then, Marshall waves his hand, the general's head nodding to Tomas. Begone. I have no want for traitors or cowards. Bent will remain all the same. Whether it is I alone who defends these walls for the innocents behind, or I have the world at my back, I will fight all the same. Kill him, sitting frozen in the trampled and ruined grass. I watch Tomas move with such alacrity that no one can react, his hand ripping the throat out of Ash's neck, using his fingers as claws sharper than any blade. Then, Tomas throws the body to the ground, moving to face Marshall as he kneels. As he does so, dark, silvery shimmers of light float from the throat of Ash as his flesh bubbles and shimmers. Marshall glares at it before slamming his boot into the man's head, the upper portion of his head vanishing into a fog of blood as the bubbling calms. A two-face. Oh my. Tomas salutes Marshall as he doesn't even react to the grisly killing of a longtime comrade. Anything. General, are there any more? Marshall nods his head but refuses any more action. Meanwhile, the army sits hushed, the display of power and pull of hearts keeping them from rebelling any further. Marshall seems to have managed to pull the rug out before it even began. There are more, but they hide like conniving rats. Be careful, cub. She guides the darkest of the chaotic disruptors. Tomas nods silently, taking the advice as if it came from the most wizened soldier to ever live. It just might have. The general of the frontier then turns back to his men, delivering another speech, along with an order. You all are relieved of your duties. Should you wish to leave, you may do so. I will stay here for another month to guarantee the safety of the innocent behind our walls. More perhaps will be needed, but beyond that, you may all leave. Otherwise, none are allowed to move in anything less than groups of 3. Whether you are pissing, drinking, or fighting, none are allowed to be alone or in duos. Should you be caught, you will be put to death. No questions asked. A blight exists in our walls, brought by the god from below. Shouts return his declarations, primarily men and women who think he is going too far, but he immediately clamps down on them. Again, he stops the rebellions before they start. I do not care if I am tyrannical. I can only hope my kindness has bought me respect over the years, yet now, it is time you repay me. For this month, I can promise nothing other than agony, mayhem, and death. Should you die, there will be no grave. The pygmies and demons are no longer playing around. Today, I got intel from Florence that 2 more angels are coming from the demons and that Azra, the stone spear, will come to remove our resistance. Gasps of horror fly from many of the soldiers. Even the hardened ones seem shocked to hear that Azra, a virtued pygmy, is coming to put Marshall down. Their high architect is leaving the war down south to come north. My heart sinks at the news. I don't think Marshall will get the months he has left. He's killed a virtue before, but that was in a one-on-one, and I highly doubt he'll get that chance again. But the bad news does not stop. Not just that, but there will be no more intel. Florence was discovered among the pygmies as a spy by Azra. Our very own Fleshwalker now lies dead. His final message delivered as a warning. A month of hell is to come. Stay only if you have the grit. Ben has never had a place for cowards or cravens. I sent those away who could not handle it and recruited worthy ones. I thought you were all better. Suppose I was wrong. The moment Marshall finishes speaking, Tomas yells into the air, planting his head on the ground as if he is a peasant welcoming a king. The man minds little of the dripping flood from the dead soldier beside him. I am with you, sir. To hell. Once he shouts his allegiance, another person does so. This one the woman from his office, Millie, the only other colonel now other than Tomas, kneels on the other side of Marshall. To hell. My chest trembles as another soldier joins them. Then another and another and another, until scores of men and women are shouting for the only general worth serving, the only pillar worth dying for. To hell. To hell. To hell. I can't help but join the calls, and Earl does so as well. And as the square begins to fall silent, even those who are likely traitors quieting, another figure joins in his declaration. A fellow with a broad hat, an overcoat, and a shining colt on his hip steps up to Marshall before bowing his hat down with his hand. The Iron Consul's eyes radiate their golden glow as he declares who he follows. To hell. I can see a slight smile brandish itself onto Marshall's lips before he forces it away. The man walking away from his men with only a few parting words. Get back to work. Handle the dead, Tomas. His steps carry him away, and only after he leaves entirely does anyone move, Tomas being the first. The wolf's voice threatens every living thing in the square, including Millie, Earl, and me, as the cub guards his father. If I see another hint of question against Marshall, I will kill you. I do not care how long you have served. Say nothing and leave. That is the only kindness I will deliver. If you see anyone acting weirdly, inform me. They may be a two-face, manipulator, or groundswalker. Tension reappears as Tomas leans down and picks up the body of Ash, his gun left on the ground. I can already see Earl staring at it as Tomas departs. I will kill you all if I have to. Then, I look to the side for Heath, who was coughing on the ground just a moment ago while attempting to recover from Bonfire's heat. Now, he's gone. The grass where he was kneeling empty and barren. I walk back toward the pit after the soldiers leave the gathering, returning to their duties. As I do so, though, I notice several people slip out from the gates, leaving forever. I can't blame them. Most probably have families to return to, or simply don't want to die here. It's fair. My steps are slow and unhurried after I said goodbye to Earl. He took Bonfire to another doctor. Abraham went off to find Heath, as he was downright livid after what happened. I don't know what transpired still. Was it a misunderstanding? Or something more sinister? I don't know. Pain racks my form as I step. The medicine Earl gave me only doing so much for Bonfire's burns left upon me. What I do know is that Marshall has Scott, the best doctor at Bent, waiting for me. Still, I don't hurry. My body is sore, and after that business with Bonfire, I'm quite crippled to be honest. Earl did preliminary care, but the rest will be done by Scott, even if he's not expecting it. Thunks of my boots against the steps echo dimly through the stairs down into the pit, and it feels quiet. Really quiet. Way too quiet. Even when no one is in the pit, I can pick up on echoing sounds coming from it, the wind and distant noise entering it and flowing into the prep room. But right now, I hear nothing. It's almost as if something is hiding their presence. Carefully, I move down the steps, preparing myself for what may lie at the bottom. It should be safe. We are in Bent, after all, but things always slip through. It could also be Virgil waiting for me, or perhaps Scott has a guard hiding his existence. I flow a tiny stream of ether into my feet, gathering enough for an arbalest after several stairs down. It's ready to shunt me backward if there is any danger. And so, I step into the prep room, and what I find is the opposite of what I'm expecting. Virgil, one of my possibilities, sits at a table, his hood removed and a smile on his face. Beside him is Dakota, who he's been caring for since I began training with Marshall. Yet what surprises me the most is what's on the table. On the table sits a short, multi-layered food with an apparent softness, a sweet marvel I've never seen before. It's a masterpiece of layers, frosted to perfection. Colors dance on its surface, adorned with delicate decorations. Fresh fruits crown the top, enticing and fragrant. My mouth waters simply seeing it, the food reminding me of some of the sweets Ma used to cook for my birthday, something I tossed off as a forlorn possibility. I can't help but draw a broad grin on my face as I glance at Virgil, and the Darkstalker returns the grin. All for you, buddy. Had I known your birthday was the 18th, I would have prepared something, but I hope this makes up for it. The chef was unwilling to make a cake, so Elizabeth and I stayed up late. She did as I don't really sleep. Luckily, we had most of what was needed, and she learned how to make one long ago. Though, I'm unsure if you'll like the taste. I shamble forward, barely listening to him as my stomach growls, the bloody palm urging me to eat it. I take the chair beside Virgil as he cuts me a piece, icing falling before he shifts it to me. My hands go to eat it, but he forces me back with a chuckle. You're not an animal, Wyatt. Eat it with a fork. With an embarrassed laugh, I abide by his command, taking a bite of my piece with the utensil. It's amazing. It's fluffy, sweet, and cherry-like. I almost cry as I dig in, eating more and more, the first pastry I've had since Ma got sick. Seconds pass into only a single minute before the cake is entirely gone, as my arm, egged on by my artifact, forces me to devour it all. I scrape the plate for leftovers as I see Virgil sitting back in his chair, a soft gaze upon his scarred face. He didn't used to have scars on his head. I'm proud of you, Wyatt. You might have made my life 10 times more complicated, but I'm happy I met you. Now, Scott, come in, heal him up. Another man steps into the room from the pit, flanked by 2/5 sigilled guards as he sits opposite me and holds a hand out. Here, child, your burns are quite bad, but it will only take a few moments. Fortunately, it seems most of the heat was deflected by your bulwark. A cool sensation runs through my hole from as Scott cuts a thin line on his hand and places it against mine. Then, I can visually see my skin remold back into normal as the bloody palm joins Scott. The burns completely fade in less time than it took me to eat that cake. Good. I'll be on my way now. Once Scott finishes, he promptly leaves, heading up and out of the pit. That leaves Virgil and me sitting quietly at the table. That is until he speaks. Great. That was only meant to treat your exhaustion, but I heard of the shot-down rebellion a little bit ago. Now, come, let's have you meet everyone else. Huh, what? Again. He laughs as he stands and pushes his chair into the table. Virgil then ambles over toward the gate that enters the pit's proper fighting arena. His arm flies out as he speaks, the other sliding his mask into place. You think only I'm here for your birthday? It might be late, but we got everyone who could spare their time. Bonfire was supposed to come, Abraham too, but anyway, I had you eat in here because I knew you wouldn't want to share. And you eat like an animal. My heart trembles in excitement as I hastily stand up and follow him. Everyone? For my birthday? Really? My feet feel light and fragile as I step into the pit, finding a dozen people waiting for me on shabbily set-up chairs and tables. Sky Swain, several Bados, Elizabeth, Earl, Johnny, Lennox, Silas, Frank, Blake, Autumn, Primrose, Virgil's family, and even 2 other figures appear. Shouts of joy and happy birthday ring out as I appear. Primrose even breaks open a bottle of wine, downing it as she kicks up her legs with a sigh. But despite all that, the focus of my attention is the 2 massive splotches of dark fur that are Ro and Ka. How did they get here? When? They stay a bit away from everyone else, only close to Johnny and Lennox. But still, how? Virgil shoves me forward, whispering as he does so. Go on. Primrose and I found them yesterday, wandering the nearby forests, and they followed us back, Ka saying something close to Johnny's name. Don't be embarrassed. We're all here for you. My whole face breaks into a smile as I quickly stride to the group of people, even as tension simmers undertow. I can't help but think about Bonfire, Cigar, and Woody. The latter 2 are dead, forever gone, and Bonfire is hurt. He will recover physically, but that rage, it worries me. Shouts and yells ring out as Silas sets up a poker table, waving at me to join. It only partially pulls me from my thoughts. Virgil ambles over to his family, joining Nora, Aaron, and Victor as they watch the youngest brother paint, something that Aaron shouts out is for me. Meanwhile, Primrose and Autumn start an argument over something stupid, the two women already drunk. Johnny stands beside them, waiting to see if he needs to stop it. Ro and Ka stand awkwardly, Johnny positioned in between them as Lennox stares up at the two massive Rugerus, the short stoneclad beginning his million questions. But as everything turns raucous, I find my first friends and join them at a table. Esther, Earl, and Elizabeth are seated with a smile, Earl holding something up for me. I made you something. Well, I'm still working on it, but I should be done soon. I hope you like what it looks like without a sigil. My eyes move to the object in his hands as Earl's arms tremble to hold it up for me. It is an arm, or at least it looks like one made of dark bronze steel with lines of running divots that give it a sleek design. Gasping, I take it from him, realizing that it is a right arm, the one I am missing. I marvel at the wondrous creation, a mechanical arm crafted with precision and artistry. Gleaming gears, wires, intricate machinery, and even a rotating magnet at the shoulder intertwine, forming a symphony of metallic beauty far beyond my understanding. The arm's brass and copper exterior is adorned with weapons, a scythe-like blade that runs outside the forearm, and a short dagger that nestles itself within the wrist. I can only stare at it as Earl speaks aloud. It's not ready yet if you don't like it. I still have a long way to go. I've been working on it since we got back together. I'm hoping to take a craftsman later this month and get the arm ready in a month or so after that. The original plan was to put a coil inside of it too, but that's unrealistic for right now. So, instead, it has a spinning magnet in the shoulder that should slow bullets heading for your body. Not enough to stop them, but the plan is to eventually put a coil inside it, which you would fire from your wrist. Then, there is a blade on the forearm that extends out and one on the wrist for close quarters. It's not even functional yet, only a prototype at most, but I wanted to show you my progress. Oh, and the hand should work fully, though, unless I put in the right sigil. I doubt you'll be able to feel from it. Barely slept recently to get it all together along with my other duty. I shut up the man as I yank him into a hug, my eyes watering despite his words that I hardly understand. But I do know one thing. He's creating the impossible to make up for a past mistake. My arm is scorched shut and never to be healed naturally, yet he found a way around it for me. Thank you.